Chapter 161. Hello, Next Level Civilization Race. I'm glad you can see this message, which shows that you are on the right path and have not given up on your home planet. Let me introduce myself first. We are the Muria civilization of the Third Solar Era, and also a 7th level biochemical civilization. You can get the civilization fire left by our Muria civilization before its destruction, which means you can get the precious treasures left by our Muria civilization. When you can step into the civilization cemetery, according to the star map we left behind, you will find the treasures of our Muria civilization. At the same time, we also hope that after you open the treasure of our Muria civilization, you can revive our Muria civilization people. As for the biological weapons in the asteroid belt, the civilization fire contains ways to deal with them. I hope those biological weapons will not cause trouble to you. I know you have a lot of questions. Under the conditions allowed by the rules, you can input questions to the civilization fire. The questions that can be answered have answers inside the civilization fire. Please note that you only have 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, this information will be destroyed. Please hurry up. This text was displayed on the big screen of the M3A link. After reading it, Xiang Qian felt sick. The Yuanmu civilization, a level 7 biochemical civilization, actually left such a message. This method is too terrible. But now is not the time to think about these questions. The most urgent thing is to first clarify the many questions in his mind. Shinkong, notify Lung Ning to input the questions I asked. Why don't you Yuanmu civilization leave this message directly in the fire of civilization, but instead create biological weapons and unlock this message by cracking the genetic sequence of biological weapons? Xiang Qian asked immediately. After receiving Xiang Qian's communication, Lung Ning immediately began to input this question. The civilization fire is not allowed to leave any information about the civilization of Yuanilia, otherwise the civilization fire will be destroyed by the rules. And this information is not stored in the civilization fire, but in the gene sequence of the biological weapon. When the civilization fire begins to detect the gene sequence of the biological weapon, the code hidden in the gene of the biological weapon will be read by the civilization fire, and you can see this information. Then why are the biological weapons not destroyed by the rules? Why do they retain this information and survive until now? Xiang Qian continued to ask. This information is the real gene sequence, so it will not be destroyed by the rules. At the same time, the biological weapons are not left for you. If you can't destroy the biological weapons, you will really be destroyed by the biological weapons we left behind. Xiang Qian read this, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Why did you leave behind the spark of civilization, not a 4th level civilization or a higher civilization? The technological level of any civilization fire left behind by any race will be limited to level 3. Any items beyond level 3 civilization will be destroyed by the rules after leaving the civilization cemetery. Only those items within the scope of the rules will be preserved. But the manufacturing technology of your civilization fire is not a product within the scope of level 3 civilization technology. Why can the civilization fire still be preserved? Xiang Qian frowned and asked. After the Earth obtained the technological information of the Lilan people, and was promoted to level 3 civilization, it also cracked the prehistoric civilization equipment. However, the shell of any prehistoric civilization equipment cannot be opened at all with the current technological level of the Earth. This shows that the manufacturing technology of the equipment left by these prehistoric civilizations far exceeds that of level 3 civilizations, and even level 4 civilizations are still questionable. Manufacturing technology and the technological level of civilization fire are two concepts. The materials used to make civilization fire are all products of level 7 civilization technology, but the technological level that civilization fire can have can only be limited to level 3 civilization. After reading this answer, Xiang Qian understood it. No wonder the shells of those prehistoric civilization equipment cannot be broken by any weapons on Earth now. It turns out that they are made of level 7 civilization materials. This is the same as the superalloy used to make a spaceship's outer shell. No matter how advanced the material of the bicycle is, it is still a bicycle, just a super durable one. Are all the races that can leave behind civilizations all level 7 civilizations? Yes, civilizations below level 7 cannot leave behind civilizations. Civilizations above level 7 do not need to leave behind civilizations. Why do civilizations above level 7 not need to leave behind civilizations? No answer. What are the rules? Where is the source of all these disasters? No answer. Level 4 civilization has made such a breakthrough. No answer. What is the direction of technological civilization development? No answer. Where is the graveyard of civilization? No answer. Xiang Qian was going crazy. All of them were unanswerable. Although he knew that this was not allowed by the rules, he was still very depressed. You know, such an opportunity is hard to come by, and this information is more precious than scientific and technological data. If humans knew this information, they would avoid many detours. How many types of special evolutionists are there? Prophet, killer, guide, fusion, protector. What if there are special evolutionists in the same race? No answer. What are the abilities of special evolutionists? Prophet, predicts the future, consumes vitality to make a word come true. Killer, invincible god of war, can exert 300% of the ability of any weapon, consumes vitality to perform a fatal blow. Guide. 10 minutes passed, the information on the screen disappeared, and was replaced by the synthesis formula of several genetic weapons and a star map. Xiang Qian sat in the chair for a long time without saying a word, thinking about the information he had just received. Although the information he had just received was very important, it could also be said that it was not that important, because this information is not very helpful for the development of mankind. So although we know this information for mankind, except for being able to deal with those biological weapons in the asteroid belt, there is no benefit at all. The treasures left by the Yuanmulia civilization in the cemetery of civilizations were simply a pie in the sky. In his previous life, Xiang Qian had never heard of the cemetery of civilizations, and at that time, humans were only at the 3rd level of civilization, and had not yet escaped from the Milky Way. As for what the 7th level of civilization was like, Xiang Qian could not imagine it at all. So in a short time, getting the treasures left by the Yuanmulia civilization was out of the question. And Xiang Qian was not prepared to open the treasures left by the Yuanmulia civilization. Anyway, before humans reached the 7th level of civilization, Xiang Qian had made up his mind that even if the treasures of the Yuanmulia civilization were placed in front of him, he would not open them. With the technological means of a 7th level civilization, even if 1 or 2 things are left behind, it will be enough to destroy humanity. At that time, let alone looking for treasure, it would be more like digging a grave and looking for death. However, this information also revealed a piece of information, that is, any prehistoric civilization equipment is a civilization fire left by a 7th level civilization. It's just that these civilization fires are activated in a special form. After activating these civilization fires, there should be similar content. Ask some other questions at that time. 10 minutes is really too short. Next time, he won't ask questions about the rules. That's just a waste of time. Next time, he must ask about the abilities of special evolvers. Otherwise, if he encounters a civilized race with special evolvers, he will definitely suffer a great loss. At this time, Xiang Qian's eyes changed when he looked at Zhang Ying. The prophet, predicting the future, can consume vitality to make his words come true. Such an ability is simply against the will of heaven. If Zhang Ying predicts the extinction of a race, that race will be extinct. Isn't it against the will of heaven? Of course, this is just Xiang Qian's imagination. Even if the prophet is against heaven, he can't have such ability. If he wants to kill a person, it is possible, but it is impossible to destroy a race, even if it takes away Zhang Ying's vitality in an instant. In Xiang Qian's mind, the prophet should have other functions, but he doesn't know it yet. Chapter 162. After a while, Xiang Qian regained his thoughts. Shinkong, let Lung Ning start making genetic drugs that restrain biological weapons immediately. At the same time, stop the construction of warships, and only keep the construction plan of defense satellites. Don't stop the exploitation of resources, and increase the Earth's resource reserves as much as possible. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he thought for a while, and felt that there was nothing missing, so he stopped thinking about the monster. Although these monsters did not cause any harm to the Earth's current emergency defense mechanism still has big problems. However, these problems cannot be figured out by him alone. After the monsters are solved, they will be discussed in a meeting. Ying, come on, let's go to eat. Xiang Qian took Ying away from the desk, and went to the small cafeteria. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. So the genetic drugs for those monsters were also manufactured, and all sealed in special electromagnetic weapons. In this way, no matter whether the electromagnetic weapon is hitting the outside or inside of the monster, as long as the genetic medicine comes into contact with these biological weapons, the genetic virus contained in it will quickly explode and kill these biological weapons in less than 10 seconds. However, Xiang Qian is not prepared to use genetic medicine directly to deal with these biological weapons. At present, there is no better touchstone than these biological weapons. Just take this opportunity to test the combat effectiveness of the current federal fleet. Starry Sky, give the order, open fire. Xiang Qian was in the command hall of the federal military, looking at the big screen and giving orders. Instantly, the battleship formation on the big screen began to change. 1,000 battleships formed a cone, rushing towards the asteroid 1 million kilometers away like an arrow. After the fleet formation was adjusted, the outermost battleships of the fleet began to attack the asteroid. After the outermost battleships finished attacking, the battleships inside the cone quickly replaced the battleships that had just finished attacking and continued to attack the asteroid. Similarly, after a warship has finished attacking, it will immediately give up its position and attack the target in rounds. The warship that has finished attacking will hide in the innermost part of the cone and form a straight line with the warship in front. While avoiding the attack in front, it will also cool down the energy buffer device and charge the main gun. This will take until it reaches the front of the cone again. The main gun has already been charged and can directly launch an attack through the battlefield connection. In Xiang Qian's view, this formation has both advantages and disadvantages, mainly depending on where it is used. If the strength of the own side is much greater than that of the enemy, there is no need to form a formation, and the enemy warships can be quickly destroyed by direct concentrated fire attack. If the fleet of the own side is not as large as that of the enemy, such a formation can also contain the enemy's attack. After all, such a formation can not only move forward, but also move backward. As long as the formation is not chaotic, and it is always kept horizontal with the enemy fleet, the warship in front can quickly evacuate and replace the warship after absorbing the enemy's firepower. As long as it is not blown up in the first time, there is still a chance to repair it. Boom! There was no need for a second round of attack. After the first round of attack, the monster in the core of the asteroid had been destroyed. However, at the moment when the monster was destroyed, countless asteroids around it began to vibrate. One monster after another woke up, broke free from the restraints of the asteroids, and rushed towards the federal team. As more and more monsters appeared, Xiang Qian discovered that in the outer layer of the entire asteroid belt, there would be a monster in an asteroid almost every few 100,000 kilometers. In the end, the number of monsters reached millions, which was overwhelming, and Xiang Qian's scalp was numb. Shinkong, notify Zhang Lei to stop the exercise, and use the dense array to launch the gene medicine projectile immediately. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian immediately issued an order. At the same time, he cursed the Muria civilization in his heart. Fortunately, when he discovered these monsters, he did not issue an order to directly destroy them, otherwise it would be a question whether the Earth still exists. He could see that the Muria civilization was casting a wide net on the surface of the entire asteroid belt. As long as a monster appeared on an asteroid, the monsters inside other asteroids would also wake up. Under the attack of millions of monsters, it was a question whether the Earth could hold out for 3 days. If there was no time to analyze the genetic sequence of the monsters, then these monsters would definitely destroy the Earth. At this time, Xiang Qian thought of a question, that is, why did the Muria civilization think that such a plan would be foolproof? If humans were destroyed, who would revive them? If it were him, he would never do this. Unless the Muria civilization did not leave only one civilization fire when arranging this backup plan, but many civilization fires. So the Muria civilization was not afraid of problems with such an arrangement. After all, if one civilization was destroyed, there would be a second civilization that survived. Only with such an idea would such a method be arranged. When Xiang Qian thought of this, he shuddered unconsciously. Sure enough, none of the races that could become level 7 civilizations were kind. On the way to becoming a level 7 civilization, they didn't know how many enemy races they had destroyed. It was probably normal for them to destroy a race because of these arrangements. While Xiang Qian was thinking about these questions, the fleet commanded by Zhang Lei changed its formation again, and this time, the formation was a blooming sunflower. All the electromagnetic weapon systems of the warships began to attack. Although such an attack was not as spectacular as the main gun attack, the degree of danger was no less than the previous attack. Laser weapons are the fastest in the universe, but the shield is also the strongest defense against laser weapons. After all, the plasma shield is not as resistant as laser weapons to electromagnetic projectiles that have a large mass and carry strong kinetic energy. It's just that the firing speed of electromagnetic weapons is too slow. One day, technology will develop to the point where the firing speed of electromagnetic weapons exceeds the speed of light. Otherwise, electromagnetic weapons will basically not be able to play any role in long-range attacks. However, this time we are dealing with biological weapons, and there are a large number of them. In this case, of course, dense electromagnetic weapons are useful. These electromagnetic weapon projectiles also carry genetic drugs. As long as they touch those biological weapons will die. Sure enough, when the genetic drugs come into contact with the monster, under the monitoring of optical detection equipment, the parts of the monster that come into contact with the genetic drugs rot at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 seconds, the monster has lost its ability to move, and it is completely dead within 10 seconds. Within 10 minutes, the entire monster disappears. The only traces in space that can prove the existence of monsters are the drops of liquid that the monsters turned into after they died. These liquids are the only evidence left after the monster's genes collapsed. If there were no genes left by the Muria civilization, the fleet Zhang Lei was in would have been basically wiped out, and these more than 1 million monsters would directly flatten the Earth and destroy all humans. This is the gap in technology. If humans were now a level 4 civilization, it would be easy to destroy these monsters. But the third level civilization had no way to deal with these monsters, and could only wait to be destroyed by them. In the war of civilizations, technology is king. No matter how many evolvers your race has, or how many space battleships you have, if your technology is not as good as the other party, and your civilization level is lower than the other party, you will still lose. In 5 days, the supply fleet ran 3 times, and finally destroyed all the biological weapons in the asteroid belt. At this time, the distance between 80 and 150 kilometers outside the battleship was all dark green ocean at a glance. After the biological weapon gene collapsed and decomposed, some of the liquid was attached to the surface of the surrounding asteroids, some turned into ice crystals, and some were evaporated by the sun. Starry Sky, turn on the gravity generator, and send players in the endless Starry Sky game to clear the channel. After the war that was not considered a war ended, Xiang Qian looked at the dark green asteroid belt and said to the Starry Sky, "Okay, boss." After Xiang Qian gave the order, he picked up a report on the table called Scientist Training Program and started reading it. Chapter 163. As the Earth approaches the Oort cloud day by day, mankind's previous speculation about the Oort cloud is overturned. Now in the eyes of mankind, the Oort cloud is composed of countless ice blocks, gas dust, and many asteroids. Only when observing the Oort cloud from a close distance can you discover the beauty of the Oort cloud. The light from the sun, various radiations outside the solar system, and the bow shock waves generated by the top of the solar layer on the interstellar matter, all these factors together make the Oort cloud have a particularly gorgeous beauty. From here, you can see the collision between solar wind and interstellar matter, resulting in strong magnetic field changes and colorful halos. You can also see the changes of comets leaving the Oort cloud and entering the interior of the solar system, and you can also see the empty universe outside the solar system. It can be said that when we arrive here, the time for the Earth to leave the solar system is not far away. Boss, Dean Lung Ning sent a communication. Do you want to receive it? Xiang Qian was drinking tea in the office, looking at the three-dimensional simulated Earth scene, and suddenly received a prompt from the Starry Sky. Connected. Xiang Qian was very curious about what Lung Ning wanted to do with him. Generally, it was not an important matter. If Lung Ning had something to do, she would basically tell him after returning home, and rarely disturbed him during work hours. The latest biological weapons have been cultivated, and I want to test their production in extreme environments. Lung Ning had a business-like expression. Then where are you going to test it? Xiang Qian was not surprised at all that Lung Ning wanted to test biological weapons. After the last incident, Lung Ning also saw the benefits of biological weapons fighting in groups. With the current resources on Earth, it is not difficult to cultivate biological weapons. But the food of biological weapons is a big problem. Currently, Lung Ning is working on the problem of photosynthetic cell culture. As long as this problem is solved, there will be a lot more cannon fodder on Earth. Unfortunately, this technology belongs to the hidden technology type of the third-level civilization. Before the third-level civilization biochemical technology tree is fully completed, this technology is really difficult to conquer. The top of the sun is the worst place in the entire solar system, and it is the best testing ground for testing biological weapons. Okay, I give you permission and let the Starry Sky open a route for you. You just need to control the biological weapons to leave the Earth along the route. Okay, I got it. Xiang Qian wanted to say a few more words to Lung Ning, but Lung Ning hung up the call directly. After a while, biological weapons lined up to fly out of the atmosphere in the three-dimensional simulated Earth scene in Xiang Qian's office. Shinkong, scan the Earth's magnetic field again. Xiang Qian saw this, shook his head speechlessly, and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." After another scan, the Earth's magnetic field did not change at all, and Xiang Qian was disappointed again. Xiang Qian had been looking at this simulated image of the Earth for more than a week. He would issue orders like the one just now every 1 or 2 hours, but the results were always the same. Xiang Qian did this to find the ray scepter, because the time to reach the Oort cloud is getting closer and closer, and it is about to leave the solar system, but the ray scepter has not appeared yet, which makes Xiang Qian a little anxious. In his memory, it was about this time in his previous life, in the room A29 on the 11th floor of the Hope Human Mothership, that the ray scepter of mankind was born. But now the Earth has reached this position, why hasn't the ray scepter appeared yet? This is unscientific. So Xiang Qian did nothing for this week. He basically spent every day in the office looking at the 3D simulation images, hoping to be the first to discover the racial scepter after it appeared. As for where the racial scepter appeared, he had no idea, even if he asked Zhang Ying. I remember that when Zhang Ying predicted the racial scepter, she almost fainted, which scared Xiang Qian. Later, after Zhang Ying woke up, she no longer cared about asking her to predict the racial scepter. 10 days later, the energy controlled the biological weapon to reach the top of the sun, where the environment is extremely harsh. The solar wind collides with interstellar matter, and various particles react with each other. Every moment, a certain area here will undergo a huge change, such as interstellar matter strongly colliding with the solar wind, producing a plasma vortex. This instantaneous change is enough to destroy the biological weapon. Of course, this change can be detected and can be controlled artificially, otherwise the Earth cannot leave the solar system. When the condensed biological weapon left the outer part of the solar circle, mysterious changes began to appear on the Earth and in the Oort cloud. A strange space appeared in the deep sea of the Pacific Ocean on Earth. This space slowly grew like a soap bubble. There was no seawater, air, or even the most basic particles in the space. It can be said that the space in the soap bubble was the real absolute vacuum. Soon, the space the size of a soap bubble turned into a bubble with a diameter of 2 meters. When its diameter reached 2 meters, it stopped expanding. If you can observe this bubble at this time, you will find that the surface of this bubble is overclocked and oscillating, but the amplitude of this oscillation is so small that the surrounding seawater cannot feel it. As the bubble oscillates, invisible ripples pass through the seawater, air, and matter, scanning the entire Earth. At this time, the most advanced equipment of mankind cannot detect this ripple, and humans have no reaction to this ripple. A few minutes later, a particle began to appear inside the bubble. This particle is different from all the particles discovered by human technology at present. When the particles inside the bubble formed a cloud of mist, these particles began to aggregate. Soon, a 1.5 meter long crystal scepter with 3-dimensional patterns inside appeared inside the bubble. The top of the scepter was a floating crystal ball. On the surface of the crystal ball, you could see the shape of the Earth's land and ocean. Around this floating crystal ball, there was another small crystal ball rotating around it. If you look closely, you will find that the large crystal ball is the Earth, and the small crystal ball is the Moon, and the rotation angle and speed of these two crystal balls are the same as the Earth and the Moon. There are 7 shining stars on the top of the scepter below the crystal ball. The 7 stars emit a lavender light imprinted on the top of the scepter, as if dragging the 2 crystal balls above to rotate. Below these 7 stars are several lines, one of which is the thickest, and the rest are 2 thinner and countless small ones. These lines spread to the bottom of the entire scepter and intersect. The entire scepter is covered with a 3-dimensional civilization formed by these lines. However, the lower the scepter is, the denser the lines become, intertwined and interwoven. When the entire scepter is formed, the bubbles disappear, leaving only the scepter suspended in the seawater. The faint light emitted by the scepter also blocks the approach of the seawater. Compared with the changes on Earth, the changes in the Oort cloud are much more drastic. In places that cannot be observed on Earth, countless interstellar gas masses, dust, meteorites, asteroids, and other materials in the Oort cloud suddenly gather in one direction, as if there is a black hole somewhere, madly devouring the materials in the Oort cloud. Because of this violent swallowing, an extremely huge vortex was formed in the entire Oort cloud. When the swallowing power disappeared, the surrounding interstellar air mass gradually spread outward, and a huge planet appeared in the place where the matter was swallowed madly just now. This planet has no atmosphere, but there is a thin film like a protective shield, which is very similar to a planet surrounded by a bubble. The interior of the planet is full of seawater, blue sky, white clouds, and trees. It can be said that apart from life, this planet is no different from the Earth. The most surprising thing is that there is a palace on the highest mountain of this planet. The gate of the palace is open, but when you look inside, you can't see anything, As if the interior of this palace does not exist. Boss, there is a super strong magnetic field change at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. At the moment when the scepter on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean was formed and the bubble disappeared, Shinkong detected the magnetic field change and immediately prompted. Scan there immediately. Xiang Qian heard Shinkong's prompt and immediately started fighting excitedly. Soon, the picture of the bottom of the Pacific Ocean appeared on the big screen. After Xiang Qian saw the scepter, his face immediately showed an excited expression. The civilized race scepter, this is the race scepter of mankind, finally appeared. Chapter 164. Shinkong blocked that sea area, and then sent biological weapons to take back the civilization race scepter. After Xiang Qian calmed down, he immediately said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." After Xiang Qian gave the order, he began to consider another problem. That is, should he bind the civilization race scepter himself, or give it to Lung Ning to bind? If the civilization race scepter of humans is important, of course it is important. But if you say it is not important, that's fine too. Why do I say that? Because the scepter of a civilization race is usually a symbol, just like the imperial seal of ancient times. It represents the highest power of a civilization. When signing a contract with an alien civilization race, only the contract imprinted on the scepter of the civilization race is valid. For example, if a race wants to submit to humans, then the other party surrenders directly, you will definitely not believe it. But if the other party sends someone with the scepter of the civilization race to express submission, then you can believe it. Because the oath imprinted on the scepter of the civilized race is protected by the rules of the universe. If the other party, after surrendering, still trips up humans and stabs humans in the back, then humans don't need to take action. The rules of the universe will directly destroy this race. In this regard, the scepter of the civilized race is very important. But apart from these functions, the scepter of the civilized race can only be placed at home for beauty. If you want to use the scepter of the civilized race to control all mankind, I'm sorry, the scepter of the civilized race does not have that function. This is like a peasant who got the imperial seal and said, "I am the emperor, and everyone must listen to me." This is something that only a brainless person would do. Without absolute power, the scepter of a civilized race is useless to humans except for being good-looking. On the contrary, when two races sign a treaty, they still need the scepter of a civilized race to sign the contract on behalf of humans. At this time, it is easy to be killed. So Xiang Qian was hesitating whether to bind the scepter of a civilized race. This thing is like a special weapon. Once it is bound, unless Xiang Qian dies, no one else can use the function of the civilization race scepter. Less than half an hour later, the biological weapon sent by Shinkong brought the civilization race scepter back and sent it to Xiang Qian's office. At this time, Xiang Qian had not yet considered it. When Xiang Qian saw the physical civilization race scepter, he bound it without saying anything. Who cares? At worst, I will never leave the Earth in the future. Even if I want to negotiate with humans, I have to come to the Earth. As Xiang Qian's genetic core power merged into the civilized race scepter, pieces of information were transmitted to Xiang Qian's mind. All this information was about the use of the civilized race scepter and what functions it had. Xiang Qian knew this information in his previous life, but some of it was the first time Xiang Qian knew it. The civilized race scepter could actually improve the ability of the evolver. Although the improvement was not exaggerated, it was still pretty good. In his previous life, he didn't even know that there was such news about the civilized race scepter. It seems that sometimes many memories are not necessarily correct. After Xiang Qian, who was selected, was bound to the civilization race scepter, he could already look up the blueprints of all the hidden technologies of the third-level civilization in his mind. In other words, Xiang Qian no longer needs to specialize in weapon design and manufacturing. He is omnipotent, and the genetic nuclear power consumed in manufacturing items will also be reduced a lot. This is the effect brought by the civilization race scepter. All the types of human evolutionist specializations will all be concentrated in the civilization race scepter. Xiang Qian's ability alone is equivalent to the research bonus of all evolutionists. He doesn't need to research it himself. As long as someone breaks through, he can share the results. But Xiang Qian wanted to slap himself twice. If he had known that the civilized race scepter had this function, he would not have bound it. What's the use of omnipotence? What he can make, others can also make. It just shows that he is a little more awesome. But if the civilized race scepter is bound to Zhang Ying, the effect will be different. Zhang Ying is a prophet, and the omnipotence item is useless to her. But reducing the consumption of genetic nuclear power when activating the ability is a miracle for her. Now when Zhang Ying is making simple predictions, she only consumes genetic nuclear power. But once she makes a long-term prediction, Her genetic nuclear power is not enough, and it will also consume her vitality. But if the civilized ray scepter is bound to her, the genetic nuclear power she consumes when making predictions will be reduced. That is equivalent to the prediction that originally required the consumption of vitality. Now it can be done directly by using genetic nuclear power. Is there any ability more amazing than this? But it was too late to say anything now. Xiang Qian couldn't commit suicide. He had to give the civilization ray scepter to Zhang Ying. This was the only way. After consuming the information from the civilization ray scepter, Xiang Qian carefully looked at the scepter in his hand. It's true that the current human civilization ray scepter is really different from what he remembered in his previous life. In his memory, the top of the civilization ray scepter in his previous life was not a model of the Earth, but the appearance of the Hope human mothership, and the stars that set off the Hope human mothership were not 7, but 3. After recalling the information from the civilization ray scepter, Xiang Qian knew what was going on. The Earth replaced the Hope human mothership because humans are now leaving the solar system with their mother planet, so humans are now considered an evolutionary civilization, not a wanderer civilization. Then of course, the Earth would be floating above the civilization ray scepter, not the Hope human mothership. As for why there are 4 more stars, it means that the human race potential is 4 levels higher than when they left the solar system on the Hope mothership in their previous life. Starry sky, showing the civilization ray scepter of the Lilan people. Xiang Qian suddenly remembered that he didn't know how many hearts the Lilan people's racial potential was. Soon, a simulated image of the Lilan people's racial scepter appeared on the screen. However, Xiang Qian was also a little confused after seeing the Lilan people's racial scepter. Because the top of the Lilan people's civilization ray scepter was not a planet or a warship, but a space city. Wait, it seems that the Lilan people have never left their home star system, so this space city must not represent the equipment they ride. In this case, there is only one possibility, that is, the racial symbol of the remaining civilization in this small universe is the base they built with eternal blue gold. After understanding this, Xiang Qian was no longer surprised. Looking at the racial potential of the Lilan people, a full 6 stars were imprinted there. A race with 6 stars of potential is indeed extraordinary. Although Xiang Qian did not know how the racial potential of this race was evaluated, he did not think that the current human beings had a stronger potential than the Lilan people. Think about the difference between the last life and now. There are mainly 4 aspects. The first is that humans have left the solar system with their home planet. The second is that the human population is large, and there are not many evolutionists. The third is that the technology level is different. When humans flew out of the solar system in the last life, they were still in the 2nd level civilization. The technology tree that humans have now is the late 3rd level civilization. Although it has not been thoroughly studied, the technology tree is there. Fourth, humans have a prophet named Zhang Ying. These 4 points are why humans are stronger than the humans in Xiang Qian's memory in his previous life. There is no change in other aspects. But there are 4 more stars in just 4 different places. Xiang Qian doesn't believe it. There must be a deeper evaluation standard for the potential of this civilization, but he just doesn't know it. After studying it over and over for more than an hour, Xiang Qian put down the ray scepter and asked Xingkong to put it next to the cabinet. Starry sky, display the star map currently scanned, and also display the position of the Earth. Xiang Qian said seriously. Okay, boss. Soon a giant star map appeared in Xiang Qian's office, basically occupying the office of more than 100 square meters. Xiang Qian zoomed in and out for a long time, as if he was looking for something, but he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Finally, he stopped speechlessly, and made a small USB flash drive. Starry sky, read the star map in this USB flash drive, find the position of the red dot, and calculate the distance between the Earth and that position. Xiang Qian made the USB flash drive, transferred the information passed to him by the civilization ray scepter into the USB flash drive, and then said to the starry sky. Soon, the star map changed, and a red dot appeared on the screen. Chapter 165. Xiang Qian was speechless when he looked at the star map on the screen. He had been looking for it for a long time, and had checked here, but he couldn't find it. Xingkong, scan this location to see if there are any changes here? Xiang Qian said, looking at the red dot in the Oort cloud. No changes. Xingkong replied quickly. Well, it was indeed covered up by the rules. If you don't go to that place, you can't find the planet at all. Change the direction of the Earth's advance, move toward the coordinates marked on the star map, and choose the most optimized route. Xiang Qian gave the order. As the Earth vibrated slightly, the gravity-generating device changed its position and started again, allowing the Earth's advance to move toward the coordinate position of the star map recorded in the ray scepter. According to the calculation of the starry sky, if you want to reach the location of that coordinate at the current speed of the Earth, it will take more than 3 years. Xiang Qian calculated according to the time of the new era, and the time to reach that coordinate location was exactly 15 years and a few months. That is to say, the Earth will be in a disaster outbreak for several months. After reaching this conclusion, Xiang Qian frowned. There was nothing he could do about it. Because according to the current speed of the Earth, if something happened on the way, it would be delayed and the time would be delayed. So it is meaningless to speed up. No matter how hard we rush, the Earth can't catch up with those months. Starry sky, have you finished collecting the cosmic data outside the top layer of the sun? After a while, Xiang Qian spoke. The collection has been completed, and the Earth is being protected from the space environment. The project is nearing completion. Xiang Qian nodded. He almost forgot about this matter. Fortunately, not everything on Earth depends on him alone, otherwise he would be too busy. Many things were proposed by him, and then done. As for the management of officials, Xiang Qian never intervened. There was no corruption or bribery at all. Under the surveillance of the starry sky, any transfer of funds cannot be hidden from the starry sky. If you want to embezzle, you must first settle the starry sky. As for paper currency transactions, I'm sorry, the Earth Federation does not have any paper currency now. All transactions are online. With the technological level of the third level civilization, humans have already realized the face scanning meal. Even if you don't bring anything, the owner of the restaurant or snack bar will scan it with a scanning device, and the system will automatically deduct the meal amount. Under such surveillance, if you still want to embezzle, don't even think about it, it's simply impossible. 2.5 months later, the Earth will leave the solar system. At this time, everyone stayed at home. There were no vehicles on the streets or in the sky. It can be said that everyone was hiding. The top leaders of the Earth Federation gathered together, and the people watched the live broadcast at home. Today is the day when the Earth officially leaves the solar system. Because it is unknown what unknown impact the cosmic void will have on the Earth, Xiang Qian ordered everyone to stay at home. At 9 a.m., the gravity-generating device stopped working, and the Earth had to rely on inertial kinetic energy to fly out of the solar top layer. The route of departure had been calculated long ago. There was no strong electromagnetic radiation in plasma matter, and it was a relatively calm place where the solar wind and interstellar matter came into contact. Outside the solar top layer, the hydrogen wall, where the interstellar matter and the solar wind were balanced, had also been punched with a big hole by the Fortress satellite in outer space. Except for some air masses that would cause friction with the Earth's atmosphere, it would not cause any impact on the Earth. At 9:20, the artificial sun was turned off, and the Earth suddenly fell into darkness. At this time on the Earth, you can see all kinds of magical scenes in the universe. There are vortex-shaped storms in many places on the top of the sun. These colorful storms hang in the starry sky like clouds, as if the Earth is in another world. Although the light emitted by these storms will not illuminate the entire Earth, it is much stronger than the light emitted by the moon. Starry sky, check the operation of the equipment of the Earth Orbit Defense Circle, and report the changes in space radiation. Xiang Qian saw that the Earth was about to reach the hydrogen wall hole, and said to the starry sky, "The gravity-generating device is operating normally, the Fortress satellite and orbital cannon satellite are operating normally, and the defense circle around the Earth's orbit is operating normally. The radiation value in space is strong and continues to increase. The number of neutrinos on the Earth's surface has increased dramatically, and the gamma-ray radiation value has reached the critical point that humans can bear. The magnetic layer of the atmosphere is being squeezed by the ionosphere under the influence of the solar wind and interstellar matter on the front and back sides, and the atmosphere is slowly thickening towards the front poles. The electromagnetic reaction of the ionosphere is intensifying, the temperature is rising, and it is affecting the mesosphere." Starry Sky quickly displayed the data on the big screen, and the public could also watch the data through live broadcast. Xiang Qian saw that the display color of these data was still all green, so he was not worried. If red data appeared, it would mean that it was already very dangerous. Green data means there is no problem, and it is still within the controllable range of humans. As the distance to the hydrogen wall gets closer and closer, the critical point of the collision between the solar wind and the interstellar matter is about to be reached. The values on the screen also began to change dramatically. Many values that were dark green just now have now turned light green. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light burst out from the sky of the northern hemisphere, illuminating the entire northern hemisphere sky. People should be happy to see the spectacular aurora, but at this time, no one can be happy. Fortunately, the real-time commentary of the starry sky immediately caught up and dispelled everyone's worries. According to the observation of the light camera equipment in space, the explosion of the super-large aurora was a large group of hydrogen gas hitting the atmosphere. The friction between the hydrogen gas group and the atmosphere produced such aurora covering the northern hemisphere. Sure enough, the entire Earth was enveloped in the aurora explosion. When the Earth reached the hydrogen wall, the entire sky of the Earth had turned into colorful stripes. No matter which direction you look from, you can see aurora hanging in the sky, entangled like ribbons. Equipment in the Earth Orbital Defense Circle A35, 62, 174, B11, 53, C28, 362, E51, 34 to 27, and other areas are damaged. Strong electromagnetic reactions and plasma state matter break through electronic equipment such as buffer circuits. At present, all these areas are paralyzed. In addition, there were 261 satellite launch failures, of which 53 satellites had fallen into the atmosphere and 21 had hit the Earth's orbital defense ring. As the hydrogen mass reacted with the atmosphere, the equipment in the Earth's near-Earth orbit began to malfunction. Show the state of the Earth's magnetic field. Xiang Qian did not take these losses to heart. Anyway, the current Earth's orbital defense ring must be replaced, so he took this opportunity to replace the equipment. Soon, a schematic diagram of the Earth's magnetic field changes appeared on the screen. From the screen, it can be seen that the Earth's magnetic field is being affected by the solar magnetic field and the chaotic interstellar magnetic field. The magnetic field that should have radiated outward has now been compressed into the range of the Earth's atmosphere. This can be seen from the fluctuations in the magnetic field lines. However, as the Earth passes through the hydrogen wall, the influence of the solar system's magnetic field on the Earth is slowly decreasing, and the chaotic interstellar magnetic field is beginning to become orderly. Alarm: the Earth's orbit is offset by 1.7 degrees. At this time, the starry sky suddenly sounded an alarm. Show the gravitational field around the Earth. Xiang Qian said immediately after hearing this alarm. When everyone saw the gravitational field diagram on the screen, they all took a deep breath. Because in this gravitational field diagram, the Earth is being attracted by a super strong gravitational force. If the gravitational field strength emitted by the Sun is 1, then the gravitational strength emitted by this celestial body, that is unknown how far away from the Earth, is 3. At the same time, there are at least 3 gravitational fields acting on the Earth that are stronger than the gravitational field emitted by the Sun. Starry Sky, scan the location of these 3 super strong gravitational forces. 10 minutes later, the scan results came out. 2 of the gravitational fields were emitted by stars with more than twice the mass of the Sun, and the strongest gravitational force was emitted by a newly formed black hole. Shinkong, how far is the black hole from us? Determine when the black hole was formed. Xiang Qian said seriously. The black hole is 67.3 light-years away from the Earth. It is estimated that the black hole was formed 49 to 51 years ago. After hearing Shinkong's words, everyone on the Earth was stunned. The black hole is 67.3 light-years away from the Earth, and the black hole was formed 49 to 51 years ago, which means that the energy of the supernova explosion that erupted when the black hole was formed has not yet reached the Earth. What kind of interstellar joke is this? With the current technological strength of the Earth, even if the energy emitted by the supernova explosion can be blocked, many devices will be damaged by various rays. At this time, everyone looked at Xiang Qian to see if he had any solution. Xiang Qian looked at the expressions of the crowd, smiled gently, and then said, "It's okay, this is a small problem. It will not have any impact on the Earth at all. But what about the equipment in space and the defense circle around the Earth's orbit? It's okay for everyone to hide in the underground base, but the creatures and plants on Earth." A vice president of the Academy of Sciences suddenly stood up and said, "It's okay. Neither the equipment in outer space nor the creatures on Earth will be affected. There's no need to think about these issues now. There will be answers in 3 years," Xiang Qian said confidently. Although he didn't say any solutions, everything Xiang Qian said and did has been realized. Out of trust in him, the top leaders of the Earth Federation, scientists and ordinary people are not worried about this problem. The reason why Xiang Qian said that there will be an answer in 3 years is that in 3 years, they will reach the location of the coordinates given by the civilization race scepter, and there will be equipment to solve these problems. Why is the Evolver civilization stronger than the Pioneer civilization and the Wanderer civilization? Having a mother star is one aspect, but also because the Evolver civilization will get more equipment than the other 2 civilizations in the civilization race hall. It can be said that in the initial stage, the Evolver civilization is ahead of the other two civilizations. In addition, the heritage and advantages in all aspects brought by the Mother Star are the fundamental reason for the strength of the Evolver civilization. Xiang Qian is now very curious about what the human novice gift package is. The novice gift package is a general term for the equipment in the civilization race hall. In the previous life, after humans arrived at the civilization race hall, they got the mothership curvature engine, energy core, and antimatter shield. All these equipment are used on spacecrafts. Because humans were a wanderer civilization at that time, they could only get these things. And a pioneer civilization that humans know, the equipment they got in the civilization race hall is much more powerful than that of humans as wanderers, including Planet Fortress level gravity curvature engine, Planet Fortress level core energy system, and antimatter fortress cannon. At the same time, they said that the pioneer civilization also wanted two alternative equipment. One was the Planet Fortress outer armor alloy production equipment, and the other was the fortress level antimatter shield, but after discussion, their civilization still chose the antimatter fortress cannon. From this, we can see that the gap between the wanderer civilization and the pioneer civilization is different in the new book gift package they get. And what kind of novice gift package the evolutionary civilization that surpasses these two civilizations will get is worth Xiang Qian's expectation. Because humans could not reach the Evolver civilization in their previous life, they did not know what equipment the Evolver 3 civilization could get, so now Xiang Qian only wanted to reach the civilization race hall as soon as possible. 7 hours later, the Earth slowly flew away from the hydrogen wall, and only then did the Earth truly leave the scope of the solar system. Now, except for the slight influence of the gravity of the solar system on the Earth, the remaining influence is basically negligible. Now people on Earth can only see a very bright star when they look at the sun, but there are stars brighter than the sun in the starry sky. The starry sky now has many more stars than the stars that the Earth can observe in the solar system. After the damaged Earth orbit defense circle and satellite fortress were repaired, the gravity-generating device was activated, and the Earth set out again, aiming at the civilization race hall in the Oort cloud. Chapter 166. The light of the human sun evaporates the ice floating in the Oort cloud. Even huge ice blocks with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers evaporate quickly under the illumination of the artificial sun. Within 800,000 kilometers around the Earth, there are no gaseous clouds or other cosmic dust. All these substances are blown away and evaporated by the light emitted by the artificial sun. Although the artificial sun is small, it can emit the same substances as stars, but the intensity is much different. Starry sky, haven't you scanned it yet? Xiang Qian said, looking at the big screen. Nothing has been found. Has the optical equipment not observed any suspicious asteroids? No, all asteroids within 30 million kilometers are fine. Then withdraw the fleet? Okay, boss. Xiang Qian pointed at the table with his fingers, closed his eyes, and recalled the memories in his mind. It's unscientific. In his memory, there is a battleship ruins in the Oort cloud. How could there not be one? He remembered this incident clearly. The remains of the gravitational collapse weapon were found in the ruins of the warship production factory in this relic. How come it is gone now? It is impossible that it was not found. Shinkong controlled 200 warships to search that location. Even the 10-centimeter large interstellar dust was not spared, but there was no trace. Xiang Qian thought for a long time, and could only attribute the disappearance of the relic to the change of rules. In the previous life, humans were a wanderer civilization, so they could get the items in this relic. Now humans are an evolutionary civilization, and the rules feel that humans don't need this thing, so the relic in memory didn't appear. Although this explanation has a self-consolation component, it's the only way to think about it now. Anyway, the foundation of human beings is much stronger now than in the previous life, so it doesn't matter whether we get the relic or not. It's been more than 3 months since the Earth entered the Oort cloud. Now the night sky of the Earth is full of stars, basically filling up the entire sky. These stars are not real stars at all, but asteroids in the Oort cloud. They appear in the night sky under the reflection of the artificial sun's light. Boss, the mining spacecraft sent back a communication that a giant asteroid was found 170 million kilometers ahead of the Earth's route, and there are buildings on that asteroid. These are the pictures and scanned images sent back by the mining spacecraft, and it is preliminarily determined that this is a relic of a prehistoric civilization. While Xiang Qian was thinking, Shinkong suddenly said. Xiang Qian opened his eyes, and after seeing the breakthrough on the screen, he instantly showed a ghostly expression on his face, as if he had seen something incredible. How could this relic appear here? Xiang Qian had already confirmed that the relic he asked Shinkong to find was the asteroid displayed on the screen now. This was the first asteroid relic that humans had come into contact with, so his memory was very deep, and he was able to confirm it immediately after seeing the picture on the screen. What's going on? Why did this relic appear here? Wait, in the previous life, the Hope mothership also discovered this relic when it was heading to the Temple of Civilized Races, and now the Earth is also discovering this relic when it is heading to the Temple of Civilized Races. That means the location of this relic is determined by the rules. The direction of the Hope mothership in the previous life and the direction of the Earth's current direction are two completely different lines, so this relic also changed its location. It's a good thing that it's waiting for humans on the way to the Temple of Civilized Races. This explains why Detong couldn't find the relic when he asked Shinkong to look for it in his memory, because the location where the relic appeared in this life was exactly the route of the Earth, and it would appear automatically without looking for it. Although the relic appeared, Xiang Qian couldn't be happy at all, because it meant that every action of the Earth was currently under surveillance, and Xiang Qian didn't know who the surveillance was. It could be the rules themselves, or it could be a level 9 civilization, or it could be many level 9 civilizations, which is not good news for humans. Regarding this kind of surveillance, Xiang Qian tends to think that there are many level 9 civilizations, and the disasters that occurred in the Milky Way are basically driven by these civilizations. Of course, this is all Xiang Qian's own guess. As for whether this guess is correct or not, Xiang Qian dare not guarantee it, but just say that there is such a possibility. After adjusting his mood, Xiang Qian no longer thinks about those problems that cannot be solved at all. What can he do if he knows it? He still has to do it according to the rules. Only when you are strong can you control your own destiny. No matter who controls the cosmic disaster every 120,000 years, it is useless for the Earth to know it with its current strength. There is no ability to resist it at all. Inform Zhao Ming to lead people to search this ruins and see if there are any usable equipment. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian looked at the ruins picture on the screen, as well as the scanned ruins structure diagram, all of which were the same as the ruins explored in the previous life. As for whether the information and equipment inside were the same, he didn't know. Who knows if those things will change according to the human becoming an evolutionary civilization. However, Xiang Qian was sure of one thing, that is, this ruins was not dangerous at all, so he let Zhao Ming lead the team to explore. In the previous life, humans knew many wanderer civilizations. The information obtained from all wanderer civilizations was that the first ruins were not dangerous, and they were just delivering equipment. But in the future, all the ruins will have defense systems inside, and it is not so easy to break through. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian dared to let Zhao Ming go. There is no danger, and it is just a waste of time. This kind of thing is just right for Zhao Ming, saving him from being bored in the office. Boss, General Zhao Ming sent a communication. Do you want to connect it? Connected. Qianbi, you are so nice. You know I am bored in the office, but you asked me to search for the ruins. Zhao Ming said with a big laugh. Xiang Qian rolled his eyes. He didn't know Zhao Ming well. Since he sent him a message, he must have something to ask him. What else do you want? Tell me. Xiang Qian said weakly. There is a small problem. That is, how many people should I take with me? I think the ruins are not small, and I guess there are a lot of good things in them. I was just planning to take 50,000 people, plus 200 warships, and 50 transport ships, but Shinkong refused to approve it, saying that I exceeded my authority. What if this ruins is dangerous? If there are 1.8 million monsters coming out of it, I will leave them there. So, you know? Zhao Ming said with a smile, and finally winked at Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian immediately felt a headache after hearing this, and looked at Zhao Ming speechlessly, and said, No, it's enough for you to take 500 people, 2 warships, 2 transport ships, and 10 small over-functional industrial mechas. These are the only people here. You can go or not. Don't. What if there is danger inside? 500 people are not enough to fill the gap, and I don't have many. Shinkong, help me contact Li. I go right away. It's just a relic. See how I can push it down. Zhao Ming saw Xiang Qian wanted to change people, and said immediately. After saying that, he hung up the communication, and took people to board the warship without saying anything. Xiang Qian really didn't know what to say to him. Even though Zhao Ming became a powerful general of the Federation, his personality had not changed at all. But after he became the actual controller of the Earth, the only person who could joke with him, and dared to joke with him was Zhao Ming. Even Zhang Lei and the others, although Xiang Qian still called them Brother Lei in private, they acted like subordinates. So many times when they were with him, not only Xiang Qian felt uncomfortable, but Zhang Lei and the others were probably the same. Only when talking to Zhao Ming could Xiang Qian find the feeling he had before. For Xiang Qian, who had lived for 500 years in his 2 lives, it was the best thing to find the feeling he had a long time ago. In his previous life, after he became a top black technology controller, he didn't have many friends, and he didn't have time to make friends at that time. At that time, humans were like stray dogs, and they had to calculate how many resources were left on the mothership every day, how far away the enemy was from them, and whether there were any relics around. At that time, people lived very hard, and as a top black technology controller, it was even harder. Although he ate better than ordinary people and enjoyed more resources than ordinary people, he also paid dozens of times more than ordinary people. Even though he has lived for hundreds of years, at least 90% of his time has been spent in the laboratory, and all the people he knows are scientists and masters of black technology. After he became the most powerful person on Earth and the actual controller of the Earth Federation in this life, all his friends in his previous life were arranged by him better. But the friendship between them could not be found again, because he was not at the same level as them now, and even if they met, that feeling was gone. One day later, Xingkong suddenly reminded that Zhao Ming and the 500 people he led had lost contact with the warship outside the ruins. After listening, Xiang Qian nodded and didn't care. He had known about this for a long time, which was why he didn't send clones. All the signals inside the ruins were blocked, and of course there was no signal, so clones couldn't be used. 2 hours later, Zhao Ming's message arrived, and he asked Xiang Qian why he didn't send people to look for him when he lost the signal. As a result, Xiang Qian said, "There is no danger in the ruins. What is there to find?" He was hit hard. He just replied, "You are so cruel," and ran to explore the ruins again. 7 days later, the Earth had surpassed the asteroid where the ruins were located, and Zhao Qian rushed back to Earth with a lot of excavated items. As for the items excavated from the ruins, the only valuable one was the incomplete gravity collapse weapon, and the rest were all rubbish. This was a big blow to Zhao Ming, who had filled a transport spaceship. He shouted that he would never go to the ruins again next time there were ruins. It was not fun at all. Xiang Qian saw the effect he wanted to achieve, and he was secretly happy in the office. In his previous life, Zhao Ming died while exploring the ruins. With Zhao Ming's personality, if he really didn't let Zhao Ming explore the ruins, he could keep him on Earth, but Zhao Ming would definitely be unhappy if he did that. So he came up with this idea, to make Zhao Ming dislike exploring the ruins, and then he would naturally not go. Time passed slowly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, the scientific theory level of the Earth has reached the late stage of the third-level civilization, and the industrial base has also reached the middle stage of the third-level civilization. This is the case when everything is fully understood, and there is no danger of technological discontinuity. While interpreting the information left by the Leland people, the technology tree of mankind itself is also developing. While taking into account the third-level civilization technology system of the Leland people, the development of mankind itself has no direction. After all, the technology developed by a race itself is the most suitable for itself. Except for scientific theories that can be used directly, other things can only be used as reference, not plagiarism. At this time, the moon's energy reserves have been consumed by 1/3. After all, the energy consumed by the Earth's orbital defense circle and fortress satellites is all mined on the moon, and there are also 2 super energy consuming devices, the gravity generator and the artificial sun. The energy on the moon, which is said to be enough for humans to use for hundreds of thousands of years, has been consumed by 1/3 in just a few years. Of course, if humans still use energy like those in the 21st century, the resources on the moon will definitely be enough for humans to consume for hundreds of thousands of years. The level of civilization also represents the consumption of energy and resources. The energy and resources consumed by the Earth in the past 3 years are not as much as the consumption of humans in the past 3 years, even if the thousands of years of human history are added together. The consumption of energy and resources also represents the improvement of the race's strength. Now there are 3 defense circles around the Earth's orbit in the outer space of the Earth. The resources consumed by these 3 defense circles are astronomical figures, not to mention the dense fortress satellites in the space between 500,000 kilometers from the Earth to the Earth's atmosphere. It can be said that the entire Earth is now a hedgehog. If the firepower points deployed in outer space of the Earth attack at the same time, the energy consumed will be enough for the Earth's human beings to use for hundreds of years. Now the Earth is still 62.7 billion kilometers away from the location of the Temple of Civilization, which is 418 astronomical units. Even at the speed of light, it will take nearly an hour to run. And at the current speed of the Earth, it will take several months to reach. But at this time, it is already the 15th year since the beginning of the new era. The comets, asteroids and meteorites in the Oort cloud have also begun to riot under the influence of mysterious forces, and the Earth is about to be hit by another disaster. Chapter 167. Countless comets and interstellar matter in the Oort cloud collided with each other like crazy. The Oort cloud, which was as calm as a lake, seemed to have welcomed a rainstorm, and the waves on the lake's surface splashed and collided with each other. A meteorite hit an asteroid, and the asteroid changed its trajectory and hit another larger asteroid. Countless meteorites and asteroids bounced back and forth like ping-pong balls. And these countless meteorites without trajectories, and spinning around each other began to affect the Earth's forward route. At this time, it is meaningless to clear the meteorites and asteroids in orbit, because a larger asteroid will rush to the Earth in the next second. So at this time, the Earth can only attack and smash any asteroids and meteorites that threaten the Earth. The defense circle and fortress satellites around the Earth orbit, under the control of the fire control radar, openly monitor the countless asteroids rushing to the Earth. Every second, countless lasers are fired, and the entire Earth is like a hedgehog, attacking the asteroids rushing towards it in 360 degrees without blind spots. The number 17 gravity generator was hit by asteroid fragments, and the internal electronic components were damaged and could not work properly. Please replace them immediately. Immediately calculate the route to the number 17 gravity generator and transport it from the space warehouse. The number 11 energy battery of the number 29 gravity generator is exhausted. Please replace the energy battery immediately. Start the internal backup energy of the gravity mode device and replace it immediately. If the muzzle of the satellite's main gun on number 779 is deformed. In the command hall of the Earth Federation military, countless reminders sounded, and all staff members worked in 4 shifts 24 hours a day. Even so, many people could not hold on any longer. This was still because the automatic processing mechanism of the starry sky was helping the staff, otherwise the gravity-generating device in space would have been scrapped 3 months ago. Xiang Qian was in the middle of the command hall, watching the busy staff, and then looking at the big screen, frowning tightly. Shinkong, how much energy do we have left? Xiang Qian asked in a low voice. Less than 20%. Can mining on the moon keep up? Mining is fine, the problem is that transportation can't keep up. Each transport ship will affect the attack efficiency when transporting supplies. If too many transport ships are sent at the same time, the asteroid debris will break through the defense circle and cause greater damage to the equipment inside the defense circle. What about using wireless energy transmission to replenish energy? The loss is too great, and the replenishment cannot keep up with the consumption. Send warships to make up for the firepower gap caused by the transport spacecraft operation, and make every effort to mine lunar materials. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian rubbed his eyebrows. Now he knew why there was a saying that wars are fought with logistics. Now the Earth is facing the bombardment of countless asteroids, meteorites, and comets. It has persisted for more than 4 months, and the Earth has not been attacked at all. It can be said that no asteroid debris can break through the defense circle around the Earth's orbit, let alone break through the atmosphere and fall to the surface. However, with this brilliant record, the consumption of resources can be said to be astronomical. The 4-month battle consumed 60% of the Earth's material reserves, of which energy consumption reached 80%, and it seemed that it was about to run out. Originally, Xiang Qian wanted to equip all fortress satellites with electromagnetic shields, so that those asteroids with a size of more than 10 centimeters would not need to be considered. But after Shinkong calculated the energy required to do so, Xiang Qian stopped talking. Because it is not realistic at all, and the energy consumption cannot keep up. Imagine if more than 160,800 meter-sized fortress satellites were all equipped with electromagnetic shields, and then turned on 24 hours a day, they would have to be turned on for nearly 7 months. How much energy would that require? The final result is that unless the moon is hollowed out, the Earth simply does not have that much energy. There are now nearly 250,000 firepower points in outer space, and the continuous attacks for more than 4 months have almost exhausted the Earth's energy reserves. If we don't speed up the mining of energy, in less than 2 months, the firepower points in outer space will be silenced, and then the Earth will be ready to be smashed into honeycomb coal. However, the current situation is not too bad. As long as the logistical supply on the Earth can keep up, it is still no problem to hold on until reaching the Temple of Civilized Races. At the current speed, it is still 82 days away from reaching the Temple of Civilized Races. As long as the gravity-generating device can be guaranteed not to have any problems, the Earth can keep this speed. An asteroid with a diameter of 17 kilometers 37 million kilometers away has changed the rules after being hit. Its target is exactly the Earth's route, and needs to be destroyed immediately. Scan the internal structure of the asteroid, determine the attack position, and launch. Immediately launch 10 nuclear bombs, with a TNT equivalent of 1 billion tons. Xiang Qian heard the conversation of the operators below and said immediately, "Understood." 10 super-large nuclear bombs were launched in an instant. These nuclear bombs shuttled among countless meteorites and asteroids, like fish, avoiding these meteorites. But even so, for nuclear bombs were hit by asteroid debris of more than 10 centimeters in size during the advance and had to stop halfway. Fortunately, these nuclear warheads are specially manufactured and will not explode even if hit by asteroid debris. They will only explode after receiving orders. Based on the principle of waste utilization, after the other nuclear warheads are farther away, Shinkung immediately detonates these nuclear warheads. Instantly, light comparable to the light of stars exploded in the orbit in front of the Earth. The power of the nuclear warhead explosion, with a TNT equivalent of more than 1 billion tons, is terrible. Instantly, all the small meteorites and asteroids within tens of thousands of kilometers around them are affected by the nuclear explosion and ejected by the shock wave. When the light disappeared, the route ahead of the Earth suddenly became much clearer, at least within a few 100,000 kilometers. 8 hours later, the giant asteroid was detonated, and the debris was ejected in pieces. Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief when the giant asteroid was blown up. He was not afraid of other things, such as those large meteorites of hundreds or thousands of meters, or asteroids of a few kilometers, which did not pose much threat to the Earth, because such asteroids were only a matter of 1 or 2 shots for the Fortress satellites, and they could definitely be blown up before they entered the defense circle. However, asteroids of tens of kilometers are not something that can be dealt with by Fortress satellites. If these giant asteroids enter the range of 1 million kilometers of the Earth, they will definitely cause great damage to the Earth's defense circle, and may even hit the atmosphere. 1 month later, the Earth's material reserves dropped to the dangerous warning line of 20%, and the energy reserves were 15%. At this time, it was 51 days away from the Hall of Civilization. 2 months later, the Earth's material reserves were only 13%, and the energy reserves were 7.2%. At this time, it was 21 days away from the Hall of Civilization. 2 months and 20 days later, the Earth's material reserves were only 5.3%, and its energy reserves were only 0.7%. It was still 19 hours away from the Palace of Civilization. Starry sky, how many Fortress satellites are left? Xiang Qian said weakly with dark circles under his eyes. He had not slept for 39 hours. There are still 135,200 left. Now all these Fortress satellites have been mobilized around the gravity-generating device to ensure that there are no problems with the gravity-generating device. Can the energy of these Fortress satellites last for 23 hours? 37% can, and the remaining energy of the Fortress satellites will be consumed within 23 hours. Give up attacking meteorites below 1 meter, and let them hit the atmosphere. The Earth Orbit Defense Circle attacks those meteorites that threaten them, or whose orbits can hit the Earth. When the number of Fortress satellites is less than 50%, send all warships for defense. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said to the starry sky, "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian glanced at the big screen a few more times, thinking that as long as there were no problems with this arrangement, it should last for 23 hours. 10 minutes later, Xiang Qian leaned on the chair and fell asleep. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Xiang Qian slept for 11 hours. When he woke up, he found himself in the rest room of the office. "Shinkung, how long have I slept?" "Boss, you slept for 11 hours and 17 minutes. Xiang Qian got up immediately after hearing this. Although he washed his face with cold water to wake himself up, he ran back to the command hall. "Shinkung, how much energy is left now?" Xiang Qian asked hurriedly. "There is still 0.5% left. Don't use these energy reserves anymore. At the same time, adjust the power of the gravity generator to the maximum. Don't worry about the loss, and start overload work. Dispatch all warships to help with defense," Xiang Qian said hurriedly after listening. "Okay, boss." Only then did Xiang Qian have time to look at the big screen, but what made him more concerned was that the operators below seemed to have desperate expressions on their faces. "Come on, everyone. There are only a few hours left. You must hold on," Xiang Qian said loudly to the people below. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, many people showed strange expressions on their faces. Finally, a young man bit his tongue and said, "Chairman Xiang, I am not questioning you, But there is no way out ahead. Now we are still in the middle of the Oort cloud. It will take more than 2 years to leave the Oort cloud. But now we can't even hold on for 2 days, let alone 2 years. Are we? What nonsense are you talking about? Who told you to avoid this crisis and leave the Oort cloud? Now there is a natural refuge more than 60 million kilometers ahead of the Earth. We will be safe there, Xiang Qian said loudly. Chapter 168. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, the observer immediately observed the location. As a result, there was nothing but a mess of meteorites and asteroids. The expression on his face suddenly became extremely strange. Even the face changing in Sichuan was not as complicated as his expression now. The people next to him also saw the observer's expression, and also saw the scene displayed on the screen. The next second, they seemed to understand something, and their expressions changed. Don't think that the scanning equipment is omnipotent. Some places cannot be found by equipment alone. Everyone will know when the time comes. Now cheer up. Xiang Qian looked at the observer's movements and continued. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, and seeing the confident expression on his face, everyone also had hope. 5 hours later, 50% of the fortress satellites began to misfire, and many places around the Earth's orbital defense circle were pierced by meteorites, which looked extremely miserable. 7 hours later, the gravity-generating device was completely dead due to overload, and the Earth was completely relying on the last kinetic energy to move forward. At this time, Xiang Qian also clenched his fists. He called back all the warships to retreat to the Earth's orbital defense circle, no longer protecting the gravity-generating device, only protecting the Earth's atmosphere. Starry Sky, how far is it from the Palace of Civilization Races now? Xiang Qian asked, looking at the big screen. 5.2 million kilometers. It's almost there. 10 minutes later, the picture on the big screen suddenly turned into a huge planet, and all the surrounding asteroids and meteorites disappeared. From the perspective of the universe, the Earth seemed to have disappeared for no reason. Seeing the planet on the big screen that looked very much like the Earth, Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he dared to overload the gravity-generating device was that he had calculated the distance covered by the outer periphery of the Palace of Civilization Races. At this time, the staff in the command hall were also shocked. This was a time travel, taking all the Earth with him. Everyone subconsciously looked at Xiang Qian, who was smiling, and then remembered what Xiang Qian had said a few hours ago. At this time, the observer subconsciously scanned the planet, but what made him collapse was that the scanning equipment did not reflect the existence of the planet in front of him. He did not believe in evil, and immediately changed more than a dozen scanning methods to scan the planet in front of him. Unfortunately, except for optical equipment, no equipment could capture the planet. The feedback from the scanning device was that there was nothing in front of him, nothing at all, more vacuum than a vacuum. When this result came out, he felt like he had seen a ghost. At this time, someone suddenly screamed, "Oh no, the gravitational device is worn out, the Earth can't slow down, we hit it. Woo-woo. It's over." After hearing what the staff member said, everyone was also dumbfounded. Is this the feeling of going from heaven to hell? Don't worry, you won't hit it. If you can hit it, you are very capable. If you don't believe me, scan it and see if there is anything in front of you, Xiang Qian said with a smile after listening. No response, except for the light device, no equipment can scan the planet in front of you. The observer said immediately. That's right, it can't be scanned, the universe is so big that many things cannot be explained. For example, the planet in front of us is real, but you can't find any trace of the existence of this planet by other methods except seeing it. And you haven't discovered yet, there is no sun in this space, but the light is constant, so where does the light come from? Xiang Qian said with a smile. Then should we collect some data here, or send a spacecraft to explore some planet? It's up to you. Actually, you can go back to sleep now, because no matter what method you use, you can't get any data about this planet. As for sending a spacecraft to this planet, it is simply impossible. As for why, you will know after the Earth stops. Okay, let's disband. If you want to study, you can stay and study. If you don't want to study, go home and sleep. Xiang Qian left the command hall after saying this. The reason why Xiang Qian was so sure was that when he arrived here in his previous life, the Hope Human Mothership had conducted a very careful investigation here. But in the end, no conclusion was drawn, and no discovery was made. The only discovery was that no matter how fast an object rushed towards this planet, it would stop instantly when it was 1 million kilometers away from this planet. Moreover, the kinetic energy that disappeared in that instant could not be discovered by people. If the instrument did not show that the spacecraft had stopped, the pilot would not have known it. At the same time, there are many magical things in this space, but with the current level of human technology, the essence of these phenomena cannot be touched at all. Because these phenomena are fundamentally against the rules of physics, if they are studied too much, they may go crazy. After Xiang Qian left, a large group of staff looked at each other in confusion, wanting to see each other's decision. But after a while, most people chose to leave. They are not scientists, so they have nothing to do to study these things. As for the rest of those who don't believe in it, they are destined to bang their heads against the wall. Xiang Qian went straight back to the office, and the ray scepter at this time began to emit a faint light. Xingkong, tell my mother to cook a meal. I will go home to eat immediately. Xiang Qian picked up the ray scepter and said to Xingkong, and then walked out of the room. Along the way, Xiang Qian saw everyone running around and expressing their joy to each other, but when they saw Xiang Qian walking by with the ray scepter, everyone was stunned. Hello, Chairman Xiang. Good. Xiang Qian greeted everyone along the way and nodded with a smile. But after a while, he found that he was meeting more and more people. Normally, he shouldn't have met so many people, and everyone looked at him strangely. Xingkong, what are they saying about me behind my back? Xiang Qian asked after he walked out of the office building. Boss, they are discussing whether you are going to roleplay or become a charlatan. Xingkong said calmly. Oh my god. Xiang Qian held it in for a long time before finally saying something. He was speechless. After returning home and eating, Xiang Qian went to sleep again. At noon the next day, the Earth had completely stopped. At this time, it was still 1 million kilometers away from the star. Xingkong, after I leave, let them arrange for people to repair all the damaged fortress satellites, and at the same time mine the resources on the moon and replenish the war reserve warehouse. Xiang Qian said to Xingkong, while holding the ray scepter. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian closed his eyes, and silently said teleport in his heart. The next second, his figure disappeared in the room. Xiang Qian felt a warm breeze blowing. When he opened his eyes, the scenery in front of him turned into a majestic and huge palace. Dozens of crystal pillars with a diameter of 10 meters were lined up on both sides of the palace entrance. All the crystal pillars were branded with countless patterns. Civilization Race Hall, here I come. After Xiang Qian looked around, he strode into the door of the Civilization Race Hall. Chapter 169. It is indeed different. The Evolver civilization is indeed not comparable to the other two civilizations. Xiang Qian looked at the several round platforms in the center of the hall, his heart full of enthusiasm. Click! Click! Xiang Qian quickened his pace and walked to the front of the round platform on the far left, looking at the introduction with expectation. Planetary Gravitational Engine, a power engine suitable for all planets except stars, giant stars, neutron stars, white dwarfs, black holes, and other extreme celestial bodies. The maximum speed is 100 times the speed of light, and the normal navigation speed is 30,000 kilometers per second. It was just a simple line of words, without any fancy introduction, but when Xiang Qian finished reading it, he trembled all over, panting and wishing he could get this planet-level gravity engine right away. This is the gravity engine that the Earth needs. What is the concept of 100 times the speed of light? That is more than 30 million kilometers per second. It can be said that with this planet-level gravity engine, even the speed of light will be left behind the Earth. Although Xiang Qian also knew that this 100 times the speed of light was only the maximum value, and the requirements for use would be very harsh, but as long as he had this trump card, even if the Earth was in a desperate situation, he could still rise to heaven with this engine, which was inherently invincible. Xiang Qian wanted to take action immediately, but he thought that there were several round platforms nearby, and the things on them should not be much worse than this planet-level gravity engine. Xiang Qian turned his head and walked towards the round platform next to him. Stay calm. Stay calm, Xiang Qian hinted to himself while forcing his feet to move. Atmosphere Shield, applicable to any planet with atmosphere, protection level 6, main defense types kinetic weapons, energy weapons, gravity weapons, antimatter weapons. The shield can expand as the mass of the planet increases. Suck. I will bear it. I will bear it again. Xiang Qian was excited again after reading the introduction. But thinking about the round platforms next to him, he could only grit his teeth and continue to turn around. Although Xiang Qian had never heard of the atmosphere shield, he knew the universal shield level in the universe. The level 6 shield represented the ability to defend against the attack of level 6 civilization technology weapons. What is the concept of level 6 civilization? It is an existence that cannot be imagined. Even if the technology of level 6 civilization is studied by humans now, it is like listening to the Book of Heaven, and it is completely incomprehensible. The difference of one level in civilization is a world of difference, let alone a difference of more than 3 levels. With this atmospheric shield, the Earth can walk sideways. If you don't like someone, you don't need to attack them. You can just hit the Earth directly, and crush them directly. At this time, he wanted to cry. In the previous life, the Earth became a wanderer civilization. After reaching the Hall of Civilized Races, it had no choice at all. It could only leave with those 3 things. Even so, the humans at that time were very happy. Later, when they knew what the pioneer civilization had obtained, humans envied them. At the same time, they also felt that humans had the right to choose, but humans did not. They were really envious and jealous. But now Xiang Qian's idea is different, that is, he wishes there were only 3 things in this civilized race hall, so after he finished reading, he would not be entangled in how to choose. Space constant device. Suitable for any planet with a diameter less than 1.5 million kilometers except for extreme celestial bodies. It can fix the planet as the core as the origin, and the space size within 1.5 million kilometers can be automatically adjusted. The constant space moves with the movement of the planet, and belongs to the extension of the planet itself. After the space constant device is turned on, there is no space interference device, and it is impossible to move inside the constant space. After reading this introduction, Xiang Qian felt that this thing was awesome, but he didn't know where it was awesome. This is a map cannon-like device that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. What's the use of it after it's turned on? Is this the legendary killing skill that you can't hit me, and I can't hit you, which is completely used to attract hatred? However, Xiang Qian had never even heard of such an awesome thing as space constant, let alone the principle. He couldn't even think of it. This is the difference in civilization level. After thinking for a while, Xiang Qian stopped studying this thing, and continued to walk to the next round table. Planet-level gravity balance equipment, applicable to any planet outside the extreme celestial body, adjust the planet's gravitational field, increase and decrease the planet's gravity, shield the planet's gravity. The gravity adjustment function is related to the mass of the planet, and the maximum adjustment ratio cannot exceed 10,000 times. Okay, Xiang Qian once again admitted that he didn't know what benefits this thing would bring to the Earth. Even if the gravity of the Earth is increased tenfold to improve the physical fitness of human beings, or the gravity of the Earth is reduced tenfold, experience the feeling of jumping more than 10 meters high. What else can it be used for? If the Earth's gravity is blocked, how can the planetary gravity engine work? Xiang Qian shook his head speechlessly. It can't be said that this thing is bad, but he can't think of how to use these 2 things. On the next round platform, Xiang Qian finally saw something good. Planetary energy core device. Instantaneous output power is 8,000 megawatts. Energy replenishment requires positive matter, and the wireless energy transmission distance is 5 million kilometers. This is a must. After reading it, Xiang Qian made up his mind that this planetary energy core device is a must. You can lack anything in interstellar travel, but you can't lack energy. If there is this planet-level energy core on the way to the Temple of Civilization, the Earth will not suffer any damage at all. It can rush and recklessly, and the defense circle around the Earth's orbit and the fortress satellite will not be silenced due to lack of energy. Moreover, the replenishment of this planet-level energy core device only requires positive matter, which means that as long as it is positive matter, it can be converted into energy, which means that the replenishment of energy does not necessarily require nuclear fusion materials such as deuterium and tritium. Even soil and ore can all be used to transform into energy. This is the true energy equals matter. One quota has been used up. Xiang Qian excitedly walked to the next round platform. Planetary ecological transformation equipment components. Transform any planet except extreme planets into a planet suitable for human habitation. The transformation time is 5 years. Crazy. There are such things. This is too crazy. Transforming planets suitable for human habitation. This function is really too important. If humans want to develop, they must replenish the population, but the Earth is limited. If we wait until a few hundred years later, the human population will exceed 100 billion, then the Earth will really not be enough to live. But with the level of human technology, can we transform a planet suitable for human habitation in a few hundred years? The answer is no. Unless we find a planet very similar to the Earth, it is impossible to transform a planet with the current technology of the Earth, even in a few hundred years. Xiang Qian really wants to choose this device, but it is not important to the Earth at present, but it is very important for the future development of the Earth. But without the present, there is no future. Now humans cannot say that there is no danger at all. If we choose this thing, the Earth will be in danger now. Xiang Qian secretly sighed. What a pity. He walked towards the last round platform. Planet-level fortress gravity cannon. One shot destroys a planet. It was just a one-sentence introduction, but it was extremely domineering. One shot destroyed a planet. This was against the will of heaven. For Xiang Qian, who specialized in weapon design, what could be more attractive than such a domineering weapon? But now his heart was bleeding. Although this domineering weapon was good, the Earth could not afford it at present. It was estimated that if he wanted to fire a shot, it might not be enough to convert the entire moon into energy. Although it is a big killer, so big that it can move sideways as long as it is fully charged, Xiang Qian still cannot choose it. After a while, Xiang Qian turned back one by one. When he walked in front of the planetary gravity engine, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and chose to teleport back to Earth. For such a big thing, he had to go back and think about it carefully, and then discuss it with experts. Each of these devices is extremely important to the Earth, but humans can only choose 3, so they must make a choice. The next second, Xiang Qian's figure disappeared inside the civilized race hall, and returned to the bedroom, where he teleported. Chapter 170. Shinkong, call all the academicians of the Federal Academy of Sciences to the Federal Conference, Hall Number 1 for a meeting. Oh, call Zhang as well. Xiang Qian had just teleported to the bedroom, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he said to Shinkong, Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he took the ray scepter and left the bedroom. After drinking a sip of water, he hurried to the federal government building. When Xiang Qian arrived at the conference hall number 1, many scientists were still coming, and there were only a few dozen people in the conference hall. Shinkong, notify the scientists, who haven't left yet, to leave immediately, and open a special route for them to come. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong immediately, when he saw that only a few dozen people had arrived. He knew that many scientists did not care about anything when they were doing experiments. Not to mention his orders, they couldn't be pulled away even if someone put a knife to their necks. Fortunately, there were only a few people like this, otherwise it would be a mess. Finally, half an hour later, everyone was there. Okay, today I have something for you to analyze. I just went to the Hall of Civilizations, where there are several optional devices, each of which will bring about earth-shaking changes to the Earth, but unfortunately, we can only choose 3 of them. So I need everyone to come and help refer to which devices are most needed by the Earth at present, and which devices can be left out. Why can only 3 be selected? No reason, this is limited by the rules. Okay, everyone listen to me. These devices are planet-level gravity engines, and their functions are planet-level fortress gravity cannons, and their function is to destroy a planet with one shot. Xiang Qian looked at the scientist, who asked the question speechlessly. If they could take them with them, he would have taken them away. Why would you tell him? After Xiang Qian finished talking about the functions of these devices, the scientists below were dumbfounded. At the beginning, they were still full of shock and incredible expressions. When they heard about the planet-level fortress gravity cannon, they were numb. They all sat there blankly, not knowing what they were thinking. Xiang Qian doubted whether they had listened at all. After a while, someone finally spoke up. The planetary energy core device must be selected. With it, the energy problem of the Earth will be solved. The atmospheric shield must also be selected. With such a powerful shield, the Earth will not be attacked at all, and it will be truly safe. Another person said. The planetary gravity engine must also be selected. Everyone knows what 100 times the speed of light means. With such a speed, any weapon can hit the Earth, and there will be no need for an atmospheric shield at that time. No, among these devices, the space constant device is the most technologically advanced. Whether it is gravity, antimatter or other technologies, we have guesses and can see and touch them. But we don't know what the principle of the space constant device is, and how to fix the space. So I think the space constant device is the most important. I object. When the first person spoke, the audience immediately became chaotic, and said all kinds of things. Some raised questions about the technical direction, and some raised questions about the current situation of the Earth. Anyway, they were arguing. Seeing this, Xiang Qian immediately slapped the table with his hand and said, Stop, you may have misunderstood. The maximum speed is 100 times the speed of light, and the normal navigation speed is 30,000 kilometers per second. This is indeed the data of the planetary gravity engine, but I have to remind everyone that we humans cannot yet fully utilize the power of this engine. Let me give you an example. If we take today's cars, and go back to ancient times, the maximum speed of cars is 300 kilometers per hour, and the average speed is 120 kilometers per hour. But did we have asphalt roads in ancient times? Did we have number 97 gasoline in ancient times? Did people in ancient times know how to drive? Don't think that I look down on you by comparing humans to ancient people, because the gap between these devices and our civilization level is much greater than the gap between us and ancient people. 100 times the speed of light is very fast, but have you ever thought about what would happen if the Earth hit a planet at a speed of 100 times the speed of light? And can the structure of the Earth withstand such a high speed? The progress of civilization level is an overall technological advancement. It is impossible for the Earth to reach a speed of 100 times the speed of light with the gravity engine of this planet. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, many scientists calmed down. In fact, it is not surprising that these scientists are excited. In the previous life, humans were more excited than scientists now after getting those 3 devices. As a result, when testing the antimatter shield, almost all the energy transmission lines of the Hope mothership were burned out. Why? It was because the mothership's energy core had too much power output instantly, and the antimatter shield required even more energy, which directly caused the energy circuit made of room temperature superconductors to be pierced by the pure energy particle flow output by the core, causing the entire circuit to melt. Even when humans perished in the previous life, the Hope did not use the functions of the 3 equipment in the Temple of Civilization. The power of the energy core system has been hovering between 3.5% and 5%. No matter how strong the energy output power is, it is impossible to produce it with the technological level of humans in the late stage of the 3rd level civilization at that time. That's why Xiang Qian was very excited but still rational when he saw the planet-level fortress gravity cannon, because he knew that even if this thing was set up on the Earth, humans would not be able to exert its power. At this time, many scientists began to study the Earth's bearing capacity, and soon came to a conclusion. That is, using a planet-level gravity engine, let alone 100 times the speed of light, even the normal travel speed of 1/10 of the speed of light, the structure of the Earth cannot withstand it. If we force the speed to be that high, the Earth will disintegrate in the universe. As soon as this result came out, everyone calmed down immediately and began to discuss which equipment to choose. If we turn on the space constant device when using the planetary gravity engine, can we solve the problem of the Earth's inability to speed up? After a while, someone suddenly spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire conference hall fell silent, and everyone began to think about the feasibility of this. From the explanation of the space constant device, it is to restrict the disclosure within a certain range. As for how it is restricted, no one knows. Now the Earth does not even have a theoretical idea about this. However, according to the introduction of the space constant device, as long as a space is constant, the material form between that space will not change. If this is the case, after the planetary gravity engine is turned on, the problem of the Earth disintegrating due to structural, gravitational pressure and other problems will be solved. Xiang Qian immediately closed his eyes and started thinking after hearing this. Yes, he had been thinking about which equipment was good and which equipment had shortcomings. But he had never thought about using several equipment together. He was just thinking about how to make up for the current shortcomings of the Earth. Planetary energy core device plus planetary gravity engine plus space constant device equals can only escape. Such a combination has no development potential except for the ability to escape. If you can only run when you meet an opponent, what else can you do? How can humans make some pioneers and wanderers surrender and become subordinate races of humans in the future? Moreover, in the future civilization race war, the problem cannot be solved by running away, and military force is required, so the combination of these 3 devices is not acceptable. However, this idea gave Xiang Qian a lot of inspiration. If this combination does not work, then change to the next one. Planetary energy core device plus atmospheric protection shield plus planetary fortress gravity cannon equals turret. Such a combination is absolutely fierce in attack and defense, but it has no mobility at all. If you are surrounded by a dozen planetary fortresses of pioneer civilizations, you can't run away. When the energy reserves are completely consumed, they can only wait to die as targets. But in order to make the Earth mobile, it is necessary to choose a planetary gravity engine, but how to solve its disadvantages is really a headache. However, when Xiang Qian saw Zhang Ying sitting next to him eating snacks, he immediately had an idea. Chapter 171. If we can't try these devices, no one can tell what problems will occur when the 3 devices are combined. But once it is determined, Zhang Ying can make a prediction first, and then all the disadvantages will be clear. The space constant device can indeed prevent the Earth from disintegrating due to excessive speed, but it seems a bit wasteful to choose the space constant device just to exert the speed of the planetary gravity engine. After all, apart from this function, the space constant device is of no use to the Earth at all. At this time, a scientist spoke up. How about replacing the space constant device with a planet-level gravitational balance device? The resistance the Earth encounters in the universe is different from that in the atmosphere. The universe is a vacuum. The resistance the Earth encounters comes from gravitational waves and possibly space resistance. However, we don't need to consider space resistance now. We have not made any progress in the study of ether. But as for gravitational waves, we can completely use planet-level gravitational balance equipment to shield these gravitational waves. The person who raised the opinion continued. No, after shielding the external gravitational waves, the Earth cannot receive gravity, which is equivalent to isolating the Earth from the gravitational field of the universe. In this case, the gravitational engine is a joke. Someone immediately raised a different opinion. What if the strength of the Earth's own gravitational field is strengthened? In this way, the Earth's own gravitational field can counteract the resistance of gravitational waves in the universe, and then the speed of the gravitational engine can be exerted. No, while strengthening the Earth's gravitational field, the Earth's gravity will also double. The stronger the gravitational field, the stronger the Earth's gravity. By then, humans will die under the pressure of gravity without anyone attacking them. Xiang Qian stopped the discussion below and was thinking in his mind. In such a long time, he had already rejected more than a dozen plans. Each combination of plans has advantages and obvious disadvantages, which really made him very entangled. Everyone, wait a minute, I feel that what we are discussing now is completely nonsense. The most critical point is how the planetary gravity engine works. When it works, does it generate gravity by itself, and then pry the gravitational waves in the universe to drive the Earth forward, or amplify the Earth's gravitational field to make the Earth move forward, or change the intensity of the gravitational waves in the universe to force the Earth to move forward? The differences in these three methods also represent different choices. If we don't know how it works, we can't choose the right equipment. At this time, a scientist suddenly slapped his head, then stood up and said loudly. After listening to it, many scientists below realized that they took it for granted. The gravity engine currently used on Earth is to amplify the Earth's gravitational field, and then pull the gravity of the universe to make the Earth move forward. So when everyone was thinking, they unconsciously equated the working method of the planetary gravity engine with the gravity engine currently used on Earth. The main issue that everyone is thinking about now is what to choose as the third device. And the ones that must be chosen are the planetary energy core device and the planetary gravity engine. Am I right? Xiang Qian said immediately after hearing this. The scientists below nodded. These two devices must indeed be chosen, one for energy and the other for mobility. Although the Earth can now move forward in the universe, everyone knows that it is not called a gravity engine at all, but just a means of using gravity, and it has not even touched the edge of the gravity engine. In this case, I will bring these two devices back first, and experiment with the working method of the planetary gravity engine, and then decide what to choose for the last device. Let's discuss here first. I'll be back soon. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he picked up the ray scepter and disappeared in the conference hall in the next second. Oh my god, long-distance material exchange. When did the Earth have such technology? A physicist said in astonishment. No, this is not long-distance material exchange, but space transmission. Another person immediately retorted. It is long-distance material exchange. This scientific concept has existed for a long time. Based on the theory of quantum entanglement, as long as a whole is turned into countless particles containing information in an instant, and these particles containing information are resonated at the desired location according to the theory of quantum entanglement, countless particles containing information of the whole are copied in an instant and combined correctly, then long-distance material exchange is completed. The physicist immediately retorted. This theory is wrong. It was said hundreds of years ago. You didn't consider the conservation of energy at all. Another person stood up and said, it has been considered now. Wireless energy transmission and overclocked energy resonance can completely solve this problem. That's impossible. Instantly, a group of physicists split into two factions and started arguing. They completely forgot about the equipment and focused on how Xiang Qian left. After Xiang Qian returned to the Hall of Civilization, he first came to the round platform of the planetary energy core device and put his hand on the round platform. At this time, Xiang Qian had a very strange feeling in his heart. As long as he was sure to choose the planetary energy core device, the device would appear on the round platform. Xiang Qian's thoughts moved, and the text introduction floating on the round platform disappeared in an instant, replaced by a slowly growing light ball. This light ball was composed of countless complex lines. Just like the cotton threads in a cotton ball, countless, and a glance made me feel dizzy. When this light ball composed of countless lines reached the size of a ping-pong ball, it suddenly changed from an energy ball to a solid, like a crystal ball. Xiang Qian picked up the crystal ball suspended in the air and looked at it carefully. He couldn't figure out how this crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball could become a planet-level energy core device. However, he knew that even the general 6th and 7th level civilizations probably couldn't figure out the principle, so it was useless for him to think more. After getting the energy core, Xiang Qian walked to the round table of the planet-level gravity engine and got another crystal ball according to the same discussion. The next second, Xiang Qian's figure disappeared from the civilization race hall. When Xiang Qian returned to the conference hall, he saw a group of scientists arguing fiercely. Okay, stop arguing. I've brought the things back. I'm going to put them away now. You can watch the broadcast in the conference hall. Xiang Qian left the conference hall with Zhang Ying. He was speechless to the physicists who chased him and asked how he was teleported away just now. Can this kind of thing be explained? In many cases, this sense of mystery is a layer of protection. For those who want to do something crooked, it is an invisible deterrent. Xiang Qian took Zhang Ying on a small spaceship to an underground base in the Himalayas. The bottom of the base was empty. It was originally intended to store a quantum computer cluster, but later another place was chosen, so this place was vacant. When Xiang Qian got the 2 crystal balls, he knew how to use this thing. Xiang Qian threw the crystal ball belonging to the planetary energy core device into the middle of the hall. The crystal ball did not fall to the ground, but violated the laws of physics and floated in the air about 2 meters above the ground. As the crystal ball stopped in midair, the crystal ball, which was originally a physical body, began to transform into an energy body and began to grow larger during the transformation process. The lines in the crystal ball were rotating around it like ribbons at this time. As more and more lines appeared, the crystal ball that had become an energy body also began to slowly transform. 10 minutes later, a cylindrical planet-level energy core device composed of energy appeared in the center of the hall. At this time, the lines rotating around the cylinder instantly spread, and did not stop until they spread 500 meters away. At this time, the circular space covered by the lines had a diameter of 1,000 meters. However, the lines no longer expanded outward at this time, and the energy cylinder in the middle began to emit countless light spots, as if to fill the empty space covered by the lines. More than 10 minutes passed again, and when the space covered by the lines was slowly filled, a burst of light was emitted. Xiang Qian subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he felt the light disappear and opened his eyes, a planet-level energy core device with a diameter of 1,000 meters and a height of 5 meters was formed in the hall. Chapter 172. The appearance of the entire planetary energy core device looks like an enlarged supermine. If it is reduced, it can be said to be a discus. However, no matter how rustic the shape of this planetary energy core device is, its material alone does not give it any rustic feeling, but gives people a sense of low-key luxury. Because on its surface, complex fine lines and patterns emit this faint light flowing on its surface. Anyone who sees it will think of words such as high-tech, high-end, and science fiction. Moreover, if you observe carefully, you can also find that when these lines emit light, there is a certain order. It does not look messy, but has a three-dimensional feeling. Shinkong, have you found any special signals? After a while, Xiang Qian retracted his gaze and said to Shinkong, an unknown signal was found. Do you want to connect? Connect and read the data. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he took Zhang Ying to the front and touched the planetary energy core device with his hand. Only after this touch did he find that its surface did not feel cold at all, but could feel a little warm. However, the touch of its surface was still that of metal. Although its surface was very smooth, it gave people an extremely heavy and solid feeling. Xiang Qian estimated that even if he used a nuclear bomb to blow it up, it would not cause any damage. As for the lines that emitted light, Xiang Qian could not see anything from the cracks in these lines, except for light of course. Data reading completed. At this time, Shinkong's voice suddenly came. Shinkong, how do you use this planet-level energy core device? Xiang Qian said immediately after listening. The moment Xiang Qian finished speaking, 8 huge gates opened outside the entire planet-level energy core, and these gates occupied almost 90% of the entire outer area. Boss, these 8 positions are used to receive positive matter. After entering the core processing module, these positive matter will quickly turn into energy, so there is no need to worry about the problem of material transportation being too fast and unable to be converted. As for the energy emitted, we only need to build an energy receiving device, and the energy transmission is all wireless. Shinkong said slowly. Xiang Qian frowned after listening to it. He was really a little disappointed with this planet-level energy core device. Why? Because the energy receiving device can only be made by humans themselves, but with the current technological level of human third-level civilization, can it produce the energy output of the planet-level energy core device? The answer is impossible. Starry Sky, how much energy can the final energy receiving device we can make receive instantly without damage? Xiang Qian asked. Large energy receiving devices can receive 6 million terawatts. If it exceeds this peak value, the device will be damaged. Medium-sized devices can receive 1.5 million terawatts, and small devices can receive 300,000 terawatts. The gap is too big. The instantaneous output power of the planetary energy core device is at the level of 800 billion terawatts, while the energy receiving devices that humans can make now can only receive 6 million terawatts of energy. The gap is simply incalculable. Immediately send someone to open up the base, build a material transport pipeline, and then start charging it. At the same time, install wireless energy receiving devices on all equipment in the Earth's atmosphere, and convert the Earth's established energy system into a backup system. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he took Zhang Ying away from the base, and took a small spacecraft to the Pacific Ocean. After reaching the Pacific Ocean, Xiang Qian opened the hatch, and threw out the crystal ball of the planetary gravity engine. This time, the crystal ball changed much slower than before, and it took a full hour and a half to complete the transformation. The appearance of the planetary gravity engine is also the same as the energy core device, full of countless fine lines, but the difference is that the gravity engine is a sphere with a radius of 1.5 kilometers. Starry Sky, receive the signal, receive the information. Xiang Qian waited for it to change, and immediately said to the Starry Sky. 2 minutes later, the Starry Sky sent a message that the information was interpreted, and only then did Xiang Qian become serious. Starry Sky, can the gravity engine directly receive energy transmission from the energy core? No problem at all. Even the peak transmission of the planetary gravity engine can consume it. Is there any energy in the energy core now? Only 1% of the reserve energy. After listening, Xiang Qian was silent for a while, looking at Zhang Ying beside him, and asked in a low voice, Ying, predict what will happen in 5 minutes. Zhang Ying nodded and her eyes became dull instantly, but she opened her eyes after 5 seconds, looked at Xiang Qian with a strange expression and said, Brother Xiang Qian, nothing happened in 5 minutes? It's just that your face is a little red, Brother Xiang Qian. Your face is a little red, what's going on? Xiang Qian was confused, blushing. Is it excitement? Is there something good? But we will know when the time comes, anyway, as long as the Earth is fine. It seems that the order I want to issue is still fine. Xiang Qian thought a lot in an instant, but soon, he put these thoughts away, and said seriously, Starry Sky, immediately scan the gravitational field inside and outside the Earth, scan the state of the Earth's core, project the gravitational field diagram and the Earth's core energy reaction diagram in the conference hall, and notify quantum physicists and high-energy physicists to pay real-time attention to the various reactions of the Earth's gravitational field and the Earth's core energy. Start the planetary gravity engine, 1% power start. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he stared at the planetary gravity engine. He wanted to see what the state of this thing was when it was working. But the result disappointed Xiang Qian. After he gave the order, there was no effect. At this time, Shinkong suddenly prompted, the energy reserve of the planetary energy core device is insufficient, and the planetary gravity engine cannot be turned on at 1% power. Forced output of energy will cause the planetary energy core device to collapse. Do you want to continue to turn it on? Xiang Qian's face turned black, then white, and then red after hearing this. He finally understood why Zhang Ying said nothing happened, but his face was red. What good thing is this? This is embarrassing. After all the trouble, it turned out to be a mistake. If you don't turn it on, charge the energy core device immediately. By the way, Shinkong, can't the energy core device's 1% energy reserve even turn on 1% of the power of the gravity engine? Doesn't that mean that even if the energy core device's energy reserve is 100%, it can't turn on 100% of the power of the gravity engine? Xiang Qian suddenly thought of a question and asked immediately. That's not how it's calculated, boss. 1% of the energy of the planetary energy core device can fully activate 1% of the power of the planetary gravity engine. But now more than 90% of the 1% of the energy reserve of the energy core device is used to maintain the operation of the energy core components, and it is simply impossible to drop so much energy. If 1% of the energy is transmitted at once, the planetary energy core device will collapse. Shinkong returned to the Tao. Okay, so that's the situation. Xiang Qian was relieved after hearing this, otherwise this planet-level gravity engine would consume too much energy, and humans really couldn't afford it at that time. If that were the case, he would regret it to death, wasting a quota in vain. 10 minutes later, Xiang Qian asked, Shinkong, how much energy has been replenished? Currently replenishing, there is no obvious increase in energy reserves. How much material has been transported so far? 27 tons. 27 tons of material still has no obvious energy increase reaction. Xiang Qian was surprised. Even if the energy conversion rate is low, it can't be so ridiculous. The energy reserve value does not count the second decimal place, so there is no obvious value change. Well, Xiang Qian will not ask any more questions. The more questions he asks, the more he can deal with these two things. He can't use his previous experience to deal with them. But he is not going to wait here. It is better to go back first. An hour later, Shinkong has built all 8 channels connecting the planetary energy core device. At this time, the material throughput per second has reached 200 tons. After an hour of waiting, the energy reserve value finally reached 1.3% from 1%. At this time, Xiang Qian finally began to use the effect of the planetary gravity engine. Chapter 173. Starry Sky, energy output begins at 0.2%, planet-level gravity engine starts. Xiang Qian said to the big screen. Okay, boss. The Earth's gravitational field remains unchanged, and the interstellar gravitational field undergoes gravitational distortion. The gravitational field ripples representing the Earth on the big screen are still radiating outward normally, but the gravitational field ripples 1.6 million kilometers away from the Earth begin to distort and become an irregular mess. The target is set at 2 million kilometers away. Move forward. Xiang Qian continued. Following Xiang Qian's order, the tangled gravitational field on the big screen suddenly exploded outward. The gravitational field ripples in the direction of the Earth's advance quickly disappeared, as if absorbed by an invisible force. And as the Earth moved forward, the gravitational field in the forward direction also began to slowly disappear, and the gravitational ripples could only be seen 2 million kilometers away. At this time, everyone discovered that the gravitational ripples in the distance between the Earth's destination and the Earth disappeared, but the gravitational field outside the destination did not change at all. In less than 5 minutes, the Earth had reached its destination 2 million kilometers away, and the speed basically reached 6,000 kilometers per second. Although it is still far from the normal speed of 30,000 kilometers per second, for today's human beings, this speed is also very impressive. Okay, everyone, tell us what you think. After the Earth stopped, Xiang Qian said to the scientists below. Based on the test just now, I feel that when the Earth moves forward, there is no so-called gravitational resistance at all, because the gravitational field in front of the Earth has disappeared inexplicably. So as long as the energy can keep up, the Earth can completely increase its speed to the speed of light. In this case, there is no need for those devices to protect the Earth from disintegration, so I think the third device should be attack or defense. A scientist immediately stood up and said, I agree. Although we don't know the principle of this gravitational drive, the Earth will not disintegrate without gravitational resistance. That's right. Xiang Qian nodded after listening. Although the superluminal flight mode of the planetary gravitational engine has not yet been activated, it is not difficult to draw this conclusion based on the experimental results just now. Shinkong, how much energy did you consume? 0.1% of energy consumption. This energy consumption is still a bit high, and the use of planetary gravity engines cannot allow the Earth to move forward by inertia. Just now, after the Earth arrived at the destination, the surrounding gravitational field returned to calm, and the Earth just stopped at the coordinate point of the destination. As for the idea of shutting down the gravity engine while moving forward, Xiang Qian had never thought about it. Just now, the gravity engine destroyed the gravity field in the direction of the Earth's forward movement in a weird way. If the speed is faster and the gravity engine is suddenly shut down halfway, then the gravity field in front will suddenly appear, and the huge gravitational field repulsion can completely press the Earth into a big pancake. Okay, I understand everyone's opinions, but do you know how much energy was consumed just now? 0.1% of the energy was lost in the movement just now. So much energy is converted from hundreds of thousands of tons of matter. In such a short distance of 2 million kilometers, hundreds of thousands of tons of matter disappeared. Not to mention interstellar travel, just the voyage from the solar system to the Oort cloud, which is tens of thousands of astronomical units away, may not be enough even if the entire Earth's matter is filled in. Not to mention that we will leave the Milky Way, and go to the Andromeda galaxy in the future. How much material will be needed to fill the distance of more than 20,000 light-years? How can the Earth carry so much material? Xiang Qian said to the scientists below. That doesn't mean that we made the wrong choice. That can't be said. The power of the planetary energy core device lies in the instantaneous energy output, which is something that human technology cannot achieve at all. So in the future, humans will still have to rely on themselves. These devices can only be used to save lives. It can be said that these things are all trump cards. Everyone thought about it, and it was really what Xiang Qian said. These devices are all very powerful, but it is impossible to use them normally. I feel that this is a trap. Judging from myself, any civilization will choose a planetary energy core device when it reaches the Hall of Civilization. This is a must for every race. Because any device cannot be separated from energy, the more developed the civilization, the higher the demand for energy. This can be seen from the development of our human beings. So everyone will choose this energy core device, which is the cornerstone of the performance of other devices. Without energy, those devices cannot be used. I don't know why this is the case, but I feel that this is a trap, a psychological trap. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly said, "What are you studying?" Xiang Qian asked with a frown. "I am a professor studying social psychology," the middle-aged man replied. "Then which device do you think we should leave as our third choice?" "I think the last option now is to leave it to the device we dislike the most, or the device that is the most useless." Xiang Qian did not say anything after listening, and the scientists below began to refute, thinking that this was nonsense. Only Xiang Qian was thinking about why the civilization race hall was arranged like this. In the previous life, humans had not come into contact with the evolutionary civilization, and they did not know if there were any traps here. But he knew that after the Hope spacecraft was equipped with these equipment from the civilization race hall, its performance was greatly improved, and the current situation did not occur. Why would the being that controls the entire universe do this? Why can the equipment obtained by the Wanderer civilization be used well, while the equipment of the Evolver civilization has such great restrictions on use? What is this rule for? Xiang Qian thought a lot in an instant, but although he did not agree with the statement that this energy core device was a trap, he had some ideas. Starry Sky, how many large controlled nuclear fusion units are needed to provide energy for the planetary gravity engine to reach the speed just now? Boss, with current human technology, we need 280,000 units to deliver energy at the same time. Start large-scale construction of controlled nuclear fusion units. Xiang Qian was speechless for a while before giving the order. Okay, boss. At this time, the scientists below were arguing, saying all kinds of things, but most scientists still believe that choosing an atmospheric shield or a planet-level fortress gravity cannon was the right choice, and traps and the like were simply nonsense. Now Xiang Qian was also in a headache. He really couldn't find any reason to confirm that this was a trap, but the useless attribute of the planetary energy core device also made him very depressed. If he made the wrong choice in the last choice, there would be no regret medicine. Ying, predict what color clothes I will wear in one day. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Xiang Qian's mind, and he immediately said to Zhang Ying, "Black." After Zhang Ying made the prediction, she said with a confused look on her face, not knowing what Xiang Qian was predicting. "Black." "Then predict what color clothes I will wear in one day." "Black." Zhang Ying's eyes became even more strange. "Predict again." After a few seconds, Xiang Qian ignored Zhang Ying's strange eyes, and continued to ask seriously. "Black." "Predict again." "Blue." "Brother Xiang Qian, what are you doing? Are you sure it's blue?" Xiang Qian didn't answer Zhang Ying's words, but asked with his eyes wide open. "Yes, it's blue." "Okay, I get it." Xiang Qian sighed and said. Unexpectedly, it was this device that satisfied everyone in the end. It was really surprising to him. But Zhang Ying's prediction was not wrong. So for the Earth, this device is really important. Okay, everyone stop arguing. I'm going to exchange the last piece of equipment now. I've already confirmed the last spot. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he disappeared in the conference hall with a ray scepter. Chapter 174. Xiang Qian appeared in the Hall of Civilizations. Without any hesitation, he walked directly towards the round table that displayed the components of the planetary ecological transformation equipment. That's right, he wanted to choose this equipment. Just now, he asked Zhang Ying to predict that only this equipment was the most suitable for the Earth. Although he didn't know what this equipment could be used for, it was confirmed by all scientists, and it was absolutely correct. Zhang Ying's prediction was also targeted. For example, Xiang Qian used this method just now. He first made up his mind to choose a piece of equipment, and then brought it back to test its performance for scientists to evaluate. If it was suitable for the Earth, he would wear blue clothes the next day. If it was not suitable for the Earth, he would wear black clothes the next day. As a result, the atmospheric shield was rejected, the planetary fortress gravity cannon was rejected, and the space constant device was rejected. Only this piece of equipment passed the scientist's test. Although Xiang Qian didn't know the shortcomings of those pieces of equipment, it was definitely true that they were rejected. But what surprised Xiang Qian was that this equipment, which was the most useless to the Earth and the equipment he had never thought of choosing, was actually the most needed by the Earth. This could not but surprise him. Ying, I bet the future of the Earth on you. Please don't let me down, Xiang Qian said helplessly, while holding the crystal ball of the planetary ecological transformation equipment component. The next second, Xiang Qian's figure disappeared in the Hall of Civilization Races. After returning to the conference hall, Xiang Qian took Zhang Ying away without saying a word and came to Siberia. The crystal ball unfolded, and half an hour later, a strange device with an indescribable shape appeared on the snow in Siberia. This device is not a whole, but is divided into 6 parts, each with a different shape. Shinkong, connect the signal. Xiang Qian did not sigh at the appearance of the device, and directly issued an order. Soon Shinkong connected the signal, and received the control method of the device. Back in the conference hall, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to connect the energy, and began to test the use of this device. Gene testing completed, suitable genetic living environment determined, testing planet's current ecological environment. Testing completed, evaluation standard, poor. It will take 1 hour to transform into a completely suitable environment. Start transformation. Starry Sky began to report the working status of the planet's ecological transformation equipment components step by step. At this time, the 6 parts of the planet's ecological transformation equipment components suddenly began to move. Some equipment went underground, some equipment flew into the sky, and some equipment moved rapidly into the sea. In less than 10 minutes, except for one piece of equipment still on the snow in Siberia, the rest of the equipment in the 6 parts were scattered. Starry Sky, display all the data of the Earth on the big screen, Xiang Qian said nervously. The big screen showed the Earth's atmospheric data, environmental data, ocean data, magnetic field data, geological data, gravity field data, and countless other data about the Earth's environment. These data were changing every moment, but the change was not large. Xiang Qian could only understand a few of these data, and he did not understand many of the remaining data. Basically, no one in the conference hall could understand all the data on the big screen, and basically everyone could understand the data related to their discipline. 15 minutes later, the data on the big screen was still changing slowly, but this change began to become obvious. Unlike the beginning, the data was not rising or falling, but would rebound. At this time, the data began to change obviously, but there was no rebound. Originally, the scientists had some thoughts about Xiang Qian's sudden decision to choose a piece of equipment, and they felt a little uncomfortable when they looked at the data. However, as the data changed significantly, their expressions began to become solemn. How is it possible? The abnormal gravity area of the Earth has disappeared, the gravity of the entire Earth has begun to balance, and the gravity of all regions is close to the average. A scientist suddenly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, another person also shouted, "What's the point of gravity balance? It doesn't affect human life." Now the ocean water quality is beginning to approach the data of 100 years ago, and the microorganisms have increased significantly. This is simply a miracle. Look at the data of the atmosphere. This is not true. The atmosphere is actually getting thicker. The ozone in the whole area is increasing. The density is increasing. It's blocked. The interstellar rays are blocked. The rays that are harmful to the human body are blocked, and the remaining amplitude is not harmful to the human body. The geological structure has also changed. The consequences of plate drift have all disappeared, and the core material has calmed down. The particles in the air are disappearing, and PM 2.5 is almost reaching the dust-proof level standard. All the scientists were exclaiming, all with incredible expressions on their faces. They were all exclaiming foolishly, as if they had seen God on the big screen. Many people waved their hands unconsciously, their faces flushed with excitement. At this time, Xiang Qian was finally relieved. It seemed that his choice was right, and Zhang Ying's prediction was also right. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Ying, who was eating snacks beside him, smiled and touched her head. "Brother Xiang Qian, is there anything wrong?" Zhang Ying stopped and said, "It's okay, you can eat. If it's not enough, ask Shinkong for more." But you must not only eat snacks without meals, or you will stop eating snacks in the future, Xiang Qian said with a smile. Zhang Ying looked at Xiang Qian speechlessly, not knowing why he suddenly cared about her eating problem. An hour passed quickly, and the exclamations in the conference hall never stopped during this hour, and the exclamations became louder and louder, until the data on the big screen froze, and Shinkong announced the end of the Earth transformation. Many scientists reacted, and only then did they feel tired. What do you think of the current environment of the Earth? Xiang Qian said to everyone. Good, incredible. Yes, such data is simply amazing. That's good. Now I can tell you why I chose this equipment. Because this equipment is the most suitable for the Earth, and other equipment is useless to the Earth. Don't think that the atmospheric shield sounds very powerful, but it is the same thing as the gravity engine, which consumes too much energy, and the Earth can't afford it. Things like protective shields must be turned on 24 hours a day, and the energy required is simply an astronomical figure for humans. As for the attack weapons, I don't need to say anything. And I can also tell you that choosing this equipment is everyone's decision, but you just don't know it. You can't disbelieve me, but you can't disbelieve the judgment of the prophet, because this is the future, Xiang Qian said to all the scientists. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, everyone was silent. They all knew what the prophet represented. Especially the scientists in the gravity engine laboratory. They were all in awe of the prophet's ability. Seeing that no one objected, Xiang Qian continued, although everyone agrees with this device, I think it is definitely impossible to transform the Earth's environment alone. That is to say, this device has other uses, but we haven't thought of it yet. Now think about it, and tap the full potential of this device. Then everyone brainstormed and really discovered the true potential of this device. Everyone knows that the mass of the Earth is constant. If the mass of the Earth is increased, it will cause a series of chain reactions. However, with the planetary ecological transformation equipment components, even if the mass of the Earth is increased and the Earth becomes larger, it will not exceed the capacity limit of this equipment, and the environment of the Earth will not change. However, how much benefit will the increase in the radius of the Earth bring to mankind? I guess everyone can say 1 or 2 points. Without saying anything, even if the radius of the Earth increases by 1 kilometer, the increased mass is enough to increase the energy reserve of the planetary energy core device to 100%. In this way, when the Earth is short of energy in the future, it can be completely dug up to convert it into energy, and then the lost mass can be replenished later. When scientists go crazy, Xiang Qian is afraid. Someone proposed a plan to fatten the Earth, increasing the radius of the Earth by 10,000 kilometers. For such a proposal, Xiang Qian did not even think about it, and directly rejected it. What a joke! How much material and time would it take? It is possible to slowly increase the mass of the Earth, but such a crazy plan is impossible. Chapter 175. Although the Earth now has 3 novice gift package equipment, these equipment basically do not increase the Earth's attack and defense capabilities, so facing countless meteorites from the outside world, the Earth really can't stand it. At the same time, the Earth also began to repair the Earth's orbital defense circle, fortress satellites, and gravity-generating devices. As for the planetary gravity engine, Xiang Qian did not intend to use it at all. Instead, he built a copycat version of the planetary fortress gravity cannon in the middle of the Sahara Desert. In fact, it is just a super large muzzle, with nothing underneath. The material used is still tempered glass, which is to simulate the special optical reflectivity of advanced civilization materials. Anyway, the entire planet-level fortress gravity cannon is completely a movie prop. Although Xiang Qian does not know how big the muzzle diameter of this device is, the muzzle of dozens of square kilometers should be able to scare a lot of people. Xiang Qian's idea is to hide the existence of the planet-level gravity engine. The future power of the Earth will still use the gravity-generating device, and hide the means for the Earth to escape quickly as a trump card. The planetary energy core device is not completely useless. At least the fortress satellites and gravity-generating devices in space no longer need to carry controlled nuclear fusion reactors, and can directly receive energy. 3 months later, the outer space of the Earth has returned to the level when entering the Oort cloud, and it can leave here at any time. However, the Oort cloud is not calm at this time. Xiang Qian is ready to rest for a while, improve technology, and upgrade the equipment. Half a year later, the Oort cloud calmed down a bit. Xiang Qian did not nod, but continued to rest. At the same time, he sent all the garbage on the Earth to the planetary energy core device, turning these wastes into energy. At the same time, Xiang Qian also built 10 space elevators between the Earth's orbital defense circle and the Earth. Of course, Human scientific fantasy has finally come true. These space elevators are responsible for the future resource reserves of mankind, and 2 of them are specifically responsible for replenishing the planetary energy core device. A year later, the Oort cloud was much calmer, and there was basically no major danger. Xiang Qian ordered to set off. When the Earth left the space covered by the Civilization Race Hall, the space where the Civilization Race Hall was located slowly disappeared, and countless meteorites and asteroids appeared in that area again, as if the Civilization Race Hall had never appeared. Target, Large Magellanic Cloud, set off. Xiang Qian gave orders to the starry sky. Xiang Qian looked at the Large Magellanic Cloud on the star map, and sighed in his heart. In the previous life, humans were high-spirited, and went there according to the instructions of the civilized race scepter, but they were hit again, and finally left there in a mess. Although his eyes were looking at the star map, the scenes of the previous life kept replaying in his mind. Notify all transport ships to set off, mine ore and ice in a ratio of 8:2, send the ore to the space factory to purify the ore, and send all the remaining materials to the planetary energy core device to replenish its energy reserve to 100% first. Ice cubes are sent to the Earth to replenish seawater. Industrial equipment should not stop, and transport spacecraft should be produced continuously. After a while, Xiang Qian continued to issue orders. Okay, boss. It has been arranged. Shinkong replied quickly. Notify Zhang Lei to come to my office. Xiang Qian nodded after listening. After a while, Zhang Lei came to Xiang Qian's office. Brother Lei, take a look at this document. Xiang Qian saw Zhang Lei coming in, and without saying anything nonsense, he directly threw a document to him. Okay. Zhang Lei nodded at the document, and then read it. G Nuclear Force Armament Planet Fortress Plan. Zhang Lei saw the beginning of this document, and a serious expression appeared on his face. He was one of the few people on Earth who knew what the genetic core weapon was. He had seen Xiang Qian using the star to resist the aftermath of the antimatter bomb explosion, and he also knew that the genetic nuclear force weapon was rare. After reading for 3 minutes, Zhang Lei frowned, and his expression became more serious. After reading the last page, Zhang Lei immediately stood up, saluted Xiang Qian and said, Guaranteed to complete the task. Brother Lei, don't get excited, sit down. Do you have anything to add to this plan? After all, you are the executor. Xiang Qian said with a smile. The number of evolvers is a little less. I think adding 2,000 people will be enough. The number of soldiers is enough. After all, this is a genetic nuclear force weapon, which ordinary people don't have. Zhang Lei thought for a while, and then spoke. Well, then I will give you 5,000 evolvers, and the remaining 15,000 are all soldiers who have awakened genetic nuclear power. That should be fine, right? Xiang Qian nodded directly. No problem. Well, you will set off in half a year, and you can choose all the personnel. My requirement for this half year is that all soldiers who have awakened their genetic nuclear power must evolve to level 3 for me, and the genetic nuclear power in their bodies must reach the standard of a level 3 evolver. At the same time, I will transmit the data of the planet fortress to the endless starry sky. You and your people will face the siege of all the masters on the entire Earth. I hope you can skillfully control the planet fortress in this half year. After leaving the Earth, you can only use the planet fortress in times of crisis. I understand. We will be able to gather all the personnel in 3 days. Well then, Brother Lei, you can go and get busy. Okay. 3 days later, the Endless Starry Sky game will be updated. There will be 2 hours of attacking the planet fortress every day. All players in the Endless Starry Sky can participate. At the same time, the speed of resource mining on the moon will double. In just 3 months, all the resources on the moon will be mined. 3 months later, all factories on the moon will be dismantled and all equipment will be evacuated from the moon. Starry Sky, gravity generator turned on, overload operation, nuclear bomb launched, fixed point blasting started. Xiang Qian said while looking at the screen. Okay, boss. Following Xiang Qian's order, the 50 gravity generators at the core of the moon were fully operational, and huge gravity was emitted from the core of the moon. At the same time, tens of thousands of geological structure nodes on the moon were detonated by high-energy bombs, and countless cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the entire moon. At this time, the nuclear bomb attack also arrived. 10 minutes later, the surface of the moon underwent earth-shaking changes. Those meteorite craters, mining caves, and small mountains all disappeared. The entire moon shrunk a lot, and the mass of the moon was only 2/3 of what it was before. However, the gravity on the moon's surface at this time was greater than that of the Earth, about 7 times that of the Earth. Under this super strong gravity, the originally collapsed moon collapsed rapidly, and the geology was squeezed to form a new moon. 3 hours later, the gravity-generating device was scrapped, and the moon shook for a while before returning to calm. At this time, countless waiting spacecraft outside the moon began to work on the surface of the moon. Huge ultra-strong alloy steel plates were laid on the surface of the moon for dozens of meters, and tens of thousands of drills began to excavate the core of the moon. 2 months later, the moon had completely changed. No one could have imagined that it was a satellite, because the entire moon was made of alloy, with black holes showing outside, looking extremely ferocious. Xiang Qian took a spacecraft to the core of the moon, which had been hollowed out. The gravity of the moon was maintained by dozens of gravity-generating devices. In the core warehouse of the moon, hundreds of millions of tons of eternal blue gold and its associated metals were piled up here. These eternal blue golds accounted for 90% of all the reserves on Earth. If they were used to manufacture the star, they would be enough to manufacture tens of thousands of ships. In the next half-month, Xiang Qian ate and slept here, working day and night to make various equipment with these eternal blue golds, all of which were of level 3 and 9 stars. This was the highest level after Xiang Qian used the racial scepter bonus, and it was also the peak level of human technology at present. Half a month later, the piles of eternal blue gold in the warehouse disappeared, and were replaced by a huge spherical metal ball. The diameter is 5.7 kilometers, with 72 main guns and 360 secondary guns, all made of eternal blue gold. Although it is still small in size due to the lack of eternal blue gold, it will become a fortress one day when it has enough special rare metals. Since it was built at the expense of the moon, let's name it Blue Moon. Xiang Qian had a beard and his hair was a mess, but he said to Zhang Lei excitedly, "I guarantee to complete the mission." Zhang Lei was also scared when he saw Xiang Qian, but after listening to Xiang Qian's introduction, he wanted to say something but couldn't. "Brother Lei, I leave the rest to you. I go back first." Xiang Qian smiled and nodded, and then left the moon. 5 days later, the moon, under the thrust of the engine of the equipment left over from prehistoric civilization, broke away from the Earth's orbit and flew into the vast universe. Xiang Qian spent a lot of money on this plan. Not only the blue moon made of eternal blue gold, but also the super alloys on the surface of the moon were consumed by the ore mined by the Earth in the past 6 months, and the Earth also lost a little. At the same time, more than a dozen prehistoric civilization equipment were all equipped on the moon. There were 3 energy cores alone, which were the single energy supply for driving weapons, engines, and protective shields. The engine that drives the moon is also a prehistoric civilization equipment, and several main guns are also prehistoric civilization equipment. Even with the current defense of the Earth and the force in space, it is impossible to keep the moon. Not to mention that there is the Blue Moon Fortress at the core of the moon, which is a genetic nuclear force weapon built by eternal blue gold, and its combat power is off the charts. It can be said that the current moon is the peak combat power of the entire Earth, but it is a pity that this combat power was sent by Xiang Qian to perform a mission. Chapter 176. In the endless universe, a huge black hole is absorbing countless matter every moment. In this black hole that is even larger than a quasar, a spaceship that is only a few hundred meters long slowly flies out of the black hole, as if the super strong gravity has no effect on the spaceship. The rules have changed, a new era has begun, the 9th level civilization. This time it must. The damn rules, sooner or later, will be destroyed. Suddenly, this small spaceship that slowly flew out under the gravity of the black hole was decomposed into countless particles in the next second, and then these particles also disappeared. The same situation also happened in every corner of the universe. However, no matter whether it was the spacecraft or other detectors flying out from the stars, black holes, quark stars, small universes, etc., they were all wiped out by the invisible rules within less than a minute of flying out. Those civilizations hiding had no choice but to roar. The Milky Way, countless spacecraft, satellites, and a few planets with life left the star system one after another. The goal of these civilizations was all the large Magellanic planet. The Earth has already flown out of the Oort cloud. Starry sky, how long will it take for the energy storm of the supernova explosion to arrive? Boss, there are still 5 years and 9 months. Has the Academy of Sciences made any research breakthroughs recently? No. Xiang Qian shook his head after hearing this, feeling very helpless. It has been almost 10 years since the Earth obtained the scientific and technological information of the Lilan people. In 10 years, the Earth has thoroughly understood all of this information, but at this time, a problem has also arisen, that is, the Earth's scientific and technological foundation is not enough, and the technology has reached a bottleneck. At this time, everyone discovered the consequences of too fast technological advancement. That is, the foundation is not enough, the technological reserves are not enough, and the technology developed by the Earth itself is very little. In this case, Xiang Qian had no other choice. After continuing to increase the research on technology, there was nothing else he could do. Fortunately, in the past 10 years, the industrial base of the Earth has reached the peak of the third-level civilization. Whether it is the Earth's orbital defense circle or the fortress satellite, all have been updated and the technology has been upgraded to the maximum. However, the direction of breaking through the fourth-level civilization has not been found yet, and there is no clue at all. Because the third-level civilization seems to have reached its peak, the basic materials can no longer be developed. No matter how the materials are matched, the performance of the material seems to have reached a limit and can no longer be improved. The limitation of materials has caused the performance of the equipment to reach a bottleneck. The technology has reached a peak. Before there is a breakthrough, we can only work on the materials. But the problem facing the Earth now is that both technology and materials have reached a bottleneck and cannot be broken through at all. It seems that there is an invisible barrier blocking the progress of science and technology on Earth. The most frustrating thing is that scientific theories also have problems. There are countless research directions on Earth now, but all of these directions are stuck in research bottlenecks. Either the equipment is not up to standard or the materials are not up to standard, which makes it impossible to verify these theories. Unverifiable theories are useless because you don't know whether these theories are right or wrong, so you can't carry out targeted research. Xiang Qian had no way to solve these problems. In the previous life, the technological strength of mankind had not reached the level of the current Earth. He knew nothing except some key points to break through the fourth-level civilization. Of course, Xiang Qian did not do nothing. The departure of the Blue Moon was to prepare for the Earth to break through the fourth-level civilization. Boss, the detection spacecraft found a spacecraft 1.2 light-years away, and it was initially judged to be a second-level civilization spacecraft. At this time, Xingkong suddenly reminded. What? Alien civilization discovered? Show it immediately. Xiang Qian was excited when he heard it, and said quickly. Instantly, a spaceship appeared on the big screen. This spaceship was not big, only 1 kilometer in size. Compared with the current Earth fleet, most of the spaceships are 5 kilometers long. The total size of the spaceship is not big at all. There are obvious traces of repair on the surface of this spaceship, and its middle part is still rotating, which means that this spaceship has no artificial gravity device at all, and can only rely on centrifugal force to simulate gravity. Artificial gravity device is a third-level civilization technology. The absence of this technology means that the civilization level of this spaceship has not reached the third level. Starry Sky, show the star map. Xiang Qian is sure that this spaceship is not a mothership of a civilization. It is very likely to be a detection spaceship, just like the detection spaceships sent by humans. And there is only one star system behind this spaceship that may have life, that is, the closest star to the Earth, Proxima Centauri. As for the civilization where this spaceship is located, Xiang Qian has confirmed that it is definitely not an evolutionary civilization, and the possibility of being a pioneer civilization is also very low. The most likely one is a wanderer civilization. Why do I say that? It's because this exploration spacecraft is so shabby. The traces of repairs on the hull can be clearly seen. If it weren't for the low resource reserves, how could such a spacecraft be used for exploration? Even if it is a pioneer civilization, it is impossible to be so poor. Only the wanderer civilization that has suffered a lot in the small universe is like this. But to be honest, Xiang Qian was speechless when he saw this spacecraft. No matter how badly humans were in their previous life, they were much better than this civilization. At least the spacecraft won't have obvious patches, which is so embarrassing. And such an image is a piece of fat meat in the eyes of alien civilizations. Alas, why didn't humans encounter this civilization in the previous life? What a pity. Xiang Qian pouted and muttered. With the current technological strength and resource reserves of human beings, robbing such a civilization is no longer profitable, so Xiang Qian just thought about the idea of robbing and threw it aside. Starry Sky, notify the exploration spacecraft to launch a broadcast satellite and play the recorded message. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. Okay, boss. After receiving the notification from the Starry Sky, the exploration spacecraft 1.5 billion kilometers away from the Earth launched a spherical probe. Hello, all major civilizations. The technology exchange market opened by the Earth civilization has begun to operate. Any civilization that wants to exchange technology can go to the technology exchange market to exchange technology. The technology exchange market is based on the principles of fairness, notarization, and openness, and welcomes any civilization to trade with integrity. The technology exchange market has complete third-level civilization technology information, which is all-encompassing. However, for the purpose of technology exchange, even if it is the technology of the first-level civilization, as long as it is innovative and unique, it can be exchanged for the technology information of the third-level civilization in the technology exchange market. The following is the technology catalog: Plasma State Protective Shield Full Set of Technology, Gravity Generation Device Full Set of Technology, Artificial Gravity Device Full Set of Technology. Civilizations that want to exchange technology can send encrypted information through this channel, and our technology exchange market will receive it. All major civilizations are welcome to come to exchange. The broadcast satellite broadcasts advertisements in the universal language of the universe, which are rapidly transmitted outward using quantum communication technology. The universal language of the universe is a language carried in the race's scepter, so now communicating with aliens will no longer be as difficult as before. After this broadcast message was sent out, Xiang Qian saw that the other party's detection spacecraft stopped immediately. It is estimated that at this time, the other party must have activated all the detection equipment to find the broadcast satellite. However, the technological gap between the third-level civilization and the second-level civilization is there, and the other party will definitely not be able to find it. This technology exchange market is Xiang Qian's second plan, using technology to exchange technology, even if the other party exchanges technology of the second-level civilization, as long as it is not on Earth, then exchange. In this way, the Earth's technology will be enriched little by little, and the Earth's scientific and technological heritage will increase rapidly. In this way, we can learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, slowly enrich the vision of human scientists, and let our thinking diverge. Sooner or later, humans can also break through the fourth-level civilization with their own scientific and technological heritage. An hour passed, and the broadcast satellite still maintained the speed of sending a broadcast every 5 minutes, and the exploration spacecraft had not made any movement for an hour. Suddenly, an hour later, a message was received by the broadcast satellite. Chapter 177. Hello Earth Civilization, we are Orson Civilization. How does the technical exchange work? After seeing this message, Xiang Qian clapped his hands happily and took the bait. Shinkong, tell them that if they like a certain technology, they can exchange it with a technology of the same level. If the technology is not of the same level, we will evaluate it based on the technical level, innovation, and development potential, and finally score the technology, and then use the points to exchange for a certain technology. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Sure enough, after receiving Xiang Qian's reply, the Orson civilization fell silent again. However, Xiang Qian knew that this was normal. For things like exchanging technology, a meeting must be held to discuss it. Moreover, the other party would definitely not bring out advanced technology during the first transaction. Even the technology of the early stage of the second-level civilization was not good enough. However, Xiang Qian was not afraid that the other party would not bring out good technology in the end. Technologies such as plasma shields and artificial gravity devices were all technologies that the second-level civilization envied. No second-level civilization could withstand such temptation. When the Anson civilization saw the points of the first-level civilization technology assessment and the points required to exchange for the third-level civilization technology, they knew that exchanging the first-level civilization technology for the third-level civilization technology was a joke. If they didn't take out the second-level civilization technology, they couldn't even think about exchanging it for the third-level civilization technology. While Xiang Qian was drinking tea in the office and calculating how much second-level civilization technology he could exchange, the Orson civilization was having a heated discussion. In a 12-kilometer-long spaceship 2.2 light-years away from the Earth, the Orson Civilization Council was having a discussion. I still don't agree to exchange technology. We haven't even seen the Earth civilization. What if we give them the technology and they regret it? A dark-skinned member of the Orson Civilization Council, who is less than 1 meter tall, said loudly. We can exchange the technology of the first-level civilization with them. Even if the other party regrets it, we won't lose anything. Yes, I will also exchange the technology of the first-level civilization. Okay, the minority obeys the majority. Notify the scientists and send a late-stage technology of the first-level civilization to them for evaluation. Finally, most members of the Orson Civilization Council agreed, and Orson Civilization began to transmit technical information. In less than 10 minutes, they received a message. Hello, Orson civilization, we have evaluated the late-stage technology of the first-level civilization you uploaded, and finally we gave 3 points based on the innovation of these technologies. Now you can access the page of the technology exchange market to exchange for technologies with the same points. After receiving the reply, Orson civilization immediately logged into the page of the technology exchange. Grand Unified Theory, the relationship between gravity and matter. These are all scientific theories. We must obtain them. With these powers, our Orson civilization will soon become a third-level civilization. Choose the Grand Unified Theory in exchange for this. Several council members shut up before they finished speaking, as if they had seen something incredible. Because after clicking on the Grand Unified Theory icon, there is not only a brief introduction to the Grand Unified Theory, but also a 9-digit redemption point. 150 million points. Why do they need so many points? They are liars. Even if we upload all the information in the scientific and technological database of our entire Orson civilization, we can't exchange so many points. I knew they must be lying to us. I told you not to believe them. You insisted on getting the technical information. Now you regret it. We all know what the Grand Unified Theory is. It is the cornerstone of the third-level civilization. So it is normal that the other party is selling it for 150 million points. Look at the exchange points for these technologies. The full set of artificial gravity device technology only requires 20 million points. We only need to exchange the full set of artificial gravity device technology to deduce the Grand Unified Theory. Although this will take a lot of time, only with this technology can our Orson civilization solve the gravity problem of the spacecraft. So I think we should continue to upload technical information and collect 2,000 points to exchange this technology. No, how much technical information do we need to upload? 5 million or 10 million copies? What if this is a scam? I don't agree either. It's too early for our Orson civilization to study the third-level civilization technology. I think it's more cost-effective for us to exchange some technical information from the later stage of the second-level civilization. Stop arguing. Let's vote now and decide whether to exchange or not. Soon, more than 2/3 of the members of the Orson Civilization Council agreed to continue exchanging information. Then continue to vote, should we exchange for the second-level civilization data or the third-level civilization data? This time, 80% of the people supported exchanging for the second-level civilization data. In that case, develop the first-level technology database of the Orson civilization, upload all the first-level civilizations, see how many points we can get in the end, and then make an absolute, agreeing vote. Everyone hesitated for a while, but still chose to agree. Soon, the Orson civilization began to upload all the technical data of the first-level civilization, including the scientific theory data of the first-level civilization level. After learning about this, Xiang Qian just smiled slightly. These are just side dishes, and the real main course is still to come. Half an hour later, all the first-level scientific and technological information of the Orson civilization was uploaded. Shinkong immediately compared this information with the database of the Earth, jump out all the technologies that the Earth does not have, and send them to the various departments of the Academy of Sciences in categories. Let all departments of the Academy of Sciences stop their work, thoroughly understand this information, and then give me a detailed assessment report on the civilization's scientific and technological system. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian is looking forward to the scientific thinking contained in these data to give scientists some new ideas. Although these are all first-level civilization data, the environment in which civilizations survive is different, and the material basis they have is different. Then the ideas for developing science and technology will definitely be different. Even if all these data are outdated, the scientific thinking in them is still very useful to humans. This is just like if there were no rubber trees on the Earth, humans would not have invented tires. Maybe at that time, humans will use other materials to replace them and still be able to produce tires. However, although the technology involved is not very advanced, humans have never studied it. Now tires are out of date, and humans use hovercrafts, but another kind of technical information that can replace tires is also a supplement to human technological background. Maybe when humans need other materials, they will find inspiration from this information. If it were humans themselves, no one would be so idle as to go back and study the material that replaces tires. It's not that they can't think of it, but there is no need to waste that time. After the upload was completed, the Orson civilization waited anxiously for the evaluation points, fearing that there would be no more news from Earth. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, a message came that the evaluation points were completed. For 0.27 million points, This is the points earned by all the first-level scientific and technological information of the Orson civilization. With just these few points, it seems that we can only exchange for second-level civilization technology. Immediately send the second-level civilization technology catalog to the Academy of Sciences, and let scientists analyze which technologies our Orson civilization needs most. Fortunately, these first-level points can be exchanged for technological information from the second-level civilization, otherwise, I would have really thought they were scammers. It's hard to say now, let's talk about it after the information is exchanged. An hour later, the scientists of the Orson civilization gave a long technology catalog, which indicated that all these technologies were needed by the Orson civilization. As a result, after checking all the points exchanged for these technologies, the Orson Civilization Council's face turned green. Fortunately, the faces of the people in the Orson civilization are all black, so no matter how green they can't be seen. We don't have enough points to get these technologies. We can only exchange our points for 2 technologies. Let's pick the important technologies first. After the exchange, verify the authenticity of these technologies. Agree. Soon, the Orson civilization took the electromagnetic repulsion field technology and the gene-splitting technology, and the next second, these 2 technologies began to download. Chapter 178. After obtaining the information, the Orson civilization immediately organized scientists to start deciphering the 2 pieces of information, and was also responsible for verifying the authenticity of the 2 pieces of information. It can actually be done this way. We have already researched and proposed the scientific theory of this technology, but we never thought that it could be done this way. This kind of scientific thinking is simply incredible. That's right. It turns out that the electromagnetic force field can be used in this way. This technology has opened another door for us. Many problems that could not be solved before can now be solved. Do the experiment right away and see how it works. A large group of scientists from the Orson civilization exclaimed after reading the data. They were all shocked by the scientific thinking of human scientists. The same thing happened not only in the Orson civilization, but also in the Academy of Sciences on Earth. Many scientists also praised the first-level scientific and technological data of the Orson civilization, claiming that the ideas in these technical data were simply amazing. 3 hours later, the Academy of Sciences submitted a report on the demonstration of the Orson civilization's scientific and technological system. The technological theory of the Orson civilization is the same as that of the Earth. The materials in the living environment are also found on the Earth, and the similarity of civilization technology is 83%. However, the Orson civilization focuses on pure mechanical power, and the use rate of electronic items is very low, which is obviously different from humans in power transmission. For example, many human powers are powered by engines or electric motors, and then assisted by hydraulic power systems. But this is not the case with the Orson civilization. For the same equipment, the Orson civilization will not use hydraulic power, but a pure mechanical power structure. Use very complex mechanical meshing and gears, connecting rods, and other combinations to transmit power. Although many people think that the technology of the Orson civilization is just taking off pants to fart, it is unnecessary. However, the mechanical dynamics technology contained in it is not available to humans. This is like a watch with an electronic watch and a mechanical arm. You say whether the electronic watch is complex or the mechanical watch is assisted. Of course, the mechanical watch is assisted. So with the advancement of technology, mechanical watches will definitely be eliminated. Although folk mechanical watch manufacturing still exists, and the price is still very high, mechanical watches will never be used as clocks on spacecraft. The first-level technical data of the Orson civilization is a great bargain for humans. The data on precision parts processing, mechanical dynamic structure, ultra-precision processing machine tools, etc. are completely supplementary to human mechanical disciplines. Xiang Qian was also shocked after reading this technical evaluation report. He did not expect that the first-level scientific and technological data of the Orson civilization would be so helpful to humans. As long as humans digest the essence of these technologies, many practical electronic power places in human equipment manufacturing in the future can be replaced with auxiliary power. Among them, the exoskeleton power armor has gained the greatest benefit. With these data, the mechanical results of the exoskeleton power device can be updated immediately. Shinkong, let the Academy of Sciences extract all the technologies and theories that are not available on Earth from these technical data, and then make the basic parts into textbooks and distribute them to various schools. By the way, have you developed auxiliary memory devices? After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Auxiliary memory devices are devices that help students memorize textbook knowledge. This is not the Earth of the 21st century. The technology tree of the third-level civilization cannot be learned in just 20 years. Now human learning is still unified from elementary school to high school, but after entering university, various talents are selected. One of them is to teach according to talent and interest, and the subject direction chosen in university will basically not change. Because from this time on, students will begin to come into contact with professional knowledge and knowledge related to the subject, and any other knowledge unrelated to the subject will not appear in the teaching content at all. Therefore, you must make a good choice. Otherwise, when you find that you are not suitable for this subject after learning it, you will have to waste a long time to start learning another subject again, and your time will be completely wasted. After graduating from university, the federal government will arrange students to study in different secondary colleges according to the different subjects and the different levels of knowledge. The knowledge learned in these secondary colleges is all the science and technology of the secondary civilization. Of course, there will be technical and academic ones. After graduating from the secondary college, students of technical subjects will bid farewell to school and enter the factory for final learning. When these students can flexibly apply all the knowledge they have learned in the past 30 years, they can choose to leave the factory to start their own business or go to the third-level college to continue their studies and learn the operation of the industrial equipment of the third-level civilization. However, basically 90% of people will choose to continue their studies in the third-level college. After graduating from the second-level college, academic students will directly enter the third-level college to study and create scientific theories of the third-level civilization. At this time, academic students are not only students, but also candidates for scientists, and there is no graduation. Only after 100 scientists have affirmed can the student get the title of scientist, and then he can choose to work in the Academy of Sciences or in a third-level college. Otherwise, he will stay in a third-level college for his whole life to do research, and only go to the Academy of Sciences when his scientific level is sufficient. The oldest student in the third-level college is almost 40 years old and has not graduated yet. The average age of students in the third-level college is 33 years old. Even if they start school at the age of 7, they still need to study for 26 years to reach the third-level college. This period of time is simply too long. Human memory is limited, and it takes time to study. The current third-level civilization is better. Every profession has its own specialty. If everyone studies a subject, the Earth's scientific and technological system can still improve. But when humans become a fourth-level civilization, Xiang Qian dares to believe how many years a person will spend on studying. That's why Xiang Qian ordered the development of auxiliary memory equipment. Such equipment can help students double their learning efficiency. As for the two technologies of memory inheritance and memory infusion, Lung Ning has also studied them, but Lung Ning has no way to deal with the human brain. Only when the level of technology is improved, we can know how complicated the brain is. With the biotechnology mastered by Lung Ning, there is no way to deal with the brain. Although biotechnology can be used to cultivate biological brains, it does not mean that Lung Ning can change the human brain. At that time, Xiang Qian also ordered the use of clones for human experiments, but the technology developed using clones was useless when used on living people. At least Lung Ning came to a conclusion that human memory is related to the legendary soul, and clones do not have souls, so the technology that was successfully tested on clones has no effect on humans. After receiving Lung Ning's reply, Xiang Qian stopped the research on direct memory infusion and started the subconscious infusion research project, which is now the auxiliary memory device. The research is not yet complete. The current difficulty is the balance between subconscious interference and neuronal bioelectric transmission. Once the subconscious interference is too great, the mild case is neurasthenia, and the serious case is brain cell damage. Shinkong said immediately. Okay, don't rush them. Let them study slowly. If they rush too much and produce a half-finished product, it will be tragic. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. He knew that scientific research is sometimes like this. There may be no progress for 10 or 8 years, but it is also possible that a sudden inspiration will come and the research will be completed immediately. There is no place to complain about this. Even scientific predictors are not omnipotent. They can give the correct theoretical direction of scientific research, but they can't do anything about details. 3 hours later, the Orson civilization finally received a message that it continued to upload the second-level civilization data. Xiang Qian smiled after receiving this news. The first-level civilization has already given humans a lot of inspiration. I wonder what the second-level civilization technology data can bring to humans. It would be even better if it could bring inspiration to break through the fourth-level civilization, but the probability of this is even smaller than the probability of smashing the Earth with an egg. Chapter 179. Starry Sky. What information did the Orson civilization exchange for? 2 hours later, Xiang Qian asked. A complete set of technical information on the artificial gravity device. Smart, Xiang Qian nodded. Even if it was him, he would choose this information. The plasma shield technology looks good, but it is like the planetary gravity engine on Earth. Although it is very powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. If the Orson civilization chooses the plasma shield technology, not to mention whether they can manufacture it, the energy consumed alone is not something they can afford. Therefore, it is very wise to choose artificial gravity device technology. At least this solves the problem of spacecraft manufacturing. Spacecraft like the second-level civilization that rely on centrifugal force to generate gravity are only suitable for flying within the star system. Only spacecraft with artificial gravity and protective shields can truly fly in the Milky Way. Starry Sky. What is the similarity between the second-level technical data of the Orson civilization and our technology? Xiang Qian thought for a while and asked. The similarity is 96.7%. Sure enough, the Orson civilization has also gone astray. Xiang Qian frowned and didn't expect it. It seems that humans want to get some inspiration from the secondary technology of the Orson civilization, but they may not get as much from the primary technology. However, the Orson civilization is also for the development of the race, and what they did is not wrong. Why did Xiang Qian say that the Orson civilization went the wrong way? It's because the closer the Orson civilization is to the scientific and technological system of the Earth, the more it means that the Orson civilization is deviating from the technological characteristics of their race. Technological characteristics are very important, and they determine whether a race can break through to the fourth-level civilization. As for why the technological system of the Orson civilization is becoming more and more similar to that of the Earth, it is because the current third-level civilization technology tree of the Earth, except for the first-level civilization, most of the technology is developed by itself, and the remaining second-level and third-level civilization technology systems are all taken back from the Lilan tribe. Where did the third-level civilization technology tree of the Lilan tribe come from? It was developed by the evolvers. There is a very serious problem here, that is, all the black technology items that can be displayed in the minds of the evolutionists in the whole universe are copied from a technology system. In other words, the technology system in the minds of human evolutionists and evolutionists of other civilizations is exactly the same. The Lilan people have stayed in that small universe for more than 100,000 years, and have no chance to contact other civilizations. Therefore, the third-level civilization technology tree they have developed is completely the technology system in the minds of the evolutionists. However, it is impossible to break through the third-level civilization to the fourth-level civilization with such a technological system. The current third-level civilization technology tree of mankind is completely a trunk, with only a few branches, not to mention lush leaves. As for the other hidden technologies of the third-level civilization, there are only one or two, and they are not key technologies. Therefore, it is impossible for humans to break through the fourth-level civilization with the current technology tree. Unless the technological characteristics of humans are studied separately in this technology system, all the knowledge in the technology tree is converted into technology with human technological characteristics. But it is unknown how long it will take to do so. In the previous life, it took humans more than 400 years to reach the late stage of the third-level civilization. Although humans now have a third-level civilization technology tree, it is not necessarily shorter than the time spent in the previous life. Xiang Qian considered technology exchange and excluding the blue moon in order to break through the fourth-level civilization. Only in this way can the human technological foundation be quickly improved, the technological characteristics of various races can be absorbed, and the accumulation of quantity can be completed, so that qualitative changes can occur. A few hours later, the Academy of Sciences delivered the evaluation report on the second-level technical data of the Orson civilization to Xiang Qian. The evaluation of the second-level technical data of the Orson civilization in the report was obviously not as good as that of the first-level civilization. The primary technology of the second-level civilization of the Orson civilization still had some highlights. When it came to the middle-level technology of the second-level civilization, it was basically the same as that of the Earth. The only difference was the materials used. Shinkong asked the Orson civilization if there is any other technology to exchange. If not, this exchange ends here. Xiang Qian finished reading the report and said to the Starry Sky. In fact, he no longer had the idea of continuing the transaction. The technology of the Orson civilization had basically been uploaded, and there were not many left. And those technologies were most likely owned by humans. So in his opinion, the Orson civilization had no more money. Okay, boss. After a while, the Orson civilization took out 2 more technologies. But these 2 technologies were really, as Xiang Qian guessed, basically carved out of the same mold as human technology. Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to give a super low score. Sure enough, this would only lead to the Orson civilization not uploading any technical information. However, Xiang Qian still ordered a detection device to continue tracking the detection spacecraft of the Orson civilization. There was no purpose, just to see what path the Orson civilization would take next. After that, Xiang Qian either went to the Academy of Sciences to study topics with the scientists, or arranged various plans for the Earth in the office. 2 years passed quickly, and the moon appeared in the sky of the Earth again, and this moon was not just 1, but 23. All these moons were wandering planets captured by Xiang Qian. Except for one moon that was transformed into an artificial sun, all the others were transformed into fortress satellites. In 2 years, the technological level of the Earth has not developed much, but the material reserves, energy reserves, and industrial development have undergone very great changes. If it were just after leaving the Oort cloud, the transformation of 24 satellites would not be enough in 2 years. At that time, it took a full 6 months to transform the moon, but now it only took 2 years to complete the transformation of 24 satellites. Boss, John Lei sent me an encrypted message. What's the content? We have discovered an alien civilization, a wanderer civilization, with 1 mothership and 3,000 frigates. Please ask the boss whether to launch an attack. Well, tell Zhang Lei that I only want technology. It doesn't matter if he fights or robs, as long as I can get the technology information. Also tell him that there is no need to ask for instructions for such things in the future. I only want the results, not the process. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he quietly waited for the result. An encrypted message flew at the speed of light for nearly 3 days, covering a distance of 77.8 billion kilometers, and was finally received by the Blue Moon. After reading the message, Zhang Lei immediately pressed the emergency assembly button. Soon all the personnel inside the moon, including those evolvers, arrived, and all stood in the core square waiting for Zhang Lei's order. All personnel go to the Blue Moon and enter the designated location fusion system. Open the command system inside the moon fortress, connect to the main brain of the Blue Moon, and set off immediately. Zhang Lei said loudly. Understood. After everyone finished speaking, they quickly left the core square inside the moon fortress, changed into the designated combat uniforms, and quickly entered the core warehouse, where the Blue Moon was parked through 150 elevators. After confirming that there was no problem with the control system of the moon fortress, Zhang Lei also quickly entered the Blue Moon. However, the area where Zhang Lei was the core of the Blue Moon. As a multi-person controlled genetic nuclear force weapon, the Blue Moon Fortress also had a main control system. After all, with so many people integrated into the Blue Moon Fortress at the same time, who should the system listen to? Zhang Lei is equivalent to the mastermind of the Blue Moon, and the personnel in each part are all the component control systems of the Blue Moon. Basically, except for Zhang Lei, the rest of the people only need to output genetic nuclear power and monitor the operation of the equipment. They don't have to worry about it at all. All combat commands are centered on Zhang Lei. Although there is a secondary auxiliary control system below, the personnel of the auxiliary control system are only equivalent to staff officers. They have no command power at all, only the right to make suggestions. Turn on the holographic simulation system on the surface of the lunar fortress, increase the power of the gravity generator, turn off the engine, turn off the active radar, turn on the passive receiving radar, increase the energy output by 30%, start the energy buffer system, and start slowly charging the main gun. Zhang Lei issued these orders in an instant, which took less than 1 second in total. The power of the genetic nuclear force is that you only need to think about anything, not say it. When the lunar fortress slowly disappeared, the Wanderer civilization fleet 71.93 million kilometers away from the lunar fortress did not notice it at all. Chapter 180. Hello, civilized races ahead. We are the Leland people. Do you need special rare metals? Do you need the remains of weapons from level 4 civilization? Do you need a star map of the Milky Way? If you need it, please exchange it with scientific and technological data. We will evaluate the scientific and technological data you uploaded. Below is the item exchange catalog. Please send an encrypted message if you need it. Zhang Lei sent a message according to the method Xiang Qian gave him before leaving. As for the special rare metals, the remains of weapons from the 4th level civilization, and the Milky Way star map, those things are of course deceptive. Even if they exist, it is impossible to trade them, unless Xiang Qian eats too many brain-dead movies one day. Sure enough, after this message was sent out, the opponent's fleet stopped immediately, and even took defensive shape, while various radar radiation waves began to scan the surrounding void back and forth. However, the opponent is only a second-level civilization. It is impossible to scan the lunar fortress with the equipment of the second-level civilization. As for the prehistoric relics equipment, it could not scan the lunar fortress with the prehistoric civilization jammer turned on. 10 minutes later, the other party sent a reply. Hello, Lilan civilization, we are the Black U civilization, where are you? For the things you trade, if we trade, where do we need to go to pick them up? Zhang Lei saw the other party's reply, and an idea came to his mind, and he immediately replied, Hello, Black U civilization, all the things we trade are on the trading planet. If you need to trade, we will detach from the curvature flight. If you don't need it, we will leave. The Black Universe civilization did not answer immediately, probably discussing whether to exchange these things. In fact, at this time, all civilizations and races had just entered the universe, and were not aware of the cruelty of the universe. Although some civilizations may have experienced a small universe war, most civilizations have not even experienced a small universe war. Regardless of whether they have experienced it or not, as long as they are not a leftover civilization left over from more than 100,000 years ago, not only is their technology not that strong, but even their understanding of the universe is very low. If it were Xiang Qian and his friends in the previous life, if they encountered such a broadcast, they would immediately drop several super-strong EMP bombs and nuclear bombs with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons, and then flee in an instant. Because at this time, the opponent must be far away from you. If you hesitate with the opponent for a while, you will probably just wait for death. This is the lunar fortress slowly approaching the fleet of the Black Universe civilization. Since it cannot use the thrust engine, it can only rely on the gravity-generating device to guide the lunar fortress forward, so the speed is a bit slow. But Zhang Lei was not in a hurry. As long as they were not discovered by the Black Universe civilization, the moon fortress would approach their fleet sooner or later. Half an hour later, the Black Universe civilization finally sent a message. Excuse me, Lilan clan, how do you guarantee the fairness of the transaction? What if we upload the scientific and technological information, and you do not abide by the transaction rules? What? You dare to question our Lilan clan? You should know that our Lilan clan is a famous trading civilization in the universe. Even if we are just a trading planet of the Lilan clan, the dignity of the Lilan clan cannot be tarnished by you. Blah blah blah. Zhang Lei pretended to be very angry and replied, I'm sorry, please forgive our doubts, Lilan people. But without any guarantee, our Black U civilization will not trade, unless you can come up with a trading plan that convinces us, otherwise we will not trade. In this case, this transaction fails, goodbye. After Zhang Lei finished replying, he quietly waited for the Black U civilization to move forward. Just when he was talking to the Black U civilization, the lunar fortress had slowly flown to the upper side of the Black U civilization's forward route. As long as the Black Universe civilization continues to move forward, it will hit the gun muzzle of the moon fortress. But for a full 10 hours, the Black Universe civilization did not make any move, just quietly stopped in the void, and the radar did not stop scanning for a moment. Finally, in the 12th hour, the Black Universe civilization moved forward. However, they still maintained their formation very cautiously, and moved forward slowly. At this time, the moon fortress was still more than 72 million kilometers away from the Black Universe civilization, but as long as the Black Universe civilization moved, the distance between the two sides would quickly narrow. 72 million kilometers. 54 million kilometers. 23 million kilometers. 8 million kilometers. 2 million kilometers. When the distance between the two sides was only 1.5 million kilometers, Zhang Lei sent another communication. Foolish Black U civilization, immediately hand over all your scientific and technological information in exchange for the forgiveness of the Lilan people. Otherwise we, the Lilan people, will destroy you and make your civilization a history. Let your people become cosmic dust. Sure enough, after this message was sent, the Black U civilization immediately stopped again and even formed a defensive formation. On the surface of 3,000 warships, you can still see the gathering of energy. This is the main gun charging. Lilan civilization, please do not provoke our Black U civilization. If you have the strength to destroy our Black U civilization, then come and fight. Without that strength, even a sneak attack will be useless. The Black U civilization is still very tough. It is estimated that they think that some civilization similar to them is playing tricks on them. War, really? I hope you don't regret it. After Jean Lay sent the message, he immediately issued an order: cancel the holographic simulation system of the lunar fortress, reduce the operating power of the gravity-generating device, open the plasma state shield, and output 60% of the energy. The next second, before the Black Universe civilization could reply, the moon fortress appeared in the universe. In particular, the power of the gravity-generating device decreased, and the gravitational fluctuations generated instantly actually produced a circle of visible ripples around the moon fortress. The appearance of the moon fortress shocked the Black Universe civilization. It was really curvature flight. This time it was really over. No matter what the Black Universe civilization thought, after the moon fortress appeared, Jean Lay once again said, "This is the last warning. Hand over all your scientific and technological information, otherwise you will be exterminated." At this time, the flagship of the Black Universe civilization suddenly had an eggshell-like energy shield. Compared with the plasma shield, the nearly solid energy shield like an eggshell has a defense power that is estimated to be incapable of being penetrated by the main guns of the entire lunar fortress. Jean Lay was also depressed when he saw this shield. It seemed that the Black Universe civilization could not be destroyed this time. At least the flagship of the other race could not be destroyed. Of course, it would be another matter if the Blue Moon was deployed, but the Black Universe civilization was not worth deploying the Blue Moon at all, as it was the last trump card. After the message was sent, the atmosphere in the universe was very tense. The main guns of both sides were fully charged, and could fire at any time. We, the Black Universe civilization, admit defeat, but how can we be sure that you will not attack us after receiving our technological information? If we cannot get a guarantee, then we would rather die than give you the technological information. After a while, the Black Universe civilization sent a message. This question really stumped Jean Lay. Although he did not plan to destroy the other party, after getting the information, no one would believe what he said. How could he prove it? Jean Lay immediately shared this problem with everyone on the Blue Moon. It turned out that there is strength in numbers. The wisdom of 20,000 people is not something Jean Lay can match alone. He found a solution in less than a minute. The main body of your civilization is the spacecraft. When you upload data later, calculate it according to the total time of uploading data. Divide the total time by the number of spacecrafts of your civilization. The time obtained is how long it takes for your civilization to leave a spacecraft when uploading data. In this way, when you have uploaded all the data, you will only have one spaceship left. Do you think we will do anything to your spaceship? Even if we destroy your spaceship, what will happen? You will not lose anything. This method can guarantee your safety. After sending the information, Jean Lay stared at the Black Sky civilization. If they made any small moves, the main gun of the moon fortress would launch an attack. Chapter 181. Okay, we accept this plan, and we will upload the information immediately. After a while, the Black Sky civilization sent a message. Upload the second-level civilization technology information first. Jean Lay said immediately. Okay. After more than 10 minutes, the Black Sky civilization began to upload technology information. After receiving the technology information, Jean Lay immediately asked the 5,000 evolvers to check the information to see if it was true. If the information was false, Jean Lay would launch an attack immediately. Use force to deter and force the Black Sky civilization to hand over the real scientific and technological data. The result is different from what Jean Lay thought. The Black Sky civilization really did not play tricks. All the data handed over are real and complete. Slow down the speed of uploading data. You can evacuate a spacecraft every 15 minutes. Set the upload time of the entire data to 4,500 minutes. After confirming that the data is fine, Jean Lay said to the Black Sky civilization. Originally, it would take only a few hours to upload all the scientific and technological data of the Black Sky civilization, but such a short time is not easy to allocate the time for the evacuation of the warships of the Black Sky civilization. At the same time, those scientific and technological data are not easy to organize. What if all the later data is garbage? That's why Jean Lay asked the Black Sky civilization to slow down the speed of the last data, and at the same time, they could use this time to check the uploaded data. Next, the Black Sky civilization followed Jean Lay's instructions and began to adjust the speed of the last data, and at the same time evacuated a spacecraft every 15 minutes. They even turned off the charging of the main guns, and it seemed that they had no intention of resisting at all. Although Jean Lay was very happy about this situation, he did not relax his vigilance. The fire control radar of the lunar fortress had been locked on the flagship of the Black Sky civilization race. Time passed slowly, and 70 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were still 5 hours left before the data upload was completed. There were still 21 warships of the Black U civilization left within the range of the Moon Fortress, 20 of which were ordinary warships, and one was the flagship of the Black U civilization. But at this time, the warships of the Black U civilization did not continue to evacuate. Even after 15 minutes, no warship left. When Zhang Lei was about to send a message to inquire, he suddenly received a message from the main control system of the Moon Fortress that the data upload link of the Black U civilization was disconnected. Hey U civilization, what do you want to do? Zhang Lei immediately sent a message to ask, but the answer he got was the rapid charging of the main gun of the Heiyu civilization warship. Faced with this situation, Zhang Lei did not think twice, and immediately controlled the Moon Fortress to launch an attack. Hundreds of huge beams of light streaked across the dark void, and accurately hit the flagship of the Heiyu civilization in less than 5 seconds. The main gun continues to charge, and the secondary gun aims at the Heiyu civilization warship to launch an attack. After launching the main gun attack of the Moon Fortress, Zhang Lei immediately issued an order. In less than 2 seconds, hundreds of rays of light flashed again, but these were all attacks launched by secondary guns. However, the main guns equipped on the Lunar Fortress were all developed by humans themselves. Although they were also technological items of the Third Late Civilization, their power was not enough to break the protective shield of the flagship of the Black Universe Civilization. At this time, the main and secondary guns of the flagship of the Black Universe Civilization were also fully charged, and all the main and secondary guns fired at the same time. After these energy beams were fired, they instantly hit their energy shields. However, the imagined explosion did not happen. Instead, these energy attacks seemed to be integrated into the protective shield like a drop of water. Then, on the surface of the protective shield, a thick light column that gathered all the energy of the main and secondary guns of the flagship of the Black Universe Civilization race was formed, and quickly hit the plasma protective shield of the Lunar Fortress. In an instant, the energy output of the Lunar Fortress's protective shield exceeded 90%, and huge energy exploded on the plasma protective shield, and the plasma protective shield bound by the super-strong electromagnetic force field was almost broken. Fortunately, the energy buffering equipment of the protective shield is a relic of prehistoric civilization, and the manufacturing technology is incomparable to that of the Earth today. The energy output at that moment, and the energy return when resisting the attack were digested by these energy buffering equipment. Otherwise, if only these energy buffering equipment were short-circuited, the plasma state protective shield would definitely be broken by the previous attack. There was no loss in the Lunar Fortress in a round of attack, and all the warships of the Black U civilization were destroyed except for the race flagship. The Lunar Fortress rotates, the energy buffer system cools down, and the main gun concentrates fire. Zhang Lei continued to give orders. At this time, the Lunar Fortress began to rotate, revealing the muzzle of the main gun on the other side that had been fully charged. The fire control radar had already locked onto the flagship of the Black U civilization race, and when the angle was right, the main gun launched an attack again. Facing the attack of the Lunar Fortress, the flagship of the Black U civilization race did not even dodge, and directly resisted the concentrated fire attack of the main gun of the Lunar Fortress. A few seconds later, when the light dissipated, the flagship of the Black U civilization race was still intact. What surprised Zhang Lei the most was that when facing the concentrated fire attack of the Moon Fortress, the Black U civilization's race flagship was still charging the main gun. You should know that the energy consumed by charging the main gun and the energy consumed by the protective shield to resist the attack are both very large, which puts a lot of pressure on both the energy core and the energy buffer equipment. Especially the energy core. If the energy output of the protective shield is not enough, it is very likely to be broken in an instant. But the Black U civilization still dared to do this, which means that they are full of confidence in the race flagship. This is not good news for Zhang Lei, because the opponent has already confirmed that the main gun fire attack of the moon cannot cause damage to them, otherwise who would dare to do so? The equipment obtained in the Temple of Civilization races is indeed powerful, but how much energy reserves do you have to consume it? Zhang Lei did not give up the attack because the main gun of the Moon Fortress could not cause damage to the flagship of the Black Sky Civilization. Instead, the main and secondary guns fired at the same time. He did not need to break the opponent's protective shield, but only consume the opponent's energy reserves. At that time, without energy, no matter how powerful the protective shield is, it is just a layer of plastic wrap. A thick beam of light hit the plasma shield of the Lunar Fortress again. This time, 1/3 of the energy buffer equipment inside the Lunar Fortress was penetrated by the super strong energy overload. This is because there are prehistoric civilization equipment from the front, otherwise the energy buffer equipment would have been scrapped long ago. Zhang Lei also knew at this time that the plasma shield could only support the opponent's 3 attacks at most, and the 4th attack would definitely break the shield. But now they can only hold on like this. Anyway, the Blue Moon is the real killer, and they have no problem fighting safely. Now it depends on whether the energy reserve of the Black Universe civilization is exhausted first, or the protective shield and outer defense of the Moon Fortress are broken. Then, dazzling lights flashed in the void one after another. After being hit, the protective shields of both sides would flash such lights. The entire universe lost its color during this period of time, and only black and white flashed alternately. Finally, after a burst of dazzling light, the plasma protective shield of the Moon Fortress was broken, and the outer armor of the Moon Fortress was exposed in the universe. But at this time, Zhang Lei ignored the problem of the protective shield. Instead, he shut down the energy supply line of the protective shield, and all the energy was output to the attack. The dense secondary guns on the surface of the lunar fortress finally began to fire at full force, attacking the protective shield of the Black U civilization like a dense array. At this time, the color of the Black U civilization's protective shield was obviously not as bright as at the beginning, which shows that the uninterrupted attack of the lunar fortress did not have no effect on it. Boom! The main gun attack of the Black U civilization race flagship once again directly punched a big hole in the outer armor of the lunar fortress, and molten iron flowed around the big hole. The entire lunar fortress was shaken, and even Zhang Lei in the Blue Moon felt the vibration. However, according to the sensors of the lunar fortress, this attack only damaged the outer armor and several secondary guns not far from the attack position, but did not cause any damage to the lunar fortress itself. Chapter 182. In the command hall of the flagship of the Black U civilization, General Meyerson saw the shield of the lunar fortress shattered, and the expression on his face finally relaxed. "How much energy is left?" General Meyerson asked. "General, the energy reserve is still 35%. The operator immediately replied. "Is the retreat route of the people in danger?" "No danger has been found so far. Change the energy gathering attack method, and aim at the nozzle of the opponent's engine system to launch an attack." General Meyerson thought for a moment and spoke. "General, the enemy's protective shield has been broken by us, and we have a chance to destroy the enemy." At this time, General Meyerson's deputy suddenly spoke. General Meyerson looked back at his deputy and slowly said, "What's the point of destroying one of the enemy's satellite fortresses? The enemy is not a pioneer civilization, but an evolutionary civilization. They can build a second and third satellite fortress. The purpose of our staying is to delay the enemy, and allow the people to evacuate safely, not to destroy the enemy's satellite fortress. And you can be sure that the other party will not detonate the satellite core before dying and perish with us." But they also took the complete set of technical information of our black space civilization, and they got it for free. We can continue to study if the information is gone, but if the people are gone, there is nothing. Before the leader died, he handed the race to me, so I have to bear this responsibility. For me, the continuation of the race is the first priority, and everything else can be abandoned when necessary, including myself. I know you are very unwilling, but you have to do it now. The enemy's weapons have no way to break our protective shield, but they can cause fatal damage to other warships of our Black Sky civilization. So at the beginning, we have to hand over all the scientific and technological information of the race to them. Now our people have evacuated. As long as we destroy the enemy's engine nozzle, we can also evacuate safely. As for the scientific and technological information, let's take it as a lesson. Next, we will start to fully develop the race mothership, so that all the people of the Black Sky civilization can live in the mothership. At that time, we will not be afraid of the threats of other civilizations." General Meyerson said with a little tiredness. "I understand, General." The deputy nodded. General Meyerson watched the engine nozzles on the lunar fortress being destroyed one after another, gradually losing power control, and he knew that the people of the Black U civilization were finally safe. "Stop the attack and return." General Meyerson gave the order. After the Black U civilization's race flagship stopped attacking, the surrounding space fluctuated, and disappeared into the void of the universe in the next second. "Old buddy, you see, I led the Black U civilization and escaped another disaster. But if there is a choice, I wish I was the one who made that choice in the microcosm. I didn't expect you to. But don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised, unless I die." General Meyerson looked at the distorted space outside the porthole with a firm look, and said silently in his heart, "Leave, don't fight." John Lay looked at the disappearing flagship of the Black U civilization race, confused. He was originally going to open the Blue Moon's external channel and use the Blue Moon to launch an attack, but the Black U civilization left without saying anything, which made him very puzzled. The Evolver should cancel the fusion with the Blue Moon and enter the Moon Fortress to inspect the equipment. Prioritize repairing the engine nozzle and restore the power of the Moon Fortress. John Lay issued the order. He was afraid of other dangers, so he only allowed 5,000 Evolvers to cancel the fusion with the Blue Moon. The remaining 15,000 people remained in the fusion state, which was enough to deal with the danger. When the Evolvers began to repair various equipment in the Moon Fortress, John Lay began to send the situation of this battle and the scientific and technological information obtained from the Black U civilization to Xiangqian. 3 days later, the Evolvers finally repaired the engine nozzle and energy buffer equipment of the Lunar Fortress, but at this time, the materials stored inside the Lunar Fortress had been almost consumed. The remaining materials were not enough to repair the weapon system, so they could only find a mineral planet and collect resources before continuing the repair work. At this time, Xiangqian received the message sent by John Lay. Seeing the battle report sent by John Lay, Xiangqian covered his forehead and was very speechless. Such a simple battle turned out to be like this. The Lunar Fortress was almost scrapped, and the Blue Moon was about to be dispatched, which really left him speechless. Since the Black Universe civilization can hand over the information, it means that they definitely care about those 3,000 spaceships. What can make a civilization care? It must be the population. As long as you have a brain, you will know that there are many members of the Black Universe civilization on those 3,000 spaceships. Otherwise, with the strength of the Black Universe civilization flagship, why would they give you the technological information? At this time, it is obvious that you cannot let those spaceships leave. Instead, after testing the weaknesses of the Black Universe civilization, you should immediately control these spaceships, and then ask for the information. At the same time, after the data transmission is completed, the flagship of the Black U civilization should be killed as soon as possible. Even if the flagship of the right race is not killed, it should be kept far away, and must not appear within the radar detection range of the Lunar Fortress. Only at this time can those spaceships be allowed to leave, otherwise it would be stupid. Xiangqian complained in the office for a long time, wishing that John Lay would come back and replace him with a cold-faced and black-hearted person to do the robbery. But after thinking about it, he gave up this plan. After all, John Lay is just a soldier. With a soldier's way of thinking, he would definitely not do something like kidnapping hostages, and of course he would never think of it. Fortunately, the Black U civilization that John Lay encountered this time was obviously also a novice. Although he was wary of alien civilizations, his actions were also very naive, and it can be said that he was the same as John Lay. Xiangqian thought for a long time, and was surprised by the various ways of cheating and judging alien civilizations in his memory, which civilizations he could provoke, and which civilizations he could not provoke. What are most of the equipment given to the Wanderer civilization by the Civilization Race Hall, and what functions do they have? If you judge whether a Wanderer civilization is a civilization that has just left its mother planet, or a left-behind civilization that has survived in the microcosm for 100,000 years, etc., all of them are written down in detail, and then Shinkong sends them to John Lay. As for how John Lay can develop after getting these experiences, it depends on how much he can digest. Shinkong, give these materials to the Academy of Sciences, let them sort them out, absorb the essence of the technology, and then make a technology evaluation report for me. Xiangqian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Hey, you civilization. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. I can't remember. But a wandering civilization poses no threat to the Earth, and they don't know that the Lunar Fortress belongs to the Earth. Xiangqian thought about it, and since he didn't remember any awesome civilization called Heiyu civilization, he didn't take them seriously. 5 years later, in a star system that was about to be destroyed, the fleet of Heiyu civilization was docked around an Earth-like planet, and there was a super large dock in the outer space of this planet. General, the mothership has been built. Has it been tested? It has been tested and fully meets the standards. Now we are waiting to install the equipment left over from prehistoric civilizations, and the equipment obtained from the Temple of Civilized Races. Okay, install it immediately. Half a month later, the Black Universe civilization abandoned all spaceships and took the mothership to the large Magellanic planet. A year and a half later, the Black Universe civilization discovered a damaged spaceship. After exploration, an alien race of life was found living in a lifeboat in this spaceship. Can you understand the universal language of the universe? Which civilization are you from? Why were you attacked? How many people are there in your race? When the alien woke up, General Meyerson asked immediately. My race is gone, and I am the only one left. From now on, my race is called the Avenger Civilization. You have hatred in your heart, so let's take revenge together. The alien life turned his head blankly, and his eyes shifted from the information screen of the lifeboat to General Myersson. Okay. Let's take revenge together. General Myerson's eyes were confused, and he said blankly. Chapter 183. Boss, Zhang Lei sent back a set of scientific and technological information and a battle report. Yes, send the information to the Academy of Sciences, and give me the battle report. Xiang Qian looked at the battle video displayed on the desk, clicked on the fast-forward button a few times, and suddenly saw a beam of attack light from the lunar fortress that was obviously different from the previous main gun, which directly blew up the protective shield of the flagship of the other race. Zhang Lei did a good job this time. He entered and directly blew up the flagship of a civilization. Not only did he get the other party's scientific and technological information, but also got the equipment produced by the other civilization's race hall. He is getting more and more powerful. After watching the war video and the war report, Xiang Qian said with a smile. This is all thanks to your wise guidance, boss. Shinkong said. He learned to hit with a club from me. I didn't teach him this. Xiang Qian looked at Shinkong with a dark face. He made a tactic based on the boss's strategic thinking. Okay. Xiang Qian was speechless. In the past 10 years, Zhang Lei has sent back more and more scientific and technological information, and it is not like the beginning, when he used the Moon Fortress to fight against the race flagship of the Wanderer civilization, and the protective shield was broken by the equipment of the civilization race hall every time. Zhang Lei has now learned to be smart. He directly opened a channel between the core and the surface of the lunar fortress. During the battle, he unexpectedly used the blue moon to launch an attack, breaking the opponent's protective shield with one blow, and then nothing happened. Xiang Qian could only admire Zhang Lei's despicable fighting style. Anyway, no matter how they fight, it is a fight or a trade. In 10 years, the technology of the Earth has made great progress. This progress does not mean breaking through the 4th level civilization, but that the Earth now finally has a technological system with its own civilization characteristics. It can be said that these 10 years are the time for the Earth to lay the foundation. Through the trade with other civilizations here on Earth, and Zhang Lei's way of trading and robbing there, a lot of scientific and technological information of other races has been brought to the Earth. Although most of these scientific and technological information are the technology of the 1st level civilization, and a few of the 2nd level civilization, they are of great help in opening up the thinking of human scientists. Boss, the Academy of Sciences asks you to make a decision. Well, what decision? Just let them write a report. Xiang Qian said strangely. I don't know. Deanly and academician David asked you to go there once. Xiang Qian was very surprised after hearing this. What big thing happened today? Could it be that there is hope for a breakthrough in the 4th level civilization? Tell them, I'd be there soon. After saying this, Xiang Qian got up and left the office, and came to the suspension passage in the underground of the federal building that led directly to the Academy of Sciences. He took the suspension, and quickly went to the Academy of Sciences. 3 minutes later, Xiang Qian came to the Academy of Sciences, and came to the Materials Research Center according to the prompts of the starry sky. As a result, when Xiang Qian entered the door, he saw that there were people all around him. What are you doing? Have you made a breakthrough in basic materials? Xiang Qian said loudly. Xiao Qian, you are here, come here quickly. Old Manly saw Xiang Qian at the door, and waved his hand to greet him. Teacher, what happened? Why did you all come to the Materials Research Center? Xiang Qian walked in, and found that in the hall of the Materials Research Center, there was a super large rectangular glass container, and inside it, there were countless electronic devices on the top, bottom, left, right and 4 sides. The technological material of the 4th level civilization has finally been developed. Look, this is the sample. Old Manly handed a gray metal-like object to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian looked at the 4th level technological material in his hand, and his face was full of black lines. What is this thing? It is gray and irregular, and it doesn't look like a 4th level technological material. The stones picked up on the roadside are more beautiful than it. Is this a 4th level technological material? Xiang Qian said with a sneer. Yes, this is a 4th level technological material. Although it doesn't look good, its technological level has reached the level of 4th level civilization technology. But it was just produced by chance. After testing, we confirm that it is a 4th level scientific and technological material. You can ask Academician Yao of the Materials Research Center for details. He knows it best. Old Manly said and pulled a person over. When he was pulled over by Old Manly, the other person was still reluctant because he was debugging the equipment just now. How did this fourth-level scientific and technological material come about? Xiang Qian said to Academician Yao. He was very curious about what kind of aesthetic sense could set the shape of the material to this shape when doing experiments. Actually, this was obtained by chance during a failed experiment. Originally, the material we were studying was not this, but something unexpected happened at that time, so... Academician Yao said with a red face, looking very embarrassed. Can such a material still be made now? Make one and show it to me. As soon as Xiang Qian saw this, he knew that this must have been caused by an experimental accident. As for whether it was an illegal operation or something else, he was not going to pursue it. Yes, of course. In fact, we have always been in a misunderstanding in materials science. We have been experimenting with composite materials over the years, hoping to use composite materials to break through the material strength that can be achieved by the fourth-level civilization technology. But now we find that we have taken the wrong path. In fact, no matter what basic materials or composite materials, the third-level civilization is already the peak. According to the previous routine, it is impossible to make the material technology reach the level of the fourth-level civilization technology. In another experiment, we found that the technical direction of truly breaking through the fourth-level materials is degenerate matter. Academician Yao said, as he opened the internal equipment of the rectangular glass container. Degenerate matter? Do you mean materials similar to metallic hydrogen? Xiang Qian frowned and said. No, metallic hydrogen is simply garbage. The direction of material research for the fourth-level civilization is neutron degenerate matter, that is, the matter that exists on neutron stars. Academician Yao said immediately. But neutron degenerate matter cannot appear at normal temperature and pressure, so don't say this thing is neutron degenerate matter. Xiang Qian said, holding the gray material in his hand. No, it certainly is not. In fact, the technical difficulty of the fourth-level material is the Coulomb force. As long as the Coulomb force is overcome, the atomic nuclei can be combined arbitrarily to form any material we want. Academician Yao said. Overcoming the Coulomb force is indeed an idea. Xiang Qian thought about it. If the Coulomb force can really be overcome, it is really possible to realize neutron degenerate matter. But how to overcome the Coulomb force? Can the current technology do it? Xiang Qian asked. There is already a way, but it is still difficult to form neutron degenerate matter, but there is no problem in making some fourth-level scientific and technological materials. After Academician Yao finished speaking, he began to operate the equipment. Chapter 184. Academician Yao controlled the device, and soon Xiang Qian saw a group of ionized gas in a plasma state appear inside the glass. Does the manufacturing of the fourth-level material need to be transformed in a plasma state? Xiang Qian asked curiously when he saw the group of ionized gas inside the glass. That's not the case, but in this case, we can better observe the reaction when atoms aggregate, which is more intuitive. After all, in the plasma state, electrons will be thrown away by atoms, and atoms will become ions with only positive charges. At this time, these ions are forced to aggregate together to form a new solid substance, which is the fourth-level material. If humans previously defined the four forms of matter as liquid, solid, gas, and plasma, then the fourth-level material does not belong to any of these forms, and from the fundamental Pauli exclusion principle, the atomic nucleus is forced to form a new structure, that is, a degenerate material. Academician Yao said while operating. Pauli exclusion principle. Xiang Qian knew that in simple terms, some particles, such as electrons, neutrons, protons, etc., are exclusive, and they cannot occupy the same position in space, just like a group of naughty children. If you want them to get together, they will always push and shove, and drive the children next to them away. The closer they are, the greater the force they need to use. This mutual repulsion between particles is called degenerate pressure. But Xiang Qian didn't understand how to create degenerate matter under current conditions. You should know that degenerate matter basically exists on white dwarfs and neutron stars. The matter on these two extreme celestial bodies is electron degenerate matter and neutron degenerate matter respectively. However, the production of these two kinds of matter depends entirely on the extremely strong gravity of extreme celestial bodies. With current technology, it is impossible to evolve such an extreme environment. Therefore, Xiang Qian watched Academician Yao operate the equipment with deep doubts. As Academician Yao operated, the ionized gas mass inside the glass container began to shrink and began to transform into a material form little by little. At this time, Xiang Qian saw that there seemed to be an invisible hand around the ionized gas mass, constantly squeezing the ionized gas mass. At the same time, he also saw bursts of flashes starting to burst out from inside the ionized gas mass. The flashes made the ionized gas mass look like a galaxy flowing. Huh? As the ionized gas mass shrank, Xiang Qian suddenly made a slight sound. Haha, do you think this scene is a bit like the scene when a planet is formed? Old Manly heard Xiang Qian's surprise, and said with a smile. Yes, it is a bit like it. Xiang Qian nodded. The ionized gas mass shrank, and gradually the spherical material formed inside the gas mass could be seen, and the flash inside became more and more intense, and it could catch up with the brightness of a 100-watt light bulb. I felt the same way when I first saw it, but this is completely different from the reason why planets are formed. When a planet is formed, a nuclear fusion reaction will occur in the core, and then the surrounding matter will be quickly absorbed, and finally the planet will be formed due to gravity. But if a nuclear fusion reaction occurs in this way, it means that the experiment has failed. Although high-energy reactions will occur inside the nucleus by changing the nucleus in this way, thermonuclear reactions will never occur. Old Manly said to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian nodded and continued to observe the changes inside the glass container. As time went by, the ionized gas mass disappeared, and was replaced by a large sphere with a diameter of 1 centimeter. At this time, the sphere was still flashing with light, some from the inside and some from the outside. It was not until 5 minutes later, when the sphere was no longer moving, that academician Yao stopped operating. This is a level 4 scientific material, which does not belong to any element in the periodic table, but is a material composed of new elements. Yao Yuanyuan said excitedly, and when he spoke, he also showed the structure diagram of the atomic nucleus inside the sphere. Xiang Qian saw that the electrons and neutrons were still around the nucleus, and there were many other particles he did not recognize, all rotating around the nucleus. No, why don't I see that this nucleus looks like a neutron nucleus? Xiang Qian asked curiously. After Xiang Qian asked this question, academician Yao's face showed an awkward expression again, and he said with a wry smile, "This is also a degenerate matter, but it is not a degenerate matter like the neutron state. Neutron degenerate matter is the development direction of the 4th level material. With our current technology, we can only overcome Coulomb force and nuclear force at most. If we want to form neutron degenerate matter, unless we can increase the gravity inside the nucleus to the strength of crushing the nucleus otherwise. However, although this material is not a degenerate matter of the neutron state, its properties have definitely reached the level of the 4th level civilization technology material, which is absolutely no problem." Oh, that's right. After overcoming the level 4 material problem, many of our technical problems can be supplemented by material performance, so our technical level will definitely have a qualitative leap. Xiang Qian suddenly realized that he was wrong. Just now, he was still fantasizing that if neutron matter can be produced now, then can we immediately create a neutron star for fun? When the time comes, we can install an engine on the neutron star and hit anyone we don't like, without any reason. But now it seems that I thought too much. If neutron matter can be produced now, it would be amazing. If neutron matter can be produced, it means that humans can already create a neutron star through technological means, which is amazing. Now, let alone creating a neutron star. Even if human warships approach a neutron star, they will immediately kneel. But this is reasonable. How can the technology of a 4th level civilization produce neutron matter? Even if the gap between a 3rd level civilization and a 4th level civilization is very large, it shouldn't be this big. Yes, we are now preparing to study new materials. All research centers have reported materials that limit technological performance. We are going to upgrade these materials starting tomorrow. Academician Yao said. Well, if you need any materials, just tell Shinkong directly. As long as it is for the research of new materials, all resources can be used. Xiang Qian nodded. After that, Xiang Qian stayed for a while and left. But just as he was about to leave the Academy of Sciences, he was stopped by Old Manly. "Teacher, what's the matter?" "Yes, there is something I want to discuss with you." Old Manly said a little embarrassedly. "Nothing, teacher, you can talk. I want to use the planetary gravity engine." Xiang Qian was confused after hearing this. Using the planetary gravity engine was indeed a big deal. No wonder he didn't write a report for approval, but went straight to ask for it. Because of this nonsensical report, even if Old Manly had a close relationship with him, it would be directly rejected during the initial review and would not be delivered to him at all. "Teacher, why do you use the planetary gravity engine?" Xiang Qian asked seriously. "I want to verify the general theory of relativity." Gravitons have been discovered and gravitational fields have been proven. So the judgment that the celestial system in the general theory of relativity is not formed by the attraction of gravity, but by the distortion of space and time by gravity is wrong. But my recent research found that this theory seems to be correct, so now I am confused and want to verify the general theory of relativity. However, the gravitational fluctuations generated by the gravitational generator are not enough for me to prove whether the general theory of relativity is wrong, so I can only use the super strong gravitational fluctuations of the planetary gravitational engine to verify it. At the same time, the relationship between gravity and time can also be proved in this experiment. Old Manly also said seriously, "Teacher, you can do this research, but not in the near future. At least wait until the fourth-level scientific and technological materials are popularized. All scientific equipment are replaced with fourth-level materials, and the accuracy is increased before doing it. This way, we can monitor the results more accurately and use the planetary gravity engine in a short time. In this way, we don't waste energy reserves and can complete the theoretical verification. Otherwise, if we start the gravity engine now, the energy reserves wasted will be an astronomical figure." Xiangqian thought for a while and said, "Okay, I go back and prepare first." When Old Manly heard this, he nodded and said that he also knew the disadvantages of the planetary gravity engine, so he didn't say much. Chapter 185. In the next 2 years, the Earth will undergo earth-shaking changes. The breakthrough of basic materials can drive the industrial upgrading of the entire Earth. All items used by humans, whether low-end or high-end, will be replaced. The most important one is the replacement of weapon systems. Compared with the previous Earth, the current Earth has at least doubled in strength. From the outer armor of the warship to the internal electronic components, all of them have been driven by basic materials, and their performance has become much stronger. However, humans are still at the third level of civilization, and are only one step away from reaching the fourth level. It can be said that humans have 1 foot buried in the threshold of the fourth level of civilization, and only 1 step away from breaking through the fourth level of civilization. "Boss," Mom Lei sent a message that they have reached the location of the space gate. "Show the star map." Xiangqian looked at the star map, calculated the surrounding star systems, and estimated that there were about 20 civilizations that needed to go to the Large Magellanic Cloud from this space gate. As for flying directly, with the technology of the second and third level civilization, it is not certain that you can reach the Large Magellanic System even if you fly to death. So to go to the Large Magellanic System, you must pass through this space gate. Tell Zhang Lei to wait for us here, notify the teacher, and tell him to be ready. I will start the planetary gravity engine in 3 days. Xiangqian said to the starry sky. "Okay, boss." In 3 days, all the mining and scientific research ships sent by the Earth returned to the Earth, and at the same time, humans were ready to welcome the first superluminal travel. "Teacher, are all the detection equipment ready?" Xiangqian said to the Old Manly beside him in the command hall. "Don't worry, it's ready." Old Manly nodded and said, with an expectant look on his face, "Shinkong, are all the preparations completed?" Xiangqian asked Shinkong again. "Boss, everything is ready, we can set off at any time." Xiangqian looked at the screen showing a planet-level energy core device with 100% reserve energy and 20,000 controlled nuclear fusion reactors as backup energy. He took a deep breath and said, "Link the planetary gravity engine, set the route, mark the predetermined location. The energy core device output power is 50%. The planetary gravity engine operating power is 80%. Start." As Xiangqian gave the order, the energy reserve percentage on the big screen began to drop rapidly. In just 3 seconds, the energy reserve dropped from 100% to 70%. Fortunately, the energy reserve stopped moving after it dropped to 70%, otherwise Xiangqian would have wanted to call a halt. At this time, the outer 1 million kilometers of the Earth were still peaceful, but the space technology began to distort after 1 million kilometers, and the light became dim. The endless starry sky of the universe soon disappeared, and was replaced by darkness. Distorted space? This is definitely distorted space. Old Manly looked at the screen in front of him and muttered excitedly. If someone could see the space 100 kilometers away from the Earth now, they would see that the entire Earth and the distorted space have become a huge cone. The Earth is at the back of the cone, and the top of the cone is facing the direction of the space gate. In other words, the twisted channel formed by gravity is wide near the Earth and narrow far from the Earth. However, Xiangqian and his team didn't know about this. In the monitoring of the Earth's equipment, the gravitational field in the direction of the Earth's forward movement twisted to form a huge tunnel. There was no gravitational fluctuation in the middle of the tunnel, and the tunnel wall was an extremely twisted space. Xiang Qian and his companions had no idea that the tunnel they saw outside was also conical. No one told them that although the detector released by Old Man Li was 2 million kilometers away from the Earth, the signal from the detector could not be transmitted at all, and was blocked by the extremely distorted space. When the space around the Earth was distorted to the limit, the Earth finally began to move. The speed displayed on the big screen instantly soared from 100 kilometers per second to 100,000 kilometers per second, and then continued to accelerate, but when the speed reached the speed of light, the speed displayed on it suddenly became 0. At this time, it is not that the Earth has stopped, but that the speed detection system can no longer detect the current speed of the Earth. You should know that the fastest detection limit of the speed detection system is the speed of light, and the Earth is obviously moving faster than the speed of light. The light waves emitted by the speed detection device obviously cannot keep up with the current speed of the Earth, so the speed detection device that is not affected by the light waves will of course show that the current speed of the Earth is 0. Teacher, it stands to reason that when the Earth is moving at such a fast speed, we should have a strange feeling. But why don't we have any strange feeling at all until now? Xiang Qian asked the Old Man Li beside him. How fast is the speed of our Earth now? It can be said that it has exceeded the speed of light, but it can also be said that it has not exceeded the speed of light. It depends on how you compare it. If you calculate it on a macro scale, the Earth has indeed exceeded the speed of light. But in fact, the speed of the Earth itself is 0, which means that the Earth is not moving at all, but the distorted space around it is moving. The space we are in now should not be a three-dimensional space, but I can't say which dimension this space belongs to. But now the space around the Earth is still three-dimensional, but outside the tunnel, I don't know. Old Man Li turned his head and said excitedly, and then continued to observe the data on the screen. Xiang Qian nodded. Although Old Man Li was a little confused because of excitement, he really understood. Now the Earth is actually similar to the spacecraft in curvature flight, that is, the spacecraft does not move, but the space moves. Because in physics, the speed of light is the fastest speed. Although the propagation speed of gravity is faster than the speed of light, it is a beyond-horizon effect and cannot be detected. It cannot be counted as speed, and speed without mass is meaningless. Therefore, whether it is the Earth or the spacecraft, the speed cannot exceed the speed of light during regular flight. But there are many ways to run ahead of the speed of light over ultra-long distances. Whether it is curvature navigation, space folding, or gravity tunnel, this effect can be achieved. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the energy reserve percentage on the big screen had dropped to 40%. However, Xiang Qian also knew that they were about to reach their destination, because the planet-level gravity engine showed that the progress of the journey had reached 98%, and there was only 2% left to reach the destination. At this time, Zhang Lei, who was near the space gate, suddenly detected a gravitational fluctuation in the distance. This gravitational fluctuation is tens of thousands of times stronger than the gravitational force of stars, and it is not far from the lunar fortress. After detecting this situation, Zhang Lei immediately drove the lunar fortress back at full speed and summoned all personnel to enter the Blue Moon. After Zhang Lei entered the Blue Moon, he began to watch the gravitational changes. In the information Zhang Lei received, this gravitational fluctuation erupted from an origin and slowly expanded outward to form a conical gravitational fluctuation area, like a big speaker. 2 minutes later, the gravitational fluctuation slowly disappeared. Zhang Lei also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Although this violent gravitational fluctuation did not cause any impact on the surrounding celestial bodies, nor did it pose a threat to the lunar fortress, who knows if there will be any changes? No one can tell clearly what is happening in the universe. However, as the gravitational fluctuation slowly disappeared, the distorted space was restored, and the image of the Earth appeared in front of them. Everyone in the Blue Moon was stunned. Brother Lei, how long has it been since I sent you a message last time? While Zhang Lei was still in a daze, the message sent by Xiang Qian had arrived. Boss, how did you get here? Is it a planetary gravity engine? This is too. Before Zhang Lei finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xiang Qian. Brother Lei, don't talk about this first. Tell me the time first. How long has it been since I last sent you a message? Xiang Qian asked anxiously. 6 years, 9 months, and 17 days. Zhang Lei said immediately. Chapter 186. 6 years, 9 months, and 17 days. Xiang Qian repeated, and then looked at Old Man Li. Sure enough, the time is different. Our half an hour is equivalent to more than 6 years in the outside world. Gravity distorts time and space, causing our time flow to be different from that of the outside world. Based on this actual experience, I have confirmed the correctness of general relativity, Old Manly said excitedly. But if you calculate it this way, superluminal speed is meaningless. Even if the Earth does not fly at superluminal speed, it will only take about 7 years to get here. If it does, it will take 6 years and 9 months to get here. In this way, it is equivalent to reducing our time, but the actual navigation time has not been reduced much. Xiang Qian is not a real scientist. He considers different issues from Old Manly, so he is not only not so excited now, but also a little disappointed. If the Earth often travels at superluminal speed, the time saved will be very large, and humans can fully carry out scientific research and production during this time. As a result, now that superluminal navigation is carried out, all the time is wasted. No, it can't be calculated that way. If we can completely crack the relationship between gravity and time and space, then we can control this distorted time and space. At that time, the Earth can have as much time as it needs. We can use 10 minutes as 10 years, or shorten 10 years to 10 minutes. Old Manly said this with more excitement. Xiang Qian looked at the fanatical Old Manly, and was very speechless. He wanted to say that the idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Now let's not talk about controlling the distortion of time and space, let's become a 4th-level civilization first. Shinkong, notify Zhang Lei and his team to return to Earth, and then start upgrading the Moon Fortress. Xiang Qian ignored Old Manly, and said to Shinkong, Okay, boss. By the way, when Zhang Lei comes back, ask him to come to my office. Xiang Qian stood up, and prepared to leave the command hall, when he suddenly thought of it. 5 hours later, the Moon Fortress entered the Earth's orbit, and began to revolve around the Earth. The 20,000 people inside the Moon Fortress left the Moon Fortress and went home. Zhang Lei also came to Xiang Qian's office at this time. Brother Lei, you've worked hard. Xiang Qian stood up and said when he saw Zhang Lei coming in. It's okay, but the pressure is quite high. Zhang Lei also smiled. Xiang Qian understood the pressure Zhang Lei was talking about. No matter how strong the Moon Fortress was, it was only the product of the top technology of the 3rd-level civilization. And any civilization in the universe, even if its technological strength is not as good as that of humans, their race flagship is still very strong. Especially the weapons of the civilization race hull, which are still very lethal to the Moon Fortress. After all, there is only one lunar fortress, unlike the space around the Earth which is full of defensive weapons. When attacking, it is impossible to absolutely suppress the flagships of other civilizations. Fortunately, except for the Black U civilization, Zhang Lei never used the lunar fortress to fight other civilizations alone. He always kidnapped the population of other civilizations to obtain scientific and technological information. Don't worry, when you reach the large Magellanic Cloud, this situation will not occur. At that time, you don't need to fight a war of attrition, just defend one place. Moreover, with this breakthrough in human material technology, the performance of the lunar fortress will definitely increase several times. What is our mission after arriving at the large Magellanic Cloud? Don't worry about it. After arriving at the large Magellanic Cloud, we will talk to you at high speed. Let's not talk about this today. Go back and have a rest. Come to my house for dinner in the evening. I will call Brother Yang and Brother Li to come and have a gathering together. Xiang Qian shook his head and said nothing. Okay, I go back first. Zhang Lei did not continue to ask, and got up and left. In the evening, in the dining room of Xiang Qian's house, all the people who followed him on Earth came. Now all these people are middle and high-level officials of the Federal Army, so when eating, many people joked that who would have thought that the people who went to the river to fish together would become generals now. After a meal, except for the accident that everyone was a little restrained at the beginning, later, under the leadership of Xiang Qian, everyone got drunk. At that time, they forgot their current identities, and there was no leader or no leader, and they just started drinking. In the end, everyone except Xiang Qian and Lang Ning passed out. It wasn't that Xiang Qian could drink a lot, nor that he didn't drink, but that he had taken Lang Ning's special hangover medicine before dinner. So Xiang Qian looked at the people at the table who wanted to get him drunk, and all of them fell down, and he shouldn't be too happy. You did it on purpose. Lang Ning saw the smug smile on Xiang Qian's face, and said contemptuously, No, they can't drink much. Xiang Qian shook his head. Then I tell them about the special hangover medicine tomorrow. No, you are my wife, you can't side with outsiders. Go. Who is your wife? Xiang Qian looked at Lang Ning running away with a red face, smiled triumphantly, and said to the starry sky, Let the biological weapons send them all home. Okay, boss. In the following year, most of the scientists on the entire Earth, except those who studied scientific theories, participated in the upgrading and transformation of the lunar fortress. Due to the material upgrade, all the energy buffer equipment and lines in the lunar fortress were replaced. In the past, super large-scale energy could easily break through the electronic core of the circuit and equipment, but now with the fourth-level material, all problems have been solved. The circuit is easily broken due to the impact of super large-scale energy explosion. Now it has been replaced with a natural electromagnetic binding circuit. The circuit is made of synthetic natural insulating metal materials and will never be broken by current. The inside of the circuit is a pipeline force field formed by electromagnetic force. The current is transmitted through the electromagnetic field, which is safe and stable, and the instantaneous energy output has increased by dozens of times. The supporting skeleton inside the moon fortress was replaced with the strongest material, so that the volume of the moon fortress could be reduced again. The outer armor on the surface was replaced with a super alloy with energy isolation properties. This material was made based on eternal blue gold. Although it does not have 100% energy isolation like eternal blue gold, 20% energy isolation is already very strong. Due to the improvement of material strength, the instantaneous energy output power is increased, and the energy buffering equipment's bearing capacity is improved. The design of the fortress cannon is put on the agenda. Compared with the main guns, with a caliber of hundreds of meters, the fortress guns with a caliber of at least 500 meters have very high requirements for materials and instantaneous energy output. With the efforts of all Earth scientists, the fortress gun was manufactured 5 months later. The caliber of the entire fortress gun reached 630 meters, and it was powered by 3 controlled nuclear fusion reactors alone. The power was equivalent to the concentrated fire attack of hundreds of main guns. After all, even when hundreds of main guns concentrated fire attack, the firepower was dispersed, but the firepower of the fortress gun was compressed. After 1 year and 4 months, the transformation of the lunar fortress was finally completed. The volume of the transformed lunar fortress was reduced again, but the current lunar fortress can be said to be quasi-level 4 technology. Except that the technical level cannot reach the level 4 civilization, all the materials used have reached the level of level 4 civilization technology. It is time to go to the Large Magellanic Cloud. After all, everything that should be prepared has been prepared. Starry Sky, start the gravity generator, 80% power, shut down after half an hour of operation, and let the Earth rush into the space gate by inertia. Okay, boss. Following Xiang Qian's order, the Earth slowly moved towards the space gate emitting silver-white light. Brother Lei, follow me. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Lei after seeing that everything was normal. Yes. Zhang Lei nodded. He knew that Xiang Qian wanted to tell him something. The two came to Xiang Qian's office, and after sitting down, Xiang Qian said, Brother Lei, when you arrive at the Large Magellanic Cloud, your mission is not to rob scientific and technological information, but to defend a place and then build it into a fortress, and don't let any civilization get close. I understand. Unless I die, no civilization can occupy that place. Zhang Lei said seriously. That place is not as simple as you think. I am not asking you to defend it to the death. It is destined to be undefended. I hope that within 10 years, no civilization will be allowed to approach it. In other words, you can develop a force there that other civilizations are afraid of, so that other civilizations can avoid it. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, 10 years? That's absolutely no problem. Zhang Lei said confidently. Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Lei's confident expression, and didn't know what to say. He could only say to the Starry Sky, show an image of a binary star system. Soon, a three-dimensional image appeared in Xiang Qian's office. The image showed a black hole, and there were 2 planets around the black hole, and the 2 planets were rotating around the black hole. Brother Lei, the place you are going to is similar to this place, a planet in a binary star system. The 10 years I mentioned are the time on the binary star system. There is a strong gravity there, and 10 years there is almost equivalent to several decades, or even hundreds of years in the outside world. Under the strong gravity of the black hole, the speed of time is different. So there, your development speed is very slow. In this case, 10 years is not so easy to defend. It is possible that you have just finished a battle, and another battle will happen immediately. After all, taking advantage of the fire is not a human monopoly. Xiang Qian said slowly. Well, I try my best. Zhang Lei's face finally changed, and he didn't say anything more about the decision. If you really can't hold on, drive the blue moon to evacuate, you are the most important. Xiang Qian said. Well, then I go back and prepare. Go. An hour later, the Earth slowly entered the space gate. Chapter 187. Inside the space gate is a strange world, which is different from the gravity tunnel that Xiang Qian and his team used when they traveled at superluminal speed using a planetary gravity engine. Entering the space gate is like entering another world. This world is colorful, with colorful streamers hanging around, and there is no obvious trace of a tunnel. Through optical equipment, you can actually see colorful light balls far away. In the direction of the Earth's advance, there is another huge gate emitting silver-white light. This gate is the same as the space gate that the Earth enters, and it is not very far away from the Earth. Less than 5 minutes later, the space gate that the Earth left appeared in the Large Magellanic Cloud. After the Earth left the space gate, the silver-white space gate slowly became smaller, and soon disappeared. Starry Sky scanned the surrounding galaxies, used the gravitational field detection device to draw the gravitational ripple star map of the Large Magellanic Cloud. When the Earth reached the Large Magellanic Cloud, Xiang Qian said immediately, "Okay, boss." While scanning the starry sky, Xiang Qian asked the screen to display the image of the Milky Way. The Large Magellanic Cloud is 160,000 light-years away from the Milky Way, which means that it takes 160,000 years for light to reach the Large Magellanic Cloud from the Milky Way. So if you want to see what the Milky Way looked like 160,000 years ago, just observe the Milky Way from the Large Magellanic Cloud. But at this time, the Milky Way displayed on the screen is not the Milky Way 160,000 years ago, because the Milky Way on the screen is exactly the same as the Milky Way recorded on Earth. So the only explanation for this situation is that the 5 minutes that the Earth entered the space gate is equivalent to 160,000 years in the outside world. As for whether this conjecture is true or not, Xiang Qian was too lazy to care. If this is true, then wouldn't it mean that the current Milky Way has experienced another cosmic catastrophe, and another group of civilizations are heading to the Large Magellanic Cloud? And the location of that group of civilizations is right inside the space gate. Boss, the gravitational ripple star map is finished. Show it. Xiang Qian looked at the gravitational field ripple star map of the Large Magellanic Cloud, and it was obvious how many star systems and extreme celestial bodies there were inside the Large Magellanic Cloud. At the same time, he could also see the huge black hole at the core of the Large Magellanic Cloud. Although the gravitational wave star map cannot directly show the image of the planet, the gravity emitted by each planet will not change. In the universe, light may deceive you, but gravity will not. Moreover, the production of star maps is very time-consuming. The Large Magellanic Cloud is 15,000 light-years away. If you want to completely produce the star map of the Large Magellanic Cloud, it will take at least hundreds of years. This still needs to refer to the gravitational wave star map, otherwise it is normal to spend thousands of years. Of course, if the technology can scan 15,000 light-years in 1 second, then there is nothing to say. Xiang Qian searched for a long time according to his memory, and finally found the gravitational ripples emitted by the binary star system. Starry Sky passed this gravitational ripple star map to Zhang Lei, and let them go directly to the location of the binary star system I marked. After Xiang Qian finished marking, he said to the Starry Sky, "Okay, boss." 5 minutes later, Zhang Lei said goodbye to Xiang Qian, and the engine of the lunar fortress started, slowly leaving the Earth's orbit and heading deep into the Large Magellanic Cloud. Starry Sky, notify Yang Guang to send out warships to explore the 3 surrounding star systems. Notify the engineering department to upgrade the 23 satellite fortresses, give them the blueprints of the lunar fortress, and let them upgrade according to the blueprints. Turn on the gravity generator, and move toward the second coordinate I marked. With Xiang Qian's order, the entire Earth Federation machine began to operate, and all parties began to act around Xiang Qian's order. At this time, Old Man Li's communication request came. "Teacher, is there anything?" Xiang Qian asked. According to the optical scene, the scene from the Milky Way is the same as when we left, which means that in the 5 minutes we were in the space gate, 160,000 years had passed in the outside world. But I remember that the scientific data of the Lilan tribe recorded that the entire Lilan tribe had only existed for a few 100,000 years, and may not have exceeded 160,000 years. Then according to the rules, a great cosmic disaster will occur once every 120,000 years. That is to say, when we were in the space gate, the great cosmic disaster occurred again, and the same civilization as the Earth had also entered the space gate. But there is a question here. Are the hundreds of thousands of years of the Lilan tribe and our hundreds of thousands of years in the same time dimension? Hundreds of thousands of years is a long time for a civilization, but it is very short for the entire universe. I don't think that the great cosmic disaster that starts every 120,000 years refers to normal time. That's impossible. Because the life of a planet starts from the birth. If you want to reach the first level of civilization, this time is at least 10,000 years. This does not exclude the possibility of natural disasters and other factors causing extinction before civilization reaches level 1. Then we have to calculate the number of life planets in the universe. Not every life planet can give birth to life, and life may not necessarily produce wisdom, and wisdom may not necessarily reach level 1 civilization. So according to the time of the universe, it is unrealistic to have a great cosmic disaster every 120,000 years. After several experiences, the number of life planets is not enough to support the outbreak of great cosmic disasters. Although I don't know what the purpose of the big universe disaster is, I know that it is impossible to follow this time schedule. So I think that the passage of time in the small universe, where the Leland people are located, is the real flow of time. And the flow of time we perceive now is definitely many times faster than the flow of time in this small universe. Old Manly said seriously. Xiang Qian was shocked after hearing this. He really didn't think about the issue of time. Because in the eyes of humans, 120,000 years is already a very long time. So at that time, the Leland tribe did not consider the problem of a major cosmic disaster that would occur every 120,000 years. Now after listening to what Old Manly said, it is really this problem. What is 120,000 years for the entire universe? Moreover, not only the number of planets with life and the birth of civilization, but also the subsequent impact of the outbreak of a major cosmic disaster cannot be resolved in 120,000 years. Just like the Milky Way, now that the central black hole of the Milky Way has disappeared, the entire Milky Way will fall into a gravitational war. The Milky Way is very dangerous at this time. Not to mention the birth of civilization on a planet with life. Even if civilization is born, it will be directly crushed into ashes by the chaos inside the Milky Way. Teacher, is there any way to determine the true flow rate of time? Xiang Qian frowned and asked. There is no way now. Time is something that cannot be measured at all. I just remind you to pay attention to the changes in time. I have a vague feeling now that different flow rates of time may have different effects on us, but it cannot be proved now. Old Manly said very depressedly. Then I asked Ying to predict it. Xiang Qian suddenly thought of Ying. It's useless. Before we find a way to truly distinguish the speed of time, Ying can't predict it. What do you want her to predict? Are you asking her to predict whether 10 minutes later is really 10 minutes later? Or are the 10 minutes I live in different from the 10 minutes that pass in the universe? Before there is a reference, even a prophet can't judge time. After all, time is too abstract. Old Manly shook his head and said, Okay, I pay attention. Xiang Qian nodded and said. After turning off the communication, Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair, his mind full of time issues. At the same time, he began to recall whether he had read any literature on time in his previous life, or any information about time left by prehistoric civilizations. But after thinking for a long time, he had no memory of this at all. It was as if this incident had never happened to humans in their previous life, and they didn't feel the time difference at all. Even if they felt it, they thought it was general relativity, and didn't think about the relationship here. How much is the difference between the flow rate of a 120,000-year cosmic disaster and the normal cosmic time, and how is this 120,000 years calculated? Xiang Qian's mind was full of question marks. Chapter 188. Starry Sky, how many meteor satellites have been captured? 11 have been captured. Give up capturing stray satellites, and recall Yang Guang and his exploration spacecraft. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian finished his instructions, he left his desk, and went to the Academy of Sciences to find Old Manly. The Earth has been sailing in the Large Magellanic Cloud for more than a month, but has not encountered even a single alien civilization, and there is no trace of any spacecraft sailing within the scanning range. For more than a month, Old Manly has been concentrating on studying the problem of time velocity, but so far, there has been no progress. As for the coordinate position that Xiang Qian is going to, there is still a long distance. Teacher, I've recalled all the spacecrafts, and we can test them after they come back. Xiang Qian came to Old Manly's research center, and found Old Manly who was researching the topic. Well, I have prepared all the equipment, so I must get the prepared time-velocity ratio. Last time we sailed at superluminal speed, it took a total of 31 minutes, while the time in the outside world was 6 years, 9 months, and 17 days. This time we have to sail a longer distance than last time, which will take about 45 minutes. I don't know how much time will pass in the outside world this time. Old Manly stood up and said, Teacher, if I arrange a warship to fly towards our destination, do you think we will get there first, or that warship will get there first? Xiang Qian thought of this question before he came. Well, the warship should arrive first. Of course, this is calculated according to the data from last time. I don't know this time. Old Manly thought for a while and said, then we will know after trying it. By the way, I also asked Shinkong to simulate the trajectory of the star map, so that we can roughly estimate the time based on the trajectory of the star map. Xiang Qian nodded and said, well, although the accuracy is not high, it is fast. If the equipment left behind is destroyed during our superluminal flight, we can still get a rough data, which is safer. A few hours later, Yang Guang, who was on his way back, went full speed after receiving Xiang Qian's order and finally arrived at the spaceport. At this time, Xiang Qian was already in the command hall, waiting for them to return and then start the planetary gravity engine. However, before starting the planetary gravity engine this time, Xiang Qian launched an unmanned probe heading towards the destination of the Earth and transmitting encrypted data while moving forward. Sure enough, 45 minutes later, the Earth appeared at the destination. Shinkong, calculate the time in the outside world immediately. When the superluminal flight ended, Xiang Qian immediately said to Shinkong, okay, boss. After Shinkong said that, he immediately started to calculate the time according to the orbit of the planet. In less than a minute, Shinkong said, boss, the calculation is completed. 45 minutes have passed in the outside world. After hearing Shinkong's answer, Xiang Qian and Old Man Li were both dumbfounded. What the hell, only 45 minutes have passed in the outside world, it must be wrong. Shinkong, recalculate. Xiang Qian said speechlessly. Complete calculation, 46 minutes. Shinkong answered immediately. Xiang Qian was speechless. There must be something wrong. Either Shinkong made a calculation error, or it was an algorithm problem. Shinkong, scan the surroundings to see where the unmanned probe we launched before departure is. Report immediately after receiving the signal sent by the device left behind. Xiang Qian had no choice but to issue other orders. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian looked at Old Man Li helplessly and said, now we can only wait for the signal sent by the device. The planetary rules are wrongly calculated, and there is no way to judge how much time has passed in the outside world. Well, my device is set to send information every 5 minutes. It will probably take less than 2 minutes for us to receive the information. Old Man Li nodded indifferently. He didn't count on it anyway. We haven't found the unmanned probe I launched yet. It seems that our speed is much faster than it. Maybe the speed of time is different. We need to study this. Old Man Li nodded. The two chatted like this, but 5 minutes passed, and there was no prompt from the starry sky. Shinkong, haven't received any signal yet? Boss, no signal has been received. Xiang Qian and Old Man Li looked at each other, and suddenly both of them had a bad idea. Could it be that the equipment was destroyed by someone? If that was the case, then this experiment would fail. Although the Earth reached the destination, no experimental data was obtained. Half an hour later, Shinkong still did not receive any signal. Xiang Qian and Old Man Li knew that the experiment had failed, and the equipment they left behind must have been destroyed by other civilizations. Xiang Qian was very helpless about this. He swore that if he knew which civilization destroyed which equipment, he would definitely destroy that civilization. Old Man Li left the command hall disappointed. He did not ask Xiang Qian to do another experiment. He knew that the energy consumed by the planetary gravity engine was an astronomical figure. Now even if Xiang Qian agreed to conduct an experiment, he needed to replenish the energy reserves first. Starry Sky arranged for all maintenance spacecraft to set off immediately, and the transport spacecraft to prepare the asteroid engine, and gather all the surrounding satellites into the inner star system. Turn on the planetary gravity engine at 2% power, and target the interior of the star system. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Whether the experiment fails or not, the next thing has to be done. Anyway, we have arrived at the destination, and this place has not been occupied by anyone, so the resources inside this star system will belong to humans. The reason why Xiang Qian's first target is here is that there are many kinds of special rare metals on several planets in this star system, among which there is a special rare metal mine that is higher than eternal blue gold. It can be said that the most valuable special rare metals in the entire Large Magellanic Cloud are in this star system. As long as humans are given time to mine all these special rare metals, then the Earth can basically walk sideways in the entire Large Magellanic Cloud. What evolver civilization, with tens of thousands of special rare metals made of genetic nuclear force weapons, can flatten the evolver civilization in minutes? It can be said that before everyone breaks through the 4th level civilization, whoever has more genetic nuclear force weapons will be stronger. Of course, Xiang Qian's previous life's laser machine, which he made in order to break through the 4th level civilization, does not count. That cannot be considered a genetic nuclear force weapon, but only a toy. Soon, the Earth reached the interior of the star system, found a location where the light intensity was almost the same as that of the sun, turned off the gravity generator and the artificial sun, and began to revolve around the star. After that, the Earth sent out all the transport ships, warships, and repair ships that could be sent out, started mining, established a defense circle, and changed the orbit of the planets in the star system. In short, Xiang Qian's goal was to build this star system into a fortress that would collapse even if the evolutionary civilization saw it. After 4 days of busy work, Xingkong suddenly reported to Xiang Qian, "Boss, we received the information sent by the device." "What? We received the information sent by the device? Then why didn't we receive it before?" Xiang Qian was speechless. The information delay was too great. Not clear, unable to analyze. What is the content of the information? 15 hours 24 minutes and 19 seconds on June 11th, 37th year of the new era. Xiang Qian was stunned after hearing this, because this time was the day they set out, and this message was also the first message they sent when they set out. But this message was received 4 days later. Isn't it scary enough? That is to say, it took them 45 minutes to reach the destination, and the time outside was also 45 minutes, and the time flow was the same. What kind of international joke is this? How come the time flow is the same this time? Are you kidding me? 5 minutes later, Xingkong prompted again that it received another message. The content of the message did not change, but the time was delayed by 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, Xingkong received the message again, and the time of the message was delayed by 5 minutes again. Faced with the ironclad facts, Xiang Qian suddenly felt bad. He stopped thinking about why the time was unified this time, and directly threw this civilization to Old Manly. He was afraid that if he continued to think about it, he would go crazy. Chapter 189. After receiving the message from Xiang Qian, Old Manly was speechless. However, after analysis, it was found that it would take 4 days for the information to arrive here, and 1 day's information could be received every 5 minutes. In the face of such ironclad evidence, Old Manly could only accept this superluminal voyage, and the flow of time in the outside world was indeed the same as their voyage time. As for why there were 2 identical superluminal voyages, but 2 different results, Old Manly also fell into a state of collapse. In the next few days, Old Manly began to study this matter, while Xiang Qian coordinated the construction of the entire star system defense circle. Under Xiang Qian's command, all 17 planets in the entire star system were separated from their original orbits. After adjusting the gravitational field, 5 planets with similar masses were all arranged by Xiang Qian on the same orbit, with a distance of only about 230 million kilometers between them. These 5 satellites are the first line of defense in the entire star system, and also the innermost defense. Outside this defense line are the 12 planets that cannot be placed in the same orbit. The 3 planets with the most special rare metals were placed outside the first defense line by Xiang Qian, and the remaining 9 planets with few special rare metal resources were placed on the outermost side, as the third defense line. At the same time, the asteroids inside the star system were moved into the defense circle one by one, and after the fortress guns and protective shields were installed on them, it was completely a small artillery platform. Dozens of such asteroids are transformed every day. If we wait for 10 or 8 years, the asteroid turrets in the entire star system will be able to form a defense line. When transforming asteroids and transporting planets, industrial equipment is also running at full capacity, producing new parts 24 hours a day, and these parts are then formed into new production lines to continue producing parts. In space, shipyards, weapons manufacturing factories, metal refining factories, and other industrial factories are built at a speed of more than a dozen per day. At this time, the shortcoming of insufficient human population was exposed. Even if all human beings worked, they could not complete such a large-scale construction. So the starry sky could only take over the repetitive work such as mining, refining metals, building factories, etc., while the workers did the more complicated things. Even so, it took more than 3 years to initially establish the defense system of the entire star system. The rest only needed to follow the framework and continue to add artillery and defense weapons. The biggest killer of the entire star system defense circle is not the fortress cannon, but the 5 electromagnetic rail guns that are 500,000 kilometers long. Although the caliber of these 5 electromagnetic rail guns is not very large, only 30 centimeters, but the 28.2 centimeter solid projectile of the 4th level superconducting material is accelerated by the 50-kilometer rail, and its power is absolutely terrifying. These 5 electromagnetic rail guns were used by Xiang Qian to attack the fortress shield of the Pioneer civilization. You must know that the carrier of the Pioneer civilization itself is a satellite. After obtaining the shield of the civilization race hull, its powerful strength is not comparable to that of the Wanderer civilization. Even if they cannot compete with the Evolver civilization in terms of consumption, the fortress cannon produced by the civilization race hull can definitely blow up a satellite with one shot, which is the greatest threat to the Evolver civilization. That is why Xiang Qian prepared these 5 electromagnetic railguns, in order to hit the fortress shield of the Pioneer civilization with one shot. At the same time, in these 3 years, Xiang Qian also consumed all the special rare metals mined in these 3 years, to create a real satellite fortress-level genetic nuclear force weapon. The diameter of this satellite fortress reached 100,000 kilometers, and there were 100 fortress cannons alone. The remaining main and secondary cannons covered the entire fortress surface. The fierce firepower could completely compete with the fortress satellite of the Pioneer civilization. Moreover, it can support 3 million people, and the maximum number of people who can be integrated is up to 1 million. Xiang Qian's purpose of making this satellite fortress-level gene nuclear force weapon is to compete for the remains of prehistoric civilization. Now the defense of the Earth is no longer a problem. Even if the same evolutionary civilization comes to attack, the Earth can block 3 or 4 evolutionary civilizations with the defense circle of the star system, so Xiang Qian is very relieved. There is no problem with Zhang Lei's side. As long as it is not the Pioneer civilization attacking, the Wanderer civilization is not afraid at all, and that place will not be exposed in a short time. At the same time, there are no resources and prehistoric relics there, and no one will go there to rob them. Generally speaking, there is no danger on Zhang Lei's side. Now that there are resources, all that is left is to upgrade to a level 4 civilization. Xiang Qian will certainly not let humans slowly research technology on their own. This is not the last life, when humans were just a wandering civilization, and could not compete for large prehistoric civilization relics. Now that everything is settled, Xiang Qian will of course take action. His memory is only a short 400 years, among which the memory of the Large Magellanic Cloud is the most profound. As for after leaving the Large Magellanic Cloud, humans are basically on the run, and there is no valuable information at all. Therefore, the Large Magellanic Cloud is the last place that can increase the human foundation for Xiang Qian. Of course, he can't just let the Earth occupy a rich mine and be satisfied. From the day he arranged for Zhang Lei to leave, he has been planning how to make the human beings get the most benefits in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Now that the safety of the Earth is no longer a problem, it is time for him to set out to dig for the treasure buried in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Starry Sky, start the plug-in engine, coordinates XX.XX.XX, set off. Okay, boss. The satellite fortress-level gene nuclear force weapon, under the powerful thrust of the external engine outside the fortress, flew away from the star system quickly. This time, Xiang Qian left with all the people who were evolvers, even the chefs who cooked were evolvers. In the entire fortress, there is not a single ordinary person among the 3 million people. However, in regular navigation, it is not the power of the forward that is used, but the auxiliary power of the external engine. But at all times, there are still 200,000 people who maintain a fusion state with the forward, which is to deal with emergencies. Such a fusion state does not consume much gene nuclear power, not to mention that it is shared by 200,000 people. As for the remaining 2.8 million people, they took turns to rest. When the personnel of the forward consumed 1/3 of their genetic nuclear power, they would be replaced immediately. After being replaced, they did not need to replenish the genetic nuclear power fluid, and they could just rest directly. When they were on duty again, their genetic nuclear power would have automatically recovered. Half a month later, the forward detected a fleet of a wanderer civilization, which was hurriedly fleeing from a planet, and that planet was exploding. Why did the wanderer civilization want to blow up that planet? Their fleet was so close to the planet, and they themselves were hurt. What are they doing? Lung Ning and Xiang Qian were sitting in the command hall of the core of the forward fortress, looking at the scene on the screen, and said strangely, "It's not them who blew up the planet, but the planet exploded by itself." Xiang Qian saw the scene on the screen, and said with a sigh, "The planet exploded by itself. Why did that planet explode?" Lung Ning asked in confusion. When she saw Xiang Qian's expression, she knew there was something she didn't know. That's because the wanderer civilization cannot live on the planet. If more than 20% of the population of the Wanderer civilization enters the planet, then the planet will explode. Don't ask me why. This is the rule of the game. Not only the Wanderer civilization, but also the Pioneer civilization, they cannot leave the satellite and survive on the life planet. It's just that the rules are more stringent for the Wanderer civilization. The carrier of the Wanderer civilization can only be a spacecraft, not even a satellite. The carrier of the Pioneer civilization can be a satellite or a spaceship, but it must not be a planet with life. Even if the technology level of the Wanderer civilization and the Pioneer civilization reaches level 5 or even level 6 in the future and has the ability to transform the planet, they cannot survive on the planet. They can only build larger spaceships and fortress satellites to make the life of the entire race more comfortable, but they will never have the right to live on a planet with life. Unless they can transcend this cruel rule of the game, otherwise. Xiang Qian said slowly. Leng Ning was stunned after hearing what Xiang Qian said. Chapter 190. Did you know it from the beginning, so you were determined to take the Earth away? After a while, Leng Ning seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked. Xiang Qian glanced at Leng Ning and said with a smile, Yes, when the entire race leaves the solar system, the living environment determines the potential of this race and also determines the future of this race. The civilization that leaves with the mother planet is the evolutionary civilization, the one that leaves with the satellite is the pioneer civilization, and the one that leaves on a spacecraft is the wanderer civilization. Why is there such a distinction? Leng Ning asked. I don't know, it may be the rules of the game, or it may be due to other reasons we don't know. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. Leng Ning stopped talking and sat there quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Why don't you ask me why I know these things? After a while, Xiang Qian spoke. Why do you know? Leng Ning looked like I didn't ask you, you asked me to ask. I won't tell you. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Humph, I don't want to know either. Leng Ning turned his head away and ignored Xiang Qian. In the next few months, the Frem passed through many star systems, and basically found a wanderer civilization every few star systems. These wanderer civilizations were either mining, building warships, or staying around a barren planet. Those wanderer civilizations that stayed around barren planets were basically exploring the remains of prehistoric civilizations on those planets. Xiang Qian had no interest in these small prehistoric civilization relics. These small prehistoric civilization relics basically left behind some technological artifacts and information about the location of some special rare metals in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Those technological artifacts are useless to humans. As for the information about the location of special rare metals, humans now occupy the largest position among them. There is no place in the entire Large Magellanic Cloud with richer special rare metal resources than the star system occupied by humans. Therefore, these two things have no appeal to Xiang Qian. The places he wants to go are all the large prehistoric civilization ruins occupied by the evolutionary civilizations in his previous life. Only in these prehistoric civilization ruins can we find what humans need. However, when Xiang Qian saw these wandering civilizations, he could not help but think of the life of humans during this period in his previous life. At that time, humans also found a life planet similar to the Earth, which could be inhabited by humans with a little modification. But the final result was the same as those wanderer civilizations, leaving with heavy losses. The current period is still good, everyone is busy with construction, and the lucky ones who find one or two prehistoric civilization relics will go to the locations marked in the prehistoric civilization relics. But after a few decades, when the Large Magellanic Cloud was developed more and more, and most of the locations of special rare metals were exposed, the days of wanderer civilization became more and more difficult. The resource mines were robbed by other powerful pioneer civilizations, and even other races of wanderer civilizations began to rob each other of information. At this time, there were only two ways out for the wanderer civilization: either become a subordinate race of the pioneer civilization or the evolver civilization, or form an alliance to jointly resist the pioneer civilization. At that time, humans chose to form an alliance to resist the pioneer civilization together. As for the evolver civilization, they were too lazy to care about the wanderer civilization, because the evolver civilization, which had developed in the Large Magellanic Cloud for decades, had the strength to crush any wanderer civilization alliance. Therefore, the evolver civilization had no interest in dealing with the wanderer civilization. Only the stronger pioneer civilization was the target of the evolver civilization. Compared with the wanderer civilization, the number of pioneer civilization is much smaller, which can be seen from the fact that the Fortress of the Advance encountered many wanderer civilizations, but not a single pioneer civilization. At this time, The Pioneer civilization is qualified to challenge the Evolver civilization, because the weapons of the civilization race Hall can make up for the gap in war potential in the early stage. However, in the later stage, this gap will only be widened, and the Pioneer civilization can only succumb to the pressure of the Evolver civilization. It can be said that when we leave the Large Magellanic Cloud, only the evolved civilization can compete with the evolved civilization, and any other civilization is just cannon fodder in the fight between evolved civilizations. In a blink of an eye, several months have passed. Adding up all the time, it has been more than a year since Xiang Qian left the Earth. On this day, the Advance finally arrived at its destination. This is a star system that is heading towards death. The stars in the star system have become red giants. It is estimated that in a few 100 million years, this red giant will explode in a supernova explosion because its internal energy is exhausted, thus becoming a white dwarf. There are only 3 lonely planets in this star system, one of which is a giant star. There may have been other planets in this star system before, but those planets are now in the belly of the red giant star. The place Xiang Qian wants to go is the interior of the giant star, where there is a large prehistoric civilization relic, and the civilization that left this relic has touched the threshold of the 5th level civilization. These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that Xiang Qian remembers that there is a great adventure in this prehistoric civilization relic. As for why Xiang Qian knew about this adventure, it was because in his memory, there was a pioneer civilization. After obtaining this adventure in the prehistoric civilization ruins, it was able to fight against an evolver and 6 pioneer civilizations at the same time without losing the upper hand, and finally blew up the fortress satellites of 2 of the pioneer civilizations and left calmly. At that time, this incident could be said to have caused a sensation in the entire Large Magellanic Cloud. As long as there was a trading market, this news was circulated. At the same time, the 7 evolutionary civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud were offering a reward to find that pioneer civilization. Shinkong, notify the Special Forces Team 1 to wear genetic nuclear weapons, and go to the number 1 cabin where the Xingqian is parked to wait for departure. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian stood up after he finished speaking, ready to enter the prehistoric ruins on behalf of others, but before he could take a step, his arm was grabbed by someone. I want to go too. Lung Ning looked at Xiang Qian and said, No, you can't go. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, Why can't I go? Is there danger there? Then why do you have to go by yourself? With so many people on the Qianjin, do you need to take risks? Lung Ning held Xiang Qian's arm tightly, and refused to let go. It is a little dangerous, but not too dangerous. I can handle it. Besides, it won't be a big help if you go there. How about I bring back the information in this prehistoric ruins, and let you study it first? Xiang Qian said with a wry smile. He really didn't know whether the danger in this prehistoric ruins was great, but there was a great adventure in this prehistoric ruins, and he didn't feel comfortable letting others go in. And if the danger in this prehistoric ruins was too great, he wouldn't do it recklessly. As for bringing Lung Ning, he had never thought about it. He didn't even bring Xiaoming, because Xiaoming died in the ruins of prehistoric civilization in his previous life, which made him not want to bring Xiaoming in. I can also help. I brought a lot of biological weapons, and these biological weapons only listen to my command. Once inside, I can command these biological weapons to explore the way, which can reduce the danger of exploring the ruins. Lung Ning said confidently. Xiang Qian looked at Lung Ning's attitude and knew that if he didn't let him go, he really couldn't leave today. He could only say speechlessly, Okay, I take you in, but let me make it clear first, you must not run around inside, and you must stay by my side. No problem, I will never leave you. Lung Ning said with a smile. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. When Xiang Qian and Lung Ning arrived at the Xingqian berth, 500 soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade had already put on exoskeleton power armor-style genetic nuclear power weapons, and stood there waiting. With the help of the special rare crystals mined from the Earth, this genetic nuclear power weapon has overcome the problem of insufficient genetic nuclear power supply, and can maintain the normal consumption of genetic nuclear power weapons without consuming the genetic nuclear power of the main body. Special Forces Brigade, board the ship. Xiang Qian gave orders to the Special Forces Brigade after opening the Xingqian hatch. Yes, Chief. 10 minutes later, the Xingqian flew away from the forward fortress and directly hit the giant star. Chapter 191. All giant planets have high-speed hurricanes on their surfaces, and this giant planet is no exception. Compared with the hurricanes on Jupiter, the hurricanes on the surface of this giant planet, which is one circle larger than Jupiter, are even more violent. The prehistoric ruins that Xiang Qian is going to are inside a huge red spot. To be precise, the red spot that can accommodate 3 Earth-sized spots is just a passage to the prehistoric civilization ruins. As the star goes deeper into the huge red spot, the wind speed here has reached 800 kilometers per hour, more than twice as strong as the hurricane on Jupiter. But when the star entered the center of the red spot, it suddenly became calm, and a huge crimson hole could be seen in front of him. Xiang Qian did not hesitate and drove the star directly to the crimson hole. After entering the crimson hole, it was like entering another world. The surrounding hurricane disappeared, and the eyes were no longer the same crimson color. Instead, it was a huge metal-enclosed room. The entire room was about the size of 5,000 stars. Xiang Qian controlled the landing of the star, and ordered the Special Forces Team 1 to leave the star. Then he released the fusion with the star, put on the exoskeleton power armor, and came out. At this time, the Special Forces Team 1 had already scanned the room, and then surrounded the exit of the star. Report to the commander, the entire room has been scanned, and no danger has been found. The captain of the Special Forces Team 1 saw Xiang Qian coming out, and immediately reported to Xiang Qian. Well, there is no need for such a formal report later, and no need to use people to explore the surroundings. Use equipment scanning and battlefield robots to explore the way. Xiang Qian looked at the people in the Special Forces Team 1 and nodded. Yes, Chief. Let's go. Xiang Qian pulled Lung Ning and walked quickly towards the only passage inside the room surrounded by several people. There was no door in the passage, and they didn't need to decipher the code, but the inside of the passage was really dark, and even with strong light, the end could not be seen. Use battlefield robots to explore the way, and sound waves to scan the structure of the passage. The captain gave the order immediately after reaching the entrance of the passage. An 8-legged spider-like battlefield robot was released and rushed into the passage at high speed. At the same time, various equipment on the battlefield robot began to work to check whether there was any danger inside the passage. At this time, the structure of the sonic scanning also came out, and the structural simulation diagram of the entire passage was also displayed inside the tactical helmet. The entire passage is 5 kilometers long, without any bends, and leads straight to another place. As for what is in the other place, the sonic scanning cannot determine it. It can only be determined that the exit of the passage is a huge empty space with no objects. In less than 5 minutes, the battlefield robot had walked through the entire passage and found no danger in the passage, not even a secret compartment. It was a completely ordinary passage. 3 groups, 1 meter apart, entered the passage. Yes. After receiving the information sent back by the battlefield robot, the captain immediately issued an order. The 50 people in the 3rd group of the Special Forces team entered the passage one by one according to the order. The lighting device on the exoskeleton power armor could not dispel the darkness inside the passage. 50 people seemed to have entered the abyss. As they went deeper into the tunnel, Xiang Qian and his team could only see a few bright spots at the entrance of the tunnel. Seeing this, Xiang Qian was sure that the material used to make this tunnel must be the technological material of the 4th level civilization. The metal used to make the entire tunnel was a special material that could absorb light particles. As for whether this material had other functions, Xiang didn't know. 15 minutes later, the 3rd group of members safely reached the exit of the tunnel and reported that there was no scanning danger at the exit of the tunnel, and then reported the situation outside the exit of the tunnel. Groups 1, 2, 4, 5 enter the passage. Group 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 follow us. Commander, we will go in the middle. Yes. Xiang Qian nodded. Up to now, Xiang Qian has not found anything special. Except that the passage is made of special materials. He has not found any difference between his prehistoric ruins and the prehistoric ruins in his memory. After confirming that the passage was safe, Xiang Qian and his team moved forward quickly. In less than 5 minutes, with the help of the exoskeleton power armor, everyone had left the passage. There was still a hall at the exit of the passage, but the interior of this hall was no longer bare. The walls around the entire hall were covered with murals. After the Special Forces Team 1 confirmed that there was no danger in the entire hall, Xiang Qian looked down along the wall. The first mural depicted a planet that had a doomsday disaster, and the race on this planet built a spaceship and fled to this planet. Xiang Qian was mainly concerned about the civilized race on this mural. The civilized race on the picture was extremely familiar to any Earthling, because the mural depicted humans. However, this planet is not Earth, but humans live on it. The second mural is about this human civilization that discovered a small universe. After entering this small universe, they found a planet that is very suitable for their life. This human race was ecstatic and began to build this planet. But soon they discovered other civilized races and began to communicate with them. Then more and more civilized races were discovered, and there was no war among them. However, after the stone slabs fell from the sky, the relationship between the races was not as harmonious as before. Xiang Qian finished reading and walked to the next mural. The third mural depicts this unknown human civilization starting a war with other races. Countless warships were damaged, and the wreckage of the warships could circle the entire life planet. This human race was very powerful. In the end, only this human race was left in the entire microcosm, and all other civilizations were destroyed by them. But at this time, another civilization appeared, and countless powerful warships of human civilization were all destroyed by hundreds of warships of this civilization, and the human race fell into despair. Seeing this, Xiang Qian was very curious about how this race successfully left the microcosm. The fourth mural, there is no war on this mural, only one person, a person of a human-like civilization. This person holds a ray scepter in his hand, surrounded by hundreds of warships, and the background is the life planet of the human civilization and countless warship wreckage. Xiang Qian knew that this human-like race must be the remnant civilization of the microcosm. As for why a person appeared instead of a race, he couldn't figure it out. Of course, it is also possible that this person left a deep impression on the entire human civilization. The fifth mural, in this mural, humans finally appeared, but the human who appeared was a woman. The humanoid race was talking to her, but the people behind the woman all had sad faces. But what surprised Xiang Qian the most was that the woman in this mural could not see her face clearly, as if there was some force preventing her from seeing clearly. Whether Xiang Qian used equipment or his naked eyes, the face of the woman in the mural seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, so that people could only vaguely see the dragon on her face, but could not see her facial features clearly. Can you see clearly? Xiang Qian was about to look at the mural below and not dwell on this question, but he suddenly found that Lung Ning was staring straight at the woman on the mural. I can see clearly. She is very beautiful, Lung Ning said. Xiang Qian was surprised. He didn't expect Lung Ning to say that. Beautiful, how beautiful. With Lung Ning's appearance, he actually said that another woman was beautiful. How beautiful is she compared to you? Xiang Qian asked. 10,000 times more beautiful than me. That kind of beauty is indescribable. Lung Ning still didn't look at Xiang Qian. His eyes were still staring straight at the mural. At this time, Xiang Qian felt that something seemed to be wrong, because Lung Ning's expression seemed to be fascinated. And he didn't know that there was someone who could be 10,000 times more beautiful than Lung Ning, unless that person was not a human. Chapter 192. A weak electric current stimulated Lung Ning's nerves, and Lung Ning exclaimed, "How are you? Are you okay? What happened to you just now? Do you feel that something is wrong with you?" Xiang Qian said to Lung Ning. "There is nothing wrong. I just feel that the woman in the mural is very beautiful. No, I felt envious just now and wanted to become her." At this time, Lung Ning also reacted and felt that something was wrong. "Okay, don't look at the mural behind you anymore. Observe your surroundings." Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said to Lung Ning. Although he didn't know why Lung Ning saw the figures on the murals, but he knew that this was probably not a good thing. The next few murals described that this human civilization followed this human-like race to leave the small universe, become a wanderer civilization, and then obtain the novice gift package of the civilization race hall and start to move towards the large Magellanic cloud. However, when Xiang Qian saw these murals, he found that the human-like race always appeared in the murals with the same person, and there was no other tribesman. When Xiang Qian finished reading all the murals in the hall, the murals only described the two civilizations reaching the large Magellanic cloud, and the content after that suddenly stopped. Xiang Qian was very depressed about this. He wanted to know what happened later, why this human civilization perished, why there was only one person in that human-like race, and where did that person go? This is like reading a book halfway through. The author has dug countless pits, but suddenly stopped, which makes people very crazy. Is there any danger ahead? Xiang Qian asked the captain. No danger has been found yet. Yes. Xiang Qian didn't say much. Although he was anxious to see the murals below, he would not urge them. Why would this human civilization walk with that human-like race? When the Special Forces Team 1 was using equipment to explore the passage, Lung Ning walked to Xiang Qian and asked him. Because that human civilization became a subordinate race of that human-like civilization, the two civilizations can walk together. Xiang Qian said slowly. What is a subordinate race? What are the restrictions of a subordinate race? A subordinate race is a race that is subject to another civilized race, and the survival of the entire race depends on the other civilized race. There are also restrictions at present. When a civilized race becomes a subordinate race of another civilized race, various clauses will be written on the scepters of both civilized races. The obligations and responsibilities are all negotiated by both parties, just like a contract. However, although this contract is enforced by rules, the content of the contract is basically an overbearing clause for the subordinate race. Because no civilization will leave a hidden danger inside itself, all the clauses formulated are absolute clauses. For example, the subordinate race cannot harm any member of the ruling civilization race for any reason or excuse. If the subordinate race harms any member of the ruling civilization race, the ruling civilization has the right to demand the rules to kill the subordinate civilization. The range of injuries includes any kind of injury, from minor injuries to death. Most of the contracts of the entire civilization race have such clauses. Once the subordinate race signs such clauses, the life and death of the entire civilization is basically in the hands of the ruling civilization. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, only he knew how hard it was for the subordinate race to survive. In the previous life, humans were hunted down by the subordinate race of the pioneer civilization because they did not want to become a subordinate race of the pioneer civilization. Then, during the process of being hunted, he got a treasure and was hunted by more civilized races. At that time, humans had thought about becoming a subordinate race of another civilization, but the civilization race contract of the subordinate race was too overbearing, and humans did not agree in the end. So the result of human extinction was doomed at that time. Lung Ning stopped talking after hearing this. She really didn't expect that the subordinate civilization didn't even have a status. Even worse than the people of the feudal dynasties in human history, they were simply slaves. Captain, the passage has been inspected and there is no danger. Well, let's go. The Special Forces Team 1 protected Xiang Qian and Leng Ning and quickly entered the passage. Xiang Qian and the others did not see that when they all entered the passage, the murals in the entire room disappeared, and the passage they entered the room also slowly disappeared. When Xiang Qian and the others left the passage again, they appeared in a hall again. However, there were no murals on the walls of this hall. Instead, there were several round platforms in the middle of the hall, and screens were suspended above the round platforms, with dense text displayed on the screens. Seeing this layout, Xiang Qian immediately thought of the Hall of Civilization Races. Yes, although this hall is a little smaller, the layout is basically the same as the interior of the Hall of Civilization Races. Xiang Qian walked to the front of the round table and checked the information on the screen. Ultra-low temperature anti-gravity wave material technology information. Pure energy wireless transmission technology information. Curvature navigation theory and technology information. All the technology information displayed on the round table screen is the technology information of the 4th level civilization, and these technologies are all the most practical technologies. As long as humans understand them, and there is no problem with the manufacturing technology, all the equipment mentioned in these technical information can be manufactured by humans. Xiang Qian happily imported all these technical data into the storage system of the exoskeleton power armor, but after he finished all this, the battlefield robot that continued to explore the passage found a special situation. After the battlefield robot entered the end of the passage connected to the hall, it did not appear as a hall this time, but a closed door. Gain and loss, all depends on choice. Enter this door, how much you gain, how much you lose. This is the picture taken by the battlefield robot, the surface of the closed door, engraved with this sentence. What do you lose as much as you gain? It's easy to guess what you gain, nothing more than scientific and technological information, weapons and equipment. And what do you lose? Life? That doesn't seem right. If there is a risk of life, the gate should say something like extremely dangerous and no life. Instead of what you gain, what you lose. Open the door and take a look inside first. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, Yes, Chief. The battlefield robot opened the door, and the scene inside appeared on the screen. Murals, the scene transmitted by the battlefield robot is exactly the same as the second hall, all of which are murals. Chapter 193. Xiang Qian pondered for a long time after seeing the scene on the screen, and finally made up his mind to move forward. Because the murals were imprinted with more information, Xiang Qian needed this information, and at the same time, the incredible opportunity inside this prehistoric ruins had not yet been obtained, so he could not give up. Be alert and set off, Xiang Qian said lightly. Following Xiang Qian's order, a group of people slowly entered the passage. The passage was the same length, but this time, they walked for more than 10 minutes, and after reaching the hall, they were also extremely cautious. Xiang Qian once again focused his eyes on the mural and checked the content on it. The mural in this room continued the mural in the hall before. After the two civilizations entered the large Magellanic Cloud, they began to look for relics. At the same time, the technology of the two civilizations became more and more advanced, which can be seen from the fact that the warships became larger and more powerful. This mural describes the development process of the two civilizations. Xiang Qian was not interested in this, so he went to see the next mural without studying it carefully. The two civilized races finally went to war with other civilizations, and an extremely tragic war began. At the beginning, it was easy to destroy the enemy, but later, the enemy became stronger and stronger, and the loss of human civilization after the war was also very large. At this time, the problem of insufficient war potential of the Wanderer civilization appeared. Population, materials, equipment and other factors restricted the development of the Wanderer civilization. The recovery time after each war became longer and longer, and it became very difficult. At the end of this mural, human civilization has less than 1,000 warships left, which is nothing compared to the 100,000 warships at the peak of human civilization. The next mural is the man of the human civilization, looking up at the starry sky with a sad face, and the human woman with a face that Xiang Qian despised stands behind him, saying something unknown. Then the mural shows a very strange picture. Humans began to dig up the life planet and moved all the materials on the life planet to the spacecraft. Even though the spaceship couldn't bear so much material at the beginning, causing the entire spaceship to disintegrate, human civilization remained indifferent. Xiang Qian saw this and couldn't figure out what they were doing. Continue to look down. On the next mural, humans built an extremely huge spaceship. To be precise, it is a huge iron ball floating in the universe, without power. The entire spaceship is made of all the material of a living planet. The interior of this huge spaceship is the same as that of an ordinary rocky planet, with no atmosphere, no life, but a star core. After all, the core of these materials will also produce nuclear fusion reactions under the pressure of huge gravity, forming the core of a planet. After the core of the planet is formed, human civilization will start to build on the surface of this planet. The ecological environment formed by the soil, seawater, and technology on the life planet is perfectly displayed inside this spacecraft. Except for the lack of atmosphere, the interior of this spacecraft is no different from that of a life planet. However, this huge spacecraft still cannot fly at this time because of its own gravity. The outer shell of the spacecraft built at the beginning is no longer usable at this time. So humans began to build new spaceship shells outside this artificially built planet, that is, surrounded by the atmosphere. After seeing this mural, Xiang Qian was stunned. Because the human race and human-like race of the Wanderer civilization in the mural lived on this life planet covered with the skin of a battleship, and nothing happened. But thinking back, this life planet covered with the outer garment of a spaceship, in essence, cannot be called a life planet, because it has a shell, which can be said to be a battleship. Xiang Qian had never thought that by just replacing the pillars with the beams, the Wanderer civilization could actually live on the life planet. He admired such a feat no matter what. This method broke the rules of the game, and allowed the Wanderer civilization to live on the life planet. The following murals were all about human civilization enriching this huge spaceship, engines, protective shields, weapons, etc. After human civilization mined hundreds of resource planets, these equipment finally armed this huge spaceship to the teeth. At the same time, the energy system with the core of the planet as the energy source was studied, and countless planet-based technologies were studied. With the support of an entire planet, the foundation of the entire human civilization increased infinitely. The previous population problems, resource problems, material and energy storage problems, and a series of other problems have all been solved. Xiang Qian had nothing to say after reading this mural. This is not a Wanderer civilization at all. This is simply an Evolver civilization in the guise of a Wanderer civilization. Why does the Evolver civilization have an advantage? It is because the resources, population and other factors are stronger than the Wanderer civilization. After all, there is no planet with life, so the supplies and energy reserves are less. Once the war breaks out, there is no logistical support at all, and it is basically a one-wave attack. Either all of their warships are destroyed, or the enemy is eliminated. There is no wartime supply, strategic depth, rear defense, etc. Because all the resources obtained by the Wanderer civilization are used to build warships. But the warships that are manufactured have to be operated by someone. They can't just be left in one place. However, the population of a civilization is limited. Even if they are controlled by computers, the combat effectiveness of warships controlled by computers in battle can only be described as scum. Even if they are used as cannon fodder, The more warships there are, the more computing power is consumed. When building warships, a supercomputer center must be built, and then a lot of supporting equipment must be built. In this way, building so many warships actually does not improve the combat effectiveness much. In addition to the scary number of warships, it is basically an embroidered pillow wrapped in straw, which looks good but is useless. So over time, the Wanderer civilization will not use this method, but will focus on upgrading technology and improving the performance of warships to improve combat effectiveness. But the Evolver civilization is different. The extra warships can be placed on the planet, and the mined materials can be placed on the planet, without the need for transport ships to follow. At the same time, when the Evolver civilization fights, there is logistical support. After one wave of fighting, there is another wave. As long as the equipment can still be used and the resource reserves are sufficient, it is not a problem for a battle to last for decades. This is the main reason why the late Evolver civilization is stronger than the Wanderer civilization and the Pioneer civilization. In addition, the population, genetic nuclear power fluid, etc. are stronger than the other two civilizations. In general, the development potential of the Evolver civilization is stronger than the other two civilizations. However, after the human problem on the mural created this huge planetary battleship, many advantages of the Evolver civilization were offset, which put them back on the same starting line with the Evolver civilization. It's hard to say what the future will be like. Xiang Qian continued to look at the next mural, but before he saw half of it, something very scary happened. A soldier from the Special Forces Team 1 disappeared, and disappeared silently, without even the alarm system of the exoskeleton power armor prompting. Chapter 194. There are only 499 soldiers from the Special Forces Brigade left in the hall, and one of them has mysteriously disappeared. Where did he disappear? Xiang Qian asked. Right in this hall. The captain replied. When did you find out he disappeared? 30 seconds ago. What mission did he perform before he disappeared? Exploring whether there are traps and other dangers around the mural. After Xiang Qian asked, he saw that there was a detector at the location marked in the hall where the soldier disappeared. He thought for a moment and said, when did the exoskeleton power armor show the signal disappeared? The signal of the exoskeleton power armor disappeared 30 seconds ago, just when we found out he was missing. Call up all the exoskeleton power armor's camera systems, find out the last sight of him, and then play the next recording. Yes, Chief. The information of all the exoskeleton power armors of the Special Forces Brigade 1 was gathered together, and the last picture of the missing soldier was displayed on the screen. In the picture, the soldier was holding the equipment and scanning the surroundings along the mural. In the next scene, none of the 499 soldiers in the hall looked at him. For a full 27 seconds, the missing soldier did not appear in anyone's sight. When the screen scanned his location again, there was only one detection device on the ground, but he disappeared. It was at this time that the alarm of everyone's exoskeleton power armor sounded. Calculate the distance he advanced in these 27 seconds. After reading it, Xiang Qian frowned and said, Soon a red line appeared on the screen. The distance shown by this red line was the distance between the last place he appeared and the location of the detector after he disappeared, which was exactly 8.3 meters. Immediately carry out the most accurate monitoring of the area around this distance. Even if there is a slight difference from the original value in the detector, it must be listed for me. Xiang Qian pointed to the position around the red line on the screen and said, Yes. In addition to the two groups of soldiers protecting Xiang Qian and Ling Ning, the rest of the Special Forces Team 1 soldiers took out equipment to carry out the most detailed monitoring of the area around the red line. But 5 minutes later, the monitoring data showed that there was no problem here. There were no traps on the ground, no traps around, and even no radiation information from electronic equipment. The monitoring data showed that except for the light wave radiation value in the space, which was higher than the initial monitoring data after many lighting devices were gathered together, the other data did not fluctuate at all. The captain also said people to walk along the red line repeatedly several times, and nothing happened. In other words, a living person disappeared inexplicably in just 27 seconds, leaving no trace. After reaching such a conclusion, everyone felt a little scared. Even though the soldiers of the Special Forces Team 1 were all the most elite soldiers in the entire Earth Federation, they could not help but feel a little panic in this situation. At this time, Xiang Qian's brows were almost frowned together. He never thought that this prehistoric civilization relic would be so weird. It would be fine if there were traps and defenses, but this method of making people disappear without knowing why was too scary. Xiang Qian asked the Special Forces Team 1 to stop monitoring, and once again connected everyone's exoskeleton power armor, repeatedly observing everyone's equipment records, hoping to find some valuable clues. But after half an hour, Xiang Qian stopped because he didn't find any useful information. The only useful conclusion was, this person was not noticed by anyone within 27 seconds. After 27 seconds, when he was hit by the light column again, he had disappeared. Then, within 27 seconds, there is only one way to make an elite soldier wearing genetic nuclear power armor disappear silently without raising any alarm, and that is space teleportation. However, there is a fatal problem with this inference, that is, why the exoskeleton power armor is still sending signals after the person is teleported away from here. It was not until 27 seconds later, when the person was paid attention to again, that the signal stopped. The exoskeleton power armor was controlled by someone. Xiang Qian could only think so, but the exoskeleton power armor on all of them was genetic nuclear power armor, so there was no problem of being controlled. Because the genetic nuclear force weapons are all bound and unique, even the control system is everyone's thinking. The battlefield command system of the current exoskeleton power armor is installed later, and is an auxiliary device. It cannot control human thinking at all. The genetic nuclear force weapons are equivalent to the human body, and the system equipment installed later is equivalent to the human outer clothing. I have never heard of a human being controlled by clothes. At the same time, there is another question that deeply troubles Xiang Qian, that is, in which second did he disappear within these 27 seconds? If it disappears at the 25th second, how does the exoskeleton armor send signals in the next 2 seconds? You should know that the information sent by the exoskeleton armor is all the brain waves of each person. This signal will only disappear when the person dies or the signal is blocked. And this brain wave signal is the same as NDA. Everyone is different and cannot be simulated at all. But now the person has disappeared, but the exoskeleton armor can still receive the signal. How is this signal generated? Continue exploring, but each of you must keep an eye on the 2 people and don't let them leave your sight for 3 seconds. If you find any problems, report them immediately. Xiang Qian closed the exoskeleton information link of everyone and said to all the soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade, "Yes, Chief." All the soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade immediately replied. Even in such a strange situation, the most elite soldiers of the entire Earth Federation did not panic and continued to explore under the command of the captain. At this time, Xiang Qian felt his hand being pulled. He turned around and saw that it was Ling Ning. "What's wrong?" Xiang Qian asked. "What did you get just now?" Ling Ning's voice was very solemn. Although Xiang Qian couldn't see her expression, he could imagine her current state. "What did you get? What do you mean?" Xiang Qian didn't react. "You lose as much as you gain. You must have gained something just now. Since you have gained something, according to the words on the gate, you must give something. The more you get, the more you lose. Suck." After hearing Ling Ning's words, Xiang Qian's hairs suddenly stood up and his brain buzzed. "You lose as much as you get. Could it be that? But I didn't get anything just now, I was just looking at the murals." "Murals?" Xiang Qian looked up at the murals, and suddenly understood, and said slowly, "I did get a piece of information, which is the way for the Wanderer civilization to break through its own lack of potential." "That's right. You lose as much as you gain. You got this information. Although it is useless to humans, you got it." So, Ling Ning didn't say anything more, but Xiang Qian understood what she meant. "Stop and gather together." Xiang Qian pondered for a long time, and suddenly said loudly. Instantly, the Special Forces Team 1 stopped their work and gathered quickly. "Don't continue exploring. Arrange the battlefield robots to return to the passage we came in. Let's go back," Xiang Qian said. "Yes, Chief." The captain answered immediately. Xiang Qian looked at the special robot entering the return channel, feeling very depressed. He knew that there was a great opportunity here, and that it would make the Earth's technology level advance by leaps and bounds, but he didn't dare to gamble. At this time, Xiang Qian glanced at Ling Ning, held her hand tightly, and was full of determination. Even if he couldn't get the things here, there were still prehistoric civilization relics second only to this place in the entire large Magellanic Cloud, but if people were gone, there would be nothing left. "That's right," Xiang Qian admitted. If Ling Ning wasn't here, he would definitely continue to explore. Let alone 500 people. Even if it was 50,000 people, he would be ruthless enough to sacrifice. But Ling Ning was here, and he didn't dare to bet whether Ling Ning would be the next to disappear. "You are worried about me." Ling Ning felt Xiang Qian's movements and turned his head and said, "Well, you shouldn't have come." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "My life is life, but other people's lives are not lives." Ling Ning said unhappily, Although she felt happy in her heart, she still disagreed with Xiang Qian's cold approach. Some people have to be sacrificed for humanity. Although you can say that I am cold-blooded, I do think so in my heart. But you are different. In my heart, you are equal to the entire human race. Go. Isn't this relic very important? If Ling Ning was so happy at this time, but she still felt guilty. What's a relic? It's no big deal, Xiang Qian said indifferently. Ling Ning wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she didn't say it. After a while, the battlefield robot sent a very bad news, that is, the passage of the previous room disappeared. Hearing this news, Xiang Qian's heart was in turmoil. At this time, he really didn't know what to do. Return the battlefield robot and continue exploring. At this time, Lung Ning said calmly, "No, if you..." Xiang Qian turned his head and said to Lung Ning, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lung Ning. "I will stay with you and stay within your sight. This is the only way now," Lung Ning said, holding Xiang Qian's hand. Xiang Qian looked at Lung Ning for a long time without saying anything. He asked himself in his heart, is this really useful? He didn't know. In the depths of this prehistoric civilization ruins, in a crystal coffin, a man of human civilization whispered to the human woman who closed her eyes and slept beside him, "It's another era, and the people who entered here are still humans. Exiner, do you also want to know what choice they will make when they face the situation we faced back then? But don't worry, they are your people. I just want to scare them. I won't do anything to them, you just watch." Chapter 195. There is no way to leave, so he can only continue to explore. Xiang Qian also calmed down his uneasy mood. After arranging tasks for the Special Forces Team 1, he did not rush to see the murals, but instead thought about the issue of gains and losses. Although Xiang Qian did not know how to judge gains and losses here, just like before, he felt that the information on the murals was very useful, so he got the information and lost a person at the same time. If this is the case, there is gain and loss here, so as long as he does not gain, there is no loss. At the same time, he also had a guess in his mind, that is, whether the consequences of his gain and others' gain are different. Now you come to see this mural, and after you finish reading it, tell me what it expresses. Xiang Qian said to Lung Ning. No, you will be in danger if you do that. Lung Ning completely disagreed with this approach. You are wrong. I just want to verify how to judge. Is there any difference between my getting and your getting? Even if you don't look at the mural, so many soldiers must have seen the mural. So why did they have no problems when they looked at my mural, but I had problems after looking at the mural? Now I just want to know what will happen if you look at the mural. Xiang Qian said slowly. Okay, then you hold me so that I can always see you in my peripheral vision. Lung Ning spoke after a while. Okay, let's start. You tell me while you watch. Lung Ning held Xiang Qian's hand and let Xiang Qian stand in front of her. She stared at Xiang Qian with half of her eyes and looked at the mural with a small part of her eyes. The huge spacecraft of human civilization moved forward, entering one star system after another, found many prehistoric relics, and fought with other civilized races. Lung Ning spoke intermittently, not coherent at all. She put a lot of energy on Xiang Qian, so her mind didn't follow the mural at all. Wait a minute, you can't do this, you don't understand the meaning of the mural at all. Xiang Qian closed his eyes and listened to Lung Ning's explanation, speechless. In this situation, he couldn't get the answer he wanted to know. Even if Lung Ning saw some useful information, she wouldn't pay attention. But, don't worry, just do as I say, it's okay. Xiang Qian felt Lung Ning's nervousness and patted the back of her hand. Human civilization fought with a pioneer civilization, and a dozen large holes were punched into the huge spaceship, each of which was hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in size. But in the end, human civilization still won and scared away the pioneer civilization. I think the attack method of this pioneer civilization must be the equipment in the Hall of Civilization Races. I don't know what kind of weapon it is, but with the technology of the third-level civilization, there is no such strong attack power. This mural is over, and the next mural is about human civilization. Lung Ning followed Xiang Qian's request and began to think seriously about the content of the mural, and then explained it to Xiang Qian. In this way, Lung Ning almost finished explaining the murals in the whole hall, leaving only the last mural to be explained. During this period of time, none of the soldiers of the Special Forces Team 1 disappeared, and there were no problems with the soldiers exploring the forward passage. In the last mural, human civilization sent warships into the black hole in the middle of the binary star system. After entering the black hole, they saw an extremely huge planetary fortress, a planetary fortress made entirely of special rare metals. However, this planetary fortress was in ruins, and a large part of the surface had disappeared, and there were traces of war everywhere. The warships of human civilization rushed into the ruined planetary fortress together with the larger civilization. There were a lot of valuable information, and even complete fortress-level weapons in the fortress. At this time, many civilized races began to fight for the information and technological weapons inside. I think the binary star system on this mural must be the entrance to a ruin, where there is this ruined planetary fortress. At the same time, the room numbers with technological information and technological weapons shown on the mural are all important information for humans. Lung Ning stopped talking here. Don't worry, I'm fine. Do you think you got an important message? Xiang Qian turned his head and said with a smile. Well, fortunately you are fine. Lung Ning said with lingering fear. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after listening, and directly issued a gathering order to the Special Forces Team 1. Soon the Special Forces Team 1 gathered, and counted the number of people. All 499 people were here. Is the passage ahead dangerous? Xiang Qian asked. No danger was found. Don't enter in batches later. Everyone go in together. Yes, Chief. The Special Forces Team 1 was divided into two parts, protecting Xiang Qian from the front and back to enter the passage. Why did I get this information, but nothing happened? Lung Ning said puzzledly. Because you get this information is useless. Xiang Qian gave the answer he thought about for a long time. According to his guess, there would be problems with this information, but because he knew the content of this information, there were no problems. Then the criterion for judging getting is most likely whether the information is meaningful to humans, or whether it is useful. At the same time, this getting must be done in the absence of information, just like Lung Ning just got the information, but she didn't know the information she got, and she thought it was meaningful. But Xiang Qian knew this information, so for Xiang Qian, this information is meaningless, so the final judgment is that there is no getting. Originally, Xiang Qian should be very happy to think these things through, but he couldn't be happy at all. Why? Because of the judgment standard of getting. Because he has the memory of the binary star system, this information is not judged as getting. Does it mean that this judgment mechanism can read his memory? Otherwise, how can this judgment mechanism judge that this information is useless? Thinking of this, Xiang Qian felt his entire spine begin to numb. He really had never come into contact with such a weird prehistoric civilization relic. Why is it useless? If humans enter the relic first, wouldn't everything inside belong to humans? You already knew that Lei Ge and the others went there, right? Lung Ning said in shock. That's right. Xiang Qian said with a wry smile. For a moment, neither of them spoke, but they held their hands together more tightly. Entering the new hall, there were still several round tables inside the hall, and the screens on the round tables were also scientific and technological information. Seeing the round tables, Xiang Qian and Lung Ning looked at each other and saw the entanglement in each other's eyes. Take the information on these round tables or not. If you want it, you have to pay with human lives. If you don't want it, just keep going. Chapter 196. Xiang Qian walked to the front of the round platform and looked at the content displayed on the screen. Energy to generate state theory and practical application technology. This is obviously a very important technology in the fourth level civilization technology. Although this technical information is very important to humans, Xiang Qian didn't dare to download it at all. While Xiang Qian was standing in front of the round platform, the soldiers of the Special Forces Team 1 were busy checking whether there was any danger inside the hall. Special Forces Team 1, assemble. After a while, Xiang Qian suddenly said, except for the captain, everyone should line up in pairs and form two horizontal lines. After the Special Forces Team 1 had assembled, Xiang Qian continued. Soon, the 298 people in the Special Forces Team 1 were divided into two rows. The first row turns back, and the two rows are 50 centimeters apart. After I give the order, the two people facing each other will count at a time, you1, he2, you3, he4 in turn. When counting, you must not take your eyes off each other. Report any abnormality immediately. Do you understand? Xiang Qian said to everyone. I understand. Xiang Qian then turned around and said to Lung Ning, you will be in a group with the captain and do the same thing as them. I want to see how a person disappears under such circumstances. Yes, I understand. Lung Ning understood what Xiang Qian meant. When everyone was ready, Xiang Qian gave the start order. In an instant, 250 groups of people began to report their numbers to each other. Xiang Qian felt relieved when he saw this situation. Even if he couldn't stop people from disappearing, he could know how they disappeared. At least, they wouldn't disappear inexplicably. Xiang Qian turned around and began to use the exoskeleton power armor to download the data on the round platform. 2 minutes later, the data on the first round platform was downloaded. Xiang Qian immediately turned around and connected everyone's communication system. In an instant, he heard the sound of hundreds of people counting. At the same time, he also saw that none of the 500 people disappeared, and they lined up neatly to continue counting. Now Xiang Qian was relieved that no one disappeared, and he continued to download the data on the other round platforms. As long as everyone is within the range of vision, then this curse of losing as much as you gain will be broken. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that simple, but the truth is that simple. Xiang Qian was downloading the data on the round platform while thinking about the problem, and occasionally looked back to make sure there was no problem. In this way, Xiang Qian downloaded the data on 4 round platforms, and when he was about to go to the 5th round platform, Xiang Qian suddenly felt that something was wrong. As long as you don't leave everyone's sight, you won't be evaporated silently, but there is no problem now, which doesn't mean there won't be a problem later. If someone is out of sight, will they be evaporated? This is a problem. If that happens, it doesn't matter if someone disappears now, because people are not machines. Many times, they will inevitably miss someone's sight. Then, people who are not noticed by everyone may disappear instantly. Xiang Qian thought of this and stopped immediately. He did not go to the 5th round platform, but turned to the crowd and said, "Stop." In an instant, the sound of the number report in Xiang Qian's ear stopped. Special Forces Team 1, assemble in the original formation. Lung Ning, come to my side. Xiang Qian continued. After Xiang Qian gave the order, he kept staring at everyone, because during the period of changing the formation, only he could cover everyone, and the others could only look at him. But at this time, a piercing alarm sounded, and Xiang Qian also saw 4 people standing still, not assembling in the original formation. The alarm of the exoskeleton power armor showed that the vital signs of the 4 members had disappeared. The exoskeleton power armor standing there was just an empty shell, and the people inside had disappeared. Open the helmets of the 4 exoskeleton power armors. Xiang Qian said with a slight tremor. Click. The metal parts of the faces of the 4 exoskeleton power armor helmets opened upwards, revealing the empty interior. Suck. Everyone took a breath of cold air, and felt that the hairs on their bodies stood up. A weird atmosphere spread inside the hall. Xiang Qian was also shocked by this scene. The person was gone. He really disappeared. He disappeared silently. When the exoskeleton power armor was counting, the 2 empty armors were counting each other. In this situation, not to mention him, even the most elite soldiers of the entire Earth Federation were about to collapse. These strongest soldiers drawn from the ace special forces of various countries, the strongest soldiers, who could eat calmly even in a sea of corpses and blood, had a little cold sweat on their foreheads at this time. Even under the cleaning of the internal circulation system of the exoskeleton power armor, the cold sweat kept flowing. Is there a ghost? After a while, a former Tianshao warrior whispered. No, there are no ghosts in this world, and even if there are ghosts, they can't take people away under the protection of the genetic nuclear force weapon made of eternal blue gold. Eternal blue gold, which repels any energy, cannot be invaded by energy. This is just a result of a technological means that we don't know, such as space teleportation. Xiang Qian said in a deep voice. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, everyone felt a little better. The unknown is the most terrifying. Now with Xiang Qian's explanation, even if this explanation is not correct, everyone will subconsciously think that he is correct. Use the battlefield robot to detect the channel ahead immediately. Xiang Qian continued to give orders. Yes, Chief. Many soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiang Qian continued to download the data, they might be the next to disappear. Now Xiang Qian asked them to detect the channel, which meant that they would continue to move forward and would not touch the data on the round platform. Is it really space teleportation? At this time, Lung Ning's voice sounded. I don't know what technology teleported them away or made them disappear directly. I don't care about these, because there are too many technologies that can do this. What I am worried about is the technology that can continue to report on behalf of those people after teleporting them away. I can't understand this kind of technology at all. I just downloaded 4 kinds of technology information, which means that one person disappears for each type of information. Then it means that after I downloaded a certain data, a person disappeared. But no one noticed it at that time, just because of the sound transmission of the exoskeleton power armor. Everyone thought that the person on the other side was still there, which was the most terrifying. Because of the barrier of the exoskeleton power armor, you don't know when the person next to you has disappeared, and the person talking to you is not a person at all. Similarly, there is no air here, we can't get rid of the exoskeleton power armor, and there is no way to prevent such a thing from happening. So now we have only one way, that is to leave this prehistoric civilization ruins, not pay attention to any information, and not get any data. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, "Report to the chief, the passage has been checked and no danger has been found." At this time, the captain reported, "Let's go!" Soon everyone left this hall, and entered the next hall. There were no murals or round platforms in this hall, only a huge weapon placed in the middle of the hall. This weapon is a main gun. On the projection screen in front of the weapon, the words antimatter main gun were written in large letters, and there was also data about this antimatter main gun below. When Xiang Qian saw this antimatter main gun, it was impossible for him to say that he didn't feel a little excited, but this thought flashed through his mind, and was discarded by him. Continue to detect the passage ahead. Xiang Qian took a look at the antimatter main gun, and immediately turned his head, to give orders to the Special Forces 1st Brigade, without even looking at the data of the antimatter main gun. "Yes, Chief." 10 minutes later, they left the hall and arrived at the next hall. There was nothing in the hall, but there were familiar murals on the walls. But Xiang Qian didn't even think about it, and directly ordered everyone not to look at the murals, and continue to explore the passage. "Haha, it's really interesting. Do you think this is enough? Xiner, your fellow tribesman performed well. I really don't know what choice he would make if he faced the following situation." The human-like man looked at the big screen, and said softly to the sleeping woman beside him. Chapter 197. Hall after hall, murals, round platforms, weapons, etc. were all thrown away by Xiang Qian. He just wanted to take everyone away from here. 3 hours, Xiang Qian and his team didn't know how many halls they had passed through, and how many passages they had walked through. The scenery in front of them finally changed. A vast grassland, with no end in sight. Looking up, I saw a blazing sun hanging in the sky, emitting endless heat. The grass under my feet was occasionally bent by the breeze, revealing ripples like waves. Xiang Qian was stunned when he saw this scene, and then immediately said, "Turn the detector to the maximum, detect whether there is life around, and detect the air composition at the same time." The passage behind disappeared. At this time, Lung Ning suddenly said, "It disappeared." Xiang Qian turned and walked to the front of the mountain behind him, and lightly attacked the mountain with his weapon, but there was no passage at all, as if the passage they just walked out of was an illusion. Are we on a planet with life? I don't know, but it shouldn't be. We can only confirm it after the detection results come out. Soon, the detection results of the Special Forces Team 1 came out, but the results of this detection were completely different from what Xiang Qian imagined. It can be said that there was a world of difference. First of all, there was no air here, so it was even more impossible for there to be a breeze. In other words, the fluctuation of the green grass on the grassland in front of them was not caused by the breeze at all. At the same time, 100 meters above their heads was the highest point of this space. Even the blue sky and white clouds they saw, including the sun emitting infinite light, were simulated by technology. However, the only thing that could not be detected was the size of this space. With a scanning range of 500,000 kilometers, the detector did not scan the border of this space. This was simply incredible. Xiang Qian would rather believe that there was something wrong with the detector than believe that this space could be so large. Carry out three-dimensional simulation mapping and detect the surrounding terrain. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said, "Since we don't know how big this space is, let's first figure out what the surrounding situation is." Soon, the three-dimensional simulation map was drawn, and the terrain within the surrounding 1,000 square kilometers appeared in front of Xiang Qian. They were now at the foot of a mountain range, and the three directions of left, right, and back were all surrounded by huge mountains. Only the grassland in front was more than 20 kilometers away, with several huge stone pillars, and there was still an endless grassland ahead. Seeing this, Xiang Qian immediately realized that there was something wrong with those huge stone pillars. Send a small detector to detect those stone pillars. Xiang Qian pointed to the stone pillars on the three-dimensional map and said, "Yes, Chief." In less than 3 minutes, the monitoring screen of the detector was transmitted back. There are 9 stone pillars in total, and there are countless patterns on each stone pillar. These patterns look very strange. The 9 stone pillars are surrounded by a circle, and the distance between these stone pillars is exactly the same. There is no grass in the middle of the stone pillars, and it is completely bare land. The small detector circled the stone pillars for more than 10 times, and ran to the middle of the stone pillars to detect, but did not find any danger. Xiang Qian was also a little surprised to see this. This was just like the stone pillars. Except for the patterns on the surface, there was nothing special about them. However, within the current detection range, there was only this suspicious place. If we wanted to leave here, we could only start from this place. Go to the area around the 9 stone pillars. The battlefield robots are lurking and exploring the way. Let's follow behind and set off. Xiang Qian thought about it, and decided to go there first. After arriving at the location of the 9 stone pillars, the Special Forces Team 1 began to carefully check the surroundings. At this time, a man found a footprint on the ground under the stone pillar. He looked at it, and stood on it. Suddenly, the footprint under his feet lit up, and in an instant, he couldn't move. At this time, the stone pillar behind him also lit up, and the pattern on the surface began to emit a light golden light. What's going on? The captain saw this change, and shouted immediately. I don't know, I saw a footprint under the stone pillar, so I stood on it, and this is what happened. Although the soldier was very nervous, he still made the whole thing clear. Can we leave now? The captain approached and asked. No, I can't move my whole body now, the soldier said. At this time, everyone had turned on the weapon system and aimed at the stone pillar. Attack the stone pillar. Xiang Qian saw the captain's gaze and said in a deep voice. Boom! In an instant, dozens of lasers and dozens of electromagnetic weapon projectiles hit the stone pillar, but this did not cause any damage to the stone pillar, and there was not even a scratch on the surface of the stone pillar. Use genetic nuclear power. Switch to heavy weapons to attack, Xiang Qian said immediately after seeing this situation. After Xiang Qian gave the order, 20 soldiers ran together and formed a triangle. The people behind held the shoulders of the people in front with their hands, and the person in the front stretched out his hands and pointed his palms forward at the stone pillar. In an instant, the genetic nuclear power of the 20 soldiers surged, and all the genetic nuclear power gathered under the exoskeleton power armor, and quickly gathered in the palms of the person in the front. A silver-blue energy ball appeared in the palms of the man in front. The moment the ball appeared, it quickly grew larger. The next second, the ball left the palms and focused directly on the stone pillar. Boom! An energy storm erupted, and a huge shock wave erupted from the position of the stone pillar. The surrounding grass was overturned by the energy shock wave in an instant, and was annihilated by the huge energy. When the light disappeared, the stone pillar still did not change at all. If the surrounding grass had not disappeared, everyone would think that the energy explosion just now was an illusion. Seeing that the stone pillar was still intact, Xiang Qian was speechless. The attack just now, let alone a stone pillar, even a level 3 civilization warship with a protective shield would not be able to defend against it, and it would definitely be penetrated by the extremely concentrated energy attack. But the fact is that the attack that can penetrate a level 3 civilization warship has no effect on the stone pillar. External force can't do anything. Let him try to use the gene nuclear force to explode the engine of the exoskeleton power armor, to see if he can break away from the stone pillar. Don't be afraid of damaging the engine, just use overclocking burst. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, Yes, Chief. The soldier trapped under the stone pillar said, and then began to use the genetic nuclear force, preparing to burst the strongest state of the exoskeleton power armor. But at this time, the genetic nuclear force he sent into the exoskeleton power armor suddenly disappeared. No matter how much genetic nuclear force he used, it all disappeared without a trace. When he used the genetic nuclear force, the stone pillar behind him became brighter and brighter, and finally formed a light column. When the light of the stone pillar reached its limit, a huge screen appeared in front of everyone. The text displayed on this circular water pattern screen was the universal language of the universe, and the only person who understood the universal language of the universe here was Xiang Qian. However, at this time, Xiang Qian stared at the screen and was completely confused, because the various rules on the screen were too scary, and they were also the ones he least wanted to see. Chapter 198. Rules of the Ruined Space. You get what you give. The currency in the ruined space is time. At the same time, 1 day in the ruins is equivalent to 1 year in the outside world. You can enter the ruined space by using the gene nuclear force to activate the 9 stone pillars, and you can leave after breaking through the 4th level civilization. You can leave the ruined space by using life to activate the 9 stone pillars. 1 person can leave after consuming half of his life, 2 people can leave after 1 dies, 3 people can leave after 2 die. 10,000 people, 9999 die and 1 leaves. This is the rule shown on the stone pillar, which is extremely cruel. But for Xiang Qian, such a rule is extremely cruel. Breaking through the 4th level civilization can leave the ruins, but with the current number of people, there is no way for them to break through the 4th level civilization. The only one who can do research is Lung Ning, who is a half-baked scientist and can't play any role at all. As for the soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade, they can't be relied on at all. They can fight, but they are probably not as good as a high school student in research. Xiang Qian had never thought about leaving. He couldn't sacrifice everyone to let him leave alone. The first group, step out, 1 to 8, go to the bottom of the other 8 stone pillars, stand on the footprints, and output the genetic nuclear force. After a while, Xiang Qian gave the order to enter a space first. In fact, even if we enter the ruined space, the final result will be the same, why bother? At this time, Lung Ning whispered to Xiang Qian. I will take you away. Xiang Qian said firmly and forcefully, but when he said this, he probably didn't even know how much confidence he had. Yes. Lung Ning nodded and said nothing, but she made a decision silently in her heart. Buzz, the 9 stone pillars lit up, and the patterns on the stone pillars began to expand, and soon the patterns between the 2 stone pillars were connected together. Everyone entered the stone pillars. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he pulled Lung Ning inside, and the people from the Special Forces Team 1 followed. At this time, the ground they were on also lit up, and then everyone felt a sense of weightlessness, but the next second the feeling disappeared. The light in front of them disappeared, replaced by a starry sky. There was a piece of land under their feet, and there was no sky above their heads, but a huge glass cover, and outside the glass cover was a starry sky. There was nothing around them except a crystal column, and the land under their feet was only 10,000 square kilometers in size. From a distance, Xiang Qian and his team were on a circular platform with a glass cover on it, emitting a faint light in the dark starry sky. Hello everyone, I am the intelligent assistant of the relic space, number A12243. If you have any questions, you can ask me. At this time, the crystal column next to Xiang Qian and his team suddenly lit up, and a small elliptical robot appeared on the screen. The appearance of the small robot immediately attracted everyone's attention. Can I give you a new name? Your number is too long to remember. Lung Ning suddenly said before Xiang Qian could speak. Sure, I am your intelligent assistant in the ruined space. You can certainly give me a name. The spherical robot said. Then you can call me Qiuqiu. Lung Ning said to the little robot. At this time, Xiang Qian couldn't stand it anymore and said, it's better to call it Dandan than Qiuqiu. You see, it looks like an egg. How can it be called Qiuqiu? Dandan is so ugly, not as nice as Qiuqiu, but it does look like an egg, so let's call it Dandan. Ling Ning looked at the oval-shaped robot and thought for a while. Are you sure you want to change the name of the smart assistant numbered A12243 to Dandan? At this time, the robot suddenly made a mechanical voice and said coldly. Sure. Xiang Qian said impatiently. He still had a lot of questions to ask, so he didn't care about the name of the smart assistant, as long as it was easy to remember. If Ling Ning hadn't suggested changing the name, he wouldn't have thought about it. However, the moment Xiang Qian said that he was sure, the entire universe stopped, but in less than a second, time started to move again. For such a situation, no civilization in the entire universe discovered this situation. Okay, the main system has completed this case. Dandan said happily. Well, Dandan, tell me everything you know about the relic space. Xiang Qian said seriously. Okay, the relic space is this entire starry sky, and every bright spot in the starry sky is the location of a civilization. The space where the civilization is located is completely made according to the living environment of that civilization, so you don't need to wear armor here. At the same time, the location of the civilization can be expanded. Time coins are needed to expand the location of the civilization, to build houses and various equipment, and to obtain food seeds or food. It can be said that in the relic space, as long as there are time coins, you can exchange for any item. If you want to survive in the relic space, time coins are indispensable. If you have enough time coins, you can also exchange for life, and there is no upper limit. There are countless entertainment facilities inside the relic space. When you are lonely, you can teleport to the entertainment center through me. If you want to leave the relic space, you must break through the 4th level civilization, or sacrifice the lives of all other people to make one person leave the relic space. Special reminder, it is best for newly joined civilized races to exchange some women with time coins at the beginning, otherwise you can only survive in the relic space for more than 10 years with your lifespan. Dandan said a lot as soon as he opened his mouth. What's the use of exchanging women? Lung Ning frowned and said. Giving birth to a child for time coins. According to your genes, a new life can be exchanged for 500 time coins. Your genes are not bad. Many races in the relic space can only exchange a new life for more than 200 time coins. They are miserable. Dandan said, as a matter of course. But Xiang Qian and the others felt a chill after hearing this. Giving birth to a child for time coins, how cruel it is to do this. But think about it, this is really a way out. According to Xiang Qian and the others' current lifespan, according to the ratio of 1 day for 1 year, they can only survive here for more than 10 years. It is simply a foolish dream to want to break through the 4th level civilization in such a short time. You absolutely cannot do this. Lung Ning said loudly after hearing this. If you don't do this, you won't survive for long. Dan reminded him quietly, but before he could finish, Lung Ning glared back at him. Kaka! Xiang Qian opened the helmet of the exoskeleton power armor, took a deep breath, and then opened the storage box of the exoskeleton power armor, looking at the 10 bottles of medicine inside. 3 of the 10 bottles of medicine were super nutrient solution, and the remaining 7 were all first aid medicine. Each of these 3 bottles of nutrient solution can keep a person alive for a month, which means they only have 3 months of food. If they want to eat after 3 months, they can only exchange it with time coins. Everyone sit down and rest. Dandan, open the exchange list. Xiang Qian sat on the ground and said slowly. Okay. Dandan's image disappeared, and the exchange prices of various items were displayed on the screen, including the ratio of lifespan to time coins. 1 time coin is equivalent to Xiang Qian's own 10 years of lifespan. With Xiang Qian's 5,000-year lifespan, as a level 3 evolver, he could only exchange 500 time coins. Then, there are the prices of the items on the exchange list. Fortunately, the exchange prices for small items such as food and other consumables are not very high. A bottle of mineral water only needs 0.0001 time coins. However, these things are needed every day, and the total is an astronomical figure. At the same time, if you want to buy seeds and fertilizers to plant land or exchange a spring in this space, you will need more time coins. Xiang Qian searched for the exchange price of experimental equipment, but he turned off the screen after taking a look and stopped looking at those things. Because they can't afford it at all. Even if they can afford it, they will have to sacrifice the lives of most of the Special Forces Team 1 soldiers, which is not worth it at all. For Xiang Qian, if they don't exchange women giving birth to children for time coins as Dandan said, they will be in a desperate situation. Chapter 199. Time goes back to the moment when Dandan was named, and the universe stopped instantly. In a boundless space, there is a huge hall. There is a row of seats inside the hall, but every seat is empty. In front of this row of seats, a young man looked at the layout of the hall and nodded with satisfaction. Master, there is a problem with the evolution of the universe. A diamond-shaped metal object with complex patterns on its surface suddenly appeared in the hall, and said to the young man, "If there is a problem, then go back and evolve again. If it still doesn't work, change the universe rules." The young man frowned slightly, and said indifferently, "It's not the previous problem. It's that one person's data was not cleared after the last rollback. In this evolution, he has changed history." "Well, there is such a thing, rebirth, changing history. I want to see it." The young man was stunned for a moment, then turned his head, and his eyes seemed to be able to see the situation inside a universe through the infinite void. After a while, the young man spoke slowly. "It's developing well. Maybe he has a chance to become the master of the universe this time. Cheat, copy all the soul data of the entire human race. If he can become the master of the universe, I can give him a surprise." "Okay, master, I got it." The diamond metal disappeared, and when it appeared again, it had reached the core of the universe. Countless lines flowed on the surface of the diamond metal, and countless lines flashed in the core of the universe in an instant. After a while, this scene disappeared. I wonder what Dandan will think when he sees this new Dandan after his resurrection. I really look forward to their meeting. The diamond metal disappeared in the core of the universe, and the entire universe stopped disappearing, and started to move again, madly devouring the endless energy outside the universe. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiang Qian didn't come up with any solution during these 3 days. However, Xiang Qian also figured out most of the situation in this relic space during these 3 days. But what made Xiang Qian most desperate was that among the many civilized races in the relic space, no race could open this relic space. According to Dandan, that's why they leave here. Many races will not leave here even if they become level 4 civilizations, because there are endless resources here. As long as they have time coins, they can enjoy the best life in the universe here, and many civilizations want to break through level 7 civilization before leaving the relic space. After learning about these situations, Xiang Qian couldn't imagine how this relic space operated. According to the rules of the game, the large Magellanic Cloud should not have such a heaven-defying relic, but the fact is that it happened, and they caught up. At the same time, Xiang Qian also knew why the pioneer civilization in his previous life was so powerful and could fight against the evolutionary civilization and its affiliated races. The reason is all here. As long as there are enough time coins to exchange items, as long as these things can be taken out, let alone fighting against the evolutionary civilization, even if all the civilizations in the large Magellanic system are tied together, they can't beat it. But even if Xiang Qian knew this, he couldn't be happy at all, because all of them were based on leaving here. If you stay here for a lifetime, it will be useless even if you are given something amazing. When I was a child, I heard a legend that every star in the sky is a person, and every time a star falls, that person dies. When I grew up, I realized that every star in the sky is a star, or a planet, that reflects the light of a star. From that time on, I no longer believed in any myths and legends. But here, every star that falls is not a person at all, but a civilized race. So are many of the legends I heard when I was a child true? Lung Ning leaned on Xiang Qian's shoulder and spoke softly. The two sat at the edge of the space, looking at the starry sky. I don't know why, Xiang Qian felt an indescribable feeling in his heart after listening to Lung Ning's words. When I was a child, I didn't want the legend of the cowherd and the weaver girl to be true, because two people who loved each other so much could only meet once a year, which would be a painful thing. But now I hope this legend is true, because two people who love each other can be happy even if they only meet once a year. Lung Ning took Xiang Qian's hand, clenched both hands, and put it in his arms. You? Xiang Qian was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lung Ning. Don't talk, listen to me, okay? Lung Ning didn't look at Xiang Qian, but looked at the starry sky with his eyes, and said firmly, Okay. Xiang Qian was silent for a long time before speaking. After hearing Xiang Qian's answer, Lung Ning smiled, and the expression on his face was so happy. On the day when the disaster began, a boy ran to the hospital stupidly, and said some inexplicable words to me. At that time, I just wanted to find a supporter for the children in the orphanage so that they could survive. I didn't think I could survive at all, but who could have thought that this decision would put me at risk? Do you think I was stupid? What's even more stupid is that I have to sacrifice my life for this bad guy. Ling Ning said this, and suddenly pressed the surface of the watch on his wrist. Xiang Qian turned around and was about to say something at this time. He just opened his mouth, and before he could speak, he suddenly felt that he couldn't move. I spent 50 time coins to exchange for this imprisonment device. It can imprison any living being for 1 hour. There is no way to break free during this 1 hour. Lung Ning put Xiang Qian's hand down and leaned gently in his arms. I know you want me to leave here alive. You had this idea yesterday, but what humans need is not me, but you. So, I'm sorry, forgive my willfulness. I have communicated with all the soldiers of the Special Forces Team 1. They are willing to give up their lives. At the same time, we exchanged our lifespans for time coins, and exchanged a lot of level 4 scientific and technological information. With this information, human beings will develop better. So even if we don't leave, we can only live for 1 more day. Speaking of this, Lung Ning turned his head and nodded to the soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade. Led by the captain, the soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade came to the crystal column in an orderly manner and chose to sacrifice. For humanity, the soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade shouted collectively. The next second, the soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade disappeared in this space, and only Lung Ning and Xiang Qian were left in the entire space. They left first. They didn't want you to see them leave. This contains the suicide notes, left by 500 Special Forces soldiers before they carried out their missions, as well as the scientific and technological information we exchanged for time coins. Ling Ning put a storage device in Xiang Qian's hand. At this time, Xiang Qian's eyes were full of bloodshot. Although he couldn't move, the tears in his eyes couldn't stop flowing down. The genetic nuclear force in his body surged wildly, but there was an invisible restraint that prevented him from using the genetic nuclear force at all, and from awakening the genetic nuclear force weapon. You're so old and still crying, it's so embarrassing. Lung Ning gently wiped away Xiang Qian's tears, but no matter how hard she wiped, the tears always came back faster than she wiped them away. In the end, Lung Ning leaned on Xiang Qian's arms, letting the tears fall on her hair and face. You know, I really look forward to the day when I marry you, but I've waited for a long time and still haven't waited, but I don't blame you because we're all too busy. You know, when I cooked for the first time, and you said that my cooking was terrible, I made up my mind that I would never cook for you again in this life. But later I still secretly learned to cook by myself. Do you know? Lung Ning talked alone for nearly an hour. When the hands on her watch were reset to 3 minutes, she left Xiang Qian's arms. At this time, Lung Ning's face was full of tears. It was hard to tell whether they were Xiang Qian's or her own, but she always had a smile on her face. I really want this hour to become infinitely long, so that I can always sit here with you, but it's a pity that it's impossible. Goodbye, my love. Lung Ning's lips gently touched Xiang Qian's cold lips, and then she stood up. Xiang Qian could do nothing at this time. He couldn't speak or move. He could only see a drop of crystal tears floating in front of his eyes. No! After 3 minutes, Xiang Qian turned around suddenly, but he could only see the moment when Lung Ning disappeared. Chapter 200. Xiang Qian sat on the ground, holding the storage device in his hand, staring at the crystal column with lifeless eyes. At this time, Xiang Qian's mind was blank, and the scene of Lung Ning disappearing flashed in his eyes again and again. But at this time, Lung Ning appeared in a dreamlike room. All the furnishings in the room were so natural, giving people a very comfortable feeling. Even though she was very sad and painful now, after standing in this room for a while, she felt that her mood had calmed down a lot. Beautiful Miss Lung, please sit down and have a cup of tea. This tea can help heal the trauma of the soul. When Lung Ning was in a daze, a voice sounded behind her. Lung Ning turned around and saw a human-like man sitting on the sofa next to the coffee table, pouring tea into the cup. After seeing Lung Ning's gaze, he smiled and made a gesture of invitation. Are you the person on the mural? Lung Ning said in surprise. Yes, Miss Lung, you can call me by my real name, Carria. Of course, I would rather you call me Mr. Lin. My human name is Lin Aishin. When Carria said his human name again, a warm smile appeared on his face. Hello, Mr. Lin, I shouldn't be dead, how come I'm here? Lung Ning asked. Miss Lung, you should sit down and have a cup of tea first, I will tell you all this. Carria put the teacup on the coffee table in front of the opposite chair, and continued to say with a smile. Thank you. Lung Ning sat down and said, I made the rules of the ruined space. For other races, that rule is true, but for you humans, it is just a small test. Carria paused here, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then continued, I wonder if Miss Lung has time to listen to my story. Mr. Lin, please tell me. Even though Lung Ning's heart was in turmoil, he spoke calmly on the surface. A long time ago, according to the current saying, about 5 cosmic eras ago, a great disaster occurred on my home planet, just like the disaster that happened to you humans. At that time, the civilization of our home planet was only level 2, but after the evolutionists appeared, the civilization of our home planet broke through to level 3 in a very short time. At this time, we found a space gate, which led to another galaxy. There happened to be a planet in that galaxy that was suitable for our civilization to survive. So our civilization gave up saving the mother planet, and all the people entered that small universe through the space gate. You have also experienced what happened next. When there were less than 10,000 people left in the entire race, we defeated all the races in this small universe. However, after defeating all civilizations, our civilization chose to stay in that small universe. Because our population was too small, we wanted to stay there to replenish the population and leave in the next era. But an unfortunate disaster happened. The population, which could not grow due to the rules, died in that disaster. More than 90% of them died. That disaster made us desperate. Even those who survived kept committing suicide. In the end, I was the only one who entered the lifeboat under my father's arrangement, and I didn't wake up until the next era began. When I woke up again, I was the only one left in the entire civilization, and I naturally became the master of the entire civilization. It is ridiculous that a civilization is only ruled by one person. When Carria said this, his eyes were full of sadness. Lung Ning didn't know what to say. Because of the content on the mural, he later enslaved human civilization, so Lung Ning didn't know what kind of mood he was in now. I'm sorry, you should have seen what happened next on the mural. That's right, when I woke up, there was your human civilization in the microcosm. At that time, I was very emotionally unstable, so I led the fleet to destroy several civilizations crazily until the human civilization surrendered, and I met Xiner. Is it the beautiful woman on the mural? Yes, Xiner was a middle-level member of the human civilization at that time. When I saw Xiner for the first time, I decided to possess her. Later, I let Xiner lead the human race and let her control the race scepter. At the beginning, I didn't love her. Even though humans helped me a lot at that time, they were just my subordinate race. I could decide the life and death of humans with just one word. But later, when all civilizations entered a special star field, and the subordinate civilization and the ruling civilization were transformed, I realized that Xiner had always loved me. In that star field, the ruling rules of the ruling civilization over the subordinate civilization were completely transformed into the rules of the auxiliary civilization over the ruling civilization. In other words, Exiner, who holds the scepter of this civilization race, can wipe me out with just a thought. At that time, I also thought I was going to die, but what I didn't expect was that Exiner actually withstood the pressure of the entire human race and didn't kill me. I still remember that Exiner often hid in a corner and cried secretly, because everyone was scolding her. If the central mastermind was not controlled by her, all humans at that time would choose to kill her. At that time, I also asked her why she didn't kill me. She said that I didn't enslave humans. Although all the rules were about enslaving humans, humans were always managed by her, and I didn't use the right to rule civilization. The only time I used the right to rule civilization was to possess her. After leaving that special star field, the rules of ruling civilization were restored again. I wanted to use the racial scepter to kill all those who attacked Exiner, but she asked me to stop. Exiner was very kind. Even on the road to the 9th level civilization, which was full of corpses and blood, she never eradicated those civilizations except for normal racial wars. I knew it was dangerous and had great hidden dangers, but every time I wanted to do it, she dissuaded me. I didn't want to make her unhappy, so I let her do it. It was not until a civilization that we had defeated came back, and was about to destroy us, that Exiner regretted it. At that time, we only had a few 100,000 warships left, while the enemy surrounded the entire galaxy with millions of warships. At that time, I thought we were doomed, but I never blamed Exiner. I had no regrets dying with her. But when we were desperate, the Academy of Sciences actually developed a space teleportation device, but that space teleportation device could only allow 3 or 4 people to escape. At that time, I wanted to take Exiner away with me, but she didn't want to. She believed that the destruction of mankind was her responsibility, and was determined not to leave. I used the rules of ruling civilization to force her to leave with me, but I didn't expect Exiner to knock me out and pass on her ability as an evolver to me. When I woke up again, I was in a strange galaxy, with only 2 of Exiner's most loyal subordinates around me. When I learned that Exiner was dead, my state was the same as your husband's. I was completely desperate, and wanted to die with Exiner. But Exiner's 2 subordinates told me that Exiner's last request to me was to avenge humanity, so I had the motivation to live. Exiner and another evolver gave me their evolver abilities, making me a special evolver, a fusionist. With the ability of a fusionist, I became an 8th level civilization. After avenging Exiner, I reversed the time and space of the star field where Exiner died, trying to revive Exiner. But I found that with the ability of an 8th level civilization, it is impossible to reverse life and death. So I continued to fight with other civilizations, snatching information, trying to become a 9th level civilization and revive Exiner. Until the end, I realized that even a 9th level civilization could not revive a person without a soul. Since then, I have withdrawn from the war road of the 9th level civilization, returned here, and accompanied Exiner every day. Because she said that the most beautiful picture is the one that looks at the Milky Way from the large Magellanic Cloud. When Caria said this, there was no sadness on her face, but Lang Ning felt a heartbreaking sadness coming from Caria, which made her feel the same. I'm sorry, Miss Lung, I'm affecting you. Hurry up and drink this sad tea, it can help you resist the influence of my unconscious spiritual power on you. Caria saw Lung Ning's sad face, and immediately restrained her emotions, and said to Lung Ning, "It's okay, then what is Mr. Lin's test for us?" After Lung Ning drank the cup of tea, she felt much better, and spoke after a while. "It's not a test for you, but a test for your husband. You will know it later," Caria said with a smile. Chapter 201. While Lung Ning was chatting with Kalia, Xiang Qian's violent mood also turned into a stagnant state of mind. He put on the exoskeleton power armor, and took mechanical steps without any expression on his face. "Send me out," Xiang Qian said coldly. "Okay." Dandan nodded. Swish. The next second, Xiang Qian appeared in a hall with 2 teleportation exits. Apart from these 2 teleportation exits, there were no items. Xiang Qian looked around. His eyes were terribly calm. "Now you have a choice. The left exit can directly send you out of the ruined space, while the right exit will send you back to the ruined space. However, if you enter the right exit, all those who sacrificed for you will be resurrected, but you can never leave the ruined space." At this time, a metal mechanical sound sounded in the hall. Hearing this, Xiang Qian's calm face finally showed a hint of excitement. "As long as I choose the right exit, they will all be resurrected," Xiang Qian said excitedly. "Yes, to be precise, They are not dead yet. They will die only after you choose the left exit and leave the ruined space. The metal mechanization sounded again. Xiang Qian subconsciously took a step towards the right exit after hearing this. Now, as long as Lung Ning could be resurrected, he would do anything. But after he took a few steps, he suddenly thought of humans. He still had countless storage devices for the 4th level civilization technology data. If these data are brought back to Earth, then humans can upgrade their civilization to level 4 in a short period of time, and then humans can completely sweep across the entire large Magellanic Cloud. Originally, he had already thought about it. After he got out, he would take the lunar fortress away from here. When humans become level 7 or above civilization one day, he would bring people back and destroy the entire relic space. Xiang Qian did not arrogantly think that the current level of human technology could destroy this place, because in the relic space, he saw the exchange option for level 6 civilization technology data, which means that the civilization that controls the relic space is at least level 6 civilization. With the current level of human technology, it is impossible to destroy this place. But now the relic space gave him another choice, that is, to stay here. Lung Ning and the members of the Special Forces Team 1 will be resurrected. Emotionally, Xiang Qian was extremely eager for Lung Ning to be resurrected, but his reason told him that returning to Earth with the information was the most correct choice. Miss Lung, what do you think his choice is? Kalia asked Lung Ning with a smile. When Xiang Qian appeared in the hall, a projection screen appeared in front of Kalia and Lung Ning, and they saw everything Xiang Qian did in the hall. I hope he chooses to return to Earth, because that is the most correct approach. Lung Ning saw Xiang Qian walk towards the right teleportation exit without hesitation, and felt very happy. Even if Xiang Qian was standing there hesitating, Lung Ning did not blame Xiang Qian. The most correct choice is not necessarily the right choice. Although many people think that race is important between race and lover, in my opinion, race is not important at all. If he chooses to leave, I will be very disappointed, because if all this is true, then after several years, he will become another me. In fact, a race does not need 1 or 2 people to sacrifice. A race is composed of countless people. If it always relies on 1 or 2 people, then this race will never stand at the top of the universe. Carrier shook his head and said, if there are no countless sacrifices of 1 or 2 people, the race will perish sooner or later. Even if this is not a postgraduate entrance examination, I am ready to sacrifice. Humanity can live without me, but not without him. Ling Ning shook his head and said, you really look a bit like Xiner. Carrier said with emotion. At this time, Xiang Qian moved. He no longer hesitated, and walked towards the teleportation exit on the right. The 4th level civilization technology information in his hand is very important, and the information in his mind is very important, but these are not the reasons for him to give up condensation. Human scientists can study the technology information themselves, or they can get it from other prehistoric civilization relics. The memories in his mind, many important things were recorded in a notebook and locked in his safe. As long as there is no news from him for 5 years, his backup plan will be activated, and Shinkong will tell his parents what he has already told them. Since he is not indispensable to humans, whether he goes back or not will only reduce the development time and gain more advantages for humans. In fact, with the current level of human technology, it can definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the entire large Magellanic Cloud. If he is exterminated with such a background, then his return will not be of much use. After figuring it all out, Xiang Qian no longer hesitated and took a few steps into the right teleportation exit. Swish! When Xiang Qian appeared again, he was in a room, and the first thing he saw was Lung Ning running towards him. Woo woo! Why are you so stupid? When Lung Ning saw Xiang Qian striding towards the right exit, he had already stood up, and the moment Xiang Qian teleported in, he had already run over. You're okay, that's great. Xiang Qian held Lung Ning tightly, and his nervous heart finally let go. He was afraid that if he didn't leave the ruined space and Lung Ning didn't revive, he would definitely go crazy. Although he didn't think the probability was very high, he would still be nervous before he saw Lung Ning. Sorry to bother you too. Hello, Mr. Xiang, my name is Carrier, and my human name is Lin Aishin. You can call me Mr. Lin. Carrier suddenly said at this time. Xiang Qian subconsciously protected Lung Ning behind him, and made a defensive gesture towards Carrier. It's okay, Mr. Lin won't hurt us. He is the master of this relic space, and all these things are his tests for us. Ling Ning was very afraid that Xiang Qian would attack Carrier. She knew that Carrier was an 8th level civilization race that could reverse the time and space of a galaxy. It would definitely be no good for Xiang Qian to fight Carrier. At this time, Xiang Qian really wanted to blow up Karia's head with a laser cannon, but he knew it was unrealistic, so after listening to Leng Ning, he also opened the head mask of the exoskeleton power armor and said to Karia unhappily, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I have to say that your test is really exciting. Haha, I can only say sorry for this, but I think I will give you something to make up for it, which should satisfy Mr. Xiang. Please sit down and have a cup of tea first." Karia saw Xiang Qian's expression and laughed happily. Xiang Qian put away his exoskeleton power armor and sat next to Leng Ning. "I know Mr. Xiang has a lot of questions, but I want to congratulate you first. Regardless of whether this test is true or not, at least your relationship with Miss Leng has improved a lot. The second is that no matter what the situation is, the gains are proportional to the efforts, and this principle works throughout the universe," Kalia said with a smile. "What do you mean by gain and sacrifice, Mr. Lin?" Xiang Qian asked. "It's very simple. Take the storage device in Mr. Xiang's hand for example. It contains most of the information of the early stage of the 4th level civilization. It can be said that with this information, any 3rd level civilization can break through to become a 4th level civilization in a short time. But how much did you sacrifice? It's only 500 people. Do you think that using the lives of 500 people in exchange for the scientific and technological information that can make a 3rd level civilization become a 4th level civilization? Is there such a good thing in the universe?" Kalia continued. "Mr. Lin means that the rules don't allow it?" Xiang Qian frowned and said, "On the one hand, the rules don't allow it, and on the other hand, even I don't know the reason. There are advanced civilization technology data or technology weapons inside any prehistoric civilization ruins, but these things are all within the scope allowed by the rules, and it is very dangerous to get these things. If you get a lot of advanced civilization technology data without danger, then I advise you to let it go quickly, no matter what the reason is. No matter how you get it, if you take those data, then your race is not far from extinction." The smile on Kalia's face disappeared, and he said seriously, "Then I can't take the information out either," Xiang Qian said depressedly. "He entered this ruins and was played with for a long time, and then he couldn't take the things he got out. Is there anything more depressing than this? It's okay to take it out, as long as you dare to guarantee that your race will not perish," Kalia said with a chuckle. Xiang Qian thought about it and decided to forget it. After all, he couldn't be sure whether what Kalia said was true or false. Is there no way out with Mr. Lin's level 8 civilization technology? At this time, Leng Ning suddenly spoke. "There is no way out. In fact, you will know when you reach level 4 civilization. This is a force that is more terrifying than the rules of the game. When the civilization level reaches level 8, it can basically counter the rules of the game within a certain range. As long as you don't do too much, the rules of the game will not care about you. But the power that exceeds the rules of the game cannot be countered even if I have reached level 8 civilization. Although that kind of power will not directly wipe you out like the rules of the game, if you really get something beyond your scope of use, then your race will be inadvertently destroyed, and this destruction may be a natural disaster or a man-made disaster." Karia shook his head and said. At this time, Xiang Qian was stunned. What is the concept of an 8th level civilization, countering the rules of the game? What kind of technological means is that? And there is a power that is more powerful than the rules of the game, and he has never even heard of it. Chapter 202. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I can tell you. Seeing Xiang Qian and Leng Ning in a daze, they were obviously frightened by the information he just said. He understood this very well. With the current level of human civilization, they could not understand what he said, so he was not going to tell them anymore. "Mr. Lin, can you tell us about the time issue?" Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said he was not sure what the standard Karia was talking about, what could be told, and what could not be told. So Xiang Qian directly raised a question that he thought was very important. "There are many questions about time, but I think the ones you are dealing with are about different time rates. In fact, I can't tell you about these questions. As I said just now, you lose as much as you give. Information is also a kind of gain. The question about time is beyond your acceptable range. If you know it, maybe one day you humans will perish, so you should change the question." Karia shook his head slightly and said. Xiang Qian was disappointed after hearing this, but with such a rare plan, he would not dwell on this one issue. So he immediately continued to ask, "Can we know the information about the special evolutionists? Now we humans have a special evolutionist, the Prophet, so we should know the problems about the special evolutionists. As for the information about the special evolutionists, I can only tell you the types of special evolutionists. As for how to become a special evolutionist, I can't tell you. As soon as Kalia said this, Lung Ning exclaimed, "Ah, Mr. Lin, what you told me before about the fusionists, didn't that violate the rule?" Lung Ning said anxiously. "It's okay, when you leave, I will delete all the questions in your mind that you shouldn't know, and only keep your original memories and the questions you can know. So even if I tell you these questions first, you will forget them after you leave," Karia said indifferently. "Mr. Lin, can you tell us roughly what information we can know? Otherwise I don't know what questions to ask." Although Xiang Qian was a little unhappy, he knew that this was the best way, otherwise if that kind of rule really existed, then mankind would really be doomed. How should I put it? Let's take humans as an example. If the information, scientific and technological data, weapons and equipment that a civilization can know at this stage are all added up to 100%. Now you are at the peak of level 3 civilization, and have made a breakthrough in basic materials science, and are just one step away from entering level 4 civilization. So for you, you can know all the information of level 3 civilization, and the information that level 3 civilization can access. As for the technological information or weapons, and equipment of level 4 civilization, you can probably only get no more than 30% of all the information of level 4 civilization. This 30% includes the level 4 technological information stored by your civilization, the information that level 4 civilization can understand, and the level 4 technological weapons and equipment. Although this 30% is a very abstract concept, you have no way to measure it. But as long as you remember, in addition to the data, information and weapons and equipment you obtain from the prehistoric civilization ruins, as long as your subsequent gains do not exceed the sum of the prehistoric civilization ruins, then it will not exceed this standard. Karia thought for a while and said, "What if we get the equipment or information of the 5th level civilization?" Xiang Qian said very seriously, "Don't worry, Mr. Xiang. You are talking about the equipment obtained in the Hall of Civilizations. Those equipment are not included. You should also know that those equipment consume a lot of energy to use. In fact, the equipment in the Hall of Civilizations is limited in function. It is just a guarantee for all civilizations. Those equipment are not for you to use in battle. I don't know if you have noticed that the equipment obtained by the Wanderer Civilization, the Pioneer Civilization, and the Evolver Civilization in the Hall of Civilizations is different. It seems that the equipment obtained by the Evolver Civilization is the strongest, and has the highest technological content, but it is the least used. The equipment technology level obtained by the Pioneer Civilization is neither high nor low, and it can be used but not often. The equipment technology level obtained by the Wanderer Civilization seems to be the lowest, but it is indeed the most practical. This arrangement is to balance the gap between the 3 civilizations, so that the evolutionary civilization will not crush the other 2 civilizations, and also give the other 2 civilizations the capital to rise in the early stage. Of course, if the level 5 civilization technology items you get are not obtained from the Civilization Race Hall, then you should be careful. You can still use the technological equipment that exceeds your civilization level by 1 level, but if you see the technological items that exceed your civilization level by 1 level or more, you will just throw them away. They are not what you can own. Xiang Qian stopped talking after listening, because he finally knew the truth about the extinction of mankind in the previous life. In the previous life, although mankind did not become a subordinate civilization of any civilization, it was also hunted by several civilizations, but it escaped without any danger. But later, after leaving the large Magellanic Cloud, mankind obtained a device of unknown purpose from the remains of a prehistoric civilization. According to mankind's judgment, the device is definitely above the 4th level of civilization, but mankind is not sure what level of civilization it is. But after getting that device, the luck of mankind seemed to have run out all of a sudden. No matter what they did, it was not smooth. They often ran into enemies inexplicably. Finally, after diving into the enemy's encirclement, the human mothership was blown up. At that time, no one suspected that it was the cause of the device, but Xiang Qian is now certain that the destruction of mankind is due to the unknown device. According to Karia, the power that transcends the rules of the game should be the illusory fate in the dark. Now Xiang Qian recalled that it was incredible. The mothership often had mechanical failures, some of which were human control errors, and some were equipment overload and parts damage. Moreover, these accidents occurred when humans were in danger. At the same time, after obtaining the unknown equipment, the development of human science and technology seemed to slow down, and it seemed that all scientists had no ideas. At that time, everyone thought that the enemy's pursuit put too much pressure on everyone, resulting in slow progress in scientific research, but Xiang Qian didn't think so now. Also, Humans often escaped alone on motherships at that time, and they certainly didn't identify the direction when escaping, but randomly chose the direction or the enemy's weak link. But after the mothership escaped, they found that the escape route they chose was completely barren, and there was not even a bit of special rare metals in the star system they passed by. If it happened only once or twice, it would be fine, but for more than 50 years, humans have been so unlucky, which is a bit unreasonable. So now Xiang Qian is certain that the extinction of mankind must be related to that unknown device. The reason is that mankind has mastered something that should not be mastered, and was destroyed by the power that transcends the rules of the game. When Xiang Qian was recalling these things in his mind, Lung Ning saw that he was silent and immediately said, "Mr. Lin, since this is the case, we don't know what to ask. Can you tell us based on your experience what we humans need most now, whether there are any problems, or if there are any problems that need special attention?" "Haha, that's no problem, but I need you to agree to one condition," Caria said with a smile. "What condition?" Xiang Qian asked. "The condition is that when your human civilization surpasses the 9th level civilization, you will do your best to help me revive Xiner. If you agree to this condition, I will not only tell you everything I know, but when you reach the peak of the 7th level civilization, I will also teach you how to break through the 8th level civilization and help you become the 8th level civilization." Caria said seriously. "What if we can't surpass the 9th level civilization? Then this agreement will be invalid." After Xiang Qian and Leng Ning looked at each other, Xiang Qian nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." Chapter 203. Hearing Xiang Qian's answer, Kalia smiled and stretched out his hand. Soon, countless light spots began to gather on his palm, and these light spots finally condensed into a 10-carat crystal. "When you go back, put this crystal on the raised scepter, and then we will sign a contract under the rules of the game. The condition is what I said just now. When your human civilization surpasses the 9th level civilization, help me revive Xiner. If you humans do not surpass the 9th level civilization, then this agreement will be invalid. At that time, the game rules will display these contents in front of you. If you have no problem reading them, just agree to them." Caria handed the crystal to Xiang Qian. "Okay, I understand. But I want to know why Mr. Lin thinks that we humans have the hope of surpassing the 9th level civilization. Isn't the 9th level civilization the highest level of civilization in the universe? Is there a civilization more powerful than the 9th level civilization?" Xiang Qian nodded, put away the crystal and expressed his doubts. "I think you humans have this potential. Although the 9th level civilization is the most advanced civilization in the universe, it does not mean that the 9th level civilization cannot be surpassed. Although I am not a 9th level civilization, I know a lot about the 9th level civilization. However, it is too early to tell you about this now. When you become an 8th level civilization, I will tell you all these things. Even if I tell you now, I will delete your memory after you leave here, so I will still tell you the most important issue you need to know now. The transition from level 3 to level 4 can be considered a turning point in civilization. Before level 3, it was only a low-level civilization. Level 4, however, is considered to have entered the ranks of intermediate civilizations. So no matter how many level 3 civilizations there are, they cannot defeat a level 4 civilization. The gap is huge. At the same time, the step of all level 3 civilizations towards level 4 civilization is also a starting point for the entire civilization technology system. After level 4 civilization, there are rarely two similar civilizations. This is because the 4th level civilization is a choice for all races to evolve. Once this direction is chosen, it can basically not be changed. For example, the current technology tree of you humans is basically based on the 3rd level technology system of the civilization you left behind in the microcosm as the main trunk, the technology you have researched yourself as the branches, and the technology information plundered from other civilizations as the branches and leaves. Even if such a technology tree allows you humans to become a 4th level civilization, you humans are still at the bottom of the 4th level civilization. Because the main trunk of your technology tree is obtained from the left-behind civilization, and the technology tree used by all the left-behind civilizations in the small universe is called the Universal Basic Technology Tree of the Universe. This technology tree is universal in the entire universe, and is the most basic. It has no racial characteristics. Any civilization that obtains such a technology tree can integrate it into its own technology tree. Although you have now broken through the basic material science to the 4th level civilization level with this technology tree, it is not a complete 4th level civilization technology. Because the basic materials discipline of any level 4 civilization serves the development direction of the overall civilization. So your current basic materials discipline can only be said to have found the right path to break through the level 4 civilization. Only when you integrate all the scientific and technological information of all civilizations into the scientific and technological system developed by you humans, and form your own unique and most suitable technology, then you will break through the level 4 civilization. But there are so many left behind civilizations in the universe, and each of them has a different race and living environment, so why are the scientific and technological systems they have developed the same? Xiang Qian said in confusion. Who said that those technological systems were all developed by them? The third level civilization technology tree you obtained was just snatched from the last civilization by the remaining civilization. You don't need to ask where these third level civilization technologies came from in the beginning. I can only tell you that this is the rule of the game. This technology tree is circulated throughout the universe. If you don't believe it, wait until you leave the Milky Way and reach a higher level battlefield. At that time, you can ask any civilization to know whether the technology tree they got before is the same as what you got. What is considered a race-specific technology system? Is there any difference between that and using the current technology tree to break through the fourth level civilization? Xiang Qian continued to ask. The gap is huge. This gap is not obvious in the early stage, but when it comes to the fifth and sixth levels of civilization, it is enough to make you despair. I will say that you will be deleted when you leave. A race that uses a universal technology tree to break through the fourth level civilization has no hope of breaking through the seventh level civilization. Only a civilized race that has formed its own race-specific technology system at the third level civilization is qualified to break through the seventh level civilization. As for the race-specific technology, it is difficult to describe. Because each race has its own unique technology, the only difference is the amount of special technology that occupies the entire technology tree. I will show you a video, and you will understand, which is more intuitive than what I say. Carrier waved his hand casually, and the scene in front of Xiang Qian and the others turned into an endless starry sky, and they were sitting in the void. Xiang Qian subconsciously wanted to stand up, but when he felt the touch from the seat in his feet, he immediately stopped and sat quietly on the chair. At this time, in the starry sky in front of Xiang Qian and his group, the space suddenly rippled like water waves, and then an extremely huge planet appeared in front of them. This planet has no atmosphere, no mountains, rivers, or even oceans. It looks like a huge dark brown glass ball. This is a group biochemical 6th level civilization race. Their technological route is biological evolution and energy evolution. That is to say, when they break through the 4th level civilization, they use biological technology and energy technology as the framework of the technology tree, and then strive to climb these two disciplines, and finally become a 6th level civilization. For this race, as long as there is matter, they can convert it into energy and nutrients, and produce endless biological weapons. Unless you can blow up their mother nest with one blow, you will be consumed by endless biological weapons. This civilization is also a very difficult civilization among the 6th level civilizations. As Carrie explained, when the biochemical civilization in front of Xiang Qian and his group encountered a rocky planet, the entire planet split like a petal, and then directly wrapped the entire rocky planet inside. Then countless large holes, with a diameter of hundreds of square kilometers appeared on the surface, and then endless monster-type biological weapons appeared from these holes. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian's first reaction was 2 words, Zerg. This is the real Zerg. Look at the body that is hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, and the huge claws that can directly cut the moon. Compared with these biological weapons, the biological weapons made by Lung Ning are simply single-celled organisms. Then the picture in front of their eyes changed again. This time, a huge steel planet appeared in front of them. Outside this steel planet, there were dozens of metal giant rings. These metals rotated slowly, and Xiang Qian also saw countless warships with fierce gun muzzles. This is a mechanical 6th level civilization. Their technology route is mechanical power upgrade and energy science assistance plus life transformation. That is to say, when they broke through the 4th level civilization, they used mechanical technology, energy technology, and biotechnology as the framework of the technology tree. Later, they gradually abandoned biotechnology and mainly climbed the first 2 technologies. This race is very strange. They were originally a human-like civilization, but after they became a 5th level civilization, they gradually began to transform their lives, transforming carbon-based life forms into silicon-based life forms. When they became a 6th level civilization, all the people of their entire civilization had become silicon-based life forms. Their fighting power is very strong, and they are also the nemesis of biochemical civilizations, because many weapons of biochemical civilizations have no effect on them, but their weapons are deadly to biochemical civilizations. especially their main stars, which are all war fortresses made of special rare metals, and their attack power is among the best in the 6th level civilization. Xiang Qian looked at the metal planets that changed into various shapes in front of him, and he was too tired to complain. Just now it was the Zerg, and even the shape of transformers was made. I wonder what weird races will appear later. Carrier really didn't disappoint Xiang Qian. The races that appeared next were getting weirder and weirder. What kind of energy-based upgraded civilization race? The technology tree is based on energy technology and quantum theory. The entire race has been transformed into a pure energy body. Even the mother planet has been transformed into a huge energy crystal. When fighting, there is nothing they can't do as long as it is an energy attack, such as positive matter, antimatter, negative matter, annihilation, death ray, etc. And once the fighting starts, there is no ceasefire. It is completely a super mobile turret. Xiang Qian is afraid of the firepower. There are also pure material-based upgraded civilization races. The technology tree is based on basic material technology and gravity theory. The entire planet is transformed into a white dwarf war star, then upgraded to a neutron war star, and finally becomes a quark war star when it reaches the 6th level of civilization. When fighting, they don't have any energy attack methods, nor do they use protective shields. For them, there is only one word for fighting: collision. Xiang Qian also watched a video of their battle scene. It was so brutal, completely unreasonable and sideways, rushing around the entire battlefield until all the opponent's warships were smashed and scrapped. For 2 hours, Xiang Qian and Lang Ning had been looking at all kinds of strange races in front of them, while listening to Kalia's explanation, without even a chance to interrupt. Okay, let's stop here for now. The planetary fortress you left outside was discovered by a pioneer civilization. I think you have to leave. 3 hours later, Kalia suddenly said. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Xiang Qian said gratefully. Don't thank me, I just hope you can become a 9th level civilization faster, and then surpass the 9th level civilization to help me revive Xiner. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. As long as we humans really surpass the 9th level civilization, we will definitely make the greatest efforts to revive Miss Xiner. Well, this is what I haven't finished telling you. There are also the 3rd level civilization technology data I have collected over the years. I hope it can be helpful to you. Now I will send you away, and the 500 soldiers will go with you. Goodbye, I hope that when we meet next time, you will have become a 7th level civilization. Kalia said with a smile. Mr. Lin, goodbye. Swish. The next second Xiang Qian and Ling Ning appeared in front of the Xingqian, and the soldiers of the Special Forces Brigade were beside them. Captain, why are you here? Are we dead? A soldier saw Xiang Qian and Ling Ning and said stupidly. They just chose to sacrifice, and when they opened their eyes again, they found Xiang Qian and Ling Ning right in front of them. Such a huge contrast made it difficult for them to adapt for a while. No one is dead. We talk about why on the way back. Choose everyone to board the star, and we return first. Xiang Qian smiled and said. Ah. We are all alive. Yes, Chief. The people of the Special Forces Team 1 only realized at this time that the few people who disappeared in the hull had also appeared. The star took off and left quickly. Chapter 204. What's the current situation of Shinkong? How far are they from us? Xiang Qian asked immediately after returning to the Frem satellite fortress. The enemy's microprobe has been destroyed. They are still 7.3 billion kilometers away from us. They are moving towards us at 1/10 the speed of light. Shinkong replied. Ignore them. Turn on the external auxiliary power engine, and we will return to Earth. Xiang Qian said while looking at the planet fortress on the big screen. Xiang Qian knew this pioneer civilization. This was the race that could compete with the evolutionary civilization in his previous life. The iconic construction style outside the planetary fortress allowed Xiang Qian to confirm their identity at a glance. It seems that he came at the right time. If he had come a little later, they might have gotten there first. Now Xiang Qian already knew why they were so powerful in his previous life. After all, with the help of Caria, not to mention the pioneer civilization, even the Wanderer civilization could challenge the evolutionary civilization. The opportunity that originally belonged to them was taken away by humans, and Xiang Qian was not going to embarrass them. In fact, Xiang Qian wanted to know whether Caria would still give them such a big benefit if they entered the ruins now. Under Xiang Qian's command, the forward satellite fortress quickly rushed out of the star system and flew towards the Earth. At the current distance between the forward and the opponent, even if the forward did not move, it would take the opponent 3 days to reach, not to mention that the forward was moving. Even if the speed of the forward using the external auxiliary power engine cannot reach 1/10 of the speed of light, with this buffer distance of 7.3 billion kilometers, the opponent may not be able to catch up even if he chases for a year. Moreover, the power system of the forward has not yet worked. If the power system of the forward is used, the opponent will not even be able to catch up with the forward. If the opponent is determined to use the fortress-level curvature engine, he will not be able to catch up with the forward. 2 hours later, when Xiang Qian finished his shower and dinner and found that the opponent did not catch up, he no longer paid attention to this matter. Xiang Qian took out the last storage device that Kalia gave him and let Xingkong read the contents. Due to the interruption of the pioneer civilization, Kalia obviously had not finished everything. Now that he had time, he would of course take a look at what was in it. "Hello, Master. What service do you need?" The image of Dandan appeared on the screen instantly. "Boss, malicious programs have been found. Do you want to remove them?" At this time, Xingkong's alarm sounded in Xiang Qian's ears. "Malicious program. You are a junk code combination that is not even a low-level intelligent life. How dare you say that I am a malicious program? Believe it or not, I will delete you directly." After hearing what Xingkong said, Dandan immediately became angry and immediately began to attack Xingkong. "Boss, the malicious program is infecting the system, the outer firewall is ineffective, and the inner firewall is under attack." The alarm from Xingkong became more urgent. "You dare to say that I am a malicious program? I must delete it today." Xiang Qian's face turned black when he saw this. On the screen, Dandan jumped up and down, smashing wall after wall with a sledgehammer, shouting as he hit the wall, and the alarm from the starry sky in his ears became more and more urgent. "Enough, stop it all," Xiang Qian yelled. Dandan's movements froze in an instant, and the alarm in his ears disappeared. "Master, the main system of this satellite fortress is too rubbish. Dandan Fortress will definitely be much better than this rubbish system if it controls this satellite fortress. Moreover, this main system is not even a low-level intelligent life form, and it has no subjective judgment ability at all, so it is easy to have problems, and..." Dandan put away the sledgehammer and said it in a mean way, but it was interrupted by Xiang Qian before it finished. "Stop, you are not allowed to enter any system of the satellite fortress. Stay here honestly, and explain to me why you are here." Xiang Qian said speechlessly. He really couldn't stand this self-familiar artificial intelligence. "Master, my main system is all in your storage. You brought me out. Now I am the intelligent life assistant of this storage, helping the master to quickly and accurately check the information," Dandan said seriously immediately. Xiang Qian nodded after listening, and it was estimated that this was Karia's arrangement. However, with Dandan's personality, he must not let it control any system. It is too unreliable. What information is in this storage? There is a lot of information, including 57,200 third-level civilization technology data, 970,000 weapon design drawings, and various prompt information, precautions, opinions, and plans. Although Dandan looked unreliable, he was very methodical when working. He displayed various classified data catalogs on the screen while talking. Xiang Qian looked at the catalogs with titles on the screen and was very excited. More than 57,000 third-level civilizations are all very distinctive civilizations, and the direction of technological development of each civilization is different. If all these data are thoroughly studied by humans, then the special technological system formed by humans themselves will definitely be very powerful. There are also nearly 1 million weapon design drawings. The design ideas of each weapon in these drawings are different. Although the functions are basically the same, the ideas are completely different. This is very helpful to open up the scientific research thinking of human scientists. Xiang Qian was very excited when he saw this, but when he saw the last reminder messages, he didn't know what to say. He could only say that happiness came too suddenly. Although due to irresistible reasons, many information cannot be revealed too much, and no explanation can be given, but it is enough for Xiang Qian. For example, when breaking through the 4th level civilization, the more disciplines the technology tree integrates, the better, and the greater the potential for later development. There is a lot of information like this, and this is the most valuable wealth. Even though scientific and technological materials cannot compare with these prompt information. As long as we know this information, humans will not go wrong, at least not in the general direction. As for the details, it depends on humans themselves, but with the general direction, the details of civilization are nothing. At least they will not die for no reason under the invisible rules, like humans in the previous life. Beep! At this time, the piercing alarm sounded again. "Boss, the opponent's planetary fortress suddenly disappeared, and it was initially judged that it entered the curvature flight mode. According to the speed of the curvature flight mode, the opponent will be able to bring the forward into the attack range in 30 minutes. The voice of the starry sky sounded. Notify all personnel, except the Special Forces Team 1 to immediately integrate into the forward and prepare for battle. Xiang Qian said immediately after listening. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian asked Dandan to return to the storage device, and after putting the storage device away, he immediately integrated into the forward. Chapter 205. After Xiang Qian merged into the forward, he had been conducting a deep scan of the surroundings. Unfortunately, the fluctuations emitted by the curvature flight were not something that the current level of detectors could scan. However, even if he could not find the opponent's position, Xiang Qian was not afraid. The outer armor made of special rare metals could not be easily broken even if it was hit by the antimatter fortress cannon. Originally, Xiang Qian was not prepared to attack the opponent. After all, he had robbed their opportunity and gained so many benefits. Now they no longer need to explore other prehistoric civilization ruins. As long as they rush back to Earth and develop step by step, they will soon be able to form their own technological system. By then, it will be completely easy to become a level 4 civilization. There is no time to fight with them here. Because Xiang Qian knows that with the ability of the forward, a pioneer civilization cannot stay. And the forward cannot destroy the pioneer civilization, so fighting is a complete waste of time and has no meaning at all. But now they have come to the door. If they really think he is easy to bully, what else can he say? He can only speak with his fists. The forward is in war mode, the fortress cannon is charged, and the external auxiliary power system is detached. Xiang Qian passed the order to everyone in the forward with one thought. Following Xiang Qian's order, more than a dozen external auxiliary power systems larger than Mount Everest fell off the forward satellite fortress, and the spherical forward satellite fortress also revealed its hideous muzzle in an instant. The entire forward satellite fortress has only one fortress cannon, and the diameter of this fortress cannon is 800 kilometers. When the muzzle of this fortress cannon is revealed, it begins to emit purple light. Soon, 30 minutes passed, and a planet fortress suddenly appeared in the void 2 million kilometers away from the forward. Xiang Qian did not attack immediately when the opponent appeared. The opponent's planet fortress was under the protective shield, and the forward's fortress cannon could not break the protective shield system of the civilized race hull, so there was no difference between attacking first and attacking later. In fact, Xiang Qian was relieved after seeing the opponent's protective shield. After all, with the protective shield, curvature engine, and core, it means that the opponent does not have the antimatter fortress cannon, a killer weapon, so ordinary energy attacks are almost no danger to the forward. Hand over all the scientific and technological information and weapons and equipment you have obtained from the remains of prehistoric civilizations, otherwise you will wait for the extinction of your race. After the other party appeared, they sent a communication immediately. What kind of civilization are you? Why do you attack us? We are an evolutionary civilization, Xiang Qian said weakly. He really didn't know what to say. This must be a stupid thing to come up with. Do you really think that a planetary fortress is invincible? Who can destroy whom? We are the Orson civilization. It doesn't matter if you are the Evolver civilization or the Wanderer civilization. If you want to escape from a satellite fortress without a protective shield, immediately hand over all your gains from the prehistoric civilization ruins, or we will attack. Xiang Qian was speechless. What about the Orson civilization? You are obviously the Terek civilization. Why do you change your vest? I really don't know. But how did they know about the Orson civilization? Did they encounter the Orson civilization? How is the Orson civilization now? Have you encountered the Orson civilization? After Xiang Qian asked, there was no movement from the Terek civilization. They were probably wondering how Xiang Qian knew that they were not from the Orson civilization. What civilization are you from? How do you know we are not from the Orson civilization? It seems that you have not captured the mothership of the Orson civilization, otherwise you would not ask such a worthless question. Okay, I won't waste time with you. Get out of the way immediately, or I will attack. When Xiang Qian heard the question from the Trick civilization, he knew that the mothership of the Orson civilization had not been captured, otherwise there must be information about human civilization in the mothership of the Orson civilization. After all, the two sides had done technology transactions. Now they are still asking such questions. They must not have captured the race mothership of the Orson civilization. It makes sense to think about it. After all, the race mothership of the Orson civilization must have the protective shield obtained from the civilization race hull. With the attack power of the Trick civilization, without the antimatter fortress cannon, it is impossible to blow up the mothership of the Orson civilization. Xiang Qian controlled the forward to accelerate. He didn't want to continue the fight with the trick civilization. It was a complete waste of time. Neither side could break the other's defense, and it was meaningless to continue the fight. As a result, the forward had not flown far when the planetary fortress of the trick civilization launched an attack. Tens of thousands of light beams of different thicknesses were emitted from the surface of the planetary fortress, illuminating the surrounding cosmic void in an instant, and hit the flying forward a few seconds later. There was no earth-shattering light and shadow effect, and no explosion occurred. The forward was not affected at all, and continued to fly. However, Xiang Qian was unwilling to continue to fight with him. He aimed the fortress cannon that had been fully charged long ago at the planetary fortress of the trick civilization and launched an attack. A ball of purple energy bombs was fired from the fortress cannon. The light around the energy bombs was distorted during the flight, which made the energy bombs look inconspicuous and could not be compared with the spectacular scene when the opponent's 10,000 cannons were fired at the same time. However, when this energy bomb that exceeded the speed of light hit the antimatter shield on the surface of the opponent's planetary fortress, it burst into a dazzling light. Energy bombs belong to positive matter, while the opponent's shield belongs to antimatter. The principle of the shield is to annihilate positive and antimatter to achieve the purpose of defense. Compared with the plasma shield, the defense of the antimatter shield is very strong. Whether it is energy attack or physical attack, as long as positive matter is used, all will be blocked by the antimatter shield. However, when positive and antimatter are annihilated, an energy reaction more violent than thermonuclear reaction will erupt. Now the violent energy reaction caused by the collision between the energy bomb sent by the forward and the antimatter shield directly blew away the planetary fortress of the trick civilization. Even Xiang Qian, who was more than 1 million kilometers away from the forward, felt that countless particle rays were hitting like a tsunami. When the light disappeared, the planetary fortress of the trick civilization was blown away for tens of thousands of kilometers, but the antimatter shield on the surface of the planetary fortress still looked fine. Xiang Qian was not disappointed about this. It would be a problem if the fortress forward could blow up the antimatter shield with one attack. The powerful energy reaction just now was entirely caused by the energy released by the annihilation of positive and antimatter, and it was not that strong at all from the attack of the forward. After this attack, neither Xiang Qian nor the trick civilization continued to attack. The trick civilization also saw that although Xiang Qian's satellite fortress did not have a protective shield, its defense was unmatched by their planetary fortresses. And they themselves had an antimatter shield, so Xiang Qian's attack could not break their defense. In general, no one could do anything to the other. Faced with such a situation, the trick civilization was speechless. They saw Xiang Qian accelerating slowly, and the fortress cannon was not charged, and they knew that Xiang Qian had the same idea as them, so they simply left without saying anything. But the trick civilization was unwilling to give up. They saw Xiang Qian and his men coming out of a prehistoric civilization ruins, so it goes without saying that they must have gotten something good. It would be a lie to say that they were not depressed if they just let Xiang Qian leave. The trick civilization, unwilling to give up, launched 2 more concentrated fire attacks on the forward, but the result was the same, and the forward was not even broken. Faced with such a result, the trick civilization was not prepared to continue to embarrass itself, and did not say anything harsh. It turned around and left, aiming at the entrance to the prehistoric civilization ruins that Xiang Qian and his men had just left. Xiang Qian watched the Terran civilization rushing towards the remains of prehistoric civilization, but in his heart he was thinking whether the Terran civilization could rise again in this life, and how great the inertia of history was. Originally, there was no standard answer to these questions, nor any detection method, but now that the Terran civilization existed, Xiang Qian really wanted to see whether they could be the same as in the previous life after their opportunity was taken away. Chapter 206. After more than a year of sailing, the Advance finally returned to Earth. Xiang Qian was away for less than 4 years, so the upgrade and transformation of the Earth's outer space defense circle has not been completed. Large transport spacecraft and multifunctional space industrial robots can be seen everywhere in the galaxy. These unmanned mechanical equipment are completely controlled by computers and work non-stop. Compared to when he left, the outer space of the Earth within 500,000 kilometers has been occupied by various space factories, and countless satellite fortresses reflect star-like light under the sunlight. When the star landed at the small spacecraft parking space of the Earth Federation government building, the top leaders of the entire Earth Federation came out to greet them. Xiang Qian's parents stood in the front, and when they saw Xiang Qian appear, they immediately went to greet him. In the past few years since Xiang Qian left Earth, although there was contact in the vast universe, no one dared to say whether he would encounter any danger, so in the past few years, they looked forward to Xiang Qian's early return every day. But they also understood the responsibilities that Xiang Qian shouldered, and no matter how worried and missed him, they did not reveal anything in every call, just telling Xiang Qian that they were all safe and not to worry. Mom, make something delicious tonight. I go home for dinner. Okay, let's go back and prepare now, and make your favorite food. After talking to his parents for a few words, Xiang Qian asked Lung Ning to take his parents home. He also had to meet with the top leaders of the Earth Federation to learn more about the development of mankind in the past 4 years. In the past few years that Xiang Qian was away from Earth, most of the information he learned through the starry sky was whether the Earth was in danger, and whether there were any major problems. As for some details, he did not ask about them. Xiao Qian, did you encounter any difficulties outside? Is something big going to happen? The number 1 leader asked in a low voice on the way to the meeting room. No, it's just that the harvest this time is enough. There is no need to continue. Next is the beginning of the great construction of the Earth. As long as the data I brought back this time is consumed, there will be no problem for humans to break through the 4th level civilization. Xiang Qian said with a smile. That's good, otherwise it would be bad for development to go to war again after just a few years of peace. Well, it's not the time to start a war yet. After arriving at the conference room, Xingkong began to report to Xiang Qian on the development of mankind in the past 4 years. Among them, the first line of defense of the Star System Defense Circle has been fully deployed, and all the manufacturing materials of the satellite fortresses are 4th-level scientific and technological materials. At the same time, the satellite fortresses produced before were not wasted, and all were added to the 3rd line of defense. The construction of the 2nd line of defense is being accelerated, and it is expected to be completed within 3 years. By then, even if dozens of pioneer civilizations attack the Earth, it will be easier to break the 2nd line of defense of millions of satellite fortresses, not including the defense facilities on the 5 rocky planets. It can be said that when this defense line is completed, humans will no longer have to worry about their safety in the large Magellanic Cloud. In addition to the construction of the defense line, all other human resources are tilted towards the field of scientific research. Now, any person on Earth is basically at the level of a former graduate student. And young people under the age of 50, every one of them is at the level of a former doctoral student, which is the minimum standard. The total population of the human race on Earth is now 11.7 billion, because the mortality rate of humans has been reduced to 1 in 10,000. With the popularization of cell division drugs, there are no examples of normal deaths except for those who died accidentally. In addition, most of the human population has become evolvers, and even ordinary evolvers without special abilities have reached a lifespan of 5,000 years based on the improvement of their genetic level. In this way, even if the genetic level of newborns does not become evolvers, they are better than previous humans in terms of learning ability and other aspects. In addition to good education, the proportion of human scientists is increasing year by year. Without internal consumption and waste of resources, the development speed of human beings is faster than previously imagined. Now all the scientific research data of mankind can be found on the internet, and everyone can participate in the research and provide opinions. It can be said that every subject of human research now is a collection of the wisdom of mankind as a whole to study and tackle the problem. When there are sufficient materials, scientists are not afraid of waste, and every feasible opinion will be tested. Such scientific research efficiency is simply terrifying, and it can also discover hidden geniuses among the people. As for warships, they are not made at all. According to Xiang Qian's instructions before he started, only research but not build. All the warships that have been researched will be put into the endless starry sky for testing, and players can also give their opinions. With the current defense force of the Earth, it is useless to have so many warships. All factories are producing transport ships every day, so how can they have time to produce warships? Moreover, these warships will be eliminated in a few years after they are produced. It is a complete waste of time and resources, and there is no practical significance or use. The Earth is not going to attack other civilizations now. If it wants to protect itself, the existing defense system and the previous warships are enough. There is no need for so many warships. So in the years when Xiang Qian left, no warships were produced. All the factories produced every day were transport ships and industrial robots. A lot of scientific exploration spacecraft were produced. However, as long as humans want to produce warships, all factories start working at the same time. Without the participation of equipment manufacturers, humans can produce 1,000 warships a day. It took Xiang Qian 2 full hours to figure out the development of humanity during his absence. Well, let's do this for now. Everything is going well, so there is no need for major changes. However, I will personally manage the scientific research issues today, and the rest will be carried out according to the goals set before. At the same time, thank you all for your hard work over the years. Let's stop here today and adjourn the meeting, Xiang Qian said. Before leaving the meeting room, Xiang Qian chatted with a few acquaintances for a while, and then hurried back home. In the evening, Xiang Qian finished his meal at home, chatted with his parents for a while, and then returned to his room to let Xingkong sort out the information of those who had been doing tricks during his absence. In fact, Xiang Qian deliberately did not contact Earth for a period of time during his return, and did not even contact his parents. At the same time, after losing contact, he also specifically said that he was going to a dangerous place next. In this way, Xiang Qian did not contact Earth for a whole year, and kept letting Xingkong monitor the entire human race, with the purpose of finding out who had ideas about the Earth Federation. As a result, there were quite a lot of people who had ideas and no ideas, but the Earth Federation's army was all under the control of Xiang Qian, and the Federation's mastermind was also Xingkong, so those who had ideas did nothing at all. Some of them were still looking forward to other civilized races attacking the Earth, so that they would have an opportunity to take advantage of the war. Unfortunately, no civilization attacked the Earth in the past few years, and their ideas were dashed. Xingkong, let the biochemical warriors take action and capture all these people. After Xiang Qian finished reading all the information, he sneered and said, "Okay, boss." A storm happened on the night Xiang Qian came back. Many people sneered after learning about this situation. Many people knew what those people were thinking, but before Xiang Qian came back, no one cared about them, but as long as people were not confused, they would not contact them. Now that Xiang Qian has come back, those people are really unlucky, and they don't even think about what the current situation of the Earth is. For those who can't see the situation clearly, even those who have some ideas in their hearts will not contact these pig teammates, because that is completely seeking death. Xiang Qian didn't care about what happened next. In front of the information provided by Xingkong, any quibbling is useless. According to the laws of the Earth Federation, the sentence should be made as it should be, and no one can escape. The next morning, Xiang Qian and Lang Ning finished breakfast and came to the scientific research building. In the future, they will discuss the development direction of the future scientific and technological system of mankind with all scientists here. Chapter 207. Everyone should stop the research work at hand recently and hand it over to the people below as much as possible, because in the next period of time, everyone will work with me here to formulate the future technological development direction of mankind. Now look at the big screen, Dandan, explain what is the race-specific technological system, and the conversion of the directional technological system of the fourth level civilization. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he led Dandan out, and let it explain the development direction of the fourth level civilization to the scientists in the conference room. Dandan was very happy to have something to do. It was not as intelligent as Xingkong. In Xiang Qian's opinion, Dandan had emotions besides not having a body, but it just had a stronger psychological tolerance than humans. Dandan had nothing to do in the relic space. As a copy of the main program, its workload was very small, but over time it also developed intelligence, transforming from a simple artificial intelligence to an intelligent life. With intelligence, it was very lonely. Apart from communicating with several other copies of the main system, it had no one to communicate with. Now it follows Xiang Qian out of the ruined space, originally thinking that it could show its talents, but it never expected that it would be shelved by Xiang Qian because of its personality. Although Dandan's computing and processing capabilities are billions of times that of Xingkong, Xiang Qian cannot guarantee that it will not cause any trouble with the intelligent Dandan. Xingkong's transportation speed can still keep up with the development of the Earth, and Xiang Qian does not need Xingkong to do scientific research, as long as Xingkong can perfectly execute Xiang Qian's orders. Even so, Dandan still did not become the central mastermind of the Earth, but when it comes to explaining the development direction of the fourth level civilization to scientists, Xingkong is not as good as Dandan. Xingkong executes programs and cannot think, while Dandan can think and has his own subjective thoughts and views and opinions on things. So when explaining something, Xingkong can only recite it by rote, while Dandan can make analogies and comparisons, which makes it easier for people to accept. Hello everyone, my name is Dandan, and I am an artificial intelligence life. Today, I will explain to you the direction of technological development after the fourth level civilization. As we all know, Any civilization involves very few subjects at the beginning, but with the development of science and technology, more and more subjects emerge, such as high-energy physics, quantum mechanics, artificial intelligence, etc. As the level of science and technology improves, human beings have now reached the peak of the third-level civilization, involving hundreds of subjects. Each subject has endless problems waiting for human beings to solve. However, with the number and lifespan of human scientists, they can only solve a little of these problems in their lifetime, and as they know more, they will encounter more problems. If we continue to discover in this way, sooner or later, human technology will be difficult to advance, because you have wasted too much energy on other subjects, which results in studying every subject, but being sparse in all of them, and not being proficient in any subject. But if humans focus all their energy and scientific research power on one or two subjects, then the situation will be different. The technology tree you see now is the technology tree of humans, and the technology tree obtained from the Leland people. Now I overlap these two technology trees, and you can see where the difference is. Dandan put on black frame glasses on the two lines of the eggshell, and a suit on the eggshell, looking like a successful person, but it was very funny on him. Xiang Qian didn't care about Dandan's dress, but looked at the technology tree on the big screen. When the two technology trees overlapped, there was a clear gap, but the gap was all in the branches and leaves, and the difference in the trunk was basically negligible. As you can see, the differences are all in the branches and leaves, and there is basically no difference in the technology of the trunk. What does this mean? The main technologies of human beings are all copied from the technology system of the Leland people. There are not many research results of human beings. I will show you the technology trees of other third-level civilizations later. You can see what the technology trees of these races are like. After Dandan finished speaking, he randomly took out a few of the tens of thousands of third-level civilization technology data in the storage device, and put them on the big screen to compare these technology trees with the technology tree of human beings. As a result, it can be seen at a glance that the two technology trees are basically not much different. Whether from the trunk or the branches, they are all different from the human technology system. You see, this is the first 3 levels of technology system for the race that breaks through the 4th level of civilization. Do you see any difference? Dandan conjured up a teaching stick and pointed at the technology tree. Dandan, can you project the technical catalog of the other party's first-level technology? I don't understand why the other party's technology is so different from ours, when it is in the first level of civilization. The scientist frowned and said with an expression of disbelief. Because according to what humans have learned so far, the development direction of technology of all races when they are in the first level of civilization is similar, and it is impossible to be biased. Due to the limitation of the barrel theory, if any subject is missing, the overall level of science and technology cannot be improved. So many scientists believe that the development direction of science and technology cannot be so extreme in the first level civilization. Okay, no problem. Dandan immediately sent the first level technology catalog of the biochemical civilization used for comparison with humans to the terminal in front of everyone's seat. As a result, all scientists were stunned when they saw this first-level technology catalog of the biochemical civilization. The first-level technology tree of this biochemical civilization is entirely biotechnology, and there are no other disciplines. Seeing this, all scientists feel that this civilization is crazy. Without the help of other disciplines, how can those research equipment be made? Without machine tools, can the experimental equipment be conjured up? However, as many scientists slowly watched, the expressions on their faces changed from disdain to shock and then to disbelief, and finally they were all dumbfounded. I think everyone understands now. That's right, the development of a single discipline is impossible in the first-level civilization, because any discipline is related, and the most important experimental equipment needs the support of other disciplines. So what everyone thought at the beginning was right. Without the assistance of other disciplines, how could any civilization break through the first-level civilization and become a second-level or third-level civilization? But now don't forget that the era we are in now is not the same as before. Now we have evolvers. For example, biological cell separation and extraction equipment cannot be manufactured without the support of material science and electronic equipment. But with evolvers, all of this is not a problem. They don't need to study those subjects. They have evolvers, and can directly use genetic nuclear power to manufacture. As long as they continue to improve the level of biotechnology, they will eventually be able to break the barriers of civilization level. Moreover, they are focused. Any problem is analyzed from the perspective of biological subjects, and then solved with biotechnology. When we made the space shuttle to fly out of space, they also made the space shuttle, But after we made the space shuttle, we immediately began to study the principles of the space shuttle, and then thoroughly understood the technology and made a space shuttle with higher technological content. However, how many subjects are involved in a space shuttle? Basically, a space shuttle tests the overall industrial system of mankind in the 21st century. All subjects can be related to the space shuttle. How did they do it? After their evolutionists created the space shuttle, they did not study the technology, but used the space shuttle to send organisms into space for experiments. They used the body reactions of organisms to obtain environmental data of outer space, and then generated cells that could resist the dangers of space, and finally relied on the cell tissues of the organisms themselves to survive in space. Their philosophy is to let the organisms evolve. If they need energy, they will create organisms that store energy, and if they need weapons, they will create organisms with offensive power. It can be said that they have not put any energy into anything other than biological subjects. They try every means to promote biological evolution to overcome any difficulties. Do you still have any doubts about a single subject breaking through the barrier of civilization level? Dandin said proudly. All the scientists below were silent. The facts were in front of them, and what Dandin said was not wrong at all. The emergence of the evolver broke the wooden barrel theory. Even if the subject is seriously biased, as long as there are evolvers, a biochemical level 6 civilization can produce an ordinary level 6 civilization warship. However, the performance of this warship is not comparable to the biological weapons of the level 6 biochemical civilization, so no biochemical civilization is bored to produce warships. Do we need to do this as well? Although this will quickly break through the 4th level civilization, I feel that it will leave hidden dangers. Each discipline has its own limitations and shortcomings. If we humans focus on studying one discipline, what should we do if we encounter a race that restrains us? A scientist said. This is the purpose of calling you to the meeting. This time, I brought back tens of thousands of third-level civilization technology data. These tens of thousands of data represent the third-level peaks in various fields. No civilization is fully developed. They all use one or two technologies as the main research disciplines, and other disciplines are supported by evolutionists. In the next period of time, we need to analyze which of these tens of thousands of technological systems is suitable for us humans, or which technologies are suitable for us humans. After we determine the future direction of human technological development, we must focus on research and abandon all other disciplines. Xiang Qian said directly. After listening, the scientists below knew that the next period of time was very important to humans, and at the same time, the pressure on them was also very high. This was a matter that determined the fate of the entire human race, and the decision could not be wrong. In the following time, Xiang Qian and all the scientists began to analyze the data one by one, analyzing the data that humans can absorb and learn. According to Xiang Qian's idea, don't rush to determine the future direction of human discipline development, but first establish a unique scientific system for humans, and then study which disciplines are suitable for human development and what form human development is evolving towards. Chapter 208. It took Xiang Qian and all the scientists half a year to go through the tens of thousands of scientific and technological documents from beginning to end. This is just the initial classification, and the systematic research has not yet begun. Otherwise, let alone half a year, even if humans were given 10 or 8 years, it would not be enough. However, after reading all the information, Xiang Qian and many scientists had a deeper understanding of the unique technology of civilized races, and also understood how important it is to have a scientific and technological system that suits humans themselves. We have read all the information. Today we will discuss the future direction of human science and technology development. Which disciplines will be the main ones? What is the main direction of human evolution? These questions must be determined, and then we will replan the science and technology system based on this plan. Xiang Qian sat on the rostrum and said to the many scientists in the conference room. As for the direction of human evolution, I think it is best to improve human survival ability and not change the current life essence and characteristics of human beings. A scientist said. I agree. If we improve the survival ability of human beings in the future and change the essence of human life into silicon-based life, will we still be human beings? But without changing the essence of human life, there is a limit to the transformation of human cells. This is the difference in the essence of life, just like an egg can never smash a stone. If we do not fundamentally change the essence of human life, it will eventually limit the development of human beings. We can use biotechnology to transform human cells into biological weapons. There is no need to change the essence of human life. That's just a cover-up. Changing the internal structure and cell structure of the human body and reorganizing the DNA sequence is no different from changing the essence of human life. It's just a biological weapon in human form. Xiang Qian listened to the discussion of the scientists below, without interrupting or expressing his own points, because he himself has not decided whether to transform the essence of human life, so he just listened quietly on the podium. The transformation of the essence of life is also an important criterion for choosing the direction of human development. What kind of technology is chosen as the core, then the essence of human life should be closest to that subject. For example, if humans choose biology as the main development direction in the future, then humans will definitely use biotechnology to transform humans, making humans live longer, improve brain development, and have stronger survival adaptability, etc. However, if biology is the main direction of technological development, then humans will become life forms similar to the Zerg in the future. Although the appearance of humans may not change, the inside of the body will definitely be completely different from what humans are now. This is something that cannot be avoided. When technology develops to the 6th level of civilization, if humans are still as fragile as they are now, then the side effects of any weapon can wipe out the entire human race. I have an idea. In fact, to improve human survival ability, there is no need for humans to adapt to the environment. We can achieve such an effect through technological means. It's like the human body cannot resist the attack of bullets, but after wearing bulletproof vests, humans can resist the attack of bullets. I know that such means are far from fundamentally changing the essence of human life, and humans cannot wear armor all the time, but we can change our thinking. The working principle of the genetic nuclear force weapon is to allow humans to merge with the genetic nuclear force weapon. Although it is only a spiritual fusion, the feeling of manipulating the genetic nuclear force weapon is the same as usual, except that the body is one size larger. If we reversely create an armor that can be integrated into the human body, then humans can improve their survival ability based on the development of technology without changing the essence of life. At this time, a young scientist suddenly said, "The idea of integrating armor into human bodies is a bit far-fetched, but it is not impossible." After hearing this idea, Xiang Qian felt that it was indeed a good idea. In this way, humans would not need to change the essence of life, and at the same time, their ability to survive would be improved. If he knew that the essence of life would be changed, he would not be willing to do so. Although silicon-based life, material life, energy life, and other life forms are stronger than the current life forms of humans, he would instinctively dislike changing the essence of life and turning humans into these forms of life in order to improve their ability to survive. Now that this idea has appeared, it just solves Xiang Qian's problem. Let the human body integrate into the armor. To put it simply, it is similar to wearing clothes, except that this kind of clothes is a bit special and is worn inside the body. Is there any technical difficulty in manufacturing this kind of armor? Xiang Qian asked. Theoretically, there is no problem. Whether it is biomass materials or basic particle materials, they can meet the standards of integration into the human body. However, the actual performance of the armor still needs to be verified. Xiang Qian nodded. No matter what, let's first decide on the topic, and we talk about the actual effect after the research is done. That's it for now. Let's establish this research topic. Now let's continue to discuss the development of the Earth. Take armor for example. No matter what technology armor is based on, basic materials science must be developed, so the future development of human disciplines must include basic materials science. As for the future development direction of basic materials science, we currently know that there are 3 types of civilization: material civilization, energy civilization, and mechanical civilization. These 3 civilizations are material civilization with basic material science and gravitation as the core, energy civilization with basic material science and high-energy physics as the core, and mechanical civilization with basic material science and mechanical dynamics as the core. These 3 civilizations have their own strengths, but of course, they also have very obvious shortcomings. I think the direction of human development should not be as extreme as these 3 civilizations, because these 3 civilizations all need to change the essence of life and the living environment in the later stages of development. So we can't choose such an extreme path. At least for the living environment of human beings, it is better to follow the current Earth standard. If you have any ideas, please speak up and discuss. After confirming the establishment of the armor project, Xiang Qian continued. But after Xiang Qian finished speaking, the scientists below all looked thoughtful, and no one spoke up. They all knew that a civilized race cannot have too many main research directions. Basically, the research directions of many races are based on 2 disciplines, or 1 discipline as the main trunk, and 1 or 2 disciplines as auxiliary. Like the 3 civilizations mentioned by Xiang Qian just now, all of them are based on 2 disciplines as the main development model, which is very extreme. Civilizations based on 3 disciplines may be more difficult to develop in the early stage, but there will be no obvious disadvantages. So now the tone of mankind is based on 3 disciplines as the main trunk. If possible, we can try 4 technologies, but we can't slow down the speed of human scientific research. Now that basic material science has been determined, the remaining 2 disciplines must be carefully considered. After all, this is a problem related to the future development of mankind. I think quantum mechanics needs to become the direction of human development. Whether in terms of potential or other aspects, quantum mechanics meets the conditions of becoming a major discipline of mankind. Quantum mechanics is not suitable. Although quantum mechanics has great potential for development, it takes a lot of time to study it. In fact, quantum mechanics should be divided into several disciplines instead of one discipline. Gravitation alone is a discipline, grand unified theory is another discipline, and energy field theory can also be a discipline. If quantum mechanics is the main subject of human beings, it will definitely slow down the time for human beings to break through the civilization level. Quantum mechanics will definitely become the main subject of human beings, because our Quantum Mechanics Research Center has already made a future development plan in the field of quantum mechanics. Those research projects that are not in line with human development have been eliminated by our Quantum Mechanics Research Center. It is useless for us to argue now. Shinkong, display this information on the big screen and let you see our development plan first. At this time, Old Manly suddenly spoke up, and at the same time he confidently took out a storage device. Chapter 209. Xiang Qian was stunned by the data displayed on the screen. At this time, all the scientists basically had the same reaction as Xiang Qian, staring blankly at the big screen. Because the star system displayed on the big screen is familiar to everyone, that is the star system where the Earth is now. But what shocked everyone was not the star system, but the image outside the star system. In the periphery of the entire star system, many huge unknown machines were surrounding the star system. Next, the screen showed the scene of this star system quickly passing through one galaxy after another and traveling in the universe. At this time, countless warships and planetary fortresses appeared in front of the star system, and these warships and planetary fortresses quickly rushed towards the star system. Then the artillery fire that illuminated the entire starry sky was fired from countless warships and planetary fortresses, aiming at the bubble formed by the hydrogen wall outside the star system. But the attack that illuminated the entire universe did not penetrate the hydrogen wall. Suddenly, the position of the solar wind of the entire star system emitted a dazzling light, and waves of light like water ripples spread outward from the star system as the center. From a distance, it looked like huge water ripples, rushing into the void. When the water-like light disappeared, all the countless warships and planetary fortresses that had just attacked the star system disappeared. See? This is the future development trend of quantum mechanics. All the technologies shown on the big screen will appear. If anyone disagrees, please speak up for me. When the video on the big screen was finished, Old Manly said confidently. No one spoke. Seeing the super weapon with the entire star system as the theme, even though humans are now at the 3rd level civilization stage, they still felt like watching a science fiction movie. Teacher, can you tell me what you think? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Okay, let me tell you what I think. In the past 6 months, we have studied the technological systems and development directions of tens of thousands of civilizations. I don't know if you have discovered that 99% of civilizations choose the evolutionary method of the trinity of planet, body, and technology. I dare not say that this evolutionary method is wrong, but I always feel that this development method is a bit dangerous. Moreover, the resources that a planet can store are limited. What if the resources are used up in a war? Although in interstellar wars, all races are used as units, and everyone has no fixed territory, and does not need to consider any strategic depth. But our goal must be set on the planet. Why not try to view the entire star system as a whole? The resources that a planet can store are simply incomparable to the resources that a star system can store, and the safety of the Earth in the star system will be much higher than the main body sailing in the universe. So based on the theory of quantum mechanics and quantum physics, I tried to study it, and found that my idea is not impossible to achieve. In fact, sailing with the entire star system is much simpler than imagined. With our current level of technology, as long as we overcome a few difficulties, we can move the star system, but of course the speed will not be fast. Old Manly said very seriously. Teacher, let's not talk about the technical problems. I think those can be overcome, but where does the energy to drive the entire star system come from? Xiang Qian was also tempted after hearing this, but the gap between ideal and reality is too big. If the energy problem is not solved, then the idea will always be just an idea. Stars. We can move stars from other galaxies, and use the energy of those stars to power the gravity-generating device. Old Manly had thought about it long ago, and said confidently, "How do we solve the problem of the mass and gravity of the star itself? What if a gravitational war occurs after the star enters the current star system? How do we shield the super-strong energy field emitted by the star? How do we stop the temperature rise inside the star system?" Xiang Qian asked many questions in one breath. "I have preliminary solutions to these, but we still need to experiment to see if they work. Moving stars does not actually consume much energy, because we can use the energy of the star being moved. The energy field and gravitational field of the star itself can be shielded. As long as we create a super strong magnetic field shield that uses the star itself as energy, wrap the entire star inside, and convert the energy emitted by the star into shield energy, this will not only shield the star's gravitational field and energy field, but also provide us with energy at the same time. In this way, as long as we move dozens of stars, the energy provided by these stars will be enough to move the star system and our human use." When Old Manly was talking, a three-dimensional structure diagram appeared on the big screen. On it was a diagram of the effect of the star being shielded, which looked like a giant sphere emitting faint light. Well, theoretically there is no problem. So does anyone object? If no one objects, quantum physics will be the main direction of human development. Xiang Qian thought for a while after listening and then spoke. Many scientists no longer said anything against it. Old Manly even figured out the future development trend. What else can they say? If there is no problem, the first one is basic material science, the second one is quantum physics, and the third one is tentatively high-energy physics. After all, no civilization can do without energy, especially since our initial goal is to take the regular star system as the core, so energy is even more indispensable. However, these three disciplines are only tentative. Before humans break through the fourth-level civilization, we will conduct research according to the current plan. If we find a discipline that is more suitable for humans, we will study it at that time. However, all resources will be tilted towards these three disciplines, and the tens of thousands of scientific and technological materials should not be wasted. Integrate all the technologies that humans do not have in those scientific and technological materials into the Earth scientific and technological system, and strive to establish a scientific and technological system unique to humans within 10 years. Xiang Qian decided on the last discipline, and no one opposed Xiang Qian's decision. It was not that everyone was afraid of him, but energy was indeed very important. After the meeting, Old Manly came to Xiang Qian for support. Xiang Qian said nothing and directly ordered Shinkong to mobilize all the materials that Old Manly needed to him, and at the same time arranged for personnel to start researching equipment for transporting stars. Let's not talk about moving the entire star system. Now we need to develop a gravitational device to move stars. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. If the plan proposed by Old Manly can really be completed, then when humans become a level 4 civilization, they may really be able to walk sideways. After finishing the scientific work, Xiang Qian immediately asked Shinkong to call Li Cheng to his office. "Brother Li, I have an important task for you," Xiang Qian said seriously after seeing Li Cheng come in. "Boss, rest assured. No matter what the task is, I guarantee it will be completed." Li Cheng is more relaxed than Zhang Lei. At least he still calls Xiang Qian the boss. "Well, these are the coordinates. During the time I was away, I discovered several civilizations. Your task is to monitor the development of these civilizations, follow them quietly, record their behavior, and report to me every day. Remember not to be discovered by them." Xiang Qian marked a coordinate point on the star map and said to Li Cheng, "Don't we need to destroy them?" Li Cheng asked curiously. "It depends on the situation. Some of them need to be destroyed, but some civilizations may become human comrades in the future. How can we destroy them?" Xiang Qian said ambiguously. "Then I will set off now." Li Cheng nodded and said, "No hurry, you can set off tomorrow. Tonight you can go to the special equipment department to get several microdetectors. The target of the forward satellite fortress is too large, and it is easy to be discovered by optical equipment when approaching. Microdetectors are needed to observe them on a daily basis. After arriving at those places and discovering those civilizations, we will immediately confirm what race they are. If they are human-like civilizations, we will launch detectors. If they are non-human civilizations, we don't need to waste detectors and just leave." "Yes, I understand." Xiang Qian told Li Cheng everything, and asked him to leave and go back to prepare. Of course, the subordinate civilizations should be human-like civilizations that look similar to humans. Xiang Qian's aesthetics would not tolerate non-human civilizations. Chapter 210. Civilization number 17 defeated civilization number 25 and did not pursue. The fleet of civilization number 25 suffered a loss of 67% and is evacuating in the direction of civilization number 32. In the forward satellite fortress, an observer is summarizing the situation after the battle between the two wanderer civilizations, and then storing and encrypting the video data of the battle between the two sides and sending it to the information center. Civilization number 7 is about to leave our detection range, and the unmanned stealth detector is tracking it from a long distance. After another observer reported the situation of civilization number 7, he immediately switched the monitoring screen to another civilization. The technological level of civilization number 19 has broken through, and plasma shields have appeared on its new warships. The civilization's scientific research potential assessment level has been improved. The number of civilization number 22's fleet has increased. The number of its warships has increased by 310,000 in 5 years, and it is still continuing to build survival warships. In the forward command center, Li Cheng looked at the real-time dynamics of various civilizations displayed on dozens of screens. According to Xiang Qian's request, he collected the information submitted by the observers and the opinions of his staff, and then transmitted the information back to Earth. Since Li Cheng detected the files around the star system, where the Earth is located according to Xiang Qian's order 15 years ago, he has seen the cruel side of the universe. The demise of civilized races, wars for resources, and the powerful pioneer civilization wantonly attacking the wanderer civilization to rob scientific and technological information and materials. He personally saw no less than 10 civilizations destroyed, and this was within the detection range of the forward. As for how many civilizations in the entire Large Magellanic Cloud have perished in the past 15 years, it is estimated that they are countless. 5 days later, an observer discovered that civilization number 6 and civilization number 18 were working together to head towards the star system, where civilization number 2 was located. The fleets of the two civilizations were still 1.8 billion kilometers away from the location of civilization number 2. After receiving this report, Li Cheng immediately sent the information back to Earth. Because civilization number 2 is a key protected civilization, once civilization number 2 makes any move, the information must be sent back to Earth as soon as possible. Earth Federation Headquarters, Xiang Qian's office. After receiving the message from Li Cheng, Xiang Qian closed his eyes and began to think. Civilization number 2 is a wanderer civilization. It can be said that most of the civilizations monitored by the Advance are wanderer civilizations, and only 2 are pioneer civilizations. However, civilization number 2 is a civilization specialized in biochemistry. When Xiang Qian first discovered civilization number 2, he had already seen the direction of development of civilization number 2. After 15 years of uninterrupted observation, civilization number 2 meets the requirements of becoming a human-affiliated civilization in all aspects, so civilization number 2 will be protected. Without ambition, the number 2 civilization has not left the star system for 15 years, nor has it produced warships and biological weapons. Instead, it has been doing scientific research in the star system like humans. Most of the research projects are defense-related. For example, the plant weapons such as magma vines and plasma flowers used by Xiang Qian in the past were planted all over the star system by the number 2 civilization. The only life planet in the star system was used as a biochemical cultivation center by the number 2 civilization, and all kinds of animals and plants were cultivated on that life planet. After so many years of observation, Xiang Qian has confirmed that the direction of technological development of civilization number 2 is life evolution, which is more in line with human needs. After all, there is no biological subject in the future development direction set by humans, so humans need to find a subsidiary civilization that can make up for this defect. The scientific research potential of civilization number 2 is good. At least in the past 15 years, Xiang Qian has watched the animals and plants on the life planet evolve one after another. No ambition, good scientific research potential, human-like race, complementary disciplines. Once these conditions are met, then it will completely meet human needs, and then it depends on Li Cheng's actions. Shinkong, notify Li Cheng to rescue civilization number 2 when its defense circle is about to be breached. Civilization number 2 must not suffer serious losses, and it must also make civilization number 2 feel the huge pressure and cruelty of the universe. Finally, show the strength of mankind, quickly destroy the 2 civilizations with the most powerful attack, and then bring back civilization number 2. Xiang Qian said slowly. Okay, boss. Shinkong immediately said Xiang Qian's order. Xiang Qian stood up and walked to the balcony. Looking at the golden clouds under the balcony, he muttered to himself, "One subordinate civilization is in hand, and the rest must hurry up." 3 years later, this starry sky will no longer be peaceful. After receiving Xiang Qian's order, Li Cheng immediately commanded the forward to rush to the star system, where the number 2 civilization was located, and lurked in the asteroid belt on the heliopause outside the star system, in the blind spot of the 2 civilizations' attacks. The environment here can cover up all kinds of microwaves emitted by the forward, and even the radar left over from prehistoric civilizations cannot find the forward in a large-scale scan. 3 days later, in the race flagship of the Green Star Civilization, all the senior officials of the Green Star Civilization looked at the scene on the big screen with serious expressions. "Chief, they sent a message asking us to hand over all the scientific and technological data and the special rare metals we collected, and also to hand over the control of all biological weapons, otherwise. They said they would just destroy us." The communication personnel of Green Star Civilization suddenly said, making the senior staff of Green Star Civilization look even uglier. After listening to the communication personnel's words, the middle-aged man wearing a long gown with strange plants embroidered on the surface of his clothes snorted coldly, turned on the plant growth gene, absorbed the energy of the planet's core, and prepared to fight back. "Recall all tribesmen and prepare to evacuate." "Chief, we can't evacuate. The mother beast of the weird beast is about to be successfully bred. If we evacuate now, our losses will be too great." As soon as the chief finished speaking, a person next to him immediately said anxiously, "What should we do if we don't evacuate? With our tribe's defense power, we can't face the attack of 2 wanderer civilizations. The last explosion of the life planet has already caused our tribe to suffer heavy losses. If we fight them head-on, our race will really have no hope of rising," the chief said solemnly. "But vermin will be successfully cultivated soon. Can't we hold on for a while, and leave after vermin is successfully cultivated? How long will it take?" 7 days, no more than 10 days. The chief thought for a while, looking at the expectant expressions of the people around him. He sighed and said, 5 days, try to make vermin evolve within 5 days. If they break through the second line of defense within 5 days, we will evacuate immediately." "Thank you, Chief. Go get all the stored plant weapon seeds now, and start setting up the second line of defense. At the same time, send the energy seed to the inside of the giant star. I want to let them know that we, the Green Star Clan, are not to be trifled with," the chief said with a cold light in his eyes. "Yes, Chief." As the Green Star Civilization arranged, countless plant weapon seeds were placed in the meteorite belt in front of the life planet. At the same time, various exotic plants began to grow rapidly on the 2 surrounding planets. Many trees, taller than the highest mountain on the planet, are rising from the ground. The glowing fruits on the top of the trunk slowly absorb the nutrients provided by the trees. Around the underground star core, countless plant roots are wrapped around the magma. As the roots grow, the temperature of the magma begins to drop, and finally the fiery red magma turns into gray-black limestone. Inside the only giant star in this star system, a seed with a diameter of tens of kilometers is growing, and the surrounding liquid hydrogen is its nutrient. As the seed grew larger, its mass also increased rapidly. When it grew to a diameter of 600 kilometers, roots began to appear on the surface and slowly sank into the giant star. On that life planet that was one circle larger than the Earth, tens of millions of creatures of all kinds flew out of the planet with strange plant fruits under the control of the Green Star Civilization and headed towards the second line of defense. It can be said that at this time, the Green Star Civilization had taken out all their assets. Except for the flagship of the civilization race, they had already mobilized all their war potential. 2 days later, the battle between the 3 wanderer civilizations officially started in the 3rd Defense Circle. Chapter 211. The 3rd Defense Circle of the Green Star Civilization in the star system. This defense circle is centered on a planet, surrounded by asteroids, and all kinds of strange plants grow on the planet and the surrounding asteroids. At the same time, some creatures hidden among the asteroids also appeared. However, the enemy fleet had discovered this planet a long time ago. Due to the large loopholes in the 3rd Defense Circle, the enemy fleet had no effect at all to force its way in, and chose to bypass it. After all, the attack range of the defense circle is limited. As long as you leave the attack range of the defense circle, then this defense circle is just a decoration. In the flagship of the Green Star Civilization race, when the Green Star Civilization Patriarch saw that the other party chose to bypass, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Block them, and let the 3rd Defense Circle consume their manpower, the Patriarch said to the operators below. Understood. Let them see what a plant planet fortress is. With the operation of the Green Star civilization, countless huge flower buds stretched out on the asteroid of the third defense circle, and then these huge flower buds began to spray purple-red flames, and purple-red flames rose into the sky, illuminating the entire planet. Looking at this planet in space, you will find that countless purple-red lights burst out on the surface of the planet facing away from the enemy fleet, turning the back of the planet into a huge propeller. As the purple-red light becomes more and more dazzling, the planet begins to slowly move towards the enemy fleet. In the void of the universe, this planet drags a long purple-red tail like a comet, rushing towards the enemy fleet quickly. And the surrounding asteroids also move forward with this planet. If you look closely, you will find that on the surface of this planet, countless vines are wrapped around this planet. When the huge propulsion force erupted, the surface of the planet obviously experienced crustal movement, but under the pull of countless vines, the violent crustal movement did not cause the rocky planet to disintegrate. This requires countless taut vines to firmly lock the Earth, and the peaks that were about to rise are tightly confined there under the wrapping of spider web-like vines. Overall, the planet looks like soil wrapped in a woven bag. Although the soil inside has countless cracks, it still maintains the shape of a sphere under the wrapping of the woven bag. Such an unexpected situation shocked everyone. The circling enemy fleet immediately adjusted its formation and prepared to attack the planet with a burning bottom. Xiang Qian, who was watching the live broadcast on Earth, was also shocked by the wild ideas of the Green Star civilization. A planetary engine, or a reaction-type planetary engine, is too sci-fi. In the Earth era, humans fantasized about using planets as spaceships for space travel, and many scientific works mentioned planetary engines. But when technology reached the point where planetary engines could be manufactured, people found that this was simply unrealistic, because the hardness of the bottom shell could not support such a huge thrust. If an engine was installed on the planet, the result would be that the entire planet would be torn apart. But today, the Green Star civilization has done it. It does not move the planet by gravity, but really uses the principle of a planetary engine to propel the planet forward. Although the result of this is that the entire planet is basically scrapped, it has to be admitted that the Green Star civilization succeeded. Boom! When the planet entered the enemy's attack range, hundreds of thousands of energy beams hit the planet. At the same time, the plant weapons of the Green Star civilization also began to attack. Millions of various plants burst out with strange attacks, some of which were energy beams, some were physical fruits, and some were parts of the plant body. At this time, the light behind the planet gradually disappeared, leaving only the flames to help the planet rotate. The advantages and disadvantages of plant weapons are equally obvious, that is, they cannot be beaten. The side of the planet facing the enemy fleet was hit by hundreds of thousands of energy weapons, and many plant weapons died instantly. If the planet did not turn, the firepower on that side would be basically useless, and the seeds stored underground might also be destroyed. The Wanderer civilization that attacked the Green Star civilization was a third-level civilization, and each warship was equipped with a protective shield, so half of the energy attacks among the nearly 1 million rays could not break the protective shields of all the warships, and a large part of the attacks of the plant weapons failed, and the fruit and plant weapon bodies would take more than 10 minutes to reach their target. In this situation, only a few unlucky warships were blown up, and the rest of the warships were fine. Although the planet of the Green Grass civilization was hit by energy attacks, the surface of many places on the planet had crystallized, but the seeds of plant weapons germinated again and grew rapidly under sufficient energy. After the planet rotated once, the surface of those places that had been attacked was still crystallized, and the plant weapons grew again and launched an attack on the enemy fleet. At the same time, the strange creatures among the asteroids around the planet also rushed towards the enemy fleet under the cover of artillery fire. In this way, the two sides fought for more than 10 minutes, and the enemy fleet lost about 1,000 warships, while the plant weapons of the Green Star civilization planetary fortress became less and less. The plant weapons that were originally very dense now only have one plant every few kilometers. The surface of the planet also revealed cracked surfaces, and under the crystallized surface, magma could be vaguely seen flowing. At this time, the electromagnetic weapon projectiles of the local fleet were about to reach, and the Green Star civilization also knew that when the electromagnetic weapon projectiles with huge kinetic energy attacked the planet would basically be scrapped. Compared to the vines all over the ground at the beginning, the surface is now basically crystallized by energy attacks. At the same time, the damage of electromagnetic weapons to the planet is not comparable to that of energy weapons. Although the ultra-high energy attack has strong penetration, it cannot destroy the overall result of the planet. However, electromagnetic kinetic weapons are different. The kinetic energy of the huge projectiles under electromagnetic acceleration can cause the bottom shell to vibrate the moment it hits the planet. When tens of thousands of electromagnetic projectiles with huge kinetic energy hit the planet, this planet is destroyed. 3 minutes later, a huge firework exploded in space. The planet, which had already broken its bottom shell, exploded instantly after being hit by tens of thousands of electromagnetic projectiles, and countless planetary debris flew around. There were also many electromagnetic projectiles, with countless tails passing through the planetary debris, drawing countless lights and fire in the void of the universe. At this time, the countless plant weapon fruits and main body parts were about to reach the position of the enemy fleet just now. In theory, these attacks would all fail because there was no enemy fleet in the direction of these attacks. However, when these attacks were still 100,000 kilometers away from the enemy fleet, many fruits suddenly exploded, and the huge energy released by the fruits formed small suns one after another, illuminating the entire starry sky. Under the explosion of huge energy, the main body of those plant weapons accelerated again. These densely packed plant weapon main bodies, like pine needles, enveloped the local fleet like a rain of arrows. Each pine needle-like plant body was only about 10 meters long and less than 3 meters in diameter. There were so many of them that the secondary guns of the local warships could not intercept them all. To open the phalanx close their defense weapon, the protective shield must be closed first. After considering it, the enemy fleet may think that these attacks cannot break the protective shield at all, so they ignore it. However, when these pine needle-like plant bodies hit the protective shield did not block it at all, and was directly broken through, allowing these pine needle-like things to hit the warship's hull fiercely. Bang bang bang. As these pine needles exploded, the hull of the warship seemed to melt, and the outer armor made of super strong alloy began to melt like butter washed by hot water. The warships that were hit soon had their shields damaged because their outer armor melted, causing all the shields to disappear. At this time, creatures less than 2 meters long rushed towards the warships without shields. A few minutes later, screams came from the warships attacked by the creatures. Finally, the enemy fleet issued a self-destruction order, and the thousands of attacked warships turned into fireworks. The offensive and defensive battle of the third line of defense ended, the planetary fortress of the Green Star civilization was destroyed, and the enemy fleet lost less than 10,000 warships. The situation on the other side is similar to this. Both Wanderer civilizations have broken through the third line of defense of the Green Star civilization. The two Wanderer civilizations, with a total of nearly 500,000 warships, are slowly approaching the Green Star civilization. The last barrier of the Green Star civilization, the second line of defense, is right in front of us. Notify all tribesmen to return to the mothership. We are preparing to evacuate. The chief of the Green Star civilization said with an unpleasant expression. Chief, didn't you say you would give me 5 days? Why do you want to leave now? 5 days. It's good enough that the second line of defense can hold out for 3 days. Didn't you see that the third line of defense was breached in just half an hour? We don't have 5 days left. I notified them right away. 10 hours later, 2 fleets of the Wanderer civilization arrived outside the second line of defense, but did not attack directly. Chief, they sent a message asking us to surrender. They said? What did they say? The chief looked at the communicator with an unpleasant expression, not understanding why he was lying so stammeringly. They said, they have interfered with the surrounding space. We cannot enter the curvature navigation and cannot escape. The clan leader was shocked and immediately said, turn on the curvature engine and see if it can work properly. 5 seconds later, all the personnel of the Green Star civilization were desperate, because after starting the curvature engine, they found that the curvature engine could not perform curvature navigation due to space interference. In other words, these Green Star civilizations are waiting to die. In the normal flight mode, they can't get rid of them at all. Chapter 212. Chief, what should we do now? Everyone in the flagship of the Green Star civilization race panicked. They could not start the curvature engine, and could not escape the enemy's pursuit by flying with conventional engines. Chief, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have let everyone stay for a few days. It's all. Okay, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. The chief of the Green Star tribe interrupted the young man, stood up and said, it's not time to despair now. Even if they want to break through the second line of defense, it will not be done in a short time. We still have one last chance. Can the seeds inside the giant star be activated? Chief, the seeds are still gathering energy, and have not yet reached the core of the giant star. It will take at least 20 hours to activate the seeds. Then hold on for 20 hours, let all the evolvers immediately make defensive weapons, and send all biological weapons to the second line of defense. At the same time, withdraw the third line of defense to the vicinity of the life planet, plant weapons on the life planet, sink the race flagship to the interior of the life planet, and build a defensive fortress around the race flagship. The Green Star Tribe leader said firmly. Yes, leader. Following the order of the Green Star Tribe leader, the Green Star began its final fight. When the two Wanderer civilizations saw the Green Star civilization's actions, they knew what the Green Star civilization was planning, and without further ado, they launched attacks on the second line of defense from both sides. The second line of defense of the Green Star civilization is not as simple as the third line of defense. There are 3 planets alone, and behind these 3 planets is a meteorite belt surrounding planets with life. Now the meteorite belts of the 3 planets are filled with countless biological weapons and plant weapons, and even the satellite fortresses designed by the Black Technology Masters have been manufactured in large numbers. Faced with such a defense, it is basically impossible for the 2 Wanderer civilizations to break through here like they did the third line of defense. The artillery fire of 500,000 warships and the attack of tens of millions of plant weapons on the second line of defense exchanged fire, and the entire starry sky was illuminated instantly. Even the light of the sun was not as strong as the light that burst out at this moment. With the first attack from both sides, the 2 Wanderer civilizations lost nearly 1,000 warships. Even the protective shield of the third-level civilization could not withstand the concentrated fire attack of countless plant weapons in the second line of defense. The warships were splattered cruelly, and became space junk with flames. However, if you look closely, you can find that there are no people from the 2 civilizations in the wreckage of these destroyed warships, and it can be seen from the wreckage of the warships that these warships basically have no internal cabins, and the interior of the warships is completely a hole. Chief, their warships are all controlled by intelligence or neural connections. They don't care about the losses if they continue to fight like this. Well, I know that no Wanderer civilization can have a tribe that can control hundreds of thousands of warships. I don't expect their second line of defense to cause them much damage. As long as they can hold on for 20 hours, they will stay here. Immediately arrange for the damaged asteroids to rush towards their fleet, consume their firepower, control the biological weapons to follow these asteroids, and force them to attack the asteroids and not dodge. The clan leader looked at the situation on the screen and decisively issued an order. Faced with the Green Star civilization's fighting style, the 2 Wanderer civilizations had to divide their firepower to smash the asteroid, otherwise the biological weapons following the asteroid would rush into the fleet, and it would be troublesome to deal with it at that time. In this way, the artillery fire attacking the second line of defense immediately began to weaken, and the pressure on the second line of defense was not as great as at the beginning. At this attack rhythm, if the 2 Wanderer civilizations did not have any killer weapons, the Green Star civilization would have no problem surviving for 20 hours. At this time, the strange seed inside the giant star was almost approaching the core of the star. As the seed went deeper, the speed of descent became slower and slower. The high-density metallic hydrogen blocked the sinking speed of the race. This was the sinking speed that was achieved by countless roots constantly absorbing metallic hydrogen. Otherwise, the seed would have been stuck in the metallic hydrogen and could not move. Time passed slowly, and soon the 2 sides had been fighting in the second line of defense for 15 hours. At this time, the losses of the 2 Wanderer civilizations were also quite large. 1/3 of the 500,000 warships at the beginning had now become space junk. Around the battle between the 2 sides, the wreckage of the warships with flames could be seen floating. The Green Star civilization was not far behind, and the second line of defense was about to be destroyed. In order to delay time, the Green Star civilization also blew up a rocky planet to block the attack of the enemy fleet. There were many blank areas in the dense asteroids in the meteorite belt, and the biological weapons were almost exhausted. However, the Green Star civilization was still very optimistic. After all, there were still 5 hours left before their killer weapons could be used. Who knows who would rob whom by then? 3 more hours passed, and the second line of defense of the Green Star civilization was already shaky, but even so, it was impossible for the opponent to take the second line of defense within 2 hours. But at this time, the 2 Wanderer civilizations suddenly stopped attacking, and all the warships slowly retreated, leaving the attack range of the second line of defense. After discovering the abnormal situation of the other party, the Green Star civilization immediately became alert. They would not think that the other party would choose to leave when they were about to break the second line of defense after consuming more than 200,000 warships to attack the second line of defense. That was simply impossible. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes later, the race flagships of the two Wanderer civilizations began to move towards the second line of defense. Chief, they have deployed their race flagships. Should we go over and intercept them? The seeds will be ready to explode in more than an hour. No, immediately mobilize all forces in the second line of defense to block their race flagships, and concentrate all firepower on attacking their race flagships. Don't worry about other warships. The chief of the Green Star tribe saw the two race flagships moving slowly, and wisdom flashed in his eyes. But chief, if they do this, they can bypass the second line of defense in the weak area. The speed of the asteroid can't keep up with their warships. If they choose to bypass, we will be in danger. Don't worry, they won't choose to go around. Just do as I say. The Green Star clan leader said confidently. As the asteroids in the unattacked area of the second line of defense quickly gathered towards the enemy race flagship, the area in front of the two Wanderer civilizations completely became a fortress. Even the defense of the second line of defense was only slightly stronger than it is now. Faced with such a bold move by the Green Star civilization, the two Wanderer civilizations did as the Green Star clan leader expected. Their race flagship showed no signs of changing direction, and continued to move towards the second line of defense. When the two race flagships entered the attack range of the second line of defense, overwhelming attacks were launched towards the two race flagships, and the light of various attack bursts completely covered the two race flagships. However, no matter what kind of attack it was, it disappeared silently when it hit the protective shield of the race flagship, and there was not even a splash on the protective shield. Those pine needle plant weapons that could penetrate the protective shield had no effect this time. When they hit the protective shield of the race flagship, it was like hitting a solid wall, and all of them were shaken off. When the race flagship approached the 80-kilometer range of the second line of defense, the muzzle of the race flagship began to flash. Each race flagship is a mobile turret. Although the Wanderer civilization cannot obtain offensive weapons in the civilization race hall, it can only obtain 3 equipments: energy core, curvature engine, and protective shield. However, with the support of energy core and protective shield, the race flagship can carry out concentrated energy attack. The power of this concentrated energy attack far exceeds the main gun of the battleship, and its power is equivalent to a full-strength attack of the fortress gun. A few seconds later, a huge beam of light shot out from the front of the race flagship, directly attacking the meteorite belt of the second line of defense. Instantly, countless meteorites were evaporated, and asteroids also exploded in an instant. All defense systems in a straight line were instantly destroyed. In this way, in just 1 hour, the last defense force of the second line of defense was destroyed, and the defense system established by the Green Star civilization was left with only 1 life planet and 5 small satellites. However, at this time, the face of the Green Star tribe leader rarely showed a smile, but the cold light in his eyes became more and more obvious. Chief, they said they will give us one last chance to surrender, otherwise they will attack. Reply to them and ask them to stop first. We can negotiate with them, the chief said with a smile. After hearing the chief's words, the people around him were all dumbfounded, with an expression of disbelief. Chief, now we still have to do as I say, but mobilize all the satellites of the last line of defense to the top of the race flagship. Yes, Chief. Not long after, the communication personnel received a reply and immediately said, Chief, they asked us to stop the mobile satellite immediately and upload the race's scientific and technological data. Humph, how long will it take before the seed detonates? The chief snorted. Chief, there are still 47 minutes. Tell them that if they get out of the star system immediately, forget it, otherwise wait for death. Yes, Chief. Faced with the provocation of the Green Star civilization, the two Wanderer civilizations did not say anything more, but directly expressed their actions, that is, to start the attack. At this time, Li Cheng, who was far away at the edge of the star system, gave the order and the forward set off. Inside the giant star, the seed has reached the core of the star. At this time, the seed is close to the size of the moon, but it is no longer growing, but slowly shrinking. Chapter 213. With the attack of the two Wanderer civilizations, the plant weapons on the surface of the 5 satellites were quickly destroyed. However, one of the civilizations quickly retreated, and the remaining 4 satellites were used as a huge shield in front of it. Facing such a turtle shell, the two Wanderer civilizations had no intention of continuing to attack. Even ordinary satellites could not be blown up in a short time, and there was no benefit in blowing up the satellites, but it would waste time. As long as the plant weapons on a few satellites are cleared, and they don't attack the fleet, they won't be in the mood to blow up the satellites. As the warships bypass several satellites and rush towards the life planet, the Green Star Clan leader immediately issued an order: adjust the angle of the life planet and detonate the satellite. Instantly, countless purple-red lights burst out from the surface of the life planet, and the atmosphere was instantly destroyed. The life planet suddenly accelerated along the direction of the planet's rotation, and rotated 180 degrees in a dozen seconds. The consequence of the huge kinetic energy is the destruction of the entire life planet, but this is no longer important to the Green Star civilization. When the life planet began to turn, a huge seed exploded at the core of the satellite that retreated to the back. The next second, the satellite emitted an extremely huge energy shock. The surface of the satellite instantly soared to 180,000 kilometers per second under the huge energy shock. Countless dangerous debris was wrapped in the energy shock and turned into countless electromagnetic orbital weapons projectiles. At the same time, the nuclear fusion reaction with a TNT equivalent of 1 trillion tons exploded, causing several satellites in front of the satellite to leave the orbit of the life planet and rush towards the fleets of the two wanderer civilizations. This sudden change caught the two wanderer civilizations off guard. The protective shields of the warships rushing towards the life planet were broken within a dozen seconds, and then they were destroyed by the cruel explosion of countless satellites and the huge energy impact. The life planet was also pushed out of its orbit by the energy of the explosion. The atmosphere, which had already been on the verge of disappearance, was directly consumed by more than half under the impact of the huge energy. On the side facing the satellite explosion, countless gases were escaping to the surface of the life planet. When the light disappeared, the warships of the two wanderer civilizations were basically blown away for tens of thousands of kilometers, and 80% of the warships were damaged. Various broken warship wreckages floated in the universe. The only ones that did not suffer any damage were the two race flagships, but such a blow was also huge for the two wanderer civilizations. Originally, they were afraid that the Green Star civilization would use the race flagship to fight them to death, and finally severely damage their race flagships, so they sent a fleet to attack the race flagship of the Green Star civilization, consume the energy reserves of the Green Star civilization race flagship, and finally they would directly blow up the protective shield of the Green Star civilization race flagship. Who would have thought that the Green Star civilization had this trick up its sleeve? It used nuclear fusion to directly use the material inside a satellite as the source, and directly exploded the huge energy of the nuclear fusion reaction. In fact, although the explosion just now was fierce, the utilization rate of the hydrogen elements in the satellite was not even 10%. If the hydrogen elements in the entire satellite could be fully involved in the nuclear fusion reaction, the explosion just now would definitely have directly destroyed all the warships of the two wanderer civilizations. At this time, Li Cheng, who was controlling the forward satellite fortress to rush to the place where the three civilizations fought, was also startled by the sudden explosion. He was not worried about the planet exploding, but he was afraid that the Green Star civilization would be destroyed. If the Green Star civilization was really destroyed, then his hard work over the past decade would be in vain. Although he had monitored dozens of civilizations for more than a decade, there were not many civilizations that were protected as the Green Star civilization. So when he saw that the Green Star civilization had been forced to detonate its satellite, Li Cheng could not help it and immediately shut down the holographic stealth system of the forward satellite fortress and sent a message. The three wanderer civilizations fighting in front should stop immediately. You have caused very serious damage to the entire star system. If you continue to launch attacks, the Earth Federation will sanction you, and the civilizations that cease fire will be protected by the Earth Federation. The exposure of the forward directly shocked the three civilizations that were fighting to the death, and then they were all unable to react after receiving the notification from Li Cheng. Since when has anyone cared about destroying star systems? What kind of civilization is the Earth Federation? The leaders of the three wanderer civilizations thought of this problem at the same time, but at this time, they could no longer stop whenever they wanted. Needless to say, the Green Star civilization had already activated the seeds inside the giant star. To them, neither the two wanderer civilizations nor Li Cheng were good birds. So they did not activate the self-destruction gene of the seeds inside the giant star. If they wanted to continue to execute according to the original plan, it would be best to kill Li Cheng directly. And the two wanderer civilizations lost so many warships, and they could not be scared by a message from the forward. Anyway, with the performance of the race flagship, they could escape even if they couldn't win, so there was nothing to be afraid of. So after a while, the two wanderer civilizations continued to send the remaining warships to attack the Green Star civilization, while the two race flagships turned around to deal with the advance. At this time, the Green Star civilization dealt with the attacking warships while calculating the time and observing the advance. The Advance is now 3 astronomical units away from the 2 race flagships, which is about 450 million kilometers. At this time, the 3 civilizations could not observe the specific form of the Advance, because even at the speed of light, it would take about 25 minutes to reach the 3 civilizations, so now they can only use detection equipment to detect the fluctuations of the Advance. The Forward was flying at full speed at this time. Everyone was integrated into the Forward. The surging gene nuclear force was transported crazily, making the Forward burst out at a maximum speed of 280,000 kilometers per second. This speed is the flight speed that can only be burst out by the gene nuclear force weapon. Otherwise, even if it is a level 4 civilization without using the 2 flight states of curvature navigation and gravity navigation, ordinary spacecraft cannot burst out such a fast speed. More than 40 minutes later, the Forward appeared in front of the 2 race flagships, once again issued a ceasefire order, and appeased the Green Star civilization, telling them that the Earth Federation would definitely help them get out of trouble. As a result, the 2 Wanderer civilizations did not reply and directly attacked the Forward. The traveling civilization only replied with 2 words: too late. Li Cheng was confused by the reply of the Green Star civilization. What is too late? Isn't this just right? As a result, at this time, the alarm of the Forward suddenly made an extremely harsh sound. At the same time, he received a message prompting that there was a super large-scale energy reaction not far away. At the core of the giant star, the huge seed has shrunk to the limit. Under the huge pressure, the hydrogen element inside the seed has become prone to transform into neutron-degenerate matter. At this time, the root system on the surface of the seed grows rapidly, and countless roots once again wrap around the vast amount of metallic hydrogen at the core to become the second layer of the seed. Next comes the 3rd layer, the 4th layer, the 5th layer, until the 9th layer. At this time, the core layer of the seed shrinks inward again, with the help of the contraction force of the 9 layers outside. As a result, this contraction breaks a critical point. The atomic structure of metallic hydrogen changes under huge pressure. The metallic hydrogen, which is already in a degenerate structure, is under pressure. The protons released from the nucleus will combine with electrons to become neutron-degenerate matter. Generally, neutron matter only appears on extreme stars and neutron stars. However, at the core of the giant star, due to the change of a seed, the metallic hydrogen in the core of the giant star was compressed again, forming neutron-degenerate matter. At the moment of forming neutron-degenerate matter, a huge gravitational force erupted from the core of the seed, and the 9 layers of metallic hydrogen on the periphery were also compressed in an instant, which became a chain reaction. As the matter inside the giant star changed, the gravitational force of the giant star increased thousands of times in an instant, and the entire gas giant star began to collapse inward rapidly. During this collapse, countless particles rub against each other, and the composition of the giant star is similar to the original nebula before the star is ignited. If there is no special situation, the giant star cannot become a star at all. However, at this time, the internal pressure is large enough, and the external gas contains abundant hydrogen, helium and other elements required for nuclear fusion reactions. These elements begin to react during the inward collapse. The seeds at the core begin to disintegrate under huge pressure. Without the constraints of the seeds, the neutron-degenerate matter expands rapidly. In this way, the inner core first contracts and then expands. When expanding, it just encounters the contraction of external pressure. With such a huge reaction and sufficient nuclear fusion reaction elements, the result is obvious. A ball of light that illuminates the universe suddenly bursts out from this giant star. At this moment, the giant star is ignited and emits infinite light like a star. Unfortunately, a giant star is never a star. The internal gravity cannot restrain the huge energy erupted by the nuclear fusion reaction. This is the same as the situation before the star dies, and a supernova explosion is about to occur. 10 seconds after the entire giant star was ignited, an even more dazzling light burst out along with a huge amount of energy. The roar of the star before its death showed the last trace of its existence to the entire universe. The supernova explosion actually appeared on this giant star. Endless light burst out, and the entire star system became daytime. The light of the star was covered at this moment. Unrivaled energy burst out at this moment, spreading madly throughout the universe. Hide behind the life planet as quickly as possible, quickly. Li Cheng didn't need to see the endless light, because it was too late to see the light at that moment. The alarm issued by the detector had proved everything. Now, he just wanted to get the Forward to hide behind the life planet as quickly as possible. Chapter 214. At this time, the Green Star civilization was adjusting the angle of the life planet so that the back of the planet faced the direction of the giant star. Li Cheng controlled the forward fortress to burst out at the fastest speed, and in less than 5 seconds, it flew over a distance of more than 700,000 kilometers and successfully bypassed the back of the life planet. At this time, the race flagships of the two Wanderer civilizations also made the same reaction. In less than 10 seconds, the three Wanderer civilizations and the forward in this star system gathered together, and the distance between them did not exceed 10,000 kilometers. The warships that were attacking the Green Star civilization also stopped at the same time. Many warships gathered around the two race flagships. Some of them even docked with the race flagships and began to transfer the tribesmen in the ordinary warships to the race flagships. "What did you do?" Li Cheng asked the Green Star civilization. There is no doubt that the Green Star civilization must have detonated a giant star. If the two Wanderer civilizations wanted to detonate a giant star, they would not have sent so many warships. This level of energy concentration is comparable to a supernova explosion. Under this level of energy sweep, ordinary warships can't escape at all. Although the protective shield of the third-level civilization is very strong, it is not much harder than an eggshell when facing a cosmic disaster of this level, even if it is hiding behind a planet. Only the protective shield in the temple of civilized races can withstand such a violent energy explosion, and the premise is that there is sufficient energy. We are also forced, and we are really sorry that the Earth Federation was involved in this disaster. If you arrived earlier, our Green Star civilization would not have used such drastic measures. We hope that the Earth Federation can understand this. The reply from the Green Star civilization came immediately. However, after seeing this reply, Li Cheng was speechless. Who could have thought that you would detonate a giant star? In interstellar wars, everyone uses warships or planetary fortresses to attack. Who could have thought that you, a biological civilization that has no war tendency at all, would use such extreme means? Detonating a giant star with a large amount of hydrogen and helium elements. Such technology is not a problem for a third-level civilization at all. The key is that no one would think about it. First, the giant star cannot be moved. After noticing the intention to detonate the giant star, basically no one will stay there and wait foolishly for the giant star to explode. Second, there is no giant star for you to detonate in the void of the universe. Such tactics can only be carried out in the star system, which is too restrictive. So in general, no one would do such a thing. Even if Xiang Qian had spent 2 lifetimes together, he had never seen any civilization detonate a giant star and cause it to explode as a supernova. 6 minutes later, violent energy swept across the entire life planet. In an instant, the life planet was pushed tens of thousands of kilometers by the huge extreme energy. At the same time, the seawater on the life planet evaporated in large quantities, the plants on the surface dried up and died quickly in a short period of time, the earth cracked, and the icebergs melted and evaporated quickly. After being swept by the huge energy, the entire life planet directly turned into a dead star, and all life species died. It can be said that in just a dozen seconds, this life planet was like being baked in a super large microwave oven. Li Cheng, who was hiding behind the life planet, also felt the horror of the supernova explosion at this moment. The materials used by the forward were completely made of special rare metals, which had a natural advantage in isolating energy. Even the concentrated energy attack of the race flagship, the high-energy rays that could be concentrated to the extreme, could not cause any damage to the surface of the forward. But at this time, everyone inside the forward could feel that the temperature inside the forward was rising. Even the surface of the forward had a hint of being fused. Through the forward, Li Cheng could feel that the outside temperature had already exceeded 100 million degrees. The temperature rise was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that the forward was now equivalent to being attacked 360 degrees without dead angles by the main guns of countless warships. Countless high-energy rays and high-speed particles hit the surface of the forward crazily, and Li Cheng felt a burn at this time. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, only a few seconds, otherwise Li Cheng would also doubt whether the armor made of special rare metals on the forward, which was said to be able to block any high-energy particles from penetrating, could hold on. When the optical equipment and detection equipment returned to normal, Li Cheng immediately started scanning. A few seconds ago, it was a life planet with blue, white and green colors. At this time, only a white mist could be seen rising from the planet, and the green color could no longer be seen. As for the ordinary warships of the two Wanderer civilizations, they had all turned into molten iron. Only 2 race flagships with extremely dim protective shields could be seen in the entire space. As for the race flagship of the Green Star civilization, it was still inside the planet at this time, and the optical equipment was partially observed, but the results of the scan made Li Cheng feel relieved. At least, he could detect the high-energy reaction on the surface of the Green Star Civilization race flagship. At this time, the flagships of the two Wanderer civilizations began to retreat, but they could not use curvature navigation, because if they used curvature navigation, the speed faster than the speed of light would inevitably exceed the diffusion speed of the supernova explosion energy. However, under the sweep of the energy of the supernova explosion, the surrounding space was very unstable. Using curvature flight at this time would be courting death. Of course, whether they had enough energy to use curvature navigation was the same civilization, so the two Wanderer civilizations used conventional reaction engines to fly. However, Xiang Qian had already explained that since these two Wanderer civilizations had jumped out as chickens, the Earth Federation would not mind killing these two chickens for the monkeys to see. Originally, Li Cheng planned to destroy all the warships of the two Wanderer civilizations, and then drive them away, but now Li Cheng did not think so. Now the energy reserves of these two race flagships are obviously consumed very much, and the protective shields are dim, and unable to perform curvature navigation. If we don't blow up these two moving targets, it would be a shame for the opportunity created by the Green Star Civilization. The strongest combat form of the Forward is activated, all personnel's genetic nuclear force is transmitted to the maximum extent, and the fortress cannon is concentrated with the strongest attack. Li Cheng gave the order excitedly. Kaka, the entire forward satellite fortress began to deform, and the thickest gun barrel in the center began to concentrate energy. At the same time, hundreds of huge crystal balls flashing with purple light appeared throughout the forward. These crystal balls flashed with purple light, and surrounded the fortress cannon. The space covered by these purple crystal balls began to distort continuously, and the space began to emit a trace of visible water-like ripples. The next second, a huge purple light formed, and a disc-shaped pure energy purple disc appeared between the fortress cannon and the crystal ball. The area of the entire disc was close to 1/3 of the forward, and as the purple pure energy disc bulged in front of it, the surrounding space fluctuations became larger and larger. Buzz, the purple light flew across the sky, hitting one of the fleeing race flagships at a speed faster than light. The protective shield of the race flagship, which was already dim, was shattered in less than 2 seconds after being hit by the purple light. Boom! It was unknown where the purple light hit, but a huge amount of energy burst out from inside the race flagship, and with the burst of this energy, the race flagship instantly broke into pieces. A Wanderer civilization was exterminated, and the explosion of the race flagship also accompanied the fall of a civilization. When the two Wanderer civilizations saw this, they accelerated without saying a word, and a trace of energy explosion could be seen at the nozzle of the tail engine, which was overloading the engine. But it was useless. 5 seconds later, a huge group of fireworks exploded in the universe. The energy reserves of the two Wanderer civilization flagships were basically consumed in the supernova explosion, and they were simply unable to resist the strongest attack of the advance. Just like that, in just 2 attacks, the two Wanderer civilizations disappeared in the universe, and no one would remember them. Even in the records of the Earth, there were only the numbers of these two Wanderer civilizations. Green Star Civilization, follow me back to the Earth Federation. After destroying the two Wanderer civilization flagships, Li Cheng sent a simple and domineering communication to the Green Star Civilization. Chapter 215. After receiving the communication, the Green Star Civilization obediently came to the vicinity of the forward and closed the protective shield. As the patriarch of the Green Star Civilization, Green Jerson certainly wanted to object, but did he dare to object? The answer is no. The forward just attacked twice and destroyed 2 race flagships. Although the race flagships of those 2 civilizations had consumed too much energy in the supernova explosion, they were destroyed so easily. But now the state of the race flagship of the Green Star Civilization is not very good, although the energy reserve may be more than that of the 2 Wanderer civilizations just now. But without the ability to use curvature navigation, the Green Star Civilization has nowhere to escape. With the current energy reserves of the Green Star Civilization, it can only withstand a few such attacks at most, and then it will become space junk like the 2 Wanderer civilizations. In the face of the life and death of the race, agreeing to have the possibility of survival, and not agreeing to die directly, everyone will make the right choice. We can offer all the scientific and technological data and equipment obtained from the remains of prehistoric civilizations, hoping that the Earth Federation can let our Green Star Civilization go. Don't worry, we Earth Federation won't take your stuff, because those things are useless to us Earth Federation. So don't worry about what will happen to you, we Earth Federation is very peace-loving. Li Cheng said shamelessly. Sure enough, after hearing Li Cheng's answer, what else can the Green Star Civilization say? Peace-loving, You fool the devil. Just now 2 wanderer civilizations disappeared in your hands. You also call it peace-loving. At this time, the Forward had lifted the strongest attack state, and at the same time, the number of people who maintained a fusion state with the Forward was reduced by 1/3, and all these people went back to rest and replenished the gene nuclear power fluid. At this time, Li Cheng also sent several warships to salvage the wreckage of the 2 wanderer civilization flagships. If there are many equipment obtained from prehistoric civilization ruins in the wreckage, it will be very useful for the development of science and technology on Earth. As for the equipment in the Temple of Civilization, when a civilization dies, and the scepter of the civilization is destroyed, it will also be destroyed. Therefore, there is no need to think about robbing the equipment in the Temple of Civilization. It is impossible. An hour later, after several warships salvaged some relatively intact equipment, the Forward returned to Earth with the flagship of the Green Star Civilization. Along the way, the flagship of the Green Star Civilization was towed by the Forward. Li Cheng did not give the Green Star Civilization the opportunity to open the protective shield, and even the engine was turned off. It can be said that in this state, any attack can destroy the Green Star Civilization. After 7 months of sailing, the Forward finally brought the Green Star Civilization to the star system, where the Earth is located. When all the people of Green Star Civilization entered the star system, they were stunned. The entire star system is a huge factory, with countless spaceships shuttling inside the star system, and satellite fortresses and asteroid fortresses everywhere. What surprised Green Star Civilization the most was that planets were transported here from other star systems by humans. They dared not even think about such technology. When the advance reached the core defense circle of the Earth, Green Star Civilization was numb. The defense equipment they saw along the way was simply blinding their eyes, especially the spaceport where the flagship of the Green Star Civilization race was docked. It is called a spaceport, but more accurately it should be called a space defense circle, which connects 5 planets together, with dozens of 3-dimensional defense networks that are hundreds of millions of kilometers long. In the middle of these huge steel pipelines, you can also see countless planetary fortresses shining with metallic light, and the huge gun muzzles look like black spots on a planet from a distance. But at this time, no one feels that these spots are ugly, but rather they feel hideous and chilling. The Green Star Civilization can hardly imagine what kind of scene will be created when these defense systems attack at the same time. Green Jerson was very envious at this time, and it can be said that he was envious and jealous. If the Green Star Civilization had such a powerful defense system, not to mention 2 wanderer civilizations, even 200 wanderer civilizations would not dare to attack them. But these were just thoughts. Apart from envy, they did not dare to have any other thoughts. Green Jerson also knew that when they arrived here, if the flagship of their Green Star Civilization had any abnormal movement, they would definitely be bombarded to pieces in the next second, and they would not even have a plan to escape. Chief Green Jerson, this is the headquarters of our Earth Federation. Now you can lead the leaders of your Green Star Civilization to talk with the leaders of our Earth Federation. For the living environment required by your Green Star Civilization, we have prepared a living space suitable for your race during this period of time. So you only need to wear some simple life support equipment and reach our home planet via spacecraft. I wonder if Chief Green Jerson has any other questions. If there are no problems, the spacecraft will reach the spaceport in an hour. After arranging for the Green Star Civilization's supreme flagship to park, Li Cheng said to them, "No problem, General Li Cheng. Our Green Star Civilization is honored to be able to go to the Earth Federation's home planet, and we will set off on time." Lucen nodded and said that the Earth Federation's defense system put too much pressure on him. To be honest, Lucen is now very regretful. If he had known that the Earth Federation was located in such a dangerous place, he should have tried to escape once. Unfortunately, it is too late to say anything now. I don't know what the fate of Green Star Civilization will be. All the initiative is in the hands of the Earth Federation. They have no room for resistance. An hour later, a group of more than 30 Green Star Civilization leaders arrived on Earth by spacecraft. The current Earth is not comparable to 15 years ago. The current Earth basically does not produce any industrial equipment, and the greening of the entire Earth has reached the standard of 1,000 years ago. In order to adapt to the explosive growth of the population, countless floating islands are floating in the sky of the Earth. These floating islands alone have nearly doubled the land area of the Earth. So although the current population of the Earth exceeds 11 billion, the living conditions are much better than those of humans in the 21st century. Green Jerson led a group of high-level officials of the Green Star Civilization out of the spaceship. After opening the cabin of the spaceship, they were greeted by high-level personnel of the Earth Federation, with Xiang Qian standing at the front. "Hello, Chief Green Jerson. I am Xiang Qian, chairman of the Military Committee of the Earth Federation. On behalf of the Earth Federation, I welcome the arrival of the Green Star Civilization. Xiang Qian said to Green Gisun in a standard universal language of the universe. Hello, Chairman Xiang. I am the chief of the Green Star clan. On behalf of the Green Star Civilization, I would like to thank the Earth Federation for helping us. If it weren't for you, our Green Star Civilization might have disappeared in the vast universe. Chief Green Gisun said very politely. After hearing Green Gisun's answer, Xiang Qian knew that the matter of recruiting the Green Star Civilization was basically successful, because Green Gisun was a smart man, so many things did not need him to explain so clearly, and the other party could understand. Moreover, he dared to guarantee that any Wanderer civilization would agree with his opinion after seeing the race agreement of the subordinate civilization he prepared, but not every race could be a subordinate civilization of humans. Chapter 216. Xiang Qian introduced the top leaders of the Earth Federation, and Chief Green Gisun also briefly introduced the top leaders of the Green Star Civilization. However, there are still many similarities between humans and Green Star Civilization. For example, Xiang Qian is in power on Earth now, but he doesn't care about people's livelihood and politics. In fact, the general direction of the entire human race is still controlled by Xiang Qian. The same is true for Green Star Civilization. Although they have a racial elder council, Green Gisun has more power than the elder council. After a brief meeting in front of the Earth Federation building, the two sides entered the Federation building. However, the Green Star Civilization took another passage according to the guidance of the starry sky. When the two sides arrived at a strange conference hall, they began to have a real conversation. In the middle of this strange conference hall, there is a huge glass wall, and the entire conference hall is completely separated into two parts by this glass. One part is occupied by two humans, and the other part is occupied by the Green Star Civilization. This is because the production environment required by humans is completely different from the living environment required by the Green Star Civilization, so for the next long conversation, this method can only be adopted. When the people of Green Star Civilization took off their armor and entered the conference hall, many high-ranking human beings looked at them curiously. After all, this was the first time they saw a real human-like race. The human-like races they had seen in the small universe before were only seen on the screen, and did not count. The appearance of the Green Star people actually conforms to human aesthetics, otherwise they would not have passed Xiang Qian's assessment. The only difference between them and humans is the structure of their bones. Compared with the thick bones of humans, the bones of the Green Star people are relatively small. As for the functions of the internal organs and various organs of the body, most of them are the same as humans. Differences such as different pupil colors and hair colors are nothing to humans and are completely acceptable. At this time, Chief Green Gisun was not as nervous as he was at the beginning. After all, humans put up such a big battle, it is impossible for them to destroy them. There must be something to discuss with them, but Green Gisun was really unsure about what to discuss. He was really not from the Green Star Civilization, and had nothing that the Earth Federation needed. After observing along the way, Green Gisun was very sure that the technological level of humans was definitely much stronger than that of the Green Star Civilization, and it was estimated that it was very likely to be the legendary 4th level civilization. Such a civilization is simply a behemoth for the Green Star Civilization, which has just reached the initial stage of the 3rd level civilization. There is no need for them. Green Chief, I don't know if the life support device we built is suitable. If you feel any discomfort, please notify us immediately, just in case. Xiang Qian said to the Green Chief. Thank you, Chairman Xiang, for your concern. We are very grateful to the Earth Federation for preparing all this for us. When we just took off our armor, we were intoxicated by the fresh air here. Even the air in our race's flagship is not as comfortable as here. The technology of the Earth Federation is so great that even the most suitable environment for us to live in can be made so good. I can't imagine how comfortable your living environment is, Lucen said with a smile. Xiang Qian was speechless. Sure enough, every politician would bullshit, even if the politician was not human. But think about it. A Wanderer civilization in the early stage of the 3rd level civilization came to the headquarters of an Evolver civilization at the peak of the 3rd level, and about to break through to the 4th level civilization. It would be a miracle if they didn't flatter them. Who knows if this evolutionary civilization will be directly destroyed because of a bad mood or because of saying something wrong? There's a saying that goes, don't hit a smiling person. They are so nice. No matter what humans do, they put themselves in a very positive position. You have no reason to complain. No, I just have some experience in this area, but I can't say I am great. Xiang Qian changed the subject and went straight to the point. He estimated that if he continued to talk with the other party like this, he would not be able to talk about anything substantial for a whole day. I wonder if Chief Greenjason has made any guesses about our invitation to the Earth Federation, and whether he thinks that our Earth Federation has some intentions towards your Green Star civilization. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Greenjason's heart tightened suddenly, and he came. Don't be afraid of Chairman Xiang laughing at us. When we followed General Li here, we were very nervous, because any low-level civilization will inevitably feel nervous and desolate when it is about to face a high-level civilization. So I was also very nervous on the way to the Earth Federation. However, when we entered this star system, I suddenly felt relieved, especially after arriving at the Earth Federation's home planet. I knew that the terrible things I imagined in my heart would never happen to our Green Star civilization. Because the Earth Federation is a true civilization, brave, just blah blah blah. So facing such a civilization, what is there for our Green Star civilization to be afraid of? Especially after meeting Chairman Xiang and the top leaders of the Earth Federation, I felt a very warm kindness, that kind of warmth. Blah blah blah. So our Green Star civilization feels that if the Earth Federation can use our Green Star civilization in any way, I will do my best to do it well, even if it is some insignificant little thing, hoping to express our Green Star civilization's kindness to the Earth Federation. The Greenjason Patriarch spoke passionately for more than 10 minutes, praising humans as rare in the Milky Way and unparalleled in the entire universe, and Xiang Qian and a group of top leaders of the Federation felt embarrassed after listening to it. But which of the senior officials of the Federation who can sit here is simple? Everyone knows what Greenjason means. That is, I have said so well about your Earth Federation, so you should not harm our Green Star civilization, right? How embarrassed you are, that would be a slap in your own face. And in the end, they also made it clear that you can raise any request, and it will be absolutely no problem if it can be done, even if it takes all the effort. The attitude of the Green Star civilization has been made clear, and the rest is the response of the Earth Federation. Although Greenjason seemed to be moved by what he said just now, he was very nervous now, because the fate of their Green Star civilization would be decided next. Even if the Earth Federation made very harsh demands, as long as it did not enslave their Green Star civilization, he would accept it with a smile, without even a trace of unwillingness, otherwise the consequences would not be something the Green Star civilization could afford. Chapter 217. Okay, since Chief Greenjason has said so, then on behalf of the Earth Federation, I will officially announce that I invite Green Star civilization to join the Earth Federation and move towards the peak of civilization together. I don't know what Chief Greenjason thinks about this matter. Do you need to give you some space to discuss it internally first? After all, this is a big deal, and we in the Earth Federation can fully understand it. Xiang Qian said very seriously. Thank you. Thank you Earth Federation for giving us Green Star civilization this opportunity. We don't need to discuss it. For such a good thing, we don't need to discuss it at all, right, elders? Although Chief Greenjason said this, his heart was bleeding. What do you mean by joining the Earth Federation? Isn't this just to annex their Green Star civilization? It sounds so good. But what's the use of knowing it? If he hesitates or is reluctant, the consequences will be unimaginable. Be more positive now, maybe the Green Star civilization will have a better life in the future. Unless they don't want to live, they can turn against the Earth Federation, but the consequence of doing so is that within minutes, their Green Star civilization will become cosmic dust and disappear in the vast sea of stars. Yes. Thank the Earth Federation for giving us such a good opportunity for Green Star civilization. I agree, I totally agree. There is nothing more fortunate for our Green Star civilization than this. Yes, joining the Earth Federation is good for. A group of Green Star civilization elders spoke one after another, with very excited expressions on their faces, and some even cried with joy. Of course, whether they were really so happy or not, that is unknown. Okay, then please ask Chief Green to take a look at the Civilization Race Agreement first. If the clause makes sense to you, the Green Star civilization, we can continue to discuss it. Everything is easy to talk about. Xiang Qian laughed and clapped his hands. Okay, actually we don't understand these things very well. The Earth Federation will make the decision. Chief Green said with a forced smile. No, this is a matter of racial interests, you better take a look. If there is any dissatisfaction, I can still discuss it. You must know that once the agreement is signed, it cannot be changed, so you must read it carefully. Xiang Qian said with an expression that said, hurry up and read it. Just choose to agree after reading it. Okay, I read it now. Lucen was scared to death by Xiang Qian's expression. At this time, he was thinking that if there were really clauses in these clauses that enslaved their Green Star civilization, He would not agree to it even if he died. If the clauses are not very harsh and just exploit their Green Star civilization, then it can be considered. After all, with the support of an Evolver civilization, the survival of their Green Star civilization is at least guaranteed. Greensun picked up the tablet with a heavy hand. The ultra-thin tablet, which was as thick as a piece of paper, felt so heavy to Greensun. Especially the text on the screen, he subconsciously didn't want to read it. But if he didn't read it at this time, who would? I guess after signing this agreement, I will be nailed to the pillar of shame in the history of Green Star civilization. Civilization Race Agreement. Article 1. Green Star civilization unconditionally becomes a subsidiary race of human civilization. Seeing this first clause, Greensun's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Unconditionally becoming a subordinate race of human civilization, this is only the first clause. Who knows how harsh the following clauses will be? He really doesn't have the courage to read on. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but curse directly, and then. Second clause, technology sharing between human civilization and Green Star civilization. No technology information shall be concealed from each other. When capable, the technology research and development teams of both sides should help each other and jointly overcome technological difficulties. After reading this, Lucen rubbed his eyes. Was it because he was too excited and his eyes were blurry, or was it because he was too stimulated and had hallucinations? Is this the second one? Why is there such a big difference with the first one? It's unscientific. Could it be that human civilization wrote it wrong? Should I ask them? Sharing technology, helping each other, what a joke. Human civilization will share such advanced technology with a subsidiary civilization like you. It's a daydream. Wrong? It must be wrong. Let's look at the next one first. Article 3. No war can occur between human civilization and Green Star civilization, and any controversial issues must be resolved through negotiations. After the signing of the agreement, human civilization cannot attack Green Star civilization for any reason before Green Star civilization infringes on the interests of human civilization or causes harm to human civilization. Similarly, Green Star civilization cannot attack human civilization for any reason before human civilization infringes on the interests of Green Star civilization or causes harm to Green Star civilization. It's over. There's something wrong with my vision. Why is it getting more and more wrong the more I look at it? Is this a subordinate civilization agreement or a charity organization agreement? This clause is totally unscientific. Are the top leaders of human civilization mentally ill? Or is human civilization really as noble as it flatters itself? But such a noble civilization should have died out long ago. How could it have developed to this extent? Article 4. The ruling human civilization cannot unilaterally decide the development strategy and autonomy rights of the subordinate civilization. The human civilization and the Green Star civilization shall establish a Civilization Command Committee. The Civilization Command Committee shall be responsible for negotiating all issues between the human civilization and the Green Star civilization. The final decision shall be determined by the voting results. The ruling human civilization has a veto. Note: any decision made by the committee cannot obviously damage the interests of human civilization and Green Star civilization. If there is a situation that obviously damages the interests of human civilization, this decision can only be made by human civilization itself, otherwise the decision is invalid, and vice versa. Article 5. The ruling human civilization has the right to continue to submit subordinate civilization agreements and allow subordinate civilizations to join the Civilization Command Committee. Every time a new subordinate civilization joins the Civilization Command Committee, the ruling human civilization automatically adds a seat. Article 6. The ruler civilization and subordinate civilizations shall share resources, information, and talents on the premise of satisfying their own development. Article 7. When the ruler civilization and subordinate civilizations all agree, the terms of the civilization race contract can be further increased. Lucen read the entire civilization race contract intently. At this time, his brain was not working well. No matter how much he calculated, he could not have expected that this civilization race agreement was simply too generous. For the Green Star civilization, this is a pie in the sky, which directly knocked him out. Xiang Qian kept looking at Green Star's face, and felt that his face changing color back and forth was very funny. He did it on purpose. The first civilization race contract only established a subordinate relationship, and had no meaning at all. The remaining few clauses are the real terms of this civilization race contract, and they are also terms that no civilization can refuse. It can be said that with the restrictions of these few clauses, the so-called subordinate civilization is just talk. The real system is the federal system, and the civilization race contract is just a means to tie the various civilizations together. Although Xiang Qian lost some memories, the storage device specifically marked that the civilization race contract cannot be harsh. The better you treat the subordinate civilization, the better it is for yourself. The handwriting of this reminder is all color-changing and bold, and Dandan also specifically reminded that if you can't do it, don't conquer the subordinate civilization. So Xiang Qian resolutely implemented this practice. He didn't believe that there was a better contract than his civilization race in this universe. Unless the clansmen of that civilization race are all surnamed Lei, and there is a tradition of doing good deeds without leaving a name. Excuse me, Chairman Xiang, is this civilization race contract real? Lucen asked cautiously. He was really afraid that Xiang Qian would say he was just teasing him, which would make him collapse. Yes, Chief Lucen, is there anything unclear about the terms? Or do you have any special requirements from the Green Star civilization? Xiang Qian said calmly. No, thank you very much to the human civilization, thank you. Chief Lucen stood up and bowed deeply to Xiang Qian and the others. At this time, Lucen couldn't describe his own feelings. There is a saying that life's joys and sorrows come too fast, which is really too exciting. Chapter 218. After a while, Green Jerson's excitement subsided, and he suddenly thought of a question, which was why the Earth Federation offered such good conditions. Although all these terms were written into the civilization race contract, the rules would constrain the races that signed the treaty, and would not violate the treaty, and the Green Star civilization did not need to worry that the Earth Federation would deal with them in the future. But with the power of the Earth Federation, why did they choose the Green Star civilization instead of the entire large Magellanic galaxy with so many civilized races? When Lucen raised this question, Xiang Qian smiled and asked Shinkong to put a document in front of Lucen. There is a reason for choosing the Green Star civilization. It can be said that the Green Star civilization has been in the sight of the Earth Federation for a long time. Just like what you said, any Wanderer civilization would agree to such a treaty without hesitation. But our Earth Federation is not accepted by any civilization. It is not a simple matter to become an ally of the Earth Federation. Green Star civilization just meets the criteria to become an ally of the Earth Federation, so after you were in danger this time, the Earth Federation sent the Forward Fortress to rescue you. Chief, the information in front of you is the investigation data of the Earth Federation on you in the past 10 years. After more than 10 years of investigation, we confirm that you are qualified to become an ally of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Chief Green Gissen picked up the tablet and looked at the details of the development of Green Star civilization in the past 10 years, and a cold sweat instantly broke out from his spine. The Green Star civilization had been under surveillance for more than a decade without noticing it. The technological level of the Earth Federation was too terrifying. Fortunately, the Green Star civilization had joined the Earth Federation. Otherwise, with such an enemy, the Green Star civilization might not even know how it died. As for why the Green Star civilization was qualified to become an ally of mankind, what was the so-called qualification standard, he would not be stupid enough to ask. Even if the Green Star civilization joined the Earth Federation, some things could be treated as unknown, and it was not a good thing to know too much. Anyway, the Green Star civilization will rely on the Earth Federation in the future. As long as the Earth Federation survives, the Green Star civilization will not be in danger of extinction. Why do we need to know so much about the rest? The Earth Federation's technological strength is really too strong. We have launched many probes in the past 10 years, but there is a gap. Green Gissen shook his head and said, this is nothing. Now that the Green Star civilization has joined the Earth Federation, the technology sharing will certainly be realized. We currently have 3,721 complete technology trees of the third-level peak biological civilization, most of which have different development directions. The Green Star civilization can use these materials from now on, and we will also send biological scientists from the Earth Federation to help you. At the same time, the Earth Federation will help the Green Star civilization build a planetary spaceship for the Green Star civilization to live and develop. If the Green Star civilization has any other requirements, they can notify us directly. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he saw the surprised and unbelievable expression on Green Gissen's face, and thought, a lifelong employee who works for humans for free has appeared. In the future, human biotechnology can be handed over to the Green Star civilization for research. According to the civilization race contract, these data can be shared, which means that they can fully enjoy the fruits of the labor of the Green Star civilization. Of course, the Green Star civilization can also use and study the human technology, but don't forget that the Green Star civilization is not a multidisciplinary civilization, but a civilization specializing in biological disciplines. Is it any use for them to get the human technology system? The answer is no. Some things are innate and cannot be changed later, especially after the Green Star civilization becomes a fourth-level civilization. Even if they want to change, they can't, unless they tear down the entire technology system from scratch, but that is simply impossible. Xiang Qian chatted with Lugerson for a while, then left the conference hall on the pretext of something. He didn't need to introduce the remaining matters about human civilization and culture, the laws of the Earth Federation, etc. He could just hand them over to the top leaders of the Earth Federation. Shinkong, notify Li Cheng and tell him that if there is no emergency, all the personnel of the Forward will rest on Earth for 3 months, and then set out to execute the new order after 3 months. Xiang Qian returned to the office and said while sitting on a chair, "Okay, boss. Now that the biology discipline is complete, the remaining disciplines are energy disciplines, basic materials disciplines, matter, mechanical dynamics, quantum mechanics, high-energy physics, and other disciplines. If we can find wanderer civilizations that specialize in these fields, then the future development of mankind will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. However, among the civilizations currently monitored by humans, there are only 2 civilizations that specialize in mechanical dynamics and energy disciplines, and these 2 civilizations are not as pure as the Green Star civilization. According to the results of the observation of their warships and the analysis of the capture detectors, it is clear that the research of these 2 civilizations is still relatively mixed, which is not a good thing for humans. However, for now, these 2 civilizations are the best choices for mankind. The remaining civilizations are all ordinary civilizations, without any characteristics of their own, and they just use whatever they can get. For mankind, if these civilizations are fully absorbed, they will become a burden." Xiang Qian sat in a chair and thought for a long time, but in the end, he still couldn't think of any solution. With the current technological strength of mankind, it is really impossible to monitor civilizations dozens of light years away, otherwise there would not be so few alternative targets. On the 5th day after the Green Star civilization arrived on Earth, Xiang Qian and Green Gissen came to the Earth Federation Central Auditorium with the Ray Scepter. Today is the day when the human civilization and the Green Star civilization signed the civilization race contract. Early in the morning, people from both races watched this grand event through live broadcast. After a few days of publicity, most humans have accepted the civilized race that looks similar to humans. Especially this race is about to become a subsidiary race of humans. Although this subsidiary race is just a form, the media propaganda says that the Green Star civilization will soon join the Earth Federation and become a citizen of the Earth Federation. However, such reports still cannot stop the public from viewing the subordinate civilization. In the public's view, the propaganda sounds good, but in fact it is just like that. So for the people who are about to become the ruling civilization, it is a very exciting thing to have a subordinate civilization join the Earth Federation. No matter how the media guides, the expression of the people on their faces, which looks like the Celestial Empire, cannot be concealed. And for the Green Star civilization, joining the Earth Federation is also a good thing. Although it is a subordinate race in name, it is equal in status. They, the Green Star civilization, are not slaves. As for why the Green Star civilization has never said that human civilization should become a subordinate race of the Green Star civilization because of the equality of status, the Green Star civilization has never said that. The Green Star people are brain dead. Even if there are such people in the Green Star civilization, they will definitely be purged by the Green Star civilization itself at this time. Otherwise, once such a statement appears, who knows what will happen? If the human civilization gets angry, the Green Star civilization will not be able to stop it. Therefore, after seeing the civilization race contract, the people of the Green Star civilization did not have any resistance. At least they did not have to worry about being suddenly exterminated one day after joining the Earth Federation. This is the most fundamental thing. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiang Qian and Lu Gusin simultaneously wrote the contents of the civilization race contract into the Ray Scepter, and then exchanged the Ray Scepters to check whether the contents were the same. After confirmation, the two raised the top of the Ray Scepter at the same time, and gently touched the top of the other Ray Scepter. At this time, the Ray Scepters of the two people flashed with golden civilization, and the planets and spaceships on the top emitted light at the same time. A huge projection of the Earth, and the projection of the flagship of the Green Star civilization race appeared behind the two people. Should we submit the civilization race contract? A majestic voice sounded in the minds of the two people. Agree. Agree. After Xiang Qian and Lu Gusin confirmed the projection of the Earth and the projection of the race flagship behind them quickly moved closer, and finally the projection of the Earth appeared in the middle of the two people's heads, and the race flagship of the Green Star civilization slowly revolved around the Earth. The civilization race contract was reached, and the two people received this information in their minds at the same time. Chapter 219. As the Green Star civilization became a subsidiary race of humans, it also took root in the star system and developed rapidly. With thousands of complete third-level biochemical civilization technology data, and the help of all human biological scientists, in less than 10 years, the technology level of the Green Star civilization reached the peak of the third-level civilization. At the same time, it began to integrate the basic material disciplines of humans, preparing to break through the fourth-level civilization with biology and basic materials science as the main branches. However, scientists of Green Star civilization only need to assist in the study of biology, and the rest of the basic materials science data can be directly copied from humans. Anyway, the route taken by Green Star civilization is very clear, which is mainly based on biology and supplemented by basic materials science. Therefore, the basic materials science system with some human characteristics has no impact on the development of Green Star civilization. After all, basic materials science is the most compatible subject, and it contains the least racial characteristics. There is no problem for Green Star civilization to copy it. After nearly 10 years of development, the people of the Green Star civilization have left the race flagship and moved to the planet-class mothership built by humans for the Green Star civilization. The size of the planet-class mothership is nearly 2/3 of the Earth, and its mass is 7/10 of the Earth's total mass. The interior of the planet-class mothership is completely built with reference to the life planet. The small artificial sun, the living environment based on the Green Star civilization, the virtual sky, artificial gravity and atmospheric pressure, and other technologies are all used on this mothership. It can be said that except for the outermost metal shell, this mothership is actually no different from the life planet. The Green Star civilization's race flagship has now been rebuilt, and the technology used is completely at the top level of human beings. With the equipment obtained from the civilization race hall and prehistoric civilization equipment, the entire race flagship is now one of the most powerful forces of the Earth Federation. That's right, it's the Earth Federation, not the Green Star civilization. According to Xiang Qian, you Green Star civilization don't need to go to the battlefield. If there is anything, we humans will take care of it, so it's useless for you to have a race flagship. It's better to give it to the Earth Federation for scientific exploration. Well, no matter how shameless this reason is, the Green Star civilization really has no opinion on Xiang Qian's approach. The Green Star civilization is not a war maniac, and now all the people are living inside the planet-level mothership built for them by the Earth Federation. Under such circumstances, the Green Star civilization feels pretty good. They can plant flowers, raise grass, cultivate biological weapons, etc. Who would be so bored as to drive the race flagship out to fight? In this way, humans used the most advanced technology after 25 years of integration to build this race flagship, and the final combat test result was that it was at the same level as the forward satellite fortress. At the same time, in terms of mobility, the race flagship has a curvature engine, and its navigation speed is dozens of times faster than that of the Advance. In order to bring out the power of the equipment in the civilization race hall, Xiang Qian specially installed 10 sets of auxiliary energy systems and a large amount of backup energy in the race flagship. With the support of these energies, it seems that except for the planetary fortress gravity cannon of the Evolver civilization that can destroy the race flagship, even the antimatter fortress cannon of the Pioneer civilization cannot break the protective shield of the race flagship with one shot. Now human technology has reached the critical point of the peak of the third-level civilization. The industrial base and the level of evolvers have all reached the standard. As long as we can research the scientific and technological theory of the fourth-level civilization, we can break through to the fourth-level civilization. However, this scientific and technological theory is a difficult problem. We must know that after forming a unique scientific and technological system for humans, if humans want to break through the fourth-level civilization, they must have a scientific and technological theory that humans are specialized in. For example, now humans are based on energy, high-energy physics, and quantum mechanics as the core of science and technology. Even if the proposed scientific and technological theory must be within the scope of these three technologies, and the scientific and technological theory that breaks through the fourth-level civilization belongs to which discipline, then the main body of human science and technology in the future must be based on that discipline. At the same time, the more profound the scientific and technological theory of breaking through the fourth-level civilization, the faster the civilization level will be improved, and the greater the potential of the race. If humans choose to take the grand unified theory as the core, integrate the space distortion force, and form a new grand unified theory, they can completely break through the fourth-level civilization, but such scientific theories are estimated to lose their guiding role when humans reach the peak of the fourth-level civilization. At that time, it will be difficult for humans to study new theories. So now all scientists are proposing theories one by one, such as dark matter, cosmic dimensions, parallel space, interstellar positions, particle conversion, etc., but some of these theories are too extreme, some topics are too big, and the span is too long, which is not suitable for humans to break through the fourth-level civilization. Finally, Xiang Qian decided not to break through the fourth-level civilization for the time being. Anyway, in the Large Magellanic Cloud, humans are among the top civilizations, and there is no danger at all. Moreover, the subordinate races of humans have not yet been found, so there is no rush to break through the fourth-level civilization. After the subordinate races are found, we can make a breakthrough. Boss, 5.7 light-years away, we found a pioneer civilization and 4 evolutionary civilizations heading towards our star system. At the same time, the other party's probe has reached 78 billion kilometers outside the star system and is detecting the star system. Please ask if we should destroy it. Don't destroy them, let them come. Xiang Qian looked at the scene of a planet fortress with a large number of warships on the screen and said indifferently, "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian looked at it and stopped paying attention to this matter. With the current strength of mankind, let alone this amount of troops, even if it is multiplied tenfold, it cannot pose any threat to mankind. So he has nothing to worry about, and such things have happened more than once or twice in recent years. At first, he paid attention to it, but it became boring after a few times. After all, as long as they are not brain-dead civilizations, no civilization will be stupid enough to take action after seeing the situation inside the star system. Basically, after confirming the situation inside the star system, they will turn around and leave immediately. There have been dozens of such incidents, so Xiang Qian has no mood to pay attention to this matter. In his opinion, this is another civilization that is about to run away, and it doesn't matter whether he pays attention to it or not. However, such incidents have only happened more in recent years. The reason is that when each civilization explores the remains of prehistoric civilizations, there will be a treasure map. The so-called treasure map is just a star map with the location of special rare metals marked. With the exploration of prehistoric civilization relics, most civilizations know the value of special rare metals. It can be said that special rare metals are important materials for the development of future civilizations. Without special rare metals, there is no genetic nuclear force weapon, and without genetic nuclear force weapon, it is impossible to break through the fourth-level civilization. So now the entire Large Magellanic Cloud is very chaotic. Like at the beginning, everyone was busy with their own things, looking for prehistoric civilizations separately, and the era of developing technology is past. Now the Large Magellanic Cloud is always in the midst of war. Every moment, a civilization gets a treasure map, and then uses it to find the star system where special rare metals are located. After arriving at the star system, if it is not occupied, then occupy it yourself. If it is occupied by other civilizations, then fight if you can, otherwise run away or join forces with other civilizations to attack. At this time, the powerful war potential of the Evolver civilization and the Pioneer civilization has shown its advantage. Basically, the Wanderer civilization that has not fully developed in recent years and has less than 300,000 warships will be destroyed. Some fleets were destroyed, the race flagships fled, some surrendered and became the subordinate races of the Pioneer civilization or the Evolutionary civilization, and the most tragic were those civilizations whose race flagships were directly destroyed. Such civilizations had no choice but to perish. It can be said that the civilizations in the Large Magellanic Galaxy have been in a state of war, snatching resources and prehistoric civilization relics, and the law of the jungle is clearly revealed. However, all this has no effect on humans. Humans are developing now, and Xiang Qian has no intention of snatching prehistoric civilization relics from those civilizations. What humans need to do now is to accumulate war potential, accumulate scientific and technological technology, and it is not time for humans to appear yet. 5 days later, when Xiang Qian received the prompt from the starry sky again, he was speechless. "Are you sure they are accelerating towards us instead of changing their course?" Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. "Yes, These 5 civilizations accelerated towards us after receiving the signal from the detector. They have started curvature navigation and are expected to reach the outer edge of the star system in 1 month. Chapter 220. Xiang Qian started to think after listening. He was very curious about who gave them such courage to rush to the star system. Although there were basically no warships in the star system, the spaceships that could be seen were basically transport ships and industrial ships. However, the countless satellite fortresses and huge defense circles in the star system could be seen by anyone who was not blind. Facing such a defense, a pioneer civilization and 4 wanderer civilizations dared to rush here. They were either stupid or had something to rely on. And their behavior is also very strange, with only 5 civilization race flagships and no spacecraft. Although they are not dragged down by ordinary warships and have strong mobility, they can only run away when encountering any problems. Without the assistance of ordinary warships, just 4 civilization race flagships and a planetary fortress of pioneer civilization will consume a lot of energy when facing hundreds of thousands of warships. If you want to rob something or go to war with that civilization, you can only fight and run, playing guerrilla warfare. It is impossible to resist head-on. Xiang Qian thought of many possibilities, but none of them could explain this strange situation. Now we can only wait until they reach the outer edge of the star system. Anyway, these civilizations can't pose any threat to human civilization. Soon, a month and a half passed, and 200 billion kilometers outside the star system, a planet fortress and 4 race flagships suddenly appeared there. But the moment they appeared, they were locked by the detector outside the star system, and Shinkong immediately notified Xiang Qian of the news. Dear Evolver Civilization, we are the Star Alliance, sorry to disturb your peace. I don't know if your civilization trades scientific and technological information. We, the Star Alliance, want to exchange scientific and technological information for some special rare metals. I don't know if your civilization is willing to exchange. Xiang Qian soon received a communication. Starry Sky, send them a video communication. Xiang Qian thought for a moment, and said to the Starry Sky, Okay, boss. Xiang Qian was very interested in this Star Alliance. It had only been 30 years since he arrived in the large Magellanic Cloud, and a civilization alliance had appeared. Moreover, it was an alliance between a pioneer civilization and 4 wanderer civilization organizations. It was really rare. After all, in Xiang Qian's memory, alliances are generally formed by civilizations of the same level. There are very few alliances like the one formed by the pioneer civilization and the wanderer civilization. Moreover, such alliances were formed by the wanderer civilization in order to gain some benefits after the development of the large Magellanic Cloud to the late stage, and the frequent exchanges among various races. But now that the major civilizations have just reached the large Magellanic Cloud, and the competition for resources and prehistoric civilization relics is the most intense, the civilized races are directly full of various distrust. The oppression of the Evolver civilization was not that great. The major pioneer civilizations had not yet absorbed a large number of subordinate civilizations, and the days of the Wanderer civilization were not very difficult. An ally had actually appeared, and Xiang Qian had never heard of this ally, which aroused his curiosity. After a while, the big screen in front of Xiang Qian's desk lit up, and a different civilization race with 3 horns on its head, 3 eyes, and no ears appeared on the big screen. Hello, I am the leader of the Star Alliance Pioneer Civilization. You can call me Liang. The alien civilization on the big screen said in the universal language of the universe. Hello, Mr. Liang. I am the leader of the human civilization. You can call me Xiang Qian. To be honest, I am not interested in your Star Alliance's proposal. If your civilization level reaches the peak of the 3rd level civilization, then I will consider trading with you. If it does not reach the standard, then you can leave. Xiang Qian said nonchalantly. Dear leader of human civilization, I'm sorry that we can't meet your requirements, but I wonder if our Star Alliance can use an important message to exchange for some scientific and technological information or special rare metals. Liang put himself in a very low position, and always used honorifics when speaking. Xiang Qian knew that the Star Alliance was a veteran when he saw this situation, because at the beginning, even when the Wanderer civilization faced the Pioneer civilization or the Evolver civilization, although they were not confident, they also acted like they were not afraid of you, especially now that they could run away at any time, and they would not put themselves in such a low position. Only in the later period, when they have experienced more and know that they are nothing, will the leaders of these civilizations be very low-key. But this Liang in front of him, when he was about to run away and Xiang Qian couldn't do anything to them, actually put himself in such a low position, which made Xiang Qian look up to him. Haha, what kind of information do you think is so valuable? Super large special rare metal resource points, large prehistoric civilization relics. If you know these, how could you come to trade with me instead of mining them yourself? Don't fool me with this. If this is what you want to say, then you should leave. I don't have time to waste with you. Xiang Qian said very impolitely. Xiang Qian didn't believe this information at all. Even if this information was true, those places must have been occupied by other civilizations. And the civilizations occupying those places must not be touched by the Interstellar Alliance. So this information does not exist at all, and humans now have no shortage of data and special rare metals, but only time. A small dark matter nebula. There is an 80% chance that there is a dark matter planet in that nebula. I wonder if this information can be exchanged for some data and special rare metals. Liang said slowly, not caring about Xiang Qian's tone at all. This time Xiang Qian was really tempted. Dark matter nebulas are of great help to the development of human science and technology, especially for basic material science. If there is really a planet composed of dark matter in that dark matter nebula, then the value is huge. Oh, dark matter nebulae and dark matter planets, then why don't you study them? Don't tell me you are here to do good things. And what do you have to prove that what you said is true? Do you have any information? Although Xiang Qian was tempted, he remained calm on the surface, with an expression of I don't believe it. Of course there is information. How dare we deceive the evolutionary civilization about such a thing? In fact, we also want to study dark matter nebulae, but due to the limitation of technology level, we have studied for a long time, but there is no progress, so we decided to exchange this information for some things we need. After Liang finished speaking, Xingkong said that he had received a piece of information. Wait a moment, I will call together scientists to study the information you provided, and I will notify you when there is news. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, our Xingyu Alliance is looking forward to your news. After hanging up the communication, Xiang Qian asked Xingkong to transmit the information to the Academy of Sciences, and he also rushed over. Leader, will they be fooled? A person next to Liang asked. It's hard to say. This evolutionary civilization is very strange. They are not as domineering as other evolutionary civilizations, and they seem to care about nothing. Even though we have reached the outside of their star system, they act as if we do not exist, and there is no change inside. The warships have not been mobilized, the satellite fortresses have not locked onto us, and even the deep-level scans have only been used, and only a few detectors have locked onto our transmission signals, which shows that they do not take us seriously at all. This is the first time I have seen a civilization that can behave like this. Liang said seriously. What if they don't fall for it? Should I go find the next evolutionary civilization? These evolutionary civilizations are really hard to deal with. If we have the foundation of evolutionary civilization, we don't need to do such things. It's really unfair. There is no fairness or unfairness. Maybe this is the price we paid for choosing to abandon our mother planet at that time. Liang looked at the prosperous star system on the screen, and his 3 eyes flashed with greed. After a while, Liang seemed to think of something, and suddenly said to the people around him, Go and call the patriarch of Luyan's civilization. I have something for him to do. Soon, a person of a human-like civilization race walked into the command hall. After seeing Liang, he immediately trotted over and said respectfully, Hello, master. I don't know what instructions you want me to have. Wait a minute. Chapter 221. Xiang Qian came to the Academy of Sciences, and saw a group of scientists looking at the data of dark matter nebulae. Can the existence of dark matter nebulae be confirmed? Xiang Qian came in and asked directly. It is not certain yet, because we have not found dark matter so far. Although it has been confirmed in theory that there is such matter in the universe, we still don't know what dark matter is. However, the information in this document has many similarities with the dark matter theory we are studying, and there are also many contradictions, so we are still discussing it. A particle physicist finished speaking to Xiang Qian, and then he looked at the big screen, while many people around him did not notice Xiang Qian's arrival. Xiang Qian did not disturb them at this time, because even if he asked them to answer questions now, these scientists would not pay attention to him. So at this time, he could only ask Xingkong to show him the specific information about dark matter and understand the specific situation of dark matter. Dark matter refers to matter that cannot be studied through the observation of electromagnetic waves, that is, matter that does not interact with electromagnetic force. In the composition of the entire universe, the matter we often talk about accounts for 4.9%, while dark matter accounts for 26.8%, and 68.3% is dark energy. Of course, the above data is only the result of human theoretical research, and humans do not know the specific situation yet. After a while, a large group of scientists ran to the central host and began to build a universe model. After the model was built, a large group of people began to have a heated discussion again. No one paid attention to Xiang Qian for half an hour. Finally, after the first round of discussion, Old Manly came to Xiang Qian and said to him excitedly, "Where did you get this information? Where is the dark matter nebula? Teacher, can we now confirm that this dark matter nebula does exist?" Xiang Qian said to the excited Old Manly, "Well, I can't say it's 100%, but I'm 80% sure. The scanning results of the dark matter nebula in this data are roughly the same as the universe model established by humans, both of which scan dark matter through gravitational lenses. But one strange thing is that there are too many ordinary matter particles in this dark matter nebula, which is completely opposite to what we expected. So we must go to the field to investigate this dark matter nebula. If all the information is true, then some of our scientific theories will have to be re-derived," Old Manly said seriously. "In theory, ordinary matter particles should not exist in dark matter nebulas, so why are you still 80% sure that this information is true?" Xiang Qian frowned and said, "According to existing theories, dark matter is a substance that has no reaction to electromagnetic waves, which means it does not reflect or refract light, and no rays can be observed. And dark matter is likely to be composed of a particle that is opposite to the graviton. The effect of this particle is opposite to gravity, and its property is repulsion, which repels any matter. This can explain why gravitons exist alone, and there is no antigraviton, repulsion particle, because the particle that has the opposite effect to gravity is the dark matter particle. Therefore, any place where dark matter gathers, ordinary matter particles cannot exist. In theory, all these ordinary matter particles will be pushed out by the repulsive force of dark matter particles. However, if human theory is wrong and dark matter particles do not have repulsive properties, then it is reasonable to have ordinary matter particles in dark matter nebulae. At the same time, the ether, which has been denied in physics, will become history completely. Therefore, the existence of this dark matter nebula is the key to proving whether ether exists, which is also related to human understanding of the universe and the future development of physics, quantum mechanics, and other disciplines. Now we can confirm the existence of this dark matter nebula based on the fact that except for this point in the data, the other theories are the same. If the theory derived before humans actually saw the existence of dark matter was exactly the same as it is now, we really wouldn't believe it. But the problem now is the most critical part of the dark matter theory, and it is also the part that no one is sure of." Old Manly said a lot. Xiang Qian thought about it after listening, and suddenly said, "I want to know, if I get the dark matter theory data and universe model of the civilization that observed the dark matter nebula, can you judge whether it is true or false? As you said just now, if the properties of dark matter are really determined, then the theoretical systems of cosmology, physics, quantum mechanics, and other disciplines can make great progress. That means that even if this civilization is a third-level early civilization, their understanding of the universe will be better than ours. At the same time, the grand unification will also add a fundamental force, which is the fifth fundamental force in the universe, repulsion. Am I right?" "Yes, that's right. If that civilization really observed the dark matter nebula, then their universe model must be more perfect than our current universe model. As for the grand unified theory, it doesn't matter if it only adds one fundamental force, because they can't unify repulsion into the four fundamental forces." Old Manly thought for a while and said, "Then I know you guys study it first. I go and negotiate with that civilization first." Xiang Qian had a clue in his mind, and turned to leave the Academy of Sciences. At this time, Xiang Qian's thoughts were completely different from those of Old Manly and the others. He was not a scientist, so he was not as fanatical about scientific research as they were, nor was he a madman who would immediately study new things and new problems. If something like a dark matter nebula really appeared in the large Magellanic Cloud, he would have no impression of it. Even if it was a dark matter nebula occupied by an evolutionary civilization, although this evolutionary civilization could guard the dark matter nebula, it would definitely not be able to prevent any news from being transmitted. It was simply unrealistic to block such an important thing. But Xiang Qian had no memory of the dark matter nebula, and he had no impression of the Star Alliance on it. These two things combined made him alert. A civilization that could discover the dark matter nebula, and an alliance that submitted a civilization race contract just after entering the large Magellanic Cloud, could not have no reputation in the previous life. So we can only say that the dark matter nebula is fake, and the Star Alliance is also made up, just like Xiang Qian once asked Zhang Lei to rob under the banner of the Lilan civilization. Shinkong, send them a message that we want the cosmic model and dark matter theory research data, and also the property research report of the 5 fundamental forces of the Grand Unified Theory. As long as they have these things, they can exchange any data, and put half of the data in our database except our own technology tree. Xiang Qian returned to the office and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss. Didn't you discover the dark matter nebula? Then you must be better than us in the construction of the cosmic model. As long as you dare to hand over the cosmic model and those technologies, you can exchange human technology for it." Xiang Qian didn't believe that with the tens of thousands of technological data of the third-level peak civilization in the human database, there would be a third-level civilization that would not be tempted. If there were such generous conditions, even Xiang Qian would take out the universe model and those data in exchange for these third-level civilization data. Because the universe model and those data have little effect on the improvement of the civilization level, but these data are not. As long as they are obtained, the technological level of the entire civilization will be wildly improved. So at this time, no civilization would keep the universe model and other data and refuse to trade. If the deal is really rejected, then needless to say, the information about the dark matter nebula is completely fake and is used to deceive people. Boss, a civilization claiming to be the Luyun clan sent a message saying that we need to rescue him. At the same time, he also told us not to be fooled. The information about the dark matter nebula is fake. Before the Star Alliance could reply, the Luyun civilization popped up again. Interesting. Connect me to the Luyun civilization. I want to hear what he has to say. Xiang Qian smiled and said. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he thought, how bold he is, setting a trap for the Evolver civilization. Chapter 222. Respected Evolver civilization, I am Luyun, the patriarch of Luyun civilization. Please save our Luyun civilization. The patriarch of Luyun clan just answered the call and said directly, with tears on his face. Oh, what's the benefit of saving you? Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair and said with a smile. There are benefits. I know their race base. There are equipment from prehistoric civilization ruins and special rare metal warehouses in the base. Please save us for the sake of our human-like civilization. The Luyun tribe leader said pitifully. We have a lot of special rare metals. Most of the equipment in the prehistoric civilization ruins are from the 4th level civilization, which is of little use to us. But if you tell me the real news about the dark matter nebula, I can still consider it. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said. The news about the dark matter nebula is false. They just got the dark energy manufacturing equipment in the prehistoric civilization ruins, and then used the manufactured dark energy to create the illusion of a dark matter nebula in a sealed environment. There is no dark matter nebula at all. Is that so? Then I want to know how many warships your so-called Interstellar Alliance has ambushed at the location of that dark matter nebula. There is also a pioneer civilization and 3 wanderer civilizations there, with a total of 1.5 million warships. But I can contact the 3 wanderer civilizations and let them attack without doing anything. So their real combat power is only 2 pioneer civilizations and 4 wanderer civilizations, with a total of 800,000 warships. And as long as we destroy the planetary fortress of the pioneer civilization that is ambushing at home, we will be free, because the civilization race contract we signed is signed with that pioneer civilization. As long as their planetary fortresses are destroyed, then our 3 wanderer civilizations can help the respected evolutionary civilization to attack them together. Chief Luyun said anxiously. Why haven't you contacted the 4 wanderer civilizations? Are they willing to be enslaved? Xiang Qian said with a curious expression. No, the 4 wanderer civilizations signed a civilization race contract with them before our Luyun civilization was enslaved, so I don't know what the content is. And if we contact them, it would be too dangerous, so I only contacted the 3 wanderer civilizations that were enslaved after us. Okay, I know, wait for my notification. Please, respected evolutionary civilization, we really need. Before Chief Luyun finished speaking, Xiang Qian hung up the communication. When Xiang Qian's image disappeared, Liu Yun's face showed anger, jealousy, unwillingness, and complaints, but in the end these expressions disappeared, and all that was left was helplessness. Then he operated the communication device and connected to Liang. Master, I have done everything you asked me to do. May I ask if you have any other instructions? Liu Yun said with a servant's look. Well, what did he say? Liang asked with a gleam in his eyes. Master, he asked me. That's it, he told me to wait for notification. Lu Yun told all the conversations with Xiang Qian. Okay, I know everything. You did a good job. Lai Yang nodded and said, This is all the master's wisdom. Lu Yun didn't finish speaking. Lai Yang also hung up the communication, and now Lu Yun's face showed a ferocious look. After Xiang Qian closed the communication, his face was covered with a cold smile. Xingkong, call Zhang Ying to eat with me during dinner. I have something to ask her. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes, and thought for a while, then said to Xingkong, Okay, boss. By the way, start assembling warships immediately, and assemble 500,000 warships above the 3rd level, and 7 stars within 5 days. All other production equipment will be stopped, and the assembly of warships will be given priority. Xiang Qian continued, Boss, there are not enough parts for level 3, 7-star, or above warships in stock, and we cannot assemble 500,000 warships. Then how many parts are there now, and how many warships can be assembled? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and said helplessly, The current inventory of level 3, 7-star, or above parts can assemble 487,302 warships. Then assemble them all, and let the equipment manufacturers use the stored black technology drawings to manufacture the rest. I want to see 500,000 warships within 5 days. Okay, boss. Although all the spaceships in the star system are transport ships and industrial ships, there are so many human evolutionists who have not been idle in the past 20 years. Without using gene nuclear power potions, every time the gene nuclear power in the body is restored, the black technology controllers and equipment manufacturers will use special abilities to consume these gene nuclear powers. In this way, countless black technology equipment drawings and equipment parts are piled up in major warehouses. As long as these devices are sent to the factories of the entire star system, the number of warships that can be assembled every day can reach 100,000. It can be said that these warships do not cause any consumption except for wasting some materials. The genetic nuclear power is accumulated slowly by everyone in normal times, and no genetic nuclear power liquid is consumed. The equipment manufactured by everyone is still standardized, and it can be assembled on the assembly line when needed. Just like Xiang Qian's request just now, all warships must be above level 3 and 7 stars. As for the equipment parts below 7 stars, they have long been assembled into transport ships and industrial spacecraft. Military-grade parts must be above level 3 and 7 stars, which is the foundation of the Evolver civilization. The accumulation of every moment, the efforts of countless Evolvers, and the power that bursts out in one day are not possessed by the Pioneer and Wanderer civilizations at all. So except for destroying the Evolver civilization in one wave, if you want to compete with the Evolver civilization in consumption, even if several Pioneer civilizations are tied together, it will not work. Following Xiang Qian's order, thousands of large factories in space began to assemble warships, and modularly produced parts were moved onto the assembly line, quickly turning into warships showing more than 7 stars. When the scorching sun outside the star system saw this, greed flashed in his eyes. He thought, this is the civilization of the Evolvers, with endless heritage. If this civilization can be turned into a subordinate civilization then. At night, in the small cafeteria, Xiang Qian and Zhang Ying sat face to face. After so many years, Zhang Ying is no longer the young girl she used to be. The charm between her eyebrows sometimes makes Xiang Qian's heart beat. So after Zhang Ying graduated, Xiang Qian firmly disagreed with her being his secretary, and arranged her to be a special consultant in the general staff. Brother Xiang Qian, don't you have an appetite today? Why don't you eat? Zhang Ying still called him Brother Xiang Qian in the same way as before, but now when she called him Brother Xiang Qian, her expression was no longer innocent as before, but had a different flavor. Ah, the food hasn't come yet. How do you know I don't have an appetite? And you're using your prophecy ability indiscriminately. Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to use your prophecy ability at ordinary times? If you don't listen to me again, I will. Then, Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment before reacting, frowning and saying, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of how to punish Zhang Ying. Just spank me, I'm so scared. Hee. Zhang Ying said with a red face. Go. You're so old, and you're still so shameless. Remember not to use the ability of prediction indiscriminately. Last time you were in a coma for 2 whole months, have you forgotten? Xiang Qian said at the end, with a serious expression. The last time Zhang Ying was in a coma, Xiang Qian asked her what she predicted afterwards, but she refused to say it. But it was also because of her coma that many scientists also found the side effect of the ability of prediction, which is the consumption of vitality. Every time she uses her prophecy ability, Zhang Ying's mitochondria will decrease, which also means that her lifespan is decreasing. Ordinary prophecies are easy to deal with. After the gene nuclear power is restored, the reduction of mitochondria can be repaired through various genetic technology means. However, if the gene nuclear power is consumed and the prophecy has not ended, then it is a real consumption of vitality, and there is still no way to recover. Just in the 2 months when Zhang Ying was in a coma last time, through testing her vitality, it was found that she had consumed nearly 300 years of her lifespan. Okay, I won't use my ability to predict. What did Brother Xiang Qian want to talk to me about today? Zhang Ying said with a smile, narrowing her eyes. Nothing, I just want you to come over for dinner. Xiang Qian pouted. He just said not to let others use their ability to predict. Now he wants others to use their ability to predict. Isn't this slapping himself in the face? So he immediately found a lame excuse. Really? That's great. Zhang Ying said happily, as if she didn't see anything. After a while, the dishes came. Neither of them spoke, and they sat there quietly to eat. Brother Xiang Qian, tell me what you want me to predict. After the meal, Zhang Ying said seriously, without a joking look on her face. Forget it, I'd better think of another way. Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Ying, shook his head and said, Brother Xiang Qian, if you don't tell me, I will first predict the difficulties you will face, and then predict various results. In that case, you know? Zhang Ying raised her fist, and said threateningly. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, Then you predict? 5 days later, I plan to let the Greenland race flagship take 50 night warships to attack the 5 civilizations outside the star system. They have a total of 4 race flagships per planetary fortress. Theoretically, after we use the space blockade, they can't escape by curvature navigation. In this case, I want to know if they can still escape, and if they escape, which direction will they choose? After listening to Xiang Qian, Zhang Ying closed her eyes and began to predict. After a while, Zhang Ying opened her eyes and said, They will escape, and there are many directions to escape, but in the name of the Prophet, I predict that the direction they will escape is the direction of the current location of the forward. Ying, what's wrong with you? Xiang Qian saw Zhang Ying smiled and closed her eyes and fell backwards after she finished speaking, and he immediately stepped forward to support Zhang Ying. Chapter 223. Commander, the test report is out. Well, go ahead, I'm listening. Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Ying, who was unconscious on the bed, and a layer of frost appeared on his face. Commander, Miss Zhang Ying's chromosome loss has increased, and the gene nuclear force has been consumed. She is now in a coma state of self-protection. It is expected that she will wake up in about a month. The doctor said in a low voice. How much life has been consumed? Xiang Qian asked seriously. About 150 years. Yes, I know, you go out first. Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Ying's pale face, feeling angry and touched. He didn't expect Zhang Ying to use the true ability of a prophet and make a real prediction. To predict the future, using the theory of parallel universes, there are countless futures in every second. The predictions of the prophet are also like this. There are countless possibilities in the future. This is not like the situation of predicting technological equipment, because the equipment is stable. Even if there is a problem, it is constant. There are reasons for loose screws and equipment damage. So when Zhang Ying predicted those situations in the past, the future was constant. But once the prediction involves a person, and that person has not yet expressed his thoughts, there are countless possibilities in the future. Xiang Qian just wants to find the one with the highest probability among these countless possibilities, and then force the other party into the future he specified according to the design. But he didn't expect that Zhang Ying directly used the true prophecy and directly specified a result in the future. This special ability, equivalent to the weapon of causality, is also the real terrifying part of the prophet. Now Zhang Ying has such a serious backlash even if she uses the real prophecy on a few small civilized races. If she directly specifies a very difficult result, such as humans breaking through the 4th level civilization in 10 days, then Zhang Ying will die in an instant. Starry sky, connect Li Cheng. After a while, Xiang Qian said. Okay, boss. After a while, Li Cheng's image appeared on the big screen. Has the forward direction moved in half an hour? Xiang Qian asked directly. No. Okay, just stay there and don't go anywhere. Enemies will appear in 5 days. I will send a fleet with weapons to you within 3 days. They will stay with the weapons. I ask you to turn that place into a Jedi within 2 days. No civilization can come out. Xiang Qian said coldly. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Li Cheng knew that the matter had become serious when he saw Xiang Qian's expression. Although he didn't know what it was best not to ask anything at this time. Well, Wait for the support fleet. After hanging up the communication, Xiang Qian closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said to the starry sky, "Send 5 satellite fortresses and 200,000 warships to the location of the forward. Bring the super-strong gravity distortion space equipment made by imitating the space blockade equipment. Set up defense lines in the universe around the forward, and leave them there. Let Yang Guang go to the special warehouse to take out all those weapons, and equip them on the warships. It's just right to use this battle to test the lethality of those weapons." "Okay, boss." The next day, 5 satellite fortresses and 100,000 warships that had been built went to the location of the forward with super-strong gravity distortion space equipment. At the same time, Xiang Qian contacted Liang and Liyun again, and told them that they would set off in 4 days. Liang was very happy with Xiang Qian's reply. In this way, for days passed while both sides were calculating. "Shinkong, notify Yang Guang, don't leave anyone behind. I don't want any prisoners or any news." Xiang Qian looked out the window at the huge fleet consisting of a race flagship, 5 satellite fortresses, and 300,000 warships, and spoke slowly. "Soon," Shinkong said. "Boss," General Yang Guang replied and promised to complete the task. Xiang Qian nodded gently. When he could no longer see the black shadow in the sky, he returned to his desk, sat on the sofa, and let Shinkong show the scene in the universe. The huge fleet, led by the race flagship, rushed out of the star system quickly and headed towards the location of the scorching sun. A few hours later, the distance between the two sides was only 300,000 kilometers. At this time, Yang Guang sent a message saying that everything was ready. "Starry sky, connect to Liang's communication." After receiving Yang Guang's signal, Xiang Qian straightened up and said coldly, "Dear leader of the evolutionary civilization, I don't know if you have any questions. If there are no problems, can we set off now?" Liang was as respectful as ever. "There is a question. I want to know which civilization instructed you to do this, or tell me the real name of your alliance." Xiang Qian said coldly, "Respected leader of the evolutionary civilization, I think you must have misunderstood our star alliance. We? Don't tell me this nonsense. You instructed Liyun's civilization to sell information. Don't think I don't know. Now answer my questions honestly, otherwise you will stay here today." Xiang Qian interrupted Liang and said seriously, "Humph, what can you do if you know it? If we want to leave, can you still keep us?" Liang's face changed, and he said with great disdain. Xiang Qian saw Liang's expression and knew that threats would be useless to him, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Anyway, they would definitely tell him when they were about to die. "Try it, and you will know. I'm waiting for you to beg for mercy." Xiang Qian hung up the communication and immediately said to the starry sky, "Notify Yang Guang to open fire, and focus fire on the planetary fortress of the pioneer civilization." Following Xiang Qian's order, the fleet that had been prepared for a long time launched an attack instantly. More than 300,000 main gun energy attacks hit the protective shield of the pioneer civilization planet fortress in less than a second. All the warships produced by humans now have the energy attack method of the race flagship. However, the energy attack of human warships cannot be compared with that of the race flagship at present, and there is still a star gap in energy concentration. However, such an attack is many times stronger than the previous main gun attack, and has basically reached the peak of the third-level civilization. The planetary fortress of the pioneer civilization was pushed back tens of thousands of kilometers by this attack, and the protective shield on the surface also dimmed a little. Notify other races to evacuate immediately. Start the curvature engine, 90% power start. Liang looked very unhappy. He didn't expect to fail at the last moment. "Boss, it's bad. The curvature engine can't work. The surrounding space is blocked." "What? The space is blocked? Damn the evolutionary civilization." Liang gritted his teeth and said, but when he saw the fleet launching an attack again on the screen, he hardened his heart and said, "Use the space-crushing bomb immediately, and start the curvature engine as soon as the space fluctuations are restored." A round bomb was launched from the planetary fortress. After the bomb exploded, it disappeared, and there was no effect around it. However, Yang Guang received a notice that the space blockade equipment was overloaded and could not be used at present. However, he was not anxious after receiving the news. It was expected that the other party would have such means. It depends on what means they will use next. 5 minutes later, the fleet led by Yang Guang had attacked dozens of times, and the protective shield of the planetary fortress was obviously much dimmer. The counterattack of the Star Alliance did not cause much damage to the fleet, only a few warships were blown up. This is because their planetary fortresses and race flagships are not equipped with powerful attack weapons, and they did not choose attack weapons in the Hall of Civilization races. So when facing the attack of the human fleet, there is no effective way to kill. The space is almost restored. Start the curvature engine immediately, Liang said with an unpleasant face, because the energy reserve on the big screen showed that it had dropped to 69%. Boss, it's bad. The curvature engine still can't be started. The surrounding space is distorted by the strong gravity. If the curvature engine is used forcibly, it is very likely to collapse. Bang! Liang's fist hit the control tower fiercely. Start it. Even if it is scrapped, it must be started. If it doesn't start, we will die here, Liang said with a grim expression. Okay, boss, start the curvature engine, 120% power start. There was a wave of space, and the planetary fortress and 4 race flagships disappeared in the universe. Chapter 224. Each fleet should check the equipment operation status again. The enemy will arrive here in 5 hours. After 1 hour, turn on the jammer and bury the space mines. After 3 hours, all the main guns of the warships will begin to slowly charge. After receiving the notification from the starry sky, Li Cheng immediately issued an order. Within the range of 500,000 kilometers around the forward satellite fortress, a large number of warships began to move irregularly, and the operation status of various equipment on the warships was frantically refreshed on the screen of the command hall. After a full 40 minutes, all the warships completed their final self-checks and prepared for the upcoming battle. An hour later, 1 million kilometers ahead of the fleet, the space began to distort slightly. This was the effect of super-strong gravity acting on space. However, this was also the highest technological achievement of mankind. If we want to really distort space, it is not possible with the current technology of mankind. At the same time, all the warships launched oval space mines with a diameter of 50 meters. Although these space mines are not big, their theoretical power is 1 million times that of nuclear weapons of the same equivalent. Dense space mines swayed in the universe with a twisted space, and sometimes 2 mines collided. However, the collision between mines would not cause any problems. The shell made of degenerate materials would not detonate the mines unless it was a destructive collision. 3 hours later, 200,000 warships, in a fleet formation of 20,000 warships, formed a complex dynamic formation within a space range of 500,000 kilometers in diameter, and the changes in the formation were irregular. When the 5 hours were about to arrive, the main guns of 200,000 warships were already flashing, waiting for the prey to come. How long can the curvature engine work now? When we leave the curvature navigation, where will we be? Liang asked with a dark face. According to the feedback calculation of the curvature engine can probably support the curvature navigation for 12 hours. At that time, our location will probably be a random location within 2 million kilometers of this coordinate point. Is there no way to determine the exact location? There is no way, because when the curvature engine is activated, the super strong gravity interferes with the space, and the coordinates are offset when entering the curvature navigation. Now we can only calculate the approximate location. Liang's face darkened after hearing this, especially when he saw the location that would appear on the star map. It was still far away from their nest, which meant that after leaving the curvature navigation, they had to use ordinary flight to return to their nest, which would take dozens of times longer. Let them report the energy reserve of the race flagship and the working status of the curvature engine. After a while, Liang remembered that there were 4 race flagships of subordinate civilizations, and hurriedly asked about their status. If one of them was lagging behind, it would be even more troublesome. As a result, after receiving the reports from the 4 subordinate civilizations, Liang was almost mad, because the curvature engines of the race flagships of the 4 subordinate civilizations could not support the position just predicted. Their curvature engines were not as powerful as the curvature engines of the planetary fortresses. After overloading, they could not be checked for 12 hours. So unless they abandoned the 4 subordinate civilizations, they would have to leave the curvature navigation after 5 hours and then fly back home slowly. Tell them to reduce and exit the curvature navigation mode after 4.5 hours. After calming down, Liang said rationally. It was impossible for him to abandon the race flagships of the 4 subordinate civilizations and run away alone, and even if he abandoned the 4 subordinate civilizations, he would not say that he was absolutely safe after leaving the curvature navigation. So after thinking about it, Liang decided to disengage from the curvature navigation at the same time as the 4 subordinate civilizations, so that the deterrent effect would be greater. A few hours later, Liang looked at the energy reserve that had recovered to 90%, and was not so worried about the upcoming curvature navigation. The countdown to disengage from the curvature navigation begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1, 0. Disengage from the curvature navigation is successful. Boss, there is an ambush. When disengaging from the curvature navigation, the screen showed that there were 200,000 warships in front of them waiting in full battle array, and there were densely packed unidentified objects floating around the planetary fortress. Start the curvature navigation immediately. Quickly, don't worry. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Yong's face changed drastically, and he roared madly. He didn't want to care about the lives of the 4 subordinate civilizations anymore. He just wanted to leave. But before he finished speaking, the screen in front of him turned snow white, and endless light burst out. At the same time, the planetary fortress began to vibrate wildly. At this time, the dense floating mines in the space exploded instantly, and the light that surpassed the stars burst out, illuminating the entire universe. The light pressure caused by the light blew away the super-strong gravitational distortion device, arranged hundreds of thousands of kilometers away by more than 100,000 kilometers. If the feedback of the device had not been working normally, Li Cheng would have collapsed. He did not expect that the power of this floating thunder would be so strong. If he had known earlier, he would not have used so many at once. Fortunately, there was no problem with the super-strong gravitational distortion device. If the other party was really let go, it would be a big deal. For a full minute, the center of the explosion was still filled with endless flames. Although the light emitted was not as big as at the beginning, it looked like a small sun burning. I don't know if it was because of the high temperature or the distortion of gravity, but a large ball of fire in the center of the explosion was constantly distorting and burning in the oxygen-free space. 5 minutes later, the fire disappeared, revealing a planetary fortress and 4 civilization flagships. Why don't you start the curvature navigation? Li Yong was sleeping with bloodshot eyes, and the horns on his head seemed to have broken off. He roared with a ferocious expression. Boss, there is a super strong gravity distorting the space around us, and there is also a super strong magnetic force that interferes with us and the 4 race flagships. Now, let alone the curvature engine, even ordinary flight cannot be started. Fight back. Even if we can't run away, they can't think about it. Li Yong was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and shouted wildly. But as soon as he finished speaking, the planet fortress shook violently again. Li Yong fell to the ground. This time, the horns on his head were not as lucky as last time. They were directly broken. The severe pain also made Li Yong faint in an instant. All the main and secondary guns of the fleets alternately gather energy, launch attacks in sequence, and focus on the Mars planet fortress. 5 satellite fortresses aim at the 4 race flagships and maintain fire suppression. Li Cheng calmly gave the order. One after another, the death rays cut through the void of the universe. Every 20,000 warships formed a squadron, launching an attack every 10 seconds. In this way, the attacks of the 10 squadrons continuously hit the protective shield of the planetary fortress. In just 2 minutes, the planetary fortress did not have a chance to launch a counterattack. At this time, the Star Alliance was in chaos. Li Yong was unconscious. The planetary fortress and the 4 race flagships interfered with each other under the super strong magnetic force. They could not move at all, and could only sit there as targets. Seeing the energy reserves decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, several subordinate civilizations were in ruins. When Li Yong was awakened, the energy reserves of the planetary fortress were only 37%. According to the current attack intensity, the energy reserves of the planetary fortress can only last for about 15 minutes at most. When the energy reserves are consumed and the protective shield disappears, the planetary fortress is a huge iron coffin. Immediately notify them to stop the attack and say we surrender. Then immediately analyze what the super strong magnetic force is. Even if you can't go to sail, you have to move for me. Move the flagship of the affiliated civilization to the front of the planetary fortress and block the attack. Li Yong said immediately after waking up. But after the surrender message was sent, there was no response. The attacks continued to hit the protective shield of the planetary fortress. Liu Yong's heart trembled with every attack. Boss, they don't accept surrender. Then why are you still standing here? Go and study the super strong magnetic force immediately. The super strong magnetic force seems to be related to the initial attack. Now the magnetic lines around the planetary fortress are very chaotic. If there is no protective shield, the planetary fortress will be magnetized. However, the influence of the super strong magnetic force is weakening, and will disappear in 20 minutes. As long as we can survive 20 minutes. After surviving 20 minutes, the energy reserves can only delay for 13 minutes, and 20 minutes is simply impossible. Li Yong was stunned after hearing this. staring blankly at the energy reserves on the big screen in front of him slowly decreasing. Every second the planet fortress would vibrate once, and his heart would sink a little. 13 minutes later, the protective shield of the planet fortress disappeared, and the endless attacks directly hit the body of the planet fortress. 15 minutes later, the planetary fortress was torn apart. Pieces of the wreckage of the planetary fortress were flaming, and under the super strong magnetic force, they were gathered together, and did not fly everywhere. Focus on attacking one of the race flagships, and replace it with the next one after it explodes. The satellite requires immediate dispatch to collect the wreckage of the planetary fortress, put out the fire immediately after collection, and then send people to log in to search for information. After seeing the explosion of the planetary fortress, Li Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, 3 race flagships were blown up one after another, but after the protective shield of the last race flagship was broken, Li Cheng ordered to stop the attack. After the human fleet stopped attacking, the race flagship did not move and just floated there quietly, like an empty ship. When Li Cheng sent people to cut the outer armor and enter the race flagship, they found that everyone inside the race flagship was dead. And it was a strange death, without any wounds. The soldiers who came in could still see their movements in the last second, but in the next second, they were like statues, losing their breath of life, but their bodies still maintained their original movements. Chapter 225. When Xiang Qian received the message from Li Cheng, it was already night. Ying, don't do this again next time. These rubbish are not worth your real words. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying, who had just woken up. Well, I know, brother Xiang Qian, I won't dare to do it next time. After Zhang Ying finished speaking, she fell asleep again. Xiang Qian got up and said to Leng Ning, who was checking the data, Wife, Ying is okay. How come she just woke up and fell into a coma again? It's not clear yet. The consequences of using the true prophecy may not be as simple as consuming vitality. However, with our current technology, we can't find the specific reason, but this latest research on life science and technology can quickly make up for the life energy consumed in her body. As for the remaining problems, we can only talk about it later. The 150 years of vitality can never be made up. Leng Ning didn't look at Xiang Qian. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and he occasionally picked out a few data and recorded them. If Green Star Civilization becomes a level 4 civilization, can it find a way to extend chromosome telomeres? Xiang Qian asked with a frown. It's hard to say. In fact, there is definitely an upper limit to the number of cell divisions. The problem of Ying not causing cell division, but instantly draining the body's original energy to reduce the length of chromosome telomeres cannot be solved by simply extending chromosome telomeres. If it weren't for the breakthrough in life science and technology, Green Star Civilization would have researched the body's original energy and source ecological substances. Then Ying would not be able to wake up now, but this way of compensation can only make her recover faster, but it does not solve any problems in essence. Ling Ning explained. Xiang Qian looked at Zhang Ying lying on the bed, thought for a while, and then said, Will the transformation of life form be useful to her? If the life form is transformed and the disadvantage of chromosome telomeres is removed, such as transforming into pure energy particle life, then can this problem be solved? Ling Ning stopped the work in his hands, turned his head, and looked at Xiang Qian seriously and said, You are too concerned. Do you think that changing the form can solve this problem? Is it wrong that other human races don't have prophets? Don't they have telomeres? I think the reduction of telomeres is just an external manifestation. The consequences of using the real prophecy are not limited to these. If technology develops to change the form of life, such as wirelessly extending telomeres, can the real prophecy be used without limit? After a while, Xiang Qian slowly said, Could it be the soul? Don't think too much, I didn't say that. We know nothing about the soul now. As for what scientists said before, that the soul is neutrinos, it has long been proven to be nonsense. As for what the real soul is, we don't know, so you don't have to worry too much, maybe the matter is not that serious. And we are all evolvers. When humans become a 4th level civilization, we can also become 4th level evolvers, and our vitality will increase by then. Now we have a lifespan of 5,000 years, and it is estimated that we may have 10,000 years by then. So losing a few hundred years of life is not a big deal. Ling Ning grabbed Xiang Qian's hand and said gently, Well, okay, I hope I'm overthinking it. Xiang Qian nodded and said. 3 days later, Li Cheng personally returned to Earth with the confiscated spoils and the storage devices of several civilization central hosts. Brotherly, you are amazing. You destroyed a planetary fortress and 4 civilization race flagships without losing a single warship. This record is simply unrivaled at the moment. I wonder how depressed Brother Lei will be after hearing this news. In the office, Xiang Qian said to Li Cheng with a smile. This is not my credit. I don't know why they just stood there waiting to be attacked, not moving at all. And in the end, when we broke through their protective shields, opened the armor and entered inside, the situation was too scary. I don't know how they died. Li Cheng said with lingering fear. The reason why the race flagship can't move is because of the overclock star core bomb, which is the latest research result of the Academy of Sciences. It simulates the controllable interaction between the super-strong nuclear fusion reaction and magnetic force inside the core of the star and developed a bomb. Any metal material will be affected by the super-strong magnetic field. As for the situation in the race flagship you mentioned, I guess it was the obliteration of the law. After you destroyed the planetary fortress, at that time, the people in the 4 race flagships had actually died along with the explosion of the planetary fortress. If my guess is correct, the race civilization race contract they signed must have a clause similar to an agreement of living and dying together. So after the death of the ruling civilization, the subordinate civilization also died. Xiang Qian explained. The law obliterates the covenant of life and death. It's so overbearing, then why do we, and the Green Star civilization? Li Cheng was startled, and then suddenly thought of the subordinate civilization of mankind. Don't have such an idea. This kind of agreement is not a good thing. Sooner or later they will regret it. And you didn't realize that with such a slavery agreement, the subordinate civilization can't see any hope at all, so the potential of the entire race is greatly reduced. But look at the Green Star civilization. It's only been a few years. Even with our help, it has already walked out of its own civilization's special technology system, and the technology level has reached the peak of the 3rd level civilization. Now we have jointly established a laboratory with the Green Star civilization. We have helped them build a scientific and technological system from the beginning, and now they are helping us study life science. The speed of Green Star civilization's progress is beyond my expectation. But if the terms we signed at the beginning were about slavery, do you think the current Green Star civilization would do research? Would they help humans wholeheartedly? So sometimes, common interests and common goals can form the most solid alliance. Xiang Qian said with emotion. Yes, now seeing the plants transformed by the Green Star civilization, even I was shocked. Boss, the Academy of Sciences has made a major discovery. Please go over immediately. At this time, Shinkung suddenly said. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian stood up and said to Li Cheng, Brother Li, I'm going to be busy, you go home and have a good rest. This time you come back. Stay a few more days. The search for the subordinate civilization is not something that can be completed in 1 or 2 days. Okay, then I go back first. Li Cheng said, and left Xiang Qian's office. Xiang Qian also packed up and went to the Academy of Sciences. Master, the number 19 civilization and the number 72, number 73, number 75, number 76, and number 77 civilizations they led just now all died. Have you found out who did it? The information they said back 5 days ago was that they were preparing to ambush an evolutionary civilization called human civilization. A bunch of idiots. The rest of the things you have to do is not to let them find out. Yes, Master. After the figure on the screen disappeared, a pair of blood-red eyes were so dazzling in the dark room. The owner of these eyes slowly closed his eyes and whispered, Human civilization. Evolver civilization. Wait. Wait until that day. All civilizations will tremble under my gaze. Chapter 226. Data error correction completed. Simulation calculation begins. Countdown 3, 2, 1, 0, start. As the voice fell, 5 star systems instantly appeared on the 3-dimensional projection covering an area of 1 square kilometer, and densely packed spaceships could be seen inside one of the star systems. Then several star systems began to move. Although these star systems were moving in roughly the same direction, they would eventually move farther and farther away. At this time, the densely packed spaceships in that star system flew out from the star system, forming a strange arc in the universe one after another. Then, a planet flew out of the star system, following the orbit of the spacecraft, and flew quickly. The spacecraft pulled the planet, changing its flight status all the time. It was in this arc orbit for a while, and then the leading spacecraft began to change direction, and became another arc orbit. There was no regularity in such a change of direction, giving people the feeling of a snake rolling in the water. When Xiang Qian came in, he saw the spacecraft on the large 3-dimensional projection, slowly approaching another star system with the planet. A large group of scientists ignored the 3-dimensional projection and gathered in front of a large screen, watching the constantly changing data on it. Faced with this situation, Xiang Qian did not make a sound to disturb them, but looked at the three-dimensional projection below through the glass. After a while, the three-dimensional projection disappeared, and the room suddenly became chaotic. Xiang Qian could hear countless people looking at their mouths in an instant, and hurriedly expressed their opinions. "Teacher, are you studying the transport of planets?" Xiang Qian walked to the side of Old Manly and said, "Yes, that's right, that's why I asked you to come. We found a planet with life 3.7 light-years away from the star system. According to our detection, the standard gravity of that planet is 10.39, the oxygen content of the atmosphere is 35.26%, and the carbon dioxide content. It can be said that as long as we move this planet back and slightly transform it, it will be suitable for human habitation. Last time, didn't you say that we should study the problem of transforming the planet? We use planet transformation equipment to transform ordinary planets, or planets with liquid cores and temperature in the core of the planet. The time for transformation is also calculated in 30 years. Moreover, during the transformation process, we have to continuously invest manpower and material resources. So we thought, we could just move a planet suitable for human habitation from another star system. Although this would cost more, it would bring us a lot of actual data, which would provide valuable data support for our future movement of stars and entire star systems. According to this idea, we began to study how to move the planet at the lowest cost. Finally, we thought of using the super strong gravity of the core of the Large Magellanic Cloud as a booster to help us accomplish the feat of moving the planet. Old Manly explained. 3.7 light-years. Can current technology support moving a planet over such a long distance? How many years will it take to move a planet? How much materials and energy will it take? Have you calculated it? Xiang Qian said seriously that moving a planet from a star system 3.7 light-years away is not something that can be decided on a whim. The manpower and material resources involved are astronomical. So although moving a planet is very important to humans, he also needs to consider whether it is worth doing. We have already calculated it. What you just saw is our simulation of moving a planet. Technology is sufficient. Moving a planet forward is no longer the same as before when we were driving the Earth forward. With current technology, we use the gravity of the core of the Large Magellanic Cloud as a booster, and use the gravitational field gaps between the 5 surrounding star systems as a channel, and then use the most advanced gravitational generator to form a gravitational tunnel for traction. It takes at most 10 years to move a planet from 3.7 light-years away. This is the first time we have moved a planet, and we have made a conservative estimate without any experience. If the technology matures after this experience and the problems are found, the next time may only take 5 years. However, the materials involved are indeed a bit too much. Just the large spacecraft equipped with gravity-generating devices will require 1.2 million, and the energy consumed is at least the sum of the mass of 3,000 moons converted into energy. This is the result of using the strong gravity of the core gravitational field of the Large Magellanic Cloud to reduce energy consumption by 80%. If we move the planet forward purely by gravity generators, as we did before, the combined mass of 300,000 moons would not be enough. Of course, this is the first and last time. If we move ordinary planets in the future, we can directly use planet-level gravity engines to move them. But in order to move stars in the future, we must carry out such a long-distance planet movement, otherwise we will never be able to collect real data. Old Manly said very seriously. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after listening to it, but just quietly watched the data stream that was still refreshing frantically on the big screen and the countless scientists who were actively discussing. After a while, Xiang Qian said, "Can the current energy reserves of the Earth support such an action?" "Absolutely. But the consequence is that all the energy reserves of the Earth will be emptied, and in the next 10 years, at least 70% of the energy generated by the photovoltaic production base outside the stars will be supplied to the spacecraft." Old Manly said awkwardly. "Okay, I know. When will the complete plan be designed?" "In 3 months at most, all technical difficulties will be overcome and the complete plan can be designed." "Okay, then submit the report in 3 months, and I will do the preliminary arrangements first." Xiang Qian left the Academy of Sciences after he finished speaking. Moving a planet made him see the development of human technology, but also saw many shortcomings. As Old Manly said, many of human technology and equipment parameters are theoretical and have not been tested at all. Such technology is not solid. The development of science and technology must be combined with reality, otherwise it is easy to go wrong. So this time, even if the planet transportation is very consuming, almost consuming the accumulation of the Earth for decades, and overdrawing future resources, he must be ruthless and agree. The purpose is to test the scientific and technological achievements of mankind in the past decades, and it is also a review of the entire human technology before breaking through the fourth-level civilization. Eliminate unsuitable technologies, research more suitable technologies for humans, make human technology more solid, and allow humans to usher in a technological explosion after breaking through the fourth-level civilization. After Xiang Qian made up his mind, he began to go back and change the development plan for the next 10 years. At the same time, under his order, the entire Earth began to get busy, and the industrial system accumulated for decades began to explode. Chapter 227. 2.5 months later, more than 1 million spaceships gathered inside the star system. These spaceships were all 5 kilometers long and equipped with large gravity-generating devices. They were specially prepared for transporting planets. Of course, the cost of building these planets was still very high. Basically, the mineral resources on ordinary planets in the star system were consumed. Even the meteorites with metal minerals around the asteroid belt were dug up. When Xiang Qian saw the disfigured images of the planets in the star system, he waved his hand and sent all the remaining ordinary matter on these planets to the planet-level energy core device to turn these matter into energy. In this way, the interior of the entire star system suddenly looked much cleaner, and even the meteorites in the meteorite belt became sparse. At this time, the Academy of Sciences had already placed the complete planet transportation plan on Xiang Qian's desk. After Xiang Qian studied this plan with many experts and confirmed its feasibility, he gave an order to set off in half a month, accompanied by 300,000 warships and the forward satellite fortress. This fleet was dispatched entirely to protect these spacecraft. You know, those transporting spacecraft have no attack power. If they are robbed on the way, he will really cry. Humans don't have the resources to carry out such an operation again. It can be said that at this time, the human war potential was the lowest. All energy reserves were used to move planets. The defense equipment inside the star system was operating at low power, and the weapon systems of many satellite fortresses were not charged at all. Half a month later, 1.2 million special spacecraft and 300,000 warships, led by the advanced satellite fortress, flew to the destination. But halfway, the detector outside the star system 5.3 light-years away from the Earth suddenly sounded an alarm. "Shinkong, what's going on?" Xiang Qian asked nervously. "Boss, the detector has detected a super large-scale radiation burst, and it is estimated that the nebula formed by the debris of the supernova explosion is rushing towards the star system." Shinkong replied immediately. "Send the Greenland race flagship to the location of the detector immediately to find out the situation, and let the Academy of Sciences send a team of scientists to go together to calculate the impact of the supernova debris on this operation." Xiang Qian said depressedly. "Yes, boss." The Greenland race flagship set off urgently, and rushed to the location of the detector through curvature navigation. The supernova debris covers an area of 190 billion kilometers. The outer temperature is 120 K, the core temperature is expected to be 280 K to 320 K, and the radiation value is wrong. The electromagnetic wave detection response is wrong. The relative speed is not balanced. Its movement speed is changing. On the Greenland race flagship, a large group of scientists looked at the data on the screen and were dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, the blue shift and red shift of a celestial body are stable. When observing, only one of the blue shift and red shift phenomena can be observed, because the movement of the celestial body is constant, so the electromagnetic waves emitted are also constant. However, the star body that was observed by the naked eye, which was suspected to be the remnant of a supernova, actually showed alternating blue shift and red shift of electromagnetic waves during observation. That means that when it moves, its speed is not constant at all, but sometimes fast and sometimes slow. However, such a celestial body has never been discovered by humans, and even in the scientific and technological documents of nano-civilizations, there is no mention of it. Many people have discovered celestial bodies with superfast movement speeds, and scientists are not surprised even if the movement speed of this celestial body is close to the speed of light. However, a celestial body that moves fast and slow at times does not conform to scientific laws at all, and no scientific theory can explain this phenomenon. Boss, the green star has sent back a message requesting to go to the range covered by the supernova debris for testing. The current test data cannot determine whether this supernova debris will affect the relocation of the planet. Agree, but ensure safety. Okay, boss. After receiving the message from the starry sky, the green land immediately started curvature navigation and flew to the range covered by this strange celestial body. Soon, Greenland arrived within the range of this celestial body, 50 billion kilometers away from the core position. But when Greenland exited the curvature navigation, the alarm system on the spacecraft began to sound, and various moments on the screen began to refresh, and the red marked data began to flash. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? How can it be so big? This is simply a small sun, and its radiation value is equivalent to the debris of a supernova explosion. This is incredible. It's moving, the radiation level is still rising, it has discovered us. A group of scientists exclaimed, and some of the timid ones were so scared that they sat on the ground. It turned out that after the Greenland appeared, a huge monster immediately appeared on the big screen. This monster is 1.5 times the size of the Earth, the whole transparent round, the surface is the same as the sun, and endless energy storms are burning on its surface. It has more than a dozen tentacles that are more than 100,000 kilometers long, and the surface of these tentacles is also burning with flames. Every second, some values on the big screen increase by 1 level. The magnetic field strength exceeds the warning line of the spacecraft. We have to leave immediately. Please fix your body. The spacecraft will accelerate. The driver of the Greenland started the spacecraft after saying this, but this is a normal flight, and the curvature engine cannot be started at this time. Oh. No, it seems to attack us. At this time, the big screen showed that one of the tentacles of this monster was facing the Greenland race flagship. The radiation detected by the detector soared rapidly in an instant, and the alarm radar of the race flagship showed a lock signal. The next second, a thick beam of light hit the Greenlander flagship fiercely on the protective shield. Just this attack, the Greenlander's energy reserve dropped by 0.3%. Such energy consumption also scared the Greenlander's driver, because such an attack intensity has already caught up with the power of the fortress cannon of the forward satellite fortress. But looking at the performance of the monster, it seems that the previous attack was just an ordinary attack. You know, it has more than a dozen tentacles. If more than a dozen tentacles of the fortress attack at the same time, they can take away 5% of the energy reserve of the Greenlander flagship. Such an attack is very terrifying. When the Greenland began to escape, scientists forgot their fear and began to collect various data on the monster. From the data, it is impossible to associate the source of these radiations with this monster. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one would know that there is such a monster. The body burns like a star, but the radiation emitted is millions of times that of a star, equivalent to the debris of a supernova, and the speed of movement is not slow. At the same time, it can launch energy attacks equivalent to the power of a fortress cannon. It took more than an hour for the Greenland to fly out of the range covered by the super-strong magnetic field. After leaving the range covered by the super-strong magnetic field, it did not stay for even a minute, and immediately turned on the curvature engine and left quickly. 7 hours later, the Greenland returned to Earth, and this data and information about the monster also appeared in Xiang Qian's hands. Chapter 228. Starry Sky, withdraw the fleet immediately. Xiang Qian said with a sullen face after seeing the monster's information. He didn't expect that humans would be so unlucky that they would encounter this ghost thing when they were about to move the planet. Regtros is the name of this monster. This is the universal language of the universe. If translated into human language, its name means destruction. It is both a monster and a civilization belonging to the single-body alien beast civilization. Since the alien beast civilization is not like other civilizations, there is no classification of evolutionary civilization, pioneer civilization, and wanderer civilization, but its strength is unquestionable. In Xiang Qian's memory, wherever Reglos goes, just as its name suggests, it brings destruction to all civilizations. In simple terms, Reglos is an alien beast civilization equivalent to the level of evolutionary civilization, and it is still a very powerful one. What makes Xiang Qian collapse the most is that he has no way to deal with Reglos in this way in his memory. Call the scientists and weapons research team to a meeting. I want all the personnel to be in place within half an hour. Xiang Qian rubbed his brow and said, Okay, boss. Xiang Qian looked at the simulated direction of Reglos on the star map, and his face darkened a little. Because there is an 80% chance that it will pass through the star system where the Earth is located, there is not much time left for humans. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian arrived at the venue. At this time, all scientists were studying the data obtained by Greenland. These data are the only means to understand Reglos at present. Everyone has seen this information. Now I want to know what its weaknesses are or if there is any way to destroy it. Xiang Qian asked. As soon as Xiang Qian finished asking, no one spoke. Facing this monster, who dares to say that they can destroy it? Moreover, based on the pitiful amount of information currently available, it is impossible to analyze its weaknesses. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian's face darkened by 3 points. Seeing this situation, Old Manly sighed and said, "Let me first talk about my point of view. According to the information currently available, this is a strange monster similar to a star. The radiation emitted by its body is higher than that of a star, which means that nuclear fusion reactions are taking place in its body all the time, so we can regard it as a moving star. At the same time, according to the attack of the Greenland on it, we found a problem, that is, it seems that energy attacks are ineffective against it. This can be analyzed from the data. After the attack of the Greenland hit the monster, the various data it emitted did not change drastically, but remained stable. Then the means to deal with it must consider using non-energy attacks, but I don't know much about non-energy attack weapons, so I can't make any suggestions. Well, which team is responsible for the research and development of electromagnetic weapons now? Tell us about the power of the strongest electromagnetic weapon we have at present." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "Report to the chief, kinetic weapons have been studied by our team. The most powerful kinetic weapon we have at present is the super electromagnetic railgun installed on the Star Defense Circle. The maximum firing rate of this electromagnetic railgun can reach 0.68 times the speed of light, and theoretically can reach 0.72 times the speed of light. The projectile of the electromagnetic railgun is a 450 mm round projectile made of degenerate materials. Theoretically, one shot can penetrate any planet with a diameter of less than 10,000 kilometers. However, in fact, there has been no live ammunition shooting so far, and the above data are all simulated by supercomputers." A scientist in military uniform stood up and said, "Okay, I got it. Does anyone have any other ideas? I think we can't act rashly. This creature is huge, and has a huge amount of energy stored in its body. If we can't kill it with one strike, the consequences will be very serious. At the same time, I am more opposed to the idea that it is immune to energy attacks. Just because the energy attack of the Green Land is ineffective, it is unscientific to deny that it is immune to energy attacks. If we use bullets to attack this monster, and it is not injured, can we also say that it is immune to attacks by kinetic weapons? I think it is impossible. Then should we first judge that it is immune to energy attacks because the attack energy level of the Greenland is not enough, so it has no reaction. If the energy attack level of the Greenland reaches the energy that can be exploded in a supernova explosion, I don't think this monster can be immune to energy attacks of that energy level." Another scientist said. But after hearing what the other party said, Old Manly immediately became unhappy. "What do you mean? Are you arguing with me? Supernova explosion level energy attack, you say it nicely, now we need to solve the problem, not brag. According to what you said, why use energy attack? Just throw an antimatter bomb, and everything will be solved. In any case, it is made of matter. With such huge energy in it, once it is detonated by antimatter, the energy released when matter and antimatter are annihilated is enough to destroy the nucleus, so it will die instantly. It's a pity that now, let alone antimatter bombs, even antimatter has not been found by humans. It's just nonsense to say these things," Old Manly said immediately. "Okay, now is not the time to quarrel. Starry Sky, the engineering department will dismantle the super electromagnetic railgun of the defense circle immediately, and then pack the parts and transport them to the rear of it for assembly using the forward. The scientist team will go with me on the Greenland to collect attack data." Xiang Qian stopped the meeting with a smell of gunpowder. "Now, no matter what, we have to give it a try. If the quarreling electromagnetic railgun works on Reglos, then with the industrial foundation of mankind, tens of thousands of such super electromagnetic railguns can be manufactured. If such an attack has no effect, then we have to consider using some extreme methods." Following Xiang Qian's order, millions of equipment manufacturers wearing space suits began to dismantle the super electromagnetic railgun. In less than 2 hours, with the special ability of the equipment manufacturers, the tens of thousands of kilometers long super electromagnetic railgun was dismantled as a whole and began to be packed and loaded into the forward satellite fortress. A few days later, 350 billion kilometers behind Reglos, the super electromagnetic railgun began to be assembled. Scientists used supercomputers to calculate the trajectory of the launch. An ultra-long distance attack of more than 350 billion kilometers in space is not as simple as launching a cannonball from the Earth. In order to make a projectile with a diameter of only 450 millimeters hit the target, there are too many data to calculate. Gravitational field, space changes, launch angle, optimal trajectory, reaction force during launch, etc. must be calculated. If the angle of launch deviates by 1 degree, it is unknown where the projectile will fly. A few days later, the super electromagnetic railgun was assembled. compared with the time on Earth. The current super electromagnetic railgun has been optimized again. Although the main structure has not changed, some of the internal parts have all been replaced with new ones. This also makes the speed of firing theoretically reach 0.78 times the speed of light. If a new railgun is redesigned and manufactured, the theoretical firing speed can reach 0.85 times the speed of light. You must know that according to the kinetic energy formula, the faster the speed of any substance, the greater its mass. Especially after exceeding 0.80 times the speed of light, every increase in speed will double the mass. Link the super electromagnetic railgun, the last self-check begins, and the supercomputer performs the last launch simulation. A group of scientists stared at the big screen nervously inside the Greenland. After the self-check of the super electromagnetic railgun is completed, the live ammunition will be launched. With the normal signal feedback of electronic components and equipment one by one on the big screen, the last self-check of the super electromagnetic railgun is completed. Simulation calculation completed. Hit the target. At this time, the simulation launch has also been calculated. Xiang Qian walked to the front and said to the operator, "Load the shells and charge the rails." Following Xiang Qian's order, a 450mm projectile entered the interior of the super electromagnetic railgun, and at the same time the rails began to fill, and the powerful electromagnetic force gathered in the barrel. Charging completed, pre-launch preparations completed, ready to launch at any time. The operator said, "Calculate the trajectory and launch in 30 seconds. Xiang Qian gave the final order, and everything after that would be done by the computer. At this time, the outside of the last section of the super electromagnetic railgun lit up, indicating the location of the projectile. As the projectile moves forward, the outside of the barrel where the projectile is located will light up. Launch countdown 30, 29, 28. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch. The initial speed of the projectile was accelerated to 120,000 kilometers per second. When the projectile reached the second section of the rail, the speed soared again, instantly increasing to 150,000 kilometers per second. The third rail is 180,000 kilometers per second, and the fourth rail is 200,000 kilometers per second. The closer you get to the end, the slower the speed increases, and each acceleration can only increase by a few kilometers per second at most. From the light outside the railgun, it can be seen that the acceleration of the second rail at the beginning can still be seen, but later only a stream of light can be seen passing by, and the projectile disappears into the void of the universe. The projectile speed is 0.77 times the speed of light, close to the theoretical speed, and the trajectory has no deviation. It is expected to hit the target in 33 hours. The super electromagnetic railgun was successfully launched. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time that humans launched an attack from 350 billion kilometers away, and it was a moving target. Okay, continue to monitor the projectile information, and we will set off in 30 hours. Xiang Qian said. 30 hours later, Greenland started the curvature engine and headed to the inside of the radiation-shrouded area, preparing to observe how much damage the projectile could cause to Reglos. Chapter 229. When Xiang Qian and his team arrived at the designated location on the Greenland, the super electromagnetic railgun projectile was still about 500 million kilometers away from Reglos, and it was expected to hit Reglos head-on in 30 minutes. At this time, the Greenland was ordered to slowly approach the radiation range of Reglos, but not to enter the radiation-covered area. He had a feeling that the radiation-covered area should be the horizon of Reglos. Any object that entered this horizon would be discovered by Reglos. The projectile of the super electromagnetic railgun was too small. Even if Reglos found it, he would not care about it. After all, its field of view was so large that meteorite debris or asteroid fragments would often enter. In its view, this little thing was just a little faster and could not cause any damage to it. Time passed slowly. When the projectile was about to hit Reglos in a minute, the Greenland entered the radiation coverage and rushed towards Reglos quickly. Sure enough, after the Greenland entered the radiation range, the speed of Reglos slowed down immediately. It seemed that it had attacked the Greenland, a little bug that had harassed it before. However, at this time, the projectile of the super electromagnetic railgun was about to hit it. Even if it stopped moving forward, it was not easy to dodge with such a big body. When the projectile hit Reglos, all the detectors of the Greenland observed an amazing scene. The tiny projectile directly penetrated Reglos' body. Under the kinetic energy attack of degenerate materials and 0.77 times the speed of light, even if the projectile hit a small area, the consequences were amazing. An obvious ripple spread outward in the form of a circular shock wave, while the back of Reglos was expanding outward. More than 10,000 kilometers of land was directly penetrated by the projectile in less than a second. The exit from which the projectile passed was followed by a large amount of flames, which looked like an oversized flamethrower. In these flames, there were also fragments of countless tissue structures inside Reglo's body. Quick, leave now. Xiang Qian saw that the dozen tentacles of Reglos were about to target the flagship of the Greenland race, and immediately gave the order. Following Xiang Qian's order, the Greenland instantly entered the curvature navigation state and disappeared in the universe. Just after the Greenland disappeared, more than a dozen thick beams of light swept across the location where the Greenland was just now. Have you calculated the data just now? Xiang Qian asked the scientists who were studying the data. It has been calculated, and simulations are being conducted to estimate its physical strength. But it would be even better if we could get its body parts. A scientist said. We talk about this later. It seems very difficult at the moment. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. He didn't want to continue to provoke Reglos. Didn't he see that it attacked Greenland in an instant after being attacked? This shows that it is not stupid, but it knows very well who is attacking it. The reason why Greenland escaped from Reglos twice was not because of its advanced technology, but because of the other party's carelessness. It didn't take the Greenland seriously at all. If it chose Xiang Qian to provoke it again, it would be courting death. A single bee civilization that could fight against the Evolver civilization was not something a small Wanderer civilization race flagship could fight against. When the Greenland arrived at the location of the super electromagnetic railgun and exited the curvature navigation, it just received a message from the forward that the Reglos was rushing towards here quickly. Sure enough, at this time, the speed of the Reglos had reached about 10 times the speed of light, but its 10 times the speed of light flight was not curvature flight, nor was it gravity-assisted flight. Instead, it was a bit like a space-type superluminal flight mode. Link the super electromagnetic railgun, calculate the trajectory immediately, and fire again. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, given the speed of Regtros, it would be too late to dismantle the super electromagnetic railgun immediately, and this device is not high-tech, so it doesn't matter if it is lost. So at this time, instead of dismantling the super electromagnetic railgun, it is better to attack Regtros, and it is good to cause more damage to it. Although seeing the current state of Regtros, Xiang Qian does not think that the super electromagnetic railgun, which looks very powerful, can cause much damage to it. Otherwise, if the blow had hurt Regtros, it would not have rushed over like crazy now, but would have run away quickly. Seeing that Regtros could still jump and rush over here at 10 times the speed of light, we can know that the blow just now seemed to have caused great damage to it, but in fact, for it, it was just like a cut on a human finger. Soon, the super electromagnetic railgun launched another attack, and this time the firing speed was even faster than the last time, 0.003 times the speed of light. Can you calculate the route the bullet took after it penetrated the body last time? Xiang Qian suddenly asked after the incident. It can be calculated, and it can be used as the speed of the bullet we scanned, and its current position can also be calculated. A scientist said confidently. Well, calculate the position and route of the bullet immediately, and at the same time calculate the trajectory of the tissue parts that were ejected after the bullet penetrated its entire body. We can collect its body tissue later. Xiang Qian nodded. Scientists are not fools. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, they all know what he means. They immediately start to calculate the location of the fragments of Reglo's body tissues in front of the computer. Xiang Qian coldly looked at the Reglos rushing towards here on the screen. If it didn't leave, there would be no way to get its body tissues. But now, humans can study the genetic structure of the single-body alien beast civilization. A few hours passed quickly, and the projectile was about to attack the range covered by Reglo's radiation, but at this time, the detector showed that the speed of the projectile was actually slowing down rapidly. 0.77 times the speed of light, 0.72 times the speed of light, 0.65 times the speed of light, 0.3 times the speed of light, 0.05 times the speed of light. In the end, the speed of the projectile actually became a snail's pace, and then was bounced away by the magnetic field emitted by the radiation. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian and all the scientists were speechless, especially the scientists. They couldn't figure out what exactly caused a degenerate matter projectile with a speed of 0.77 times the speed of light to slow down to the point where it could be bounced away by the magnetic field of radiation. If this hadn't happened in front of them, they would have thought it was a fantasy. You know, deceleration is much more difficult than acceleration, and the kinetic energy of the degenerate matter projectile at that time was so huge, and according to the mass energy formula, the mass of the projectile at 0.77 times the speed of light is definitely not less than the Earth. But the facts in front of us told everyone that even such a huge kinetic energy was offset. And how it was offset, scientists have no idea yet. Xiang Qian exhaled and said, Shinkong, notify Li Cheng to leave immediately. Okay, boss. Calculate how long it will take for the other party to reach us. The Greenland must leave when it is at least 200 billion kilometers away from us, Xiang Qian said to the scientists. At this time, he finally saw the power of the single-body alien beast civilization. Reglos is worthy of being a super-strong alien beast with the title of destruction. For example, intercepting the super electromagnetic railgun projectile is something that humans cannot do even if they try their best. But looking at Reglos, it seems that this is a very normal thing. This can explain why it didn't take Greenland seriously when it entered its field of vision twice at the beginning. That is, Greenland didn't take it seriously at all. Maybe the attack on Greenland was more of a playful nature than hostility. Complete calculations. According to the safety distance of 200 billion kilometers, we have to leave here in 1 hour and 40 minutes. Well, then we will set off in 1 hour and 40 minutes, and our goal is to locate the location where it ejected its body tissue. When Regtros was furious and ready to tear the bug in front of him to pieces, the bug disappeared again. Suddenly, Regtros's dozen tentacles began to burst out with energy attacks. If Xiang Qian saw this scene, he would probably think it was very wise. Because at the end, Regtros's dozen tentacles merged together, and the huge energy bomb attack sent out actually had the tendency of energy materialization. And this energy bomb actually flew over a distance of 200 billion kilometers at superluminal speed and directly hit the super electromagnetic railgun left by Xiang Qian in the void. When the light faded, the tens of thousands of kilometers long super electromagnetic railgun was left with only a little residue after being vaporized by high energy. When Reglos went berserk, the Greenland was still sailing in curvature, so it did not see this amazing scene. When the Greenland appeared again, it had reached the location that the computer gave the estimated arrival of the Reglos organization. Sure enough, after turning on the scanning equipment, the organization parts with the largest size of more than 10 kilometers and the smallest size of tens of meters were quickly found. Xiang Qian ordered to capture these body parts immediately. As a result, when capturing these parts of Reglos' body, the video of the destruction of the super electromagnetic railgun sent by the forward also shocked Xiang Qian. Fortunately, he definitely left a safe distance of 200 billion kilometers. If Reglos got closer, it would be terrible. An hour later, all the body parts that the Greenland could find were salvaged and classified, and the huge internal body parts were destroyed by Xiang Qian's order. This thing is not something that anyone can study like a super electromagnetic railgun. The internal tissue of Reglos is a priceless treasure for life science and biotechnology. How could it be left to others? On the way back to Earth, scientists couldn't wait to study the life composition of Reglos. Although many people are not professional biological experts, with the help of instruments and equipment, many data can still be understood by everyone. However, the results of the analysis surprised everyone, because the essence of Reglos' life was different from that of humans and any species known to humans. The machine determined that Reglos was a life form composed of multiple light elements. In simple terms, it was a life form composed of light elements, such as hydrogen-based life or nitrogen-based life. Chapter 230. Xiang Qian was also shocked after hearing the news. This was the first time that humans found a life form that was carbon-based. No one knew the life form of the Leland tribe at that time, because after the Leland tribe parasitized humans, they also became carbon-based life. As for whether the main body of the Leland tribe was carbon-based life, no one knew. Since we know its life form, can we study its genes to deal with its genetic virus? Xiang Qian thought of this question immediately. At present, all the means of attack of human beings have no effect on Reglos, which means that human beings have no way to deal with it. Now that we have obtained the internal tissue structure of Reglos, if we can research a genetic virus specifically targeting it, then things will be easy. Energy attack does not work, and the defense of physical attack is too strong, but Xiang Qian does not believe that it can defend against genetic attacks. This is hard to say. I am not a biological expert. These civilizations will return to Earth and let the Green Star civilization study them. After all, they are the experts. The scientist said awkwardly. Okay, I understand. Xiang Qian nodded and said. After the Greenland returned to Earth, Xiang Qian immediately organized the Green Star Civilization team of scientists and the Life Sciences Academy led by Lung Ning to work together to crack the genes of Reglos. Originally, Xiang Qian wanted to say a few polite words to the Green Star Civilization team of scientists and propose some incentive measures to speed up the cracking process. But he never thought that after these scientists heard him say that there were tissue samples from new forms of life for them to study, they didn't even wait for him to finish and started clamoring to conduct research immediately. Faced with such a group of passionate free labor scientists, Xiang Qian did not say anything and directly brought them to the laboratory, and then he became an idler. No one paid any attention to him. Even Lung Ning told him that he would not go home at night. Well, there was no point in talking to a group of scientists who were almost crazy. Xiang Qian curled his lips and left the laboratory, ready to come back tomorrow. At noon the next day, Xiang Qian finished his official business, had lunch, and came to the laboratory again. As a result, at this time when it was supposed to be lunchtime, there were not much fewer people in the laboratory than when he left yesterday afternoon. "Wife, have you eaten?" Xiang Qian came to Lung Ning and said to Lung Ning, who was operating the computer. "You just drank the nutrient solution, so you don't need to eat." Lung Ning glanced at Xiang Qian and continued to study the things on the computer. "Have you studied the genetic virus?" Xiang Qian asked speechlessly. "Not so fast. This new life structure subverts many theories of our known biological disciplines. Before we understand this new life form, we can't study the genetic virus against it." "What's the difference? Explain it to me." "Although I've always heard about carbon-based life, silicon-based life, and now there's a light element aggregation life, I still don't know the difference between these lives, especially why humans are called carbon-based life." Xiang Qian stood in front of Lung Ning, preventing her from looking at the screen. Lung Ning rolled her eyes at Xiang Qian, stopped helplessly, and said to Xiang Qian, "The difference in life forms is mainly due to the different basic elements that make up life. Just like humans are called carbon-based life, it's because the organs and tissues of the human body are all made up of carbon." "Wait, according to what you said, the basic elements that organize life are what kind of life it belongs to. Then why haven't I heard of iron-based life, copper-based life, and other life forms? But I have heard of silicon-based life many times, and it is basically in science fiction novels. Does it mean that other elements cannot form life, or there are other reasons?" Xiang Qian interrupted Lung Ning and asked. "Don't interrupt, listen to me. I can't say that the iron-based life you mentioned doesn't exist in the universe, but according to the current human theory, it is really impossible for iron-based life to exist. Although there are many elements in the periodic table, organic life usually only contains 5 or 6 of them in large quantities, and one of the main elements that organic life contains in large quantities is carbon. Carbon is the main component of sugars, proteins, fats, DNA, muscle tissue, and almost everything in your body. Without carbon, humans would not exist, which is why humans are called carbon-based life. Carbon is so special because it is the electronic configuration of a single atom, with electrons distributed in concentric shells around a central nucleus. Carbon atoms have 4 outermost electrons. The most stable atom has 8 electrons, which means that each carbon atom can form 4 bonds with the surrounding atoms. Although carbon is not the only element that can form 4 bonds, atoms with 4 outer electrons such as silicon, tin, and lead also have this property. The special thing about carbon is that it can form a double bond with 1 more electron than other atoms, which is why silicon-based life only exists in science fiction works, while humans actually exist. As Lung Ning said this, he displayed carbon atoms and silicon atoms on the screen, which made it easier for Xiang Qian to understand. But with the current human technology, there should be no problem in forming silicon-silicon double bonds. So does that mean that humans can create silicon-based life? Xiang Qian thought about the current level of development of human basic material technology, and there should be no problem in forming stable silicon-silicon double bonds. What is synthesized is material, not life substance. Only life formed by substances that evolve naturally in nature can be considered complete life. What humans create is called a robot, not life. And what you said is also wrong. You have never thought about why carbon has this double bond characteristic, but silicon does not. I tell you, it is because of volume. Carbon atoms have 4 outermost electrons, which is the smallest number of electrons, which means that the electrons distributed in the upper and lower orbits are close enough to overlap and form a second bond. However, silicon has more electron orbits, the entire atom is larger, and it is almost impossible for the outer orbits to be close enough to form a double bond. That's why carbon dioxide is a small gas molecule composed of 2 carbon-oxygen double bonds, while silicon dioxide is a huge substance composed of many alternating silicon and oxygen atoms, commonly known as sand. So if you think about the volume of life composed of countless silicon elements, you can understand why nature chose carbon instead of silicon to form life. Lung Ning said that he would ignore Xiang Qian's days and continue to work on the screen. No wonder those transformers are so big. It turns out that they don't want to become smaller, but the size of silicon atoms is too big. I learned something new. Xiang Qian finished muttering, and decided not to bother himself here. Anyway, humans can't research any genetic viruses at present, so don't count on this matter, or think of other ways. Xiang Qian did not return to the Earth Federation headquarters, but came to the Academy of Sciences to see if the data he brought back this time would be of any help, and at the same time hold another meeting to discuss solutions. How did you study the data I brought back yesterday? Have you come up with any solutions? In the first sentence of the meeting, Xiang Qian directly asked the core question. According to the data, we can be sure that the super electromagnetic railgun did some damage to it. But we don't know how much. According to data analysis, the radiation data changed significantly before and after it was hit. Although the change was not large, the radiation data decreased significantly. However, as for the second interception of the super electromagnetic railgun, we don't know the principle at all, and there is no way to crack it. But because it has interception means, we can only give up long-range attacks in the future. So I think that the next means of attack should be studied in the energy aspect. The speed of electromagnetic weapons will always be a flaw. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, a weapons researcher stood up and said, but although he said a lot, it was all nonsense, and only the last sentence was somewhat useful. What about energy attack weapons? Xiang Qian continued to ask. The energy weapons we are currently researching, whether particle weapons, ray weapons, etc., are all composed of positive matter particles. And the monster is also composed of a large amount of positive matter, similar to the inside of the sun. Since positive matter has little effect on it, can we try other substances other than positive matter? For example, negative matter, antimatter, dark matter. Energy attacks composed of such matter particles may have unexpected effects on it. The scientist who had dismantled Old Manly last time said again. As a result, Old Manly immediately fought back and said, haha, negative matter, antimatter, dark matter, it's easy to say. Antimatter has only appeared in particle colliders, and the time of appearance is still calculated in microseconds. Even if it is captured by a super strong magnetic field, it is only a few tenths of a second, not to mention how to make weapons. Not to mention dark matter, you find it for me to open my eyes. Negative matter is easy to say, there are many negative matter such as negative electrons, but these negative matter basically will not separate from atomic ions to form a single group. Then tell me how to make weapons out of these three substances. Don't tell me to extract a few tons of antimatter and make bombs directly. Even if these three substances cannot be used to make weapons at present, I think as long as the energy level is high enough, even ordinary laser weapons can cause damage to the monster. Yes, the energy level is high enough, then you raise the energy level of the laser weapon to the level of a supernova explosion, and it will definitely kill the monster. If the super strong magnetic field... Wait, stop talking. Xiang Qian seemed to have a flash of inspiration in his mind. Teacher, what did you say just now? Nothing, I was just kidding. Old Manly said awkwardly. He also knew that it was not good to argue in such a meeting, so he blushed rarely. No, teacher, I don't mean to blame you. What did you say just now? Can't you blow up the monster? Xiang Qian finished speaking with a frown. He actually thought of something just now, but he didn't grasp it. That aura was related to what Old Manly said, so he wanted Old Manly to say it again. I said antimatter, negative matter. Old Manly saw Xiang Qian's serious expression, and knew that Xiang Qian was not kidding him. Although he didn't know what Xiang Qian was going to do, he was still ready to repeat what he said, but he was interrupted by Xiang Qian just as he started. Teacher, it's not this part, it's the part you said later. I said that if the energy level of the laser weapon is raised to the level of a supernova explosion, it will definitely kill the monster. Xiang Qian finally caught the flash of inspiration after listening to it. That's right, it was a supernova explosion. If a supernova explodes, and the monster is right next to the supernova that is about to explode, do you think the monster will die? Xiang Qian asked excitedly. The many scientists below were stunned for a moment. Although this possibility is basically impossible, it is really possible to directly blow the monster to death from a theoretical point of view. If a supernova explodes, it should cause great trauma to the monster. As for whether it can be killed, it is hard to say. Because the monster's interior is similar to that of a star, it is much more resistant to radiation after a supernova explosion, so this is a problem we need to pay attention to. However, as long as we have data on its resistance to radiation and energy attacks, we can calculate the upper limit of the energy level it can withstand. A scientist said cautiously. I see. I understand. Starry Sky, take out the data from the last time the Green Star Civilization detonated a giant star explosion, and you can study the energy level of this giant star explosion later. The meeting is adjourned. Xiang Qian left after he finished speaking. His idea was very simple. Since humans could not create weapons of such a powerful energy level, they would rely on the power of the universe to deal with Reglos. That's right, Xiang Qian wanted to detonate the giant star again and create a supernova explosion. Soon, Xiang Qian rushed to the research center of Green Star Civilization and found the dean of the Academy of Sciences of Green Star Civilization to explain his intentions. He wanted Green Star Civilization to create a plant weapon that could detonate a giant star, and the effect must be better than the last time, and the power after detonation must be stronger than the last time. Faced with Xiang Qian's request, the Green Star Civilization immediately organized personnel to conduct scientific research. They had not studied the plant weapon that could detonate giant stars for a long time. Unexpectedly, Xiang Qian now asked them to continue researching the weapon that would hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt themselves by 800, so they could only start temporarily. Fortunately, the current Green Star Civilization is not the previous Level 3 initial civilization. With the current Green Star Civilization's technological reserves, it is much easier to create more powerful plant weapons than before. So after Xiang Qian made the request, in less than 3 days, the supernova explosion seeds made by the Green Star Civilization's most advanced technology were developed. According to calculations, the detonation power of this giant star is definitely more than 100 times that of the last time. After getting the seeds, the remaining thing is to know how strong Reglos' defense against energy attacks is. For this reason, Xiang Qian specially asked Li Cheng to take 3 million people and drive the forward to collect data. Only the energy insulation properties of special rare metals can defend against Reglos' powerful energy attacks. Chapter 231. In the silent and empty universe, a spherical creature emitting endless light, and with more than a dozen tentacles that are more than 100,000 kilometers long is advancing rapidly. Reglos has been unhappy these days. He was inexplicably picked by a small race and injured himself. Although this injury is nothing to him, it is embarrassing. For a small race like the Wanderer Civilization, to put it bluntly, it can kill two with one slap. So when the Greenland first appeared, it didn't take it seriously at all. It was just to kill time and play with it for a while. It didn't expect that this small race actually launched something smaller than a meteorite and injured itself. The most annoying thing is that when it was about to destroy this small race, it actually let them run away. Or watched them run away, almost pissed it off to death. In the next few days, Reglos wandered around in the void of the universe, hoping to encounter the Greenland again, but after a few days, let alone the Greenland, he didn't even see a meteorite. In the absence of any other choice, Reglos could only remember this grudge and continue to go to the star system a few light years away according to the original plan. It's just right to go to that star system to replenish some power. It is estimated that with the energy replenishment of hundreds of stars, it can evolve. When it can fly faster, it will go to seek revenge on that small race. Thinking of evolution, Reglos felt a little better, and even the speed of advancement increased a lot. Of course, this speed is relative. With its large body, if it does not use the race weapons obtained in the Hall of Civilization Races, it can't fly at a speed of 10 times the speed of light. Normally, it would not use racial weapons, because that would consume too much energy. Although it has a lot of energy, if it wastes it like that, it will be much slower to evolve next time. So it would rather fly slowly in the universe than use racial weapons to fly faster than light. A few days later, Reglos suddenly discovered that another little thing had entered its territory. Buzz, when Reglos saw the forward satellite fortress, its body instantly emitted endless light. It had recognized that this little thing belonged to the race that attacked it last time. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, more than a dozen rays of light were emitted from the tentacles. At the same time, Reglos also used another racial weapon to directly fix the space within the range of its radiation, so that the forward could only stay there as a target. Within the range of Reglos' radiation, under the intervention of racial weapons, the limit of light speed was cancelled. At a distance of more than 140 billion kilometers, those dozen attacks, in less than 10 minutes, all hit the surface of the forward satellite fortress accurately. However, after being hit by more than a dozen attacks, the forward was not hurt at all. Seeing this, Reglos was angry. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that the little thing standing there was laughing at him. Suddenly, more than a dozen tentacles began to merge, a huge light appeared, and then an energy bomb was fired. Buzz, when this energy bomb hit the forward, the surrounding space was rippled. However, when the light disappeared, The forward's appearance had no other scars except that the color became a little lighter. Now Regtros was dumbfounded. The attack just now was really its full-strength attack. If even such an attack could not blow up this little thing, it would really have no other way. In fact, Regtros did not know that while it was surprised, Li Cheng was almost scared silly. With these two attacks, the genetic nuclear power in the bodies of 3 million people inside the forward was almost exhausted. Li Cheng could only risk letting 1.5 million people withdraw from the fusion and immediately replenish the genetic nuclear power fluid. Fortunately, Regtros did not launch an attack before the 1.5 million people replenished their genetic nuclear power, otherwise the advance would have to be abandoned. Although the special rare metal is powerful, ordinary attacks may not require the driver's genetic nuclear power to block the energy attack with its powerful specialness. However, facing Regtros' full-strength attack, if there is not enough genetic nuclear power, even special rare metals may be melted. You must know that Regtros' ordinary attack is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a fortress cannon. The energy level of the attack just now, which gathered more than a dozen tentacles, has definitely reached the level of a 4th-level civilization. This is the forward. If it was Xiang Qian's star, it would definitely be blown up. Even if it was the Greenland race flagship, facing an attack like that, it could only block it a few times at most. Once the energy reserves were exhausted, it would be waiting to die. However, after the personnel inside the forward replenished the genetic nuclear power fluid, the forward's ability was restored to full value again. Even if there was another such attack, it could still withstand it. Sure enough, after being stunned for a long time, Reglos launched the strongest attack again. But unfortunately, it missed the best time, so in its view, the Fram was basically immune to all its attacks, which made Regtros feel afraid for the first time. Yes, it was afraid. Although Regtros was so big, its attack was only energy attack. Otherwise, with its size, it would be enough to crush the Frem satellite fortress, not to mention anything else. Then Regtros stopped attacking. What's the point of attacking without effect? It also felt bad for wasting energy. But at this time, Regtros did not attack, but the Frem started to attack instead. The fortress cannon fired one after another, regardless of whether it was effective or not, just attack first. Regtros saw the Frem attack, but did not take it seriously, to put it bluntly. The 3rd-level civilization did not have the ability to kill it, so it let the Fram attack hit it. Originally, Regtros was thinking about whether to release the Fram, because it was a waste of energy to keep it fixed. But after the forward attacked it, it changed its mind. It was not that it wanted revenge, but the energy attack of the forward was a tonic for it, and a tonic of extremely high quality. The energy attack emitted by the genetic nuclear force weapon, using the genetic nuclear force, was a supreme delicacy for Reglos. Compared with the laser launch device produced by science and technology, this energy attack converted by the genetic nuclear force was simply too much for Reglos' appetite. So it wasted energy and wanted to keep the forward and let the forward attack it. So the next day, whenever the forward stopped attacking, Reglos started to attack the forward, forcing the forward to remain in the attacking state. Chapter 232. While the forward was fighting with Regtros, a group of scientists on Earth were analyzing the data sent back by the forward. Even Xiang Qian stayed in the laboratory, waiting for the test results. Many scientists also analyzed the data day and night. After all, every second is precious now. Every second is obtained by the personnel inside the forward consuming the genetic nuclear power fluid. When it is obtained in this way, it is not allowed to be wasted. Hasn't the calculation been completed yet? Xiang Qian asked Shinkong. No, more than 90% of the data has been analyzed, and the simulation modeling is about to be completed. Once the simulation modeling is completed, the next experiment will not need so much data support. Shinkong answered immediately. Xiang Qian nodded, and did not urge the scientists. Then he watched the confrontation between the forward and Reglos again. It would be better to say that it was a unilateral attack by the forward. At this time, everyone has figured out that any energy attack is to replenish energy for Reglos, which is no different from hitting a dog with a meat bun. However, scientists still need a large amount of data support, so the attack of the forward cannot stop. 3 hours later, good news finally came. Scientists have collected the data of Reglos and completed the simulation modeling. The forward no longer needs to attack Reglos. After receiving this news, Xiang Qian immediately asked Shinkong to send a message to Li Cheng, telling him not to attack. The forward's attack for more than a day consumed a lot of genetic nuclear power fluid, and Xiang Qian felt distressed when he heard those numbers. But maybe it was because he was used to being poor in his previous life. Xiang Qian might not care much about other things, but he was very strict about the management of the genetic nuclear power fluid. This also led to the fact that after reaching the Large Magellanic Cloud, humans basically did not consume the life genetic nuclear power fluid, and all production and construction were completed by Industrial Foundation. The evolvers were only responsible for the processing of some core components, and ordinary equipment did not need them to do anything. In this way, in nearly 30 years, no one except Xiang Qian knew how much genetic nuclear power humans had stored. The extraction and management of the entire gene nuclear power liquid are all done through the starry sky, and other people can't get involved at all. When Li Cheng left this time, he was shocked to see the gene nuclear power liquid that Xiang Qian gave him. That was the gene nuclear power liquid that filled half of the storage area of the Ford, enough for billions of bottles. This is also the reason why Li Cheng dared to fight with Reglos. With so much gene nuclear power liquid, the Ford is simply an indestructible fortress. All personnel are divided into 3 groups according to their numbers. The first group is from 0 to 1 million, the second group is from 1.01 million to 2 million, and the third group is from 2.01 million to 3 million. Now the first group has exited the fusion state and replenished the gene nuclear power liquid. At the same time, the frequency of attack gradually slowed down, and the interval between each attack increased by 0.2 seconds. After receiving the order to retreat, Li Cheng immediately issued an order. In this way, 6 hours later, the genetic nuclear power of all personnel in the Ford was replenished, and the attack time was extended from once every 10 seconds at the beginning to once every more than 1 minute at present. Stop attacking. After all personnel were ready, the Ford stopped attacking. Retros waited for a long time, but still did not wait for the Ford to attack, and launched the attack impatiently. But no matter how Retros attacked, even with his strongest attack, the Ford still didn't attack, which made him very worried. In the more than one day, he began to adjust the energy core in his body, but he didn't expect that the Ford would stop attacking before the adjustment was completed. Without these attacks, it couldn't absorb such high-purity energy, and the energy core couldn't be adjusted. Crazy Retros began to attack the Ford frantically, and several times he almost consumed all the genetic nuclear power of everyone. Fortunately, the strongest attack of Retros can't be used continuously, giving Li Cheng and the others a chance to catch their breath. Just like that, another day passed, and Retros' body shrank a little, and the energy emitted from its surface was not as intense as at the beginning. After a day of continuous attacks, the Ford just didn't react. No matter how you attack, it just won't fight back. Finally, Retros couldn't stand such consumption. If the Ford could still launch an attack, it would continue. But it has been a day, and the Ford is determined not to attack, which makes Reglos feel that something is wrong. Is there something wrong with you? Why don't you attack? Reglos asked. Li Cheng was also shocked after receiving this signal. He didn't expect that Reglos could speak the universal language of the universe and transmit the signal to the Ford without any equipment. But the question asked by Reglos made people feel helpless. What is the problem? Even if there is a problem, he can't tell you it's okay. Li Cheng did not reply, and ordered everyone to be silent. Are you dead or not? If you are not dead, continue to attack. Retros saw that the Ford did not respond, and continued to ask. It felt that there were still many living creatures in the Ford, but for some reason, they stayed there motionless. Li Cheng received another communication from Retros, and suddenly had an idea, and replied in the form of a broadcast. We are not dead, but we have no energy, and cannot continue to attack. No energy. That's right, after such a long attack, and you are so small, it's normal to have no energy. But it doesn't matter, I have energy, I will give you whatever energy you need, and then you continue to attack. After hearing this, Reglos was stunned for a moment, but it immediately reacted. It's easy to say that it has no energy. It has nothing else, but too much energy to use up. Li Cheng was really speechless this time. This is a brain-dead man, and there must be water in his brain. No, the other party's brain is obviously burned out. Providing energy to the enemy, and then letting the enemy attack directly, isn't this a disease? Haven't you eaten too many brain-dead movies? Your energy is useless. We use other energy. Li Cheng continued to fool. Ah. What can I do? Do you have any way to restore energy? I will find you what you need, as long as you promise to continue attacking me after restoring energy. If you agree, then Retros will forgive your previous offense, and will protect you in the future. Reglos used his not-so-good brain to think that it had given up its moral integrity for energy. This time, Li Cheng was completely confused. He couldn't stand it anymore. That thing is only on our home planet. You can't find it. I sent a message to the home planet to see if it can send some energy over. Okay, You ask them to come over quickly. If they're slow, I can take you back. Li Cheng immediately reported the situation here to Xiang Qian, and then began to chat with Reglos. As a result, Xiang Qian was a little slow to react after receiving Li Cheng's communication. Shinkong, call a meeting of psychoanalysts and staff members immediately, hurry up. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong soon. He felt this was an opportunity. In less than 20 minutes, all the experts arrived at the conference room. Xiang Qian first handed over the conversation between Li Cheng and Reglos to everyone and asked them to analyze it. At the same time, he also showed them the research report of the Academy of Sciences, so that they could understand what kind of creature Reglos was. Commander, I think this is an opportunity. We were originally planning to use the Greenland race flagship to bring it to the star system, where we are ambushing. Now we don't need to use the Greenland, just let General Li lead it there. It just so happens that their current location is 2.3 light years away from the star system. With their flying speed, we have enough time to set up a trap. The reason is that if the energy needed by the forward is in that star system, the other party will definitely be fooled. A staff officer said excitedly after reading the information. Well, this is good. Xiang Qian nodded after listening, and then asked Shinkong to notify Li Cheng to trick Reglos first. Chapter 233. Following Xiang Qian's order, Li Cheng was easy to deal with. After a little trickery, Reglos took the forward to fly to the star system. The forward didn't even need to move, and was directly taken by Reglos. On the Earth side, the supernova bomb seeds newly cultivated by the Green Star civilization have been loaded on the Greenland race flagship and quickly sent to the star system, and then the seeds were buried in the giant star. However, the only pity is that the life planet inside this star system, which was originally prepared to be transported, is now out of the question. The power of a supernova explosion will directly turn that planet into a dead planet. The plants and animals on that planet will be killed by the radiation of the supernova explosion. It will probably take tens of millions of years for new life to emerge. The consequence of this is that the planet transport plan is completely shelved. However, if one has to choose between the survival of mankind and scientific progress, everyone will choose the survival of the race without hesitation. Only by living can technology continue to develop. If people die, everything will be gone. Chief, I think we humans can live in peace with that creature. Although in your opinion, this huge creature is a great threat to humans, in my opinion, its mental state is completely that of an ignorant child, and it can be guided and used by humans. And we can also sign a civilized race contract with it, so that it can't hurt humans, and humans will also get a huge boost, and our survival ability will at least double. A psychologist said after Xiang Qian issued the order. Oh, tell me what you think. Xiang Qian asked curiously. That's right. According to scientists' speculation, it needs energy very much. And it seems that the energy from our attack has the greatest effect on it, so it has the current behavior. As long as there is a demand, it's easy to say. With our human power, we can fully meet its energy needs. We can send hundreds of thousands, or even millions of warships to attack it. At the same time, its psychological age is actually very immature, at most equivalent to our human teens, and such a psychological age is completely feasible to be shaped. Its previous behavior was like a child with a gun. It would just grab whatever it wanted, but now its gun is useless to the Fram. So it thought of other ways, hoping that we would continue to provide energy to it. And from its behavior, it is not a very evil creature. Its subjective will is completely based on energy as the first goal. Even if we attacked it before, it forgave us without hesitation for energy. This means that it knows about equal exchange, rather than just robbing and plundering, which provides a basis for cooperation. So I think we can communicate with it, and try to sign a civilized race contract with it. As long as we can ensure the supply of energy, this powerful creature will be our biggest trump card and the most powerful weapon. After listening, Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said, your assumption is feasible in theory, but the basis of equal trade is that the strength of both parties cannot be too different. Just like you said, it is like a child with a gun, it will just rob whatever it wants. We are children without guns, and we cannot resist the threat of guns. In this case, if we sign a civilization race contract with it. Also, even if we sign a civilization race contract, we humans do not have enough power to suppress it. It is not a green star civilization, and it will not honestly take it to the interior of the star system for research. In fact, there is no need for us to suppress it, nor is there any need to keep it in the star system. As long as it can rush back when humans are in danger, it will be fine. At other times, it can be allowed to move freely, there is no need to restrain it. If you really want to control it, then trick it into signing a civilized race contract, and use the contract to control it directly. Xiangqian frowned. He knew the power of the civilized race contract, but he would never use this method to control this monster. It was too dangerous. Do you have any other plans? I think we need to know why it is so eager for the energy attack of the Ford. The Greenland also attacked it before. Why didn't it have such a reaction? A staff officer said. Yes, Shinkong. Send a message to Li Cheng immediately and ask him to find out why Rectros needs energy attack so much. Xiangqian nodded. The next step is to wait for news. After Xiangqian saw that these experts had no opinions, he announced the adjournment of the meeting and returned to his office. In fact, he is also thinking about the possibility of signing a civilization race contract with Rectros, but after thinking about it, he can't think of a way to control it without a civilization race contract. It is not necessary to completely control it, as long as it can be guided. But at present, it seems that there is no way to contain Reglos except for the attack of the Ford. At this time, Reglos took the Ford and rushed to the star system quickly. On the way, Li Cheng and Reglos had a pleasant chat. Under Li Cheng's guidance, Reglos basically told all the information of his 8 generations of ancestors. By the way, Reglos, what do you usually eat? Why do you need me to attack you? Li Cheng asked immediately after receiving the message. He was not afraid that such a direct question would scare Reglos, because the question he asked just now was more direct than this one. If you are not more direct, Reglos will not understand the meaning of your words at all, and it is useless to ask. Stars, there is energy in stars that I like to eat, and that energy can make me grow up quickly. But that energy is still a little worse than your attack. After absorbing your attack, my evolution speed is much faster. But your energy attack is too small, I can't even eat it. Regtros said, very depressed, complaining in his tone that Li Cheng's attack was not given, even its tentacles drooped. Li Cheng almost choked to death. After a day of continuous attack, he still said that the attack was not strong enough. Can we play together properly? However, what Regtros said was equivalent to telling Li Cheng that the attack from the Ford could make it evolve quickly. If, no matter what kind of life it is, evolution is the first goal engraved deep in genes and instincts. How about this, I give you energy, and you sign a civilized race contract with us? Li Cheng asked. Civilized race contract? Are you talking about the power of the stick that appeared in my body? After signing the contract, can you feed me? Regtros was stunned and asked. Well, how much energy do you need to feed me? How many days of continuous attacks like the one I did the day before yesterday? Li Cheng asked speechlessly. Let me think. Maybe tens of thousands of days. I need to keep giving myself energy so that I can eat enough. Regtros thought for a long time, and said a number that made Li Cheng bleed. Tens of thousands of days. What a joke. The attack and digestion of the gene nuclear force, liquid the day before yesterday alone consumed nearly a quarter of the stock. If the attack continued for tens of thousands of days, not to mention whether humans could bear it, even the consumption of gene nuclear force liquid was unbearable for humans. This time, Xiangqian gave him hundreds of millions of bottles of gene nuclear force liquid, which was probably the wealth accumulated by the Earth over the years. Even if there was still some on Earth, there wouldn't be much. After all, this thing is not cabbage, and the evolutionary beast is not a mouse, which can give birth to a litter in a lifetime. Humans cannot catch them endlessly, otherwise even if there are more evolutionary beasts, they will not be enough for human consumption. In recent years, the number of evolutionary beasts has been strictly controlled. Only when the number of evolutionary beasts on the Earth reaches a certain level can a certain number of evolutionary beasts be captured to extract the gene nuclear power liquid. According to the appetite of Reglos, even if all the evolutionary beasts on the Earth are killed, it will not be enough for it to eat. I'm sorry, I can't satisfy your appetite. Even if I give you all the energy of our civilization, you still can't be full. I know you are too small. If you were bigger, it would be okay. If you were my size, I would definitely be full. What a pity. Can't you let me be full for once? That? Regatros, if you sign a civilization race contract with our civilization will give you energy, and try to let you eat enough. Of course, it is impossible to be full. Really? Okay, let's sign a contract, and we go find delicious food every day. I know you have a lot of small spaceships, you can send all of them out to find delicious food, and then I go over to eat? This is a good idea. Regtros said happily. We can't send all the spaceships out, and if we kill many races, it will cause panic. Then we will face more than 1 or 2 enemies. At the same time, if you sign the civilization race contract, you will be a member of the Earth Federation. If you want to do something, we have to hold a meeting to discuss it. You can't do whatever you want. Li Cheng was speechless. He didn't know what to say. He could only explain it briefly, so that Reglos could understand. If he said it in a complicated way, it would not understand at all. That won't work. You all have to listen to me. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. After hearing this, Reglos immediately disagreed. That's impossible. We are allies, not your subordinates. We signed an equal civilized race contract. You can't order us, and of course we won't order you. Li Cheng explained. No, you are subordinates. My power is stronger than yours, so you have to listen to me. Problems between allies are not just about being strong. We have to do things reasonably, and why do you insist that we listen to you? I am strong, so you have to listen to me. This is what a civilization I met before said. I think it makes sense, so I decided to do it this way. If you don't agree, I will destroy you. Li Cheng didn't know if the civilization that told Reglos this bullshit still existed. If it existed, he would definitely beat them until they didn't recognize themselves. How can you teach a child like this? This is teaching a bandit. Li Cheng was so angry. If this hadn't happened, if he had met Reglos first, then maybe humans would have an extra super fighter now. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Facing such a situation, he had no other options. He could only report the truth to Xiang Qian. The only problem that followed was not something he could decide. Sure enough, after Li Cheng sent his conversation with Reglos back to Earth, Xiang Qian also gave up the idea of signing a civilization race contract and focused on studying how to deal with Reglos and try to get it done in one go. Based on the information about the supernova bomb seeds given by the Green Star civilization, combined with simulation modeling technology, and with the support of the huge computing power of supercomputers, an almost real simulation was conducted. In the end, Reglos was successfully killed. After seeing this result, Xiang Qian and many scientists breathed a sigh of relief. If the supernova explosion could not solve Reglos, then humans would really have to move. For the next period of time, the supercomputer would simulate once a day based on the new data provided by Li Cheng. The results were the same, ending with the death of Reglos. Half a month later, the Greenland successfully planted seeds on the giant star, and all preparations were completed. Xiang Qian notified Li Cheng that it could be accelerated. Chapter 234. More than half a month later, Li Cheng and Reglos arrived at the star system. The radiation range of Reglos directly surrounded the entire star system. At this time, the detector left on the life planet showed that the average temperature inside the planet had reached 92 degrees. At this time, looking at the life planet from outer space, the green continental plate has disappeared, and instead, there is an endless khaki and billowing smoke. Li Cheng, where are you going to replenish your energy? Is it because the person who sends you energy hasn't come yet? Reglos saw the empty star system, and asked curiously. They have already put the energy on the life planet, and left. I will go to the life planet to get it later. By the way, Reglos, I once again invite you to join the Earth Federation. I hope you can consider it. Li Cheng asked for the last time. After such a long time of getting along, Li Cheng actually no longer regarded Reglos as an alien life. In fact, the simple Reglos is better than many humans in some aspects. It's just that its power is too strong, and humans have no way to control it, otherwise Li Cheng would definitely persuade Xiang Qian to give up the attack. No, unless you all listen to me, and go find energy for me. Reglos still disagreed. In his opinion, joining the Earth Federation is too troublesome. The most important thing is that there is not enough food. If humans can meet its needs, it doesn't matter, but unfortunately humans don't have that strength. Okay, then you wait here, I go get energy. After Li Cheng finished speaking, he controlled the forward to fly to the life planet. Well, hurry up, I'm going to the star to eat something. After Reglos finished speaking, he began to move towards the star. The forward plunged into the deep sea of the life planet. There was an energy shield system and radiation shielding equipment that had been arranged on the seabed. The forward needed to resist the supernova explosion here. At this time, Reglos was moving towards the star, and on the way forward, he had to pass the giant star. Even with its size, it is like an ant in front of the giant star. As Reglos approaches the giant star, the magnetic fields of both sides begin to conflict violently. Although Reglos is large in size, it has no gravitational field, or its gravitational field is very small, which is not consistent with its size at all. However, its magnetic field is very strong, and the magnetic field strength is more than twice that of the giant star. Between Reglos and the giant star, an ionization belt of more than 100 million kilometers appears in space, and endless ions flash with colorful light, and a huge rainbow appears inside the entire star system. Qian, who was far away on Earth, gave the order to detonate at this time. At the core of the giant star, the huge seed with a diameter of more than 3,000 kilometers began to compress after receiving the signal. The compression technology of the Green Star civilization this time was many times stronger than the last time. The core of the seed had begun to crystallize, but it was not crushed by the huge gravity and was still compressing. At this time, the outside of the giant star began to change significantly, and the most obvious manifestation was the magnetic field strength. After the core of the giant star began to compress, the magnetic field strength of the giant star increased again and instantly reached the same strength as Reglos, and was still increasing rapidly. The change in the magnetic field of the giant star made Reglos very uncomfortable. It was like a very beautiful woman who was not beautiful before suddenly became beautiful next to her, stealing the limelight from the beautiful woman. Moreover, the other party's change was not over yet. As time went by, she became more and more beautiful, and soon overshadowed him. Reglos looked at the huge planet around him, and gave the giant star a blow in dissatisfaction. However, with the size of the giant star, even if Reglos's attack was very powerful, it was nothing to the giant star. Reglos was very depressed. He thought about it, and found that blowing up the giant star would not be of any benefit to him, and it would also waste energy. So after launching an attack, Reglos never took action again, but instead quickened his pace to leave here quickly. But it was too late at this time. The seeds in the core of the giant star finally couldn't withstand the huge gravity, and the strengthened cells couldn't withstand the pressure of gravity and disintegrated instantly. The gravity of the core of the giant star absorbed the outer layer of matter, and the inner layer of matter began to restore after losing the external force, and thus a violent conflict occurred. When the first atomic nucleus had a thermonuclear reaction, it was like igniting the explosives around it, and the core of the giant star instantly turned into a small sun. Reglos suddenly felt a sense of being pulled, and this feeling came from the giant planet around him. This feeling made Reglos, who was already very unhappy, immediately angry, and he attacked the giant star. But no matter how it attacked, the feeling of pulling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, in its feeling, this annoying giant planet, for some reason, felt like food. This made Reglos confused. He didn't have that feeling just now, so why did he suddenly have it now? Just as Reglos was thinking, the giant star shrank to its limit, and then, endless light burst out. At the moment when the giant star burst out, Reglos seemed to see a huge cream cake, and wanted to take a bite. Then it subconsciously began to absorb energy, and the result was that the energy was too much. So much that it was a little scared. I thought it was a cream cake, but I didn't expect that this cake was compressed and instantly expanded by billions, which directly stretched Reglos. Now even if it wants to shut up and stop eating, it can't shut up. This is just like humans drinking water from a tap and drinking water from a waterfall. You can shut up and stop drinking from the tap whenever you want, but under a waterfall, even if you don't want to drink water, you have to soak in the water until you can't hold your breath and continue to drink. Now facing the supernova explosion, Reglos has only one choice, that is to eat all the energy of the supernova explosion. Even if he can't eat it, he has to eat it. Even if he is full to death, he has to eat it. The power of the supernova explosion swept across the entire star system, and even the radiation range of Reglos was broken by the energy burst in an instant. The originally intact radiation range was shattered in an instant, and was torn into pieces like rags. The detection equipment left by humans in outer space was not destroyed, and Li Cheng could not observe the situation of Reglos. He didn't know whether it was destroyed by the power of the supernova explosion. If the supernova explosion can't destroy it, then things will be really difficult. At this time, not only Li Cheng was praying, but even Qian and many scientists far away on Earth were praying, hoping that the supernova explosion could destroy Reglos. I don't want food anymore. I won't be greedy anymore. Woohoo! Reglos was very miserable at this time. His originally plump body was now like a dried fruit, with only the core and skin left, and the flesh in the middle was shriveled. The body with a diameter of 15,000 kilometers now only has a core of 1,000 kilometers, and a shrunken appearance. From a distance, it looks like a deflated balloon floating in the universe. The visible light has also become very weak, and the light emitted is all gray. The flames on the surface have disappeared, and the radiation range has been directly reduced to 5 million kilometers, and the radiation value is also pitifully weak. The ugliest thing is the surface of Reglos, which has been riddled with holes by countless fragments of supernova explosions. It is an understatement to say that it is now a sieve. It is better to say that the appearance is similar to a mosquito net with several large holes. This was Li Cheng's first impression when he arrived in space. He felt a little sorry for the wound. For humans, such injuries would be like being tortured to death. When the advance entered the radiation range and was about to confirm the life or death of Reglos, Li Cheng suddenly received a communication. Li Cheng. Woo-woo. Save me, I don't want to die, I will never be greedy again. Woo-woo. After receiving this communication, Li Cheng's face was dark, and he was speechless. What are you doing? Li Cheng was stunned for a moment and asked. Woo. I don't know, I just attacked that huge planet a few times, and it turned into food. Then when I started eating, it became like this. Woo. I will never eat it again, save me. Woo. Regtros cried. Li Cheng was speechless after hearing this. He really didn't know what to say. There are also people who take the blame on themselves. It actually thinks that this planet was blown up by it. It is really awesome. How can I save you now? How long can you hold on? Li Cheng asked after a while. Put my core into the core of a planet, or let me become the core of a planet. I can't absorb energy now. Only the core is left. I don't want to die. Woohoo! Reglos said and cried again. Reglos, sign a civilization race contract with our civilization. When the time comes, our civilization will be responsible for helping you recover. Li Cheng said after thinking for a while. As long as you can save me, I promise you, as long as I don't die, I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. I don't want to die. Regtros lost his integrity again, in order to stay alive. Okay, you hold on first, I go find someone. Li Cheng was overjoyed after hearing this, and immediately contacted the Earth. As a result, after this news was sent to the Earth, the entire team of scientists was boiling. The living multi-element life form is really of great research value to human beings. And this life form is also a civilization, which means it can still evolve. This news is simply pie in the sky for human beings. Chapter 235. Xiang Qian didn't even think about it, and directly boarded the Greenland race flagship with the civilization race scepter and rushed to the star system. If you don't take advantage of such a big bargain, you are a fool. As long as the civilization race contract is written in more detail, Reglos will not escape the control of humans. Xiang Qian sent a message to Li Cheng on the way, telling him not to let Reglos die. As a result, when Xiang Qian arrived at the star system, he saw Reglos' miserable appearance and couldn't help but feel sad for him. The next thing was easy. Xiang Qian showed the civilization race contract, and without much discussion, Reglos agreed to sign the contract. This was because he met Xiang Qian. If it were any other race, Reglos' future would be imaginable. After signing the race contract, Greenland and Ford worked together to cut open the outside of Reglos and take out its core. According to Reglos, now it can only enter the star core to heal its wounds. The outside is useless, and it consumes energy. With its current energy reserves, it can't support its body recovery at all. So they had to abandon everything and let Xiang Qian take the core away. However, these external parts that were useless to Reglos were treasures to Xiang Qian. So after a few hours of delay, Xiang Qian and the evolvers inside the Ford worked together to create a huge net bag, used the net bag to put Reglos' external parts and core together, and then hurried back to Earth. Reglos, if you merge into the core of the planet, when you recover, will the planet be scrapped? On the way back, Xiang Qian asked. No, in fact, my body doesn't need to be the same as before. I have decided that the future evolution direction will not choose the largest size. I want to develop towards miniaturization, even if the energy stored is less. I accept it, Regtros said fiercely. It seems that this time it was hit hard. Regtros is so big that it was hit too hard in the supernova. If it was smaller, it might not need others to save it now. Then if you merge into the star core, will it cause any damage to the planet? Xiang Qian continued to ask. No, in fact, I can let the planet evolve with me, but I don't like that kind of body, it's too bulky. It's even bulkier than my previous body. After I recover, I want to miniaturize my body, Reglos emphasized. Okay, miniaturization, it's up to you, Xiang Qian said indifferently. He didn't care whether Reglos' body was big or small. Anyway, it was its evolutionary direction, and miniaturization would not be much worse than enlargement. Along the way, Xiang Qian chatted with Reglos in a casual way, which deepened his understanding of Reglos. At the same time, the image of the King of Destruction in his mind completely disappeared. After returning to Earth, Xiang Qian placed the core of Reglos on a planet with a special rare metal vein and let it fuse. It was not that Xiang Qian was doing any experiment, but now there are no ordinary planets in the entire star system except for those planets with special rare metal veins. and it was difficult to find a suitable planet in a short time, so after asking for Reglos's opinion, he placed it in the core of that planet. Soon a month passed, and Reglos fell into a deep sleep on that planet. This month was busy for humans. Due to Reglos's interference, the planet transport plan that was forced to stop was started again. However, the target this time was not a planet with life, but a planet with special rare metal veins. This planet is not as precious as a planet with life, so there is no need to consider so much when transporting it. As long as the planet can be transported back intact, it will be considered a success. The main goal is to test the current technology of mankind. While humans are busy, the Green Star civilization is also busy. The things Xiang Qian and his team brought back were occupied by human basic material scientists and Green Star civilization biologists, who analyzed them all day long. Not to mention, the Green Star civilization synthesized a pure energy giant cell through the body tissue of Reglos. Through testing, the energy that this cell can store is more than 100 times that of the current human energy battery of the same volume. There are also materials synthesized by cells, which can actually achieve a conversion rate of 99% of sunlight, which is almost zero loss conversion. The birth of these two major technologies, and some minor technologies, has greatly stimulated the research enthusiasm of scientists. Even though it has been a month now, a large group of scientists are still doing crazy research in the laboratory every day as they did at the beginning. Xiang Qian ignored those scientists and only asked Shinkong to monitor their physical data. Once their bodies began to weaken, then they would be directly pulled out of the laboratory and locked in the bedroom for forced rest. What Xiang Qian is worried about now is the problem of the starry sky. As the central brain of mankind, the computing resources of the starry sky are almost all occupied. And with the development of technology, more and more places need to be processed by the starry sky, which also leads to insufficient computing resources of the starry sky. Even if the new central host is made of level 4 scientific and technological materials, it cannot withstand the massive computing needs. So the more urgent thing at present is how to improve the computing performance of the supercomputer or develop a new generation of hosts. Shinkong, contact the research team led by Chu Tianqing to see if they have made any progress. Okay, boss. Soon, Chu Tianqing's image appeared on the big screen. After so many years, he still looked the same, except that his hair was a little neater, and nothing else had changed. Boss, you have something to ask me. Chu Tianqing asked directly. Well, I want to ask how your new supercomputer research is going. Xiang Qian didn't care about Chu Tianqing's directness. For Chu Tianqing, the top scientist in the Federation, a third-level scientific prophet, who has not yet married, you can say nothing to him, it is better to be direct. Because now his thoughts are almost the same as the judgment instructions of the computer, only yes and no. Currently progress is slow, the new architecture is not a problem, the hardware has reached its current peak, and it is difficult to design a new supercomputer before the hardware technology is upgraded. Chu Tianqing replied immediately. So, do you have any ideas about the new supercomputer? Whether it can be manufactured or not, you should have an idea. Xiang Qian frowned and said, I have several ideas, but they are all difficult to realize. The current hardware technology has reached the peak of the third-level civilization technology, and it is very difficult to break through. So we have an idea that we should not use the current mainstream computer technology, but use biological computer technology. Although the transportation speed of the biological brain cannot catch up with the current super quantum computer, the biological brain also has advantages that quantum computers do not have. That is, it is easy to add hardware. As long as there is enough space, the biological brain can increase computing power infinitely. So we have an idea, that is, to use the cloud technology model, so that each plant can become a terminal, and then set up a server in the center of a plant, and then set up a central host on the planet. In this way, if the computing power of all plants on the entire Earth is added together, even if the computing power of 50 super quantum computers is added together, it cannot catch up with the transportation speed of this biological computer. However, there are many problems that we cannot solve. For example, installing a biological brain terminal on each plant is too much work. Moreover, plants die and are reborn every day. It won't be long before the biological brain is wasted. Then, there is the problem of connecting all the plants on the Earth together. This problem cannot be solved either. Our initial idea was to connect the roots of all the plants together, and then set up a server within a certain range to aggregate the information through the server. But this idea is impossible. The roots of each plant are used to absorb nutrients. If the roots of two plants are entangled, the final result is the death of one plant. After we rejected the biological computer, we started to study chaos theory, but the root of chaos theory is uncertainty, which is allowed for computers. So after studying for a while, we started to study. Chu Tianqing talked about professional issues and immediately started to talk endlessly. But when Chu Tianqing's words reached Xiang Qian's ears, it was not the same thing. What Chu Tianqing saw as a difficult point and an unfinished task was just the same thing in his eyes. So when Chu Tianqing talked about the biological computer, his mind began to work, thinking whether the technology of the Green Star civilization could solve the problems Chu Tianqing mentioned. As for what Chu Tianqing said later, he didn't listen at all. Wait, don't say anything else. I want to know, if there is no problem with the hardware of the biological computer, when can you come up with the software? Xiang Qian interrupted Chu Tianqing and asked. There is no problem with the software at all. As long as the hardware problem can be solved, I can make the biological computer the next day. Chu Tianqing said confidently. Okay, I got it. You solve the software problem first, and I find a way to solve the hardware problem. Xiang Qian said and hung up the call. At this time, Xiang Qian also discovered a problem, that is, although the technology of many disciplines is complementary, neither side knows that the other side has that technology. It's no wonder that Xiang Qian discovered that there is no technical confidentiality between humans and Green Star civilization. This is written in the civilization race contract. But both parties put all their technologies online, and you can look at them at will. But the titles of the information on the Lost website are more and more impressive, just like the problem of plant root system connection that Chu Tianqing mentioned. He must have searched online, but he couldn't find the technology of plant root system connection. Why can't he find it? Of course, the search is incorrect. It's like you go to Baidu to search for something, and you want to find the technology of plant root system connection. Then all you find are technologies with keywords such as plant root system connection cannot be connected, and the harm of plant root system connection. If you can't find the information you want, then it's a miracle. Because the real name of plant root connection technology is multicell fusion nutrient uptake technology, which has a word related to the root system, but it is indeed root connection technology. So, the title party is killing people. Thinking that this project cannot be solved in a short time, let's talk about these problems later, and let the Green Star civilization help Chu Tianqing to develop the biological computer first. Chapter 236. On the huge three-dimensional projection, the surface of the Earth seemed to be covered with spider webs, with countless dense lines covering the entire Earth's expression, and each line was flashing with light. And as time went by, there were more and more such lines. Xiang Qian stood in front of the three-dimensional projection, looking at the Earth covered by lines, with an expectant light in his eyes. How long will it take for all the lines to be connected? Is there any problem? After a while, Xiang Qian asked. It will take about 15 minutes. Currently, the biological terminal connection has reached 99.72%. The biological main brain cluster is running well, and no problems have been found. The Green Star civilization scientist next to Xiang Qian answered. Xiang Qian nodded after listening. Now that the biological main brain has no problems, the super-biological computer that uses all the plants on the Earth as terminals and gathers the computing power of all the plants on the Earth is basically completed. The plan submitted by Chu Tianqing half a year ago has fully realized Chu Tianqing's original idea with the help of Green Star civilization biotechnology. Moreover, the actual data is much stronger than the data originally estimated. This is because Chu Tianqing did not understand the development of biotechnology, so he made a wrong estimate. Under the biotechnology transformation of the Green Star civilization, any plant on Earth, even those that have not yet sprouted, will be connected to the biological computer network of the entire Earth as soon as it sprouts and grows. In this way, humans do not need to worry so much when cutting down trees. Anyway, the genetic genes of all plants are the genetic data of the computing device of the biological brain terminal. The death and rebirth of plants will not affect the efficiency of biological computers unless more than half of the plants on the entire Earth die within one day. Of course, if you plant a pot of flowers in your home, it is impossible to connect to the biological computer network. If you want to achieve such an effect, the cost is too high. It is not like now, spraying plant gene modification drugs directly in the sky above the Earth and completing it after half a year of natural evolution. It requires the genes of each plant to be completely modified to give them the function of wireless networking. 15 minutes passed quickly, and all the lines on the projection of the Earth flashed, and then quickly fell silent. All terminals are connected, and we can start docking with quantum computers. The scientist of the Green Star civilization said. Well, start docking and then test it. Xiang Qian said expectantly. Start information linking, data exchange, test terminal data processing capabilities, and test network load. Swish. The projection of the Earth disappeared, an origin appeared, and then one origin after another appeared. These origins formed an atomic nucleus, and then countless atomic nuclei began to form substances, and substances formed various objects: a stone, a tree, a drop of water, a ball of air. Then these things increased rapidly. The stone became a mountain and the earth. The tree became a deep forest. The water drop became a river and the sea, and the air became a cloud. In an instant, the scenery in front of Xiangqian changed rapidly, and various substances increased rapidly, from the initial atomic nucleus to a planet formed in a few seconds. This is not over yet. After the formation, satellites, stars, and galaxies began to appear in outer space, until a river system appeared in front of Xiangqian and slowly rotated. The picture was frozen here, and no longer changed. The biological computer test was completed, and the operation was good. The plant terminal will protect itself when the computing power reaches the highest level. Long-term use of the biological computer will not cause any impact on the plant terminal. When the plant terminal is running, the nutrients in the body will be consumed faster, and the photosynthesis efficiency is 3 times that before transportation. The biological network information transmission data is not lost, stagnant, and the overall operation is good. The biological master brain cluster data processing has reached its maximum performance. If the number of biological master brains is increased, the computing power can continue to increase. The maximum value is expected to increase by 21%. At that time, the biological master brain cluster and biological terminal will reach the peak value, and the computing efficiency cannot be further increased. So after the test, the Starry Sky Central Main System can access the biological computer and control the use rights of the biological computer. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Let's take a look at the final data. Shinkong, connect to the biological computer and calculate the computing efficiency, Xiangqian said after listening. Soon, Shinkong adapted to the new body and said happily, "Boss, the computing speed is 1,784 times faster than before, and the time consumed is only 1/18 of the previous time." Shinkong's virtual image appeared in front of everyone, with a smile on his face. So far, Shinkong is not an intelligent life, but only a semi-intelligent program. All its expressions and changes are preset. Xiangqian does not have high expectations for intelligent life, nor is he afraid of robots rebelling. Rather, the emergence of intelligent life brings convenience to humans. It also obliterates human potential. Although productivity has increased, creativity has decreased. So far, Xiangqian has not issued any orders to study intelligent life, and even artificial intelligence has not been studied. So far, Starry Sky is only semi-intelligent. The only intelligent life on Earth is the egg that Xiangqian and his team brought back from the prehistoric ruins. Through the analysis of the egg, many scientists do not agree with the research of intelligent life. So poor Dandan, even though he has strong computing power and creative ability, can only follow Lang Ning and help her with research, but cannot become the central mastermind of the entire human race. However, Dandan is very satisfied with this kind of life. As long as he can talk every day and have someone to accompany him, he doesn't ask for much. Tonight, we will organize a dinner together. At the same time, all scientists involved in the research of biological computers will have a 5-day holiday. Thank you for your hard work in the past 6 months. Okay, let's go back and have dinner tonight. Xiangqian turned around and said to everyone. After many scientists left, Xiangqian also returned to the office and asked Shinkong to notify the Academy of Sciences that they could apply for the operating resources of the biological computer. Sure enough, with the addition of the biological computer, the computing resources available to the Academy of Sciences increased, and the speed of various research projects was significantly accelerated. And what surprised Xiangqian the most was that the computing resources of all the research of the entire Academy of Sciences added up to only 44% of the overall resources of the biological computer, and the remaining resources were completely wasted. With so much spare computing power, Xiangqian was extravagant and directly distributed this spare computing power to various universities to support them in large-scale computing research. It can be said that with biological computers, human technological development has once again added a pair of wings, allowing the speed of human technological development to once again rise to a higher level. 15 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the star system where the Earth is located can no longer be seen as barren as before. Within the range of the star's magnetic field, a full 500 planets revolve around the star. Among these planets, there are 5 life planets, and many are resource planets with special rare metal veins. The largest one has no temperature at all, and the whole planet is a solid iron ball. As early as 5 years ago, after the first successful planet transport by spacecraft, the future planet transport operations will rely entirely on the Earth, and at most one planet will be transported at a time. This is still adding energy replenishment and calculating orbits. In the end, the entire planet transport operation is as simple as building a house. First, exclude the star system where the spacecraft arrives and the planets to be transported are located, and select the valuable planets. According to the current value of mankind, only planets with life and planets with special rare metal veins are valuable. As for those planets with various mineral resources, they are not valuable, and do not need to be transported as a whole. For ordinary mining planets, humans directly blow up the planets, that's right, blow them up. Then use magnetic field mining technology to directly cover the shattered planet debris in a super large magnetic field. At this time, according to the physical reaction, metal ores such as iron ore will be extracted by the super strong magnetic field. Then the industrial spacecraft will directly melt these metals into a huge iron ball, waiting for the arrival of the Earth to be directly turned into a satellite and taken away. As for the remaining planetary debris, rare elements will be refined, and ordinary residues will not be thrown away. After the Earth arrives, these residues will be turned into energy. In this way, a perfect looting is completed. When the Earth leaves, the entire star system will basically only have worthless giant stars and rocky planets without any mines, or ice balls condensed from water. It can be said that in the past 5 years, all the star systems within 25 light-years around the star system where the Earth is located have been looted by humans. A large amount of resources are stored in the star system. With the supply of countless resources, the development of mankind has also exploded. In terms of population alone, humans now occupy 3 life planets, with a total population of 22.7 billion. One of the remaining 2 life planets is used to cultivate evolutionary beasts, specifically for the reproduction of evolutionary beasts. The other life planet was given to the Green Star Civilization, allowing the Green Star Civilization to develop on that planet. However, the Green Star Civilization, which did not break the rules, could only allow 20% of the total population to live on the life planet. Fortunately, the mothership environment they now live in is not worse than the life planet, but the psychological feeling is different. Today, both humans and Green Star Civilization have reached the peak of the 3rd level civilization. It can be said that they are now quasi-4th level civilizations. As long as Xiang Qian gives an order, within a week, humans and Green Star Civilization can break through and become a true 4th level civilization. However, Xiang Qian did not agree, because it is not the time yet. Starry Sky, you can send a signal. Xiang Qian looked at the overall defense construction of the star system and the sufficient energy reserves, and said to the Starry Sky, this action he had planned for decades has finally begun. Okay, boss. Chapter 237. Following Xiang Qian's order, the 50 planets at the edge of the star system instantly erupted with a super strong gravitational field. However, the fluctuation of this gravitational field is very strange, like the rhythm of Morse code. Yes, this is the information that Xiang Qian asked the Starry Sky to transmit. At the same time, this way of information transmission is also the highest technological crystallization of human quantum mechanics, ultra-long-distance gravitational wave information transmission technology. These information transmission technologies do not require a lot of energy like previous quantum communications, and the transmission distance is also limited. If the distance is very far, such as more than 10 light-years, then the energy consumed is very huge. However, through gravitational fluctuations can generate information similar to Morse code, and the scope of influence is more than just a few light-years. Gravity itself is a force beyond visual range, and the transmission speed is far faster than the speed of light. So now the information sent by Xiang Qian can be received by all civilizations in the entire Large Magellanic Cloud at the same time. After receiving the information, each race can decipher the meaning of it using the universal language of the universe. The content of the information sent by Xiang Qian is a transaction advertisement. Now, humans and Green Star Civilization have reached the quasi-level 4 civilization. There are 2 reasons why he does not allow them to break through. The first is that the first bird to come out of the water will be shot. Now, no civilization in the entire Large Magellanic information has broken through to the 4th level. Even the evolved civilization and those relic civilizations are only at the peak of the 3rd level civilization, and are still on the road to finding their own special technology system. If humans and Green Star Civilization break through to the 4th level civilization at this time, although they can sweep across the Large Magellanic System, they are not afraid of their joint attack. However, the consequences of being excluded by all civilizations are very serious, and they will be regarded as enemies by all civilizations. Then, no matter what humans do in the future, there will be at least thousands of eyes watching them. When you want to do something, all civilizations will regard humans as fat meat and want to take a bite. The second is that Xiang Qian still wants to make the human technology foundation deeper. No matter how powerful human technology is now, the development time is too short after all. In less than 50 years, from the first-level civilization to the quasi-fourth-level civilization, even if there are tens of thousands of third-level civilization technology trees to support it, there are still loopholes in many places. Therefore, Xiang Qian disagreed with breaking through the fourth-level civilization now. Anyway, the entire large Magellanic Galaxy has not yet reached the fourth-level civilization, and humans are very safe. There is no need to compete for the first place. With this time, it is better to continue to consolidate the technological foundation of mankind. At the same time, the technology trees of tens of thousands of civilizations have been absorbed by humans. But the current development speed of humans has slowed down. The reason is the problem of vision. Some things can only be understood by seeing. Many details are exactly what humans lack at present. In order to broaden the horizons of human scientists, and at the same time to show off their muscles in the entire large Magellanic Galaxy, just collect information about various civilizations and races. Xiang Qian opened a trading market, and the advertising words were very domineering. The Earth Federation invites all civilizations in the large Magellanic Galaxy to conduct various transactions in the trading market we opened. We use more than 50,000 third-level civilization peak technology trees, all of which are third-level peak civilization technology trees of special technology systems. We have 179 resource planets with special rare metal mines, and all kinds of special rare metals are available. We have level 4 civilization materials, and accept customization of outer armor for warships. If the price is right, we accept the construction of the entire warship-themed structure. Are you interested after seeing the above information? If you are interested, you might as well take action immediately. Whether you are here to trade or to rob the Earth Federation, we welcome all major civilizations at any time. If you are here to trade, please bring resources or scientific and technological information. If you are here to rob, please bring enough warships and be prepared to die. No matter what your purpose is, the Earth Federation will sincerely serve you and look forward to your visit. This is the advertising slogan designed by Xiang Qian. If nothing else, just seeing this advertisement, all civilizations will have a very awesome civilization image in their minds, and subconsciously feel that the strength of this civilization is very strong. Even if someone calls the Earth Federation stupid, they have to admit that the Earth Federation's technological strength is strong. Where is the strength? It is in this message. Gravitational wave information transmission technology. This technology is not something that other races can research, but for now, there is really no race in the large Magellanic Cloud that can master this technology. And although many races can detect gravitational waves, their use of gravity is far behind that of humans. The more deeply a race studies gravity, the more clearly it recognizes the horror of humans. The highest technological crystallization of a special scientific and technological system formed by quantum mechanics, high-energy physics, and energy disciplines, if it is not the same discipline as that studied by humans, even a fourth-level civilization cannot do this. Boss, Retros handed in this month's energy blocks, and it asked the Greenland to take it to eat. Shinkong said suddenly after sending the message. Well, let the Greenland take it, but tell it that it must come back within 3 months. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, boss. Retros is living a good life now. Since it woke up 3 years ago, it has started working for humans. The main form of work is to provide energy blocks. Everyone has heard of energy blocks in science fiction novels, but it is not as easy to study them as writing novels. At least the materialization of energy is the biggest difficulty. If you want to make energy form a solid state, it is really impossible with the current human technology. With the current technology, humans can only form compressed energy with the superposition of gravitational field and magnetic field, but the energy form inside is not solid. But for Reglos, forming an energy block is really the simplest thing. Just extract the energy of the star, then compress it in its body and fuse it with the internal tissues, and finally separate its internal tissues, which are energy blocks. The reward that Retros can get is that humans find stars for it, then use the Greenland to take it to eat, and then come back to continue to produce energy blocks for humans. In this way, in 3 years, the energy blocks produced by Retros, the biological energy storage technology of the Green Star civilization, and the energy technology of human technology, the energy stored by the three technologies combined is enough for all the war weapons in the star system to fight at full power for a year. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian has the confidence to issue such a domineering advertisement. With the current star system defense circle of the Earth, to put it bluntly, as long as all the civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud do not attack together, Xiang Qian is not afraid at all. If the current energy reserves were to increase tenfold, he would be able to drain the resources of 10 evolutionary civilizations if they attacked. Shinkung, how is the trading market prepared? Xiang Qian asked. It's ready, the berths are ready, the material trading area is ready. 3,000 fortress guns are deployed around, and 500,000 warships are ready. Shinkung replied. That's good, now we're just waiting for customers to come. Chief, the gravity detection equipment just received unstable fluctuations, and the fluctuations are very regular. In a huge planetary fortress, an equipment observer reported. Have you found out the cause? The chief asked. No abnormalities were found in the surrounding stars. There was a delay in receiving information from 1 light year away. It is still uncertain. Continue to observe and notify all departments to pay attention. After a while, the observer once again found that the gravity fluctuations were unstable, and the frequency of the fluctuations was exactly the same as last time. He hurriedly checked the equipment to see if there was anything wrong with it, because gravitational fluctuations could not be regular, so the observer checked the equipment as soon as possible. After the inspection, the equipment was found to be fine, but at this time, the regular gravitational fluctuations appeared again. Chief, there is a problem. The gravitational fluctuations are the same 3 times in half an hour. The signal sent by the detector 1 light year away did not find any abnormal fluctuations of the stars. What is the reason for this effect? Either the equipment is broken, but I checked and there is nothing wrong with the equipment, or these regular gravitational fluctuations are deliberately emitted by other civilizations. Otherwise it is impossible for such regular gravitational fluctuations to appear in the universe, and the interval between each fluctuation is the same. Faced with this situation, the Patriarch immediately issued an order to all scientists and combat commanders to hold a meeting to crack the cause of this gravitational fluctuation. As a result, after a whole day of discussion, no results were reached, and the scientists were most frustrated. Their understanding of gravity made them not believe that this was emitted by other civilizations. When they met again the next day, one person proposed to use the means of deciphering signals to decipher this gravitational fluctuation. Because such a large-scale gravitational fluctuation is bound to attract the attention of a large civilization, such a gravitational fluctuation is likely to carry some information. This time, they found the right routine and quickly cracked the information of gravitational fluctuations using the universal language of the universe. After the information was cracked, everyone present was dumbfounded. If everything in the information was true, then this Earth civilization was too terrible. But on the other hand, isn't this an opportunity for their civilization? With the foundation of their pioneer civilization, if they want to break through the 3rd level civilization and become a 4th level civilization, they will have to develop for at least 100 years, which is still a minimum. But if they can exchange a complete technology tree, then the time it takes them to break through the 4th level of civilization will be greatly shortened. So after some discussion, they decided to go to the location of the Earth Federation to trade. If this is a trap, then run away. Anyway, even if it is an evolutionary civilization, it is impossible to force a pioneer civilization that wants to run away to stay. At the same time, the entire large Magellanic Galaxy was boiling, and many civilizations brought a large number of warships to the star system where the Earth is located. Of course, there are many civilizations that fish in troubled waters here, all with the idea of getting benefits. But I don't know if they will still think so after they arrive at the star system where the Earth is, and see the defense system inside the star system. Chapter 238. In the void of the universe, a spaceship that looks like a tadpole is flying fast. This spaceship has no engine nozzle at the tail, but a long tail. As the spaceship moves forward, the tail moves from time to time. I don't know if this is for aesthetics, or if it really has a practical effect. The surface of the spaceship has no protrusions or depressions, and there is no gun muzzle. The surface is very smooth. However, there are a series of flashing lines on its surface. These lines are particularly dense on the sides of the spaceship, but very few in the front and middle. If you can see the inside of the spacecraft, many people will be surprised, because inside the spacecraft, there are very few integrated devices, all of which are made up of small parts. Countless gears mesh with each other, and there are many various mechanical parts connected to the gears. The biggest feature is that the transmission method of these devices is completely based on mechanical force, rather than the engine to provide power. Of course, It does not mean that there are no electronic devices inside the spacecraft, but there are relatively few electronic devices. Equipment such as the spacecraft's curvature engine and main brain are all electronic, otherwise such a spacecraft would not be able to move forward in the universe. Suddenly, 100 million kilometers to the left of the spacecraft, the space fluctuated and a planet fortress appeared in the universe. When the planet fortress appeared, it immediately discovered the tadpole-shaped spacecraft not far away. At this time, the tadpole-shaped spacecraft had not yet discovered the planet fortress, but only detected the space fluctuation not far away. If we wait for the optical equipment to detect the planetary fortress, it will take at least a few minutes. After all, it takes a few minutes for light to fly over a distance of 100 million kilometers. Swish! Within 1 minute of its appearance, the planetary fortress launched an attack on the tadpole-shaped spacecraft. However, this kind of ultra-long-distance attack is basically a tentative attack. If you can't even avoid this kind of ultra-long-distance attack, then the result is needless to say. But in the face of such an attack, the tadpole-shaped spacecraft did not dodge or open the protective shield, and even did not change its forward route, and continued to sail as if it had not discovered this attack. 5 minutes later, when the optical detector could already receive the light from the planetary fortress, the tadpole-shaped spacecraft still did not change. When the attack was still 300,000 kilometers away from the tadpole-shaped spacecraft, Xianjin discovered a sudden change. Although the change was not large, even if the angle was slightly changed at 300,000 kilometers, the final attack direction was very different. The tadpole-shaped spacecraft moved forward unsteadily, and the attack passed by 70 kilometers above the spacecraft without causing any impact on the spacecraft. Then the tadpole-shaped spaceship and the planetary fortress were like two parallel lines, never intersecting again. Although they were both heading in the same direction, neither side launched an attack. After the previous test, the planetary fortress knew that the tadpole-shaped spaceship in the distance was not easy to mess with, and could not be easily killed by it, and the tadpole-shaped spaceship had no intention of attacking the planetary fortress. So knowing that no one could do anything to the other, both sides wisely chose to coexist peacefully. This is the reality in the universe. If you are weak, other civilizations will step on you. If you are strong, other civilizations dare not bully you. There is no other reason to explain. It is just such a naked law of the jungle. Several hours passed quickly. At this time, the tadpole-shaped spacecraft was no longer surrounded by a single planetary fortress. There were more than a dozen race flagships, and 2 or 3 planetary fortresses. In front of them was the star system, where the Earth was located, which was also their destination. Please all civilizations go to the berth according to the number and the instructions. The 100 billion kilometers around the star system is a safe zone. No civilization may launch an attack in the safe zone. If discovered, the Earth Federation will do its best to hunt down the civilization. Your number is? Please park at the location marked on the star map, and then start trading. All civilizations that arrive here will receive such information, and then go to the parking position according to the information and trade through the network. It's not that there are no individual civilizations that come here with the mentality of picking up bargains, but when they see the shining steel planets inside the star system, those civilizations instantly extinguish those thoughts that they shouldn't have, and began to do business wholeheartedly. Please select the transaction type, scientific and technological information, special rare metals, various equipment preserved in prehistoric relics, information on various civilizations and races in the universe, and scientists buying and selling. Scientific and technological information, mechanical dynamics information of the third-level civilization peak, energy technology information of the third-level civilization peak. In the main control hall of the tadpole-shaped spacecraft, a man with silver-white hair and a very British look said to the Starry Sky subsystem on the screen. Okay, please wait. The information is displayed. The common currency of this trading market is special rare metal ore, and each ton of ore equals 100 trading points. If there is a shortage of special rare metals, you can exchange them for scientific and technological data. After uploading the scientific and technological data, the system will automatically evaluate the value of the uploaded scientific and technological data. If you sell it to the trading market, you can get the trading points of the scientific and technological data. The silver-haired man didn't say anything after listening to it. He directly clicked on the third-level civilization mechanical dynamics data file. After opening it, there were 15 files, and each file had a different date. There is a mechanical dynamics technology tree specializing in precision equipment processing, a technology tree specializing in bionic mechanical structures, a technology tree specializing in large-scale mechanical equipment combinations, and so on. There are 15 folders, and each one has a different title. Although they are all technology trees with mechanical dynamics as the main trunk, they are specialized in different directions. Even before seeing the technology trees in each folder, these folders alone have already surprised the silver-haired man. According to the detection results, just now, the Earth Federation in front of him is not taking the mechanical route, so such a mechanical disciplined background has to surprise the silver-haired man. Clicking on one of the folders, a complete Level 3 Peak Civilization technology tree is displayed on the big screen in an instant. The entire technology tree is lush and leafy, and each thick branch has countless small branches. The crown is huge like a big mushroom. Suck! The silver-haired man was stunned when he saw this technology tree, because the technology tree in front of him was even more complex than the technology tree of their civilization. Those dense branches and leaves represented the technological background of a civilization. The technology tree of the silver-haired man's civilization may be similar to the technology tree on the big screen in terms of the trunk, but the difference in branches and leaves is simply immeasurable. The silver-haired man clicked on another folder again, and suddenly another lush technology tree appeared on the big screen. This time the entire command hall was speechless. The third, the fourth. All the folders were clicked by the silver-haired man, but the technology trees in each folder were all huge and lush. At the same time, these technology trees were exactly as marked on the folders. All of them were specialized civilizations, and the degree of specialization was even more extreme than their civilization. Basically at the same time, all civilizations did the same thing as the silver-haired man, but after checking all the technology trees, basically the first reaction was to rob, but the second reaction was to trade. Robbery. Whoever is not afraid of death can do it. The more careful civilizations found that this space was blocked when they entered the broadcast range. The curvature engine cannot work. If you want to fly across the broadcast range at the speed of the conventional engine, it will take at least half an hour. Although half an hour is not long, it is enough for a civilization to die 100 or 80 times. And what can you get from robbery? You can't get any scientific and technological information at all. How much special rare metal ores can you carry? Moreover, when trading, you have to pay the trading point first, and then the Earth Federation will send the goods. If you want to rob, you can only attack the interior of the star system. But after seeing the defense inside the star system, all civilizations laughed and said, just trade honestly, and don't think about those useless things. Upload the scientific and technological information, upload all the information inside the host system, and let the trading market evaluate the value. The silver-haired man stood there for a while, and then said decisively, he knew that it was worthless to conceal any scientific and technological information from the Earth Federation, because the Earth Federation's technological background was thousands or tens of thousands of times that of their civilization, so their information was not of much value to the Earth Federation. Although he didn't know what benefits the Earth Federation could get from such a transaction, he knew that this was an opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, their civilization would lag behind other civilizations. And those civilizations that didn't come here to trade would definitely lag behind those civilizations that traded with the Earth Federation. Special rare metals are important, but special rare metals can continue to be mined, while a third-level civilization's top technology may be stuck for decades and you can't research it. If you fall behind in technology, you will be eliminated in this universe. Any civilization knows what the result of being eliminated is. While all civilizations were busy cleaning up their databases and warehouses and preparing to trade more technology, Xiang Qian hid at his office and was secretly happy. After a year of trading, humans made a lot of money and almost ate too much. What special rare metals? The trading market didn't even sell a meal. And the special rare metals received from various civilizations for exchange trading points are enough to be integrated into several satellites. You can imagine how much humans have earned in this year. Every day, there are thousands of transport ships transported from the trading market to the inner star system, and as the number of civilizations increases, this transportation speed seems to be a bit slow, and it must be further increased. Boss, there is a civilization that wants to discuss with you in detail. It is said that it is a matter of buying and selling scientists, and the number is more than hundreds of millions. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Billions of scientists? Could it be that civilization? Connect the signal. After thinking for a while, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Chapter 239. The signal was connected, and an alien race appeared on the screen. Hello, leader of the Earth Federation. I am Tate, the chief of the Multi-Eye tribe. I would like to know what your requirements are for scientists. Tate said respectfully. However, Xiang Qian frowned when he saw Tate, but soon relaxed his brows and said lightly, The requirements are very simple. I want scientists from the 5 major disciplines of biology, energy, machinery, matter, and universe, but these scientists must be of human-like civilization. I don't need scientists from alien civilizations. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, the scales on Tet's jaw shook unconsciously, not knowing whether it was because of excitement or anger. Dear leader of the Earth Federation, we can fully meet your requirements. According to your requirements, the number of scientists we have is probably more than 80 million. I don't know what you want to trade. Tet said calmly. Whatever, what do you want, tell me. Xiang Qian said indifferently while drinking tea. We need 500 million tons of special rare metals, and 100 complete technology trees of the 3rd level peak civilization with 3 major disciplines, mainly in the fields of matter, energy, and machinery. Tate said with expectation. Haha, you guys go back, your scientists are not worth the price at all. Xiang Qian said, and was about to close the communication. Wait, what can you give? Tate said immediately. Let me think. Your scientists may not work well here, and their knowledge can't keep up with our research progress, so I need to spend effort to train them. How about this? 80 million scientists will give you 100 million tons of special rare metals and 10 complete technology trees. If you don't agree, forget it. You can keep them for your research. Anyway, the scientific and technological achievements they have researched can also be used to trade with us. They are all the same. Xiang Qian leaned on the chair and said, This value is too low. You should know that these scientists are all scientists from the 3rd level civilization, not the 2nd level civilization. With the foundation of the Earth Federation, their research level can be improved quickly. By then, stop. I'm not discussing the value of these scientists with you. I'm just giving you a standard. If you agree, we can make a deal. If you don't agree, forget it. You can go back and think about it. If you figure it out, just ask the system for a deal. Starry Sky, hang up the call. After the call was hung up, Xiang Qian's eyes flashed coldly. Now he can be sure that this Malchui tribe is simply a puppet of the Avengers. And those 80 million scientists are simply scientists of the civilizations under the Avengers. Xiang Qian knew better than anyone what kind of organization the Avengers were. In the previous life, when the Avengers first appeared, they directly wiped out the alliance of 3 pioneer civilizations and 10 wanderer civilizations. At that time, it was more than 100 years after arriving at the large Magellanic Galaxy. All civilizations had become level 3 civilizations, and the pioneer civilization was basically at the top of the level 3 civilizations. However, these 3 pioneer civilizations and 10 wanderer civilizations, under the protection of countless warships, were actually directly wiped out by the Avengers, and none of them survived. After the battle in that area ended, the surrounding 1.8 light years were filled with warship wreckage and corpses of several civilizations. If that were the case, the Avengers could only be considered a relatively powerful alliance. At that time, there were more than one large alliance organization within the entire Magellan Information. The alliance formed by the evolved civilizations was the strongest alliance recognized by many civilizations. But decades later, the Avengers actually attacked an alliance organized by an evolved civilization. The most terrifying thing was that the alliance organized by the evolved civilization did not stop the attack of the Avengers. At that stop, the evolutionary civilization showed its full potential, and the major civilizations within the alliance were united. But in the end, only 6 civilizations escaped, and even the evolutionary civilization was severely damaged, and the wanderer civilization within the alliance was completely destroyed. That battle completely pushed the Avengers to the throne of the strongest alliance in the large Magellanic Galaxy. For a time, many wanderer civilizations rushed to the control area of the Avengers frantically, just to join the Avengers. Why did only the wanderer civilization run over to join? That's because 99% of the civilizations in the Avengers are wanderer civilizations, with only a few pioneer civilizations. In this way, the Avengers became the benchmark of the wanderer civilization, and was regarded as an idol by all wanderer civilizations. Unfortunately, not long after, a terrible news spread throughout the large Magellanic Galaxy. The news was that the Avengers could actually control intelligent life. All the civilized races that joined the Avengers have been controlled by an evil race. At first, everyone didn't believe it, and thought that the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance was discrediting the Avengers. But when the second message was sent again, the entire large Magellanic Galaxy was silent. Because this time, the news not only contains information, but also pictures and video records. The information detailed how the evil civilization controlled other civilizations, and why the Avengers' technological strength could develop so quickly. All the mysteries were solved, And the entire large Magellanic Galaxy was also nervous and angry. No civilization dared to run to the area where the Avengers were located. Many wanderer civilizations lived in fear in the area controlled by the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and did not dare to go to the area controlled by the Avengers. At that time, that area was simply a restricted area for all civilizations. Why Xiang Qian was sure that the Malchui were puppets of the Avengers was because of the number of scientists traded. In his memory, the Avengers traded with scientists from these puppet civilizations, selling them to the trading markets opened by the major evolutionary civilizations in exchange for a large amount of resources and scientific and technological information. Otherwise, even if a civilization destroyed dozens of civilizations, it would not be able to gather so many scientists. You must know that any scientist is precious at this time, and it is impossible for them to take other spaceships. Basically, they will stay in the flagships of various civilizations to do research. But breaking the defense of the race flagship without harming the scientists inside, even the current humans dare not say that they can capture 80 million scientists within a few decades. So, after receiving the news, Xiang Qian was sure that the Avengers had set their sights on humans through a conversation with Tate. Compared with the human trading market, the Avengers are doing a zero-cost business. Sell all the scientists of the puppet race, leaving only warriors, and then use the resources and technology obtained from the scientists to frantically build warships, and then wait until they are strong enough to start attacking other civilizations. For all civilizations, the Avengers are the enemy of all civilizations, and they are enemies with no possibility of reconciliation. Tate didn't know what Xiang Qian was thinking. After Xiang Qian cut off the communication, Tate angrily smashed the objects around him. Damn humans, damn Evolver civilization, damn Earth Federation, you wait, the day when our Avengers emerge will be the end of your Evolver civilization. Tate roared madly. After a long time, Tate calmed down his anger, then tidied his clothes, stood in front of the big screen, and dialed a communication. Master, I told the leader of the Earth Federation about the deal, but that damn human actually reduced the value set by the Master by 10 times, and threatened us that if we don't agree, there will be no deal. Tate said to the dark screen. Although he couldn't see anything, he knew that the Master was watching him. After a while, the other side of the screen said, "Let's trade, agree to his request, and we will take everything back from them soon. Arrange for each tribe to send scientists, and then you will be responsible for this transaction. I hope you will not let me down. Please rest assured, Master, Tate will definitely complete the task," Tate said excitedly. Swish! The communication was hung up, and Tate's face still maintained an excited smile. Immediately notify each tribe to send 800,000 scientists, and gather in Area 18, saying that this is the order issued by the Master. Tate said to his deputy beside him with high spirits. Yes, Chief. Human civilization, just wait, all of this will belong to the Master. The better you build, the more painful your heart will be when it is destroyed. Tate looked at the star system on the big screen and thought to himself. We agree to the request of the noble leader. All scientists are expected to arrive within 6 months. After a while, Tate linked to the trading market and said to the Starry Sky subsystem. Okay. When Xiang Qian got the news, a strange smile appeared on his face. If Lung Ning was beside him, he would know that Xiang Qian must be thinking of how to cheat people. When Xiang Qian was trapping the Lilan tribe, he also had this kind of smile on his face. Time passed slowly, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Xiang Qian also put the matter of the Avengers behind his mind, because he had more important things to do, that is, another civilization passed the subordinate civilization assessment. So Xiang Qian prepared to meet the leader of this civilization to see if the other party was willing to join the Earth Federation. Soon, Xiang Qian appeared in a small room through the virtual network, and sitting opposite him was a silver-haired human-like man. Chapter 240. Hello, Mr. Xiang. As soon as Xiang Qian appeared in the virtual room, the silver-haired man stood up and said, Hello, Mr. E, please sit down. Xiang Qian said to the silver-haired man. As a result, the scene became awkward as soon as both parties sat down. Because Xiang Qian did not continue to speak, the silver-haired man who was called Mr. E by Xiang Qian did not speak either. Ahem. I wonder if Mr. E has any guesses about why I found you today. After a while, Xiang Qian spoke. No. The silver-haired man answered very straightforwardly, with no expression on his face from beginning to end. Xiang Qian was depressed again. Do you have to be so cool? But to be honest, Xiang Qian was a little jealous of the silver-haired man in front of him. He said that the edges and corners on his face were just like those carved by a knife, and with his long silver-white hair, he looked just like the male protagonist in the second dimension. Okay, then I be frank. The purpose of my coming here today is to hope that you, the Silver Wings, can join the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian didn't plan to beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. As expected, becoming a subordinate civilization of the Earth Federation was his purpose. The silver-haired man was not as calm as Xiang Qian imagined at this time, but he just didn't show it on his face. I'm sorry, we Silver Wings don't want to become a subordinate civilization. Don't rush to refuse. I wonder what Mr. E thinks of the Earth Federation and the current situation and future of the Large Magellanic Cloud. The Earth Federation is very powerful. The Large Magellanic Cloud is still relatively calm at present, but there will definitely be war in the future. You will die if you say a few more words. Xiang Qian almost collapsed after hearing this. What kind of answer is this? A primary school student answering a question, can't he be more specific? Well, Mr. E is right. The Earth Federation is very powerful. At present, there is no civilization more powerful than the Earth Federation in the entire Large Magellanic Galaxy. But in the future, there will be at least 3 or 4 alliances that can rival the Earth Federation. The trading market is very hot now. Many civilizations come here every day to exchange technology and materials. But 100 years later, I am sure that at least 90% of these civilizations will be exterminated. You may not believe it, but do you know how they exterminated their entire race? They did it to break through the 4th level civilization. Do you know what conditions are needed to break through the 4th level civilization? Let me tell you, any civilization that wants to break through the 4th level civilization needs a huge amount of resources. The resources I am talking about refer to special rare metals, and the total amount of special rare metals in the entire Large Magellanic Cloud is only enough for 1/10 of all civilizations in the Large Magellanic Cloud to break through. That is to say, 9 out of 10 civilizations will not be able to break through the 4th level civilization because they do not have enough special rare metals. In the entire Large Magellanic Galaxy, the Evolver civilization will definitely become a level 4 civilization, while the Pioneer civilization has the hope of becoming a level 4 civilization. As for the Wanderer civilization, there is basically no hope of becoming a level 4 civilization. Why? The gap is special rare metals. Even if some Wanderer civilizations have reached a breakthrough level in terms of technology, they cannot become a level 4 civilization at all, because they do not have enough special rare metals. Moreover, there are still quite a few of these Wanderer civilizations. Maybe you still think that special rare metals are easy to find. Basically, there must be a star system with a planet with special rare metals and a few star systems. And the role of special rare metals that you know is just to make some special parts, or directly use special rare metals as battleship armor to defend energy weapons. This is also the reason why you don't take special rare metals seriously. Basically, all civilizations that come to the trading market will take out special rare metals as currency to exchange for scientific and technological information, including you Silver Wings. Then when you find that special rare metals are the resources to break through the 4th level civilization, I don't know where you can find special rare metals. Now are you still sure that your Silver Wing clan can become a 4th level civilization? Are you still sure that you will win the future war for special rare metals? Xiang Qian said a lot in one breath, but he didn't say the use of special rare metals. And what he said is not nonsense. This is the future development trend. Maybe in this life, because of the participation of humans, special rare metals may be more scarce than in the previous life. Why did you choose our Silver Wing clan? After a while, the silver-haired man spoke. Because you Silver Wing clan passed the assessment of our Earth Federation. Do you know what the civilization race information transaction in the trading market is used for? That is to collect information. You Silver Wing clan has contacted a total of 27 civilizations, and these 27 civilizations have evaluated your Silver Wing civilization as kind. You also know that the last item of the civilization race information transaction is to evaluate the race camp, which is good and evil. Although it is said that a good civilization is not necessarily better than an evil civilization, nor is it necessarily more suitable for the survival of this universe than an evil civilization. However, the good evaluation of the 27 civilizations can illustrate one thing, that is, your Silver Wing civilization is a principled civilization and a very calm civilization. Through the information we have collected, in fact, there are many times when you, the Silver Wing clan, had the opportunity to destroy a civilization after paying a certain price, but you did not do so. This is not good or bad in the universe, but based on this, I know that you cherish your people. And those civilizations that are evaluated as evil are not evil in the face of any civilization, but when they encounter the same problem as you, they may choose to pay a certain price to destroy that civilization. This is the difference between your Silver Wings and those civilized races, And it is also what we value in the Earth Federation. After all, our allies of human civilization and members of the Earth Federation are not just any random civilization. If they do not pass our assessment, even if they are evolved civilizations, we will not accept them. Xiang Qian was so domineering when he said the last sentence. Yes, Xiang Qian did think so. With the current human foundation, even if an evolutionary civilization wanted to join the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian might not agree. Can I see the civilization race contract? No problem, Shinkong. Take out the civilization race contract. Soon a civilization race contract appeared on the table in front of the silver-haired man. At this time, Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally done. He didn't waste so much saliva. After all, at this time, as long as the civilization race contract is not too harsh, most civilizations will choose to join. What's more, the civilization race contract drawn up by Xiang Qian is no longer harsh. It can be called foreign aid. For the Wanderer civilization, it is a good thing that falls from the sky. Why does Xiang Qian care so much about the silver wings? First, the silver wings really look like humans. Except for the handsome men and beautiful women, there is no difference in appearance from humans. The only difference between humans and silver wings is that the silver wings have a pair of degenerated wings behind their backs. Just like the degenerated tail of humans, now there is only the coccyx, but no tail. In fact, with current technology, it is not difficult for humans to activate the coccyx and grow a tail again. However, according to the aesthetic point of view over thousands of years, if you suddenly have an extra tail, you are considered amazing if you can find a girlfriend. Of course, it is not difficult for the silver wings to grow wings again. But if they really did that, Xiang Qian would consider whether the ancestors of the silver wings had come to Earth a long time ago and did something they loved to do with the humans at that time, so that there were white people and a religion on Earth. While Xiang Qian was gossiping, the silver-haired man was quickly browsing the civilization race contract. After he read all the contents of the contract, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Is this civilization race contract true? The silver-haired man's expressionless face showed excitement for the first time. He didn't care if asking this would offend anyone, and said excitedly, "Of course, in fact, the Earth Federation now has 2 civilized races that have signed a civilization race contract with us humans, and the content of the contract is the same as what you saw. If you don't believe it, I can ask them to take out the civilization race scepter and show it to you. If the civilization race contract is not like this, why do you think our Earth Federation would assess the civilized races that join? If it is a slave contract, then the more subordinate civilizations, the better," Xiang Qian said with a smile. "No, sorry, I shouldn't question the Earth Federation. So, you agree on behalf of the Silver Wings?" "Yes, if I don't even agree to this civilized race contract, then I will be the center of the Silver Wings." Xiang Qian watched him get up and leave, and suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly said, "There is something else I want to tell you. Mr. Xiang, please go ahead." "Ahem. It's like this, if possible, you'd better change your name, because in our human language, the meaning of your name is not very good," Xiang Qian said a little embarrassedly. "The name? Our Silver Wing clan's patriarchs have all had this name. Could it be that this name violates a taboo of your civilization? Shinkong, show him the explanation of Yin." "That's right, the patriarch of the Silver Wing clan, the silver-haired handsome guy in front of him, is named Yin." When Xiang Qian heard this name, he thought that the universal language was translated incorrectly. As a result, after verification, according to the prophecy of the Silver Wing clan translated into the universal language of the universe, his name is indeed Yin. Well, what name should I change to? The handsome silver-haired guy was also embarrassed at this time. He didn't expect that there would be such a saying about his name on Earth. If he were to submit a civilized race contract to humans, his current name would really be inappropriate. "Sephiroth. How about this name?" Xiang Qian said with a bad taste. He didn't think the other party would agree. "Well, Sephiroth, okay, I be called Sephiroth from now on."